In a realm of despair, the dismembered Son Gohan, on the brink of death from a battle with the Android 18, merges with the soul of a time traveler, gaining knowledge of all the plots within the Dragon Ball universe. He resolves to alter his fate, forsaking the identity of Yebi Fan to embrace that of Yasho Fan. However, Bulma Ani, why are you so close to me? You said I smell delightful and feel soft? And where has my dear Trunks gone? What? You say you are bra? Oh, that's fine then, childhood sweetheart. Miss Bidalai, isn't your home right next to mine? Why do you always end up sleeping at my place? And you, Aunt Lanchi, you sneezed again. Please spare me. As for you 18, just sit aside and watch. Make sure to repent properly. In summary, this appears to be an unusual Son Gohan, yet his ascendance to strength is indisputable. Evolutionary path, Super Saiyan 2, mysterious form, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough, free and unfettered ultimate, beast form, millennium transmission of super, perfect free and unfettered ultimate, self-ultimate. The relentless pursuit of strength shall inevitably surpass that of the gods of destruction, angels, grand priests, Zeno, and the dragon god Salama. Chapter 1. I am Son Gohan. This is cough cough. The crumbled skyscrapers, the ash-laden greenery, and the toppled cars and billboards surround him. A man with a severed arm lies on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to open his eyes, greeted only by this inferno of human suffering. A sudden sharp pain pierces his brain, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Hiss! The man cannot help but let out a low groan, hastily covering his wound and summoning all his strength to rise. Though his body remains weak and feeble, he does not succumb to unconsciousness as before. He is aware of his identity, Son Gohan. Indeed, he is Son Gohan, but he is not the Yebi Fan who fulfilled the wishes of scholars. Instead, he exists in a desolate future, bearing scars on his face, having lost an arm and shouldering the weight of the future alone. He was on the verge of death, but seems to have unexpectedly fused with a peculiar soul at the brink of demise, thus regaining some strength and clinging to life. Cough cough. A severe discomfort grips his lungs as Son Gohan coughs violently. This is not good. His internal organs sustained considerable damage during the battle with the android. Without timely treatment, he would likely perish immediately. Straining his feet, Son Gohan trudges forward, determined to reach Bulma Ani for help. Alas, the condition of his body is dire. He cannot hold on much longer. Even the clarity of his mind begins to fade. I cannot die like this. Son Gohan grits his teeth and pushes onward. I must survive. His will is resolute. As he walks, he fervently encourages himself to cling to the desire for survival, attempting to resist his body's weakness. At this moment, the two souls merge into one, indistinguishable from each other, and in an instant, they grow stronger, akin to a nearly extinguished candle reigniting with a brilliant flame, erupting with intense radiance. The gravely injured body regains some strength as a result. Son Gohan expels his final breath, employing the instant transmission technique to ascend into the air. Soon, he spots a familiar door ahead, hope surging within him. His heart races, hands tremble. His once tense legs seem to lose their control, trembling as his knees bend toward the entrance. At this moment, Son Gohan feels as if his body has been drained of all energy, collapsing weakly to the ground, his mind blank. Just then, he perceives a dark shadow pass before him, followed by something soft colliding with him, plunging Son Gohan into darkness. Uncertain of how long he slept, Son Gohan awakens to find himself lying in a bed. Beside him is a blue-haired girl. Brah. The girl's face still bears traces of tears, her eyes slightly swollen. Upon hearing Son Gohan's voice, she lifts her head, responding hoarsely, Gohan. The girl's soft form collapses into Son Gohan's embrace, weeping profusely. Son Gohan's heart softens profoundly, wrapping his arms around Bra. They embrace silently for several minutes until Bra finally ceases her tears and gently releases her grip. She wipes her face and turns to Son Gohan, asking, Gohan, how are you? Does anything hurt? Her concern deeply touches Son Gohan. Not at all, see? Son Gohan smiles, extending his right arm, flexing slightly, his bicep bulging, robust muscles gleaming like metal under the light. Upon closer inspection, one can see faint scars, remnants of battles fought. Such a muscular physique would cause any girl to swoon. Bra is no exception. The days spent together have instilled in her an affection for Son Gohan, who is like a brother, a father figure, a mentor, and a friend. The sentiments of youth are invariably poetic, naturally evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. This initial love filter elevates Son Gohan to an exceedingly significant position in her heart. Noticing Bra's dazed gaze upon his form, Son Gohan cannot help but smile, asking, "What's wrong, Bra?" And no, nothing. Bra's face flushes as she hastily distances herself from the bed. This unexpected reaction leaves Son Gohan bewildered, uncertain if he has offended her in some way. "Gohan, are you awake?" A mature voice resonates from outside the room. Son Gohan turns to see Bulma auntie-clad in a white lace-trimmed nightgown, revealing her alluringly elongated and curvaceous figure. Normally, Son Gohan is accustomed to Bulma's casual home attire and is no longer fazed by it. However, with the merging of the unfamiliar soul, as he gazes upon Aunt Bulma's enchanting form at this moment, he experiences a peculiar sensation, distinct from the past, where he viewed elders with utmost respect. Her fair, alluring skin ignites a fervor within him. Though there are slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, they are merely the charm and grace that time has bestowed. Suin Wufan's heartbeat quickens, and his breath becomes hurried. "Wufan, what's wrong? Your face is as red as a monkey's backside." Bulma notices Suin Wufan's discomfort and inquires with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing Aunt Bulma's words, Suin Wufan feels an overwhelming sense of shame and wishes to find a crack to hide within. "And no, it's nothing. Speaking of which, I'm quite hungry, Aunt Bulma," he says, patting his stomach and forcing a sheepish smile, attempting to divert attention. "Are you really okay?" Bulma bends down, her tone laced with doubt, pressing her forehead against Suin Wufan's to gauge his temperature. Feeling the warmth of Aunt Bulma's breath and her enticing red lips, Suin Wufan cannot help but swallow hard. I seem to be quite hot. How vexing. My body feels so strange. Is this a side effect of merging with another soul? This phenomenon bears resemblance to the fusion of the Namekians. Although the integration of souls does not affect the dominant personality, it inevitably alters certain aspects of character. Clearly, the unfamiliar soul that has merged with Suin Wufan holds some affection for Bulma, which in turn influences Suin Wufan's feelings toward her. If left unchecked, it is foreseeable that his emotions for Aunt Bulma will undergo a transformation in the near future. While contemplating his bodily changes, the fragrant aroma of Bulma's shampoo penetrates Suin Wufan's nostrils, intensifying the heat coursing through his already restless body. Suin Wufan, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly pushes Bulma away. Startled by his abrupt action, Bulma gasps. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma. My stomach feels a bit off. I need to use the restroom." Suin Wufan fabricates a rather obvious lie. He then leaps off the bed, his cheeks flushed, and departs in a manner reminiscent of Bulma earlier. "How strange. What's up with Wufan today? He seems a bit off." Bulma muses, tilting her head slightly. "Why does it feel like he's afraid of me? Could it be shyness? No, that can't be. Never mind. I should just serve Wufan Kun some food," she decides, dismissing her thoughts as she slips into the kitchen in her slippers. An hour later, after finishing a hearty meal and resting for a while, Suin Wufan feels his spirits gradually returning and prepares to train, readying himself to confront the androids. At this moment, the previously silent Bulma suddenly speaks up. "Wufan Ji, can I train with you after dinner?" "Of course, let's go," Suin Wufan replies, sensing no issue, nodding as he stands. Bulma dons a fluffy white shawl and bids farewell to her mother, Bulma. "I'm off, Mom." Don't disturb Wufan Kun while he trains." "Mom, I'm not a child anymore," Bulma pouts in response. Indeed, our Bulma has grown up." Bulma tenderly strokes Bulma's silky hair, smiling as she gazes at her daughter's increasingly familiar visage, reminiscent of her own youth, and falls into reverie. Observing her mother's days, Bulma sticks out her tongue in exasperation and follows Suin Wufan outside. Bulma waves goodbye to Bulma, watching her daughter's figure gradually fade into the distance. In that moment, Bulma seems to glimpse the time of her youth when she and Sun Kun sought the Dragon Balls together. Time truly is relentless. Leaning against the doorframe, she lets out a long sigh, pondering the countless stories contained within that era. Who can truly articulate them? If pressed to define it, it was a period of slightly bittersweet happiness, an extraordinary adventure indeed. Chapter 2. The Gravity Chamber and the Time Room in the desolate mountains far from the city. Sun Wukong was currently engaged in warm-up exercises. Beside him, Bra imitated his movements, gently stretching her body. Soon, the two began their training. As Sun Wukong instructed Bra, he pondered how to rapidly enhance his strength. This method of training felt a tad sluggish. According to his recollections, gravity training could expedite strength enhancement. It seemed that Vegeta had enlisted Bulma to modify a spaceship into a gravity training chamber. He had previously been unaware of this, spending time in the wilderness experimenting on his own, resulting in minimal gains. Now that he was enlightened, he intended to make the most of this opportunity. Before departing home, he had inquired with Bulma, and, as he had hoped, the gravity chamber was still intact, albeit damaged. However, Bulma assured him that it could be repaired in 3 days. With this thought, the anxiety that had gripped his heart eased somewhat. Everything was salvageable. All was not lost. Wukong, what is wrong? Bra inquired, noticing his distraction and stamping her foot in frustration. Wukong, don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl, she added. Apologies, Bra. I didn't mean to lose focus. Let us continue. I would never look down on you. Son Wukong earnestly replied, clarifying that his distraction was unintentional. Bra quickly realized her misunderstanding and promptly apologized. Sorry, Wukong. That wasn't my intention. I just want to grow stronger and avenge everyone. I want to help share the burden, she expressed. Son Wukong chuckled heartily, affectionately patting Bra on the head. I would never hold that against you. Let us carry on. I believe you will surpass me in strength before long. Hearing this, Bra beamed with a radiant smile and threw herself back into training. 3 days passed swiftly, and Bulma handed Son Wukong a universal capsule. The gravity chamber is repaired. Wow, Bulma, you truly are a genius inventor, Son Wukong exclaimed, taking the capsule in hand. At that moment, a profound sense of security enveloped him. With this, he could swiftly surpass androids 17 and 18. Will this truly allow you to defeat the androids? Bulma inquired suddenly, her tone tinged with desire. Son Wukong tightened his grip on the capsule containing the gravity chamber and replied earnestly, It will, I assure you. Yes, I believe in you, Sun Quan. Huh? Son Wukong found it curious to hear Bulma address him in such a manner for the first time. And nothing. Who would have thought that the once crying little girl had matured into such a composed and steady individual? Time indeed waits for no one, Bulma teased Son Wukong, her tone lightening. Yet, the perceptive Son Wukong noticed the subtle blush at the corners of Bulma's eyes. Subsequently, Son Wukong made a bold move, embracing Bulma in his arms and gently stroking her head. Bulma's body stiffened at once. She was somewhat unaccustomed to such intimate gestures. Yet the solidness of his chest provided her with a sense of security. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she inhaled the masculine scent that lingered around him. All right, I must take my leave now, Aunt Bulma. With the aid of the gravity chamber, I am absolutely confident I could defeat the androids and avenge Uncle Vegeta. Son Wukong released his embrace and turned to depart. Bulma emitted a soft, adorable sound, watching him retreat with a complex expression. Since Vegeta's demise, this was the first time she had been touched by a man, particularly one she had watched grow up, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and returned indoors. Son Wukong soared into the sky, heading towards the Korin Tower, his destination being the sacred world of the Kais. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his resurrection, having merged with another soul, he had returned to life, now possessing vast knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless, utilizing the information embedded in his memory was paramount for victory. Bulma, let's embark. Okay. Son Wukong arrived at the mountain where he usually trained and, accompanied by Bulma, made his way to Korin Tower. This decision had been a result of considerable contemplation, although he was confident in surpassing the androids. Contingency plans were necessary in case of unforeseen circumstances. There must be others to protect Earth, the only realm harboring humans capable of battling the androids, none other than Bulma, a half-scion like himself. Nurturing the next generation was indeed a task he needed to undertake. The two quickly arrived at Korin Tower, where they were greeted by a magnificent pillar that reached skyward, a breathtaking sight. Is this it, Brother Wukong? Indeed, this is the sacred land of martial arts, Korin Tower. Come, let's ascend. Son Wukong explained, soaring into the clouds with Bulma closely following. Despite having anticipated the scene, a wave of heaviness washed over him upon witnessing the disarray. As expected, Master Roshi had. Son Wukong's expression turned serious. Bulma surveyed the chaotic surroundings. Stepping forward to point at the scattered jars on the ground, her curiosity piqued. What is this place? What are these empty jars for? Son Wukong patiently elucidated. This is Master Roshi's dwelling, and these empty jars are containers for cultivating senzu beans. Senzu beans? The ones that heal all wounds when consumed? Yes. Son Wukong was somewhat astonished that Bulma was aware of senzu beans. However, considering her mother was Aunt Bulma, it was hardly surprising. Let us continue. Our destination lies further above. As the two ascended higher into the skies, they soon traversed the misty cloud layers and arrived at the temple situated at the pinnacle of the world. Son Gohan and Bra gazed down at the magnificent structure from above, unable to suppress their admiration. Is this the temple? Bra exclaimed with excitement. Son Gohan, having not seen the temple in quite some time, momentarily found himself entranced. It was only upon hearing Bra's astonished remark that he snapped back to reality. Indeed, this is the palace of the Earth-S deity. A deity? Do gods truly exist in this world? They do, and above them are the King of Hell, the King of Worlds, and the Supreme Kai. Son Gohan elucidated, drawing from his memories. I see, but why doesn't he, the deity, intervene to defeat the androids? Bra pondered for a moment, yet remained perplexed. If they were to be called a deity, they should possess immense strength. Yet, when the androids wreaked havoc on Earth, the deity did not emerge to vanquish them. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with visible fury. Bra, witnessing Gohan's unprecedented anger for the first time, was taken aback and nervously inquired, "What is wrong, Gohan?" Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan descended to the temple-esque ground and spoke slowly. I was merely reminded of some unpleasant matters. Bra, remember this. It is better to take charge of one's own destiny than to seek guidance from others. To protect others, one must first possess formidable strength. Oh, Bra replied obediently, nodding in understanding. It was her first time witnessing Gohan's anger and serious demeanor, evoking a sense of fear within her. Chapter 3. It's your turn, Gohan. When Bra mentioned the deity, Son Gohan's anger surged. This was not due to a disdain for the deity, but rather a profound sense of absurdity he felt within himself. Initially, being unaware of everything was somewhat tolerable. Now, infused with another soul, he viewed his existence through a godlike perspective. Although it was disheartening, it was not insurmountable. For instance, could he not summon the fortune teller from the underworld to bring his father back for a day? In truth, there were countless methods. Since the day his father passed from a heart condition when he was 9, his life had seemingly come to a standstill, repeating the battles he loathed. Subsequently, Uncle Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu all fell victim to the androids. Was it truly the case that the deceased could not intervene in the affairs of the living? What a joke. Had the King of Worlds merely informed him of the location of Namek, he could have sought the Dragon Balls aboard a spaceship. But that did not happen. Or, at the onset of the calamity, if the deity had merely directed him to the room of spirit and time for training. Not to mention Vegeta and his gravity chamber. In essence, there were numerous opportunities. Yet in the end, all were missed. It was a heavy burden for a mere 9-year-old to bear the responsibility of saving the world. Upon contemplating this, the tears began to shimmer in Son Wukong's eyes, while a potent sense of resentment swirled within his mind. Why had none of his deceased father or comrades come to his aid? Given their contributions to Earth, surely all except Vegeta could have manifested in the afterlife for training. To speak bluntly, the distinction was merely a circular halo atop their heads. They were hardly different from the living. Their absence of assistance, coupled with the lack of any guidance, suggested that they had entirely disregarded those of them who still resided in the realm of the living. At this moment, Son Wukong's fury reached its zenith, causing his energy to surge uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, waves of golden energy enveloped him, inadvertently sending Bra several meters away. The ground beneath him cracked open with numerous fissures, as golden flames erupted skyward. With a flash of lightning, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a brilliant gold, standing erect except for a single lock, marking his metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan. Yet, before this transformation could complete, his muscles swelled like inflating balloons, and the veins beneath his skin protruded, resembling centipedes striving to escape his flesh. With a furious roar that echoed through the air, he erupted in a dazzling golden light, launching himself into the sky like a cannonball, his overwhelming aura causing the very structure of the temple to tremble. He then unleashed a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole in the clouds above. Under the clear azure sky, the sunlight illuminated Son Wukong's bronze skin, his muscles rippling like those of a divine being. "Brother Wukong," Bra exclaimed, immediately discarding the red headband she wore, her once smooth blue hair now standing on end. In an instant, she too transformed into a Super Saiyan. As one of the last remaining Saiyans in the world, she possessed the ability to undergo this transformation. However, her gender had led both Bulma and Son Wukong to discourage her from engaging in combat with the androids, resulting in her lack of battlefield experience. Nevertheless, she had diligently trained and, under Wukong's tutelage, had mastered the transformation. This, of course, was with Bulma's tacit approval. As a mother, She wished to protect her daughter from the perils of war. Yet, the Scion blood coursing through her veins could not be denied. High above the temple, Sun Wukong vented his wrath, his formidable energy casting an overwhelming shadow over the earth. Fortunately, the android siblings lacked the ability to sense energy. So even though Wukong's aura was akin to a beacon in the night compared to the rest of the Earth's inhabitants, it went undetected. However, Bra, having been instructed by Wukong, was acutely aware of the immense magnitude of his energy. It was astonishingly powerful, to the point where the androids would likely be no match for her brother. Bra was left in awe. Despite her own transformation into a Super Scion, she still felt that Wukong's energy was unfathomably deep. Could it be that he had transcended the Super Scion form itself? In a fleeting moment, Bra pondered numerous thoughts. Her mind exceptionally astute, truly a testament to her lineage as Bulma's daughter. Gohan, what's the matter? Please awaken. Despite her astonishment, Bra's fears of Gohan's potential misfortune overshadowed her concerns about defeating the androids. It's nothing, Bra. I'm merely feeling a bit unwell. May I have a moment of solitude? I apologize. After releasing his pent-up emotions, Son Gohan regained his composure, reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation back to his normal state. His once vibrant black hair now appeared disheveled, casting shadows over his forehead as if he were lost in contemplation. The only visible part, the tip of his nose, blushed faintly, while his eyes reflected a profound sorrow, resembling a forsaken puppy in a corner, evoking an instinctive urge to console him. Is this truly Gohan? His demeanor, so frail, reminiscent of a delicate flower. A warrior must never exhibit weakness, must not succumb to emotions, must maintain unwavering resolve, and must not harbor compassion. These were the teachings Gohan imparted to Bra, who had always perceived him as a figure of both brotherly and paternal guidance, a reliable warrior. Yet in this moment, Bra recognized that the man she had long deemed infallible was, in truth, a pitiable soul burdened by the loss of his father, shouldering all responsibilities alone. His shattered spirit, long concealed, now erupted into the open. Silently, Bra retrieved the hairband from the ground and adorned herself anew, granting Gohan the space he required to regain his tranquility. After a while, Gohan revitalized himself. He acknowledged his entrapment in a mental quagmire, recognizing the moral coercion inherent in his thoughts. It was understandable that King Yemma and the Kaioshin were reluctant to assist. After all, the universe is vast, and Earth is merely a peripheral planet, lacking any extraordinary significance. It was natural for them to forget or choose not to help. The androids posed no threat to the galaxy akin to that of Majin Buu. As for his father and the others, they were perhaps genuinely constrained by the underworld, unable to assist those in the living realm. Gohan comforted himself by crafting excuses for their absence. Nonetheless, as the last remaining warrior of Earth, feeling forgotten for over a decade while confronting the androids alone, it was only natural for him to harbor resentment. Yet, as he had advised Bra, seeking divine intervention was far less effective than taking matters into one's own hands. In this moment, Gohan was truly liberated from the influence and limitations imposed by his father, Son Goku. Previously, he would scarcely speak without mentioning his father, yearning for his presence. Even after battling the androids for over 10 years, such thoughts lingered. He had fervently believed that his father's Super Saiyan form was the epitome of perfection, leading him to stagnate without daring to innovate, resulting in years of wasted potential. In stark contrast, the memories of another soul revealed that his counterpart in the main timeline had achieved Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 10. While admiring the accomplishments of his alternate self, Gohan brimmed with newfound confidence. Indeed, if his younger self could achieve such feats, how could he, as the same Son Gohan, possibly fall short? A fleeting thought illuminated his mind, and Son Gohan felt a profound clarity wash over him. Previously, he had felt as though an invisible barrier obstructed his path, but now he had finally pierced through that shroud, stepping into a new realm. He shed his former appearance of weakness and strode purposefully towards Bra. In that moment, he refrained from uttering his father's name, allowing the tears at the corners of his eyes to be whisked away by the wind, disappearing into the ether. Much like the lessons imparted by the robot uncle during his youth, one must rely on oneself for all things. Perhaps it was akin to a small tale that existed solely within the recesses of another soul's memory. There was a university professor who, swayed by his father's words in his youth, returned to the battlefield, fighting the most glorious and heroic battle of his life, only to witness his father's demise before his very eyes. What were the last words his father spoke on that fateful day that inspired him to venture into the world? Upon hearing them, He felt an uncontrollable surge of fervor. It is your time to shine, Gohan. Chapter 4. Let us train, brah. With newfound enlightenment, the earlier tempestuous aura dissipated, and Son Gohan transformed back into the gentle, warm-hearted older brother of the neighborhood. Ahem, are you all right, brah? Yes, I'm fine. Brah shook her head, indicating that she was uninjured. On the contrary, she was quite elated, deliberately elongating her words. I used to think that Gohan was an invincible super warrior, but I never realized he could also be a weeping boy. Son Gohan's expression turned slightly awkward at her remark, and he instinctively scratched his head. However, Brah grasped his remaining right arm and pressed it against her cheek. The warmth and comforting presence of her youthful body sent a shiver through him, as if he had been electrified. But I do not dislike this side of you, Gohan. I truly appreciate this unguarded version of you, revealing your genuine and vulnerable self. Brah, what are you saying? The girl stood on her tiptoes, arching her pristine neck, with each word crystallizing in the air like pink quartz. I mean, I absolutely adore this crying version of you, Gohan. The sunlight glimmered upon the red headband adorning her hair, making it shine brilliantly. Through her crystalline azure eyes, Son Gohan could distinctly perceive his own disheveled appearance, and he was unaware of when his ears had grown so flushed. Brah, please do not tease me any further. His voice was rusty, and his martial arts uniform was already dampened by beads of sweat. He struggled to navigate such emotionally charged situations. Previously, he had been somewhat dense, brushing off such matters with a simple scratch of his head. Yet, after merging with the memories of the traveler, he could not ignore the unmistakable romantic sentiments Brah harbored for him in this intensely pink atmosphere. Just as Son Gohan was maneuvering his astute mind to divert the subject, a thunderous rumble erupted. Behind the Temple of the Gods, the sound of an explosion reverberated. What is happening? Sun Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, adopting a battle-ready stance. Beside him, Brah cast a frustrated glance towards the source of the explosion. Damn it, I was so close to confessing my feelings. Despite her dissatisfaction, being a warrior of the despair dimension, she swiftly assumed a combat position, disregarding her romantic inclinations. Is it you, Gohan? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed from the center of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Popo staggered out, his charred headscarf in disarray, clutching the staff once wielded by the deity. Upon recognizing the golden-haired warrior before him, a look of delight spread across his dark face. Wow, Gohan, it's you. It has been so long since I last saw you. I almost forgot your aura, thinking it was an android attack. Mr. Popo, you're alive? Gohan exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of Mr. Popo. This meant he could enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Bringing Brah to the Temple of the Gods was merely a gamble. After spotting the empty canister of the cat hermit, he had lost hope of entering the chamber. To his astonishment, fate had favored him. Gohan's gaze softened towards Mr. Popo, and even the sight of his coal-black, plump face seemed endearing. Indeed, I'm not dead. Mr. Popo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. But you, barging into the Temple of the Gods, startled me quite a bit. My apologies. Mr. Popo. I actually came here to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber. Oh, the hyperbolic time chamber? How peculiar. I don't recall mentioning such a thing to you. That detail is inconsequential, Mr. Popo. Please, will you open the chamber for us so we can train and defeat the android siblings? Mr. Popo was taken aback, as if Gohan implied that entry into the chamber would guarantee victory over the androids. Is that truly the case, Gohan? Yes, so let us not dawdle. Please start right away, Mr. Popo. The sooner we emerge, the fewer lives may be lost. All right. Though Mr. Popo appeared somewhat dazed, he was far from foolish. As a servant to countless generations of Earth's deities, he possessed profound wisdom. While I'm unsure how you came by this information, Gohan, the hyperbolic time chamber is indeed a grueling experience, and each individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. Otherwise, they may never return. I understand, I comprehend. Now hurry, Mr. Popo. Gohan felt an acute urgency, akin to witnessing a film reach its climax, only to be interrupted by an unrelated scene. Very well, Mr. Popo ceased to delay any further. He halted in front of a small room, leading Sun Wukong and Brah before pushing open the grand door. All right, step inside. Thank you. Mr. Bobo. Sun Wukong and Brah entered this esteemed training ground, renowned as the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball series. Can such a mystical place truly exist in this world? On their journey, Sun Wukong had explained the concept of the hyperbolic time chamber to Brah. Yet, the notion that 1 day outside equates to an entire year within seemed almost fantastical. Does such a realm truly exist? Intrigued, Brah peeked inside, discovering a vast, wide expanse of the unknown. As the two found themselves enveloped within, the door swiftly closed behind them. Let us focus and train together, brah. Though training may be monotonous, sharing a space with Wukong, a solitary male, felt rather pleasant. A subtle smile graced Bra's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Achoo! Bulma sneezed at her workbench. Did I catch a chill from wearing too little? She brewed a pot of hot coffee, lost in her thoughts, muttering to herself. I wonder, to whom did Bra inherit her personality? Chapter 5. The Goal of Super Saiyan 2. Standing within the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong gazed at the vast void before him. A wave of contemplation washing over him. Spending extended periods in such a bizarre place could indeed lead to psychological issues, he mused quietly. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air beside him, causing Sun Wukong's heart to race, instinctively fearing an accident had occurred. However, upon turning his head, he discovered Bra half kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. So heavy, she gasped, her voice trembling slightly. At that moment, Sun Wukong recalled that the gravity inside the chamber was tenfold that of the outside world. His ability to stand effortlessly was due to his extensive experience with intense training and battles. Bra, however, was different. She was merely a girl, still young. Her training limited to basic physical conditioning and key mastery. Upon entering the chamber, her lack of foundational strength became glaringly apparent. Sun Wukong chose not to assist Bra in rising. The moment she expressed her desire to become a warrior, she had transcended the need to be protected as a child. To intervene abruptly might inadvertently harm her pride. Just as he anticipated, despite her heavy body and labored breathing, Bra defiantly lifted her head, gritting her teeth. Striving to straighten her posture, she wobbled as she rose from the ground. That fierce sense of pride reminded Sun Wukong of a certain Scion prince. Indeed, like father, like daughter. Witnessing this, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth as he felt a surge of happiness for Bra. He then immersed himself once more into the rhythm of his training. His foundational combat power was inherently on a different plane compared to Bra's. She needed to first acclimatize to the tenfold gravity, while he had long surpassed such elementary training. The hyperbolic time chamber, in addition to the tenfold gravity, was characterized by unpredictable fluctuations in temperature, one moment suffocatingly hot, the next piercingly cold, leaving one vulnerable to its whims. Only through sheer, primal will could one withstand such conditions. It was precisely this harsh environment that fostered rapid enhancement of combat prowess. Thus, Gohan began to devise a rigorous 6-month training regimen for them. In the realm of Dragon Ball, foundational combat power is of paramount importance. Transformations are merely embellishments. Therefore, a strong emphasis on physical conditioning was imperative. He resolved that for every 10,000 squats completed, he would add an additional 5,000 push-ups on the scorching ground. Under the sweltering heat, sweat evaporated in a salt upon his garments, while the chilling gusts would crystallize into fine shards of ice, clinging to his bulging veins. Meanwhile, Bra was valiantly contending with the oppressive gravity. The girl's azure locks, drenched in perspiration, clung to her neck as she endeavored to acclimate to the weight of tenfold gravity, trembling as she performed sit-ups. 998, 999, 1,000. Upon finally completing her 1,000th repetition, she collapsed, panting heavily, bereft of any semblance of ladylike composure. In the second week, Bra began to attempt a 10-kilometer shuttle run. The tenfold gravity hunched her back, and her ankles were burdened with weighted gear designed by Bulma at Gohan's request, each step etching winding trenches into the ground. Not far off, Gohan engaged in impact resistance training. The cycle of day and night passed swiftly. Before long, their half-year foundational training concluded. Both of their combat powers had undergone a qualitative leap, particularly Gohan's. He not only trained under tenfold gravity, but also utilized the gravity room within the hyperbolic time chamber. For over 3 months, he pushed himself through gravity levels of 10, 20, 30, up to 100 times. At this moment, his baseline combat power had significantly surpassed his pre-time chamber self, even enabling him to defeat his prior transformed state without assuming the form of a Super Saiyan. His power had multiplied by more than 50 times, yet for him, it remained insufficient. Having lost his loved ones, he had relinquished the dream of becoming a scholar. Although he possessed remarkable academic aptitude, it paled in comparison to the brilliance of someone like Aunt Bulma, who was capable of crafting time machines. However, in terms of martial prowess, Gohan believed himself unmatched within the Dragon Ball universe. Not even Frieza or Broly could rival him. After all, The original creator had stated that Gohan was indeed stronger than anyone else. He silently encouraged himself, bolstering his resolve. With this thought, Gohan's aura could no longer be contained. A vast energy surged forth, filling the entire space. Even Bra felt a jolt within her, an overwhelming sense of pressure washing over her. The intensity of Gohan's aura transcended her comprehension. She mused internally. The golden flames of energy began to surge forth, illuminating the entire room of spirit and time like a blazing sun. As Gohan summoned every ounce of his energy, his power ascended to its zenith, only to inexplicably diminish. "What?" Bra exclaimed, her disbelief palpable as she beheld the unfolding scene. She could distinctly sense that formidable aura, which nearly suffocated her with its might, abruptly halted at its pinnacle, as though suppressed by some invisible force. "Gohan, what are you doing?" Bra began to inquire, but she noticed the seriousness etched upon Gohan's face, a hint of gravity in his gaze. "I am attempting to stabilize the Super Saiyan transformation," he murmured, fatigue evident in his tone. "I do not wish to let this energy leak out." Bra's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him. "How is that possible? The power of a Super Saiyan, once unleashed, cannot be contained. I understand, but I refuse to be shackled by this uncontrollable force." Gohan lifted his head, determination flickering in his eyes. Though the Super Saiyan form is powerful, it also exponentially increases the strain on the body, and once engaged in battle, controlling the explosive energy becomes exceedingly challenging. If I can normalize this power, I can maintain formidable combat strength without exhausting myself. He took a deep breath, the golden flames igniting once more. Yet this time he endeavored to compress that energy within, preventing it from freely expanding. His body quivered slightly, as if battling against immense pressure. "I must succeed," he muttered through clenched teeth. "If I can achieve a stable Super Saiyan state, I would be in peak condition at all times, no longer constrained by transformation durations, and reach a level beyond that of a Super Saiyan. Is such a feat truly attainable? To surpass the Super Saiyan realm?" Bra's heart raced. The power of a Super Saiyan is so formidable that once unleashed, it races forth like a wild stallion, difficult to control. Yet Gohan is attempting to master this power entirely, even seeking to transcend it. What immense willpower and resolve that requires. As time ticked away, the room of spirit and time was enveloped in the heavy sound of Gohan's breath. His body became increasingly drenched in sweat, the golden aura flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. "Gohan," Bra could no longer hold her tongue, yet he interrupted her. "I am close to success." His voice, though tinged with exhaustion, was resolute. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of effort, the golden flames gradually receded, ultimately vanishing entirely within Gohan. His body ceased to tremble, and his breath began to steady. "I did it," he whispered, a note of joy lacing his voice. Bulma stepped forward, gazing at him with admiration in her eyes. "Gohan, you are truly remarkable." Gohan offered a faint smile, a glimmer of determination flashing in his gaze. "This is merely the first step. I must continue to enhance my strength and transcend the limits of the Super Saiyan." He lifted his chin, a newfound resolve illuminating his expression. "To safeguard the peace of Earth and protect everyone on this planet, I must grow stronger." Bulma pouted slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes, her lips curling into a playful smile. She leaned closer to Gohan, whispering softly in his ear, "Gohan, you look so impressive just now. I'm utterly captivated by you." Her breath brushed against his ear, carrying a hint of flirtation. Gohan, caught off guard by her sudden gesture, felt his composure falter. His resolute and handsome visage flushed a shade of crimson as he instinctively wanted to retreat, but Bulma cleverly grasped his arm, her fingers gently caressing his skin in a tender and intimate manner, as if soothing a startled creature. "Don't move, Gohan. Let me admire you properly." Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief, resembling hidden stars. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to Gohan's cheek, purposefully brushing her nose against his face as if savoring a delightful scent. "You possess a rather unique aroma that makes me wish to draw nearer," she cooed. Her voice is sweet and soft as cotton candy. Gohan's heart raced at her playful antics, his cheeks aflame. He lowered his gaze, stammering, "Bulma, please stop it. I'm all sweaty. There's nothing special about my scent." Yet, Bulma seemed oblivious, continuing to lean against him, her arms encircling his waist. She playfully blew a breath near his ear, whispering, "I'm not causing trouble, Gohan. Your dream is magnificent, protecting Earth and everyone. Does that include protecting me as well?" She emphasized the words protecting me with a teasing tone, as if indulging in a playful pout. Her body pressed closely against Gohan, allowing him to feel her warmth and curves. Gohan's face burned with embarrassment, yet he found it hard to push her away, stuttering, "Well, of course." Only then did Bulma reveal a satisfied smile, releasing her embrace but retaining a gleam of triumph in her eyes. She took a step back, resting her chin on her hands, grinning at Gohan. I knew you were the best, Gohan. When I become stronger, I will surely protect you too." Gohan, upon hearing this, absent-mindedly touched his golden hair, reminiscent of a luxurious shampoo advertisement, internally lamenting, "Why have I become so strange? My face turns red whenever I'm near girl." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "I remember now. The entity that merged with my soul is Bid, my junior from the academy." Chapter 6, Super Saiyan 2, accomplished. Gohan was performing sit-ups under an immense gravitational force, his emerald eyes and soft golden hair emblematic of his Super Saiyan identity. He sighed in frustration, pondering where the issue lay. Despite his muscles aching and his body drenched in sweat, Son Gohan did not relent. How could he transcend to Super Saiyan 2? For days, he had maintained the form of a Super Saiyan in both training and daily life. Yet he felt as though something was amiss. He reviewed the transformation conditions for Super Saiyan 2. In the original narrative, each character's method of attaining this form varied. Gohan, driven by an overwhelming fury upon witnessing Android 16's destruction at the hands of Cell, had achieved his breakthrough. Vegeta, fueled by a fierce pride and unwillingness to be overshadowed, had pushed himself to the brink in his training. As for his father, Goku, though not explicitly mentioned, it was clear that his training in the afterlife did not present any stimuli potent enough to incite a loss of composure. Thus, it could be concluded that the transformation to Super Saiyan 2 was not directly linked to anger. Even if there was a connection, it was likely minimal. According to Dragon Ball Super, a tranquil environment coupled with an abundance of S cells sufficed for transformation. In other words, Gohan need not suffer a loss or be provoked to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Yet, despite emulating Vegeta's relentless training in the gravity chamber, he found himself unable to take that final step. Perhaps it was a mistake to adopt Vegeta's method of exhausting oneself in the gym. Gohan mused as he concluded today's training session. His gaze shifted to Bra, whose azure eyes now shimmered like emeralds, imbued with a vibrant green unique to life. Her blue hair had transformed to a golden hue. Indeed, throughout these days, Bra had successfully attained full power in her Super Saiyan 1 form. In truth, her current combat prowess was sufficient to defeat androids 17 and 18. What constrained Gohan was merely an obstinate thought. Why was it that the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, which had come so easily in his childhood, was proving so arduous now? His current battle power far surpassed that of his younger self. Yet he could not transform into Super Saiyan 2, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and splattered onto the floor of the gravity chamber. He listened to Bra, humming a whimsical tune taught by Aunt Bulma. Her expression carefree, reminiscent of a child unburdened by worries. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Gohan sought to mask his frustration. Somehow, the melody of Bra's song drew his thoughts back to his childhood. "Gohan, what are you daydreaming about?" A familiar green figure emerged. It was the formidable Piccolo. "Have I not instructed you to remain focused during your training?" "I am focused. Just look at the sweat on me. I am clearly putting in the effort," young Gohan replied, his voice still tinged with innocence. "Humph, if I say you're distracted, then you are indeed distracted. Your mind is in disarray." Piccolo let out a cold snort, turning his back to Gohan, and remarked with indifference, "Today, you shall not train. It would be futile." With that, he gestured, and a transparent barrier enveloped Gohan. "How dare you prevent me from training? Let me out. I want my mother," Gohan cried, tears glistening in his eyes as he pounded against the transparent enclosure. "Humph, little brat, save your energy. I will not release you until you comprehend the essence of focus." Piccolo retorted, "I must truly be blind to have taken on the task of training you. Frankly, how could a child who merely cries and fails to think through situations ever assist his father in vanquishing the Saiyan invaders of the future?" Observing Gohan's incessant sobs, Piccolo's lips twitched. This was not what he had anticipated. "Hey, quiet down, or I swear I'll—" He could hardly contain himself, instantly dissolving the barrier and grasping Gohan by the nape, as if he genuinely intended to harm him. At that moment, Gohan ceased his weeping, though his pants became soaked. "You, never mind." Piccolo sighed in exasperation, resorting to magic to change Gohan's attire. "I don't want this outfit. You are the mightiest warrior of the demon realm that I have trained, Naturally, you must don the attire of our kind. It's so ugly. What did you say? In nothing. What a foolish child. I shall offer you a hint. To truly focus means to attain tranquility within your heart. Your mind is too chaotic, filled with distractions. Such an approach yields no results. The more you train, the further you regress. Focus? Piccolo sat upon a rock, resembling a wise monk, expounding on his understanding. In my view, true focus is akin to calming the heart, achieving a serenity as vast as the sky. Alas, discussing such matters with you at this moment feels distant. Remember this, young one. The path of a warrior is laden with lessons yet to be learned. As Gohan reflected upon these words, his brow unfurled, and he sat cross-legged on the ground, the echoes of Piccolo's phrase about tranquility resonating in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, his energy began to surge, golden flames igniting around him. At his center, a vacuum vortex formed, the ground fracturing into shards, defying gravity as debris floated around him, ultimately coming to a halt in the air. A cacophony akin to a cacophony of birds erupted. What is happening? Bra pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her face. It appeared that Gohan was experiencing a breakthrough. To avoid disturbing him, Bra employed her flying technique, positioning herself at a respectful distance. Suddenly, Gohan's cross-legged form was lifted by a violent surge of golden energy, causing the floor of the gravity chamber to crack like spiderwebs. His previously smooth, cascading golden hair stood upright, as if infused with vitality, arcs of silver lightning dancing between the strands. With a thunderous roar as energy breached its critical point, a golden flame transitioned from a burning state to a jet-like explosion. The measuring devices on the walls of the gravity chamber simultaneously detonated, causing the gravity values to fluctuate wildly, ultimately resulting in a complete blackout marked by an error warning, leading to the explosion of the entire gravity chamber. Fortunately, Bulma had anticipated this and was unharmed. Gohan clenched his right fist, feeling every cell in his body rejoicing with exuberance. The formidable power of Pava. Inexplicably. I am engulfed in nostalgia. It is reminiscent of the refreshing moments spent fishing by the spring at Bowsy Mountain during my childhood. Gohan revealed a confident and relaxed smile. He had finally surpassed the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2 had, at last, been achieved. Chapter 7. Defeating the androids and returning home. The towering buildings in the town center collapsed with a resounding crash under the impact of the energy wave, their glass facades cascading down like waterfalls. Android 18, in her metallic high heels, nimbly leapt onto a remaining billboard, coldly surveying the panicked crowd below. Her slender fingers traced the air, and the energy waves coalescing at her fingertips shot into the throng like marbles, instantly obliterating several residents into mere fragments. The splattered blood stained the tips of her platinum hair, yet she tilted her head and chuckled. This fireworks display was rather enjoyable. Meanwhile, Android 17 leaned against a burning gas station, his gaze fixed on a mother cradling her infant. He deliberately severed the woman's left arm with an energy wave, relishing the distorted screams amidst the inferno, before leisurely approaching to snatch the wailing child. The fear response of human offspring is truly fascinating. He tossed the baby into the air, and as the mother's anguished cries filled the air, he suddenly let go, only to pierce the child with his fist just before it reached the ground. Look, does that not resemble a bursting candy? He caressed the face of the infant's mother with his blood-stained hand, then mercilessly snapped her neck. I shall fight against you fiends. An elderly man with graying hair brandished an axe and charged at Android 17. Unmoved, Android 17 stood his ground, and as the axe struck his neck, he smiled and remarked, that has quite the strength for an old man. With that, 17's fingers came together and seized the old man's head. Crack! The skull shattered, and the elder's breath ceased instantly. Hey, 18, do they not resemble a swarm of mice as they flee? 18 raised her hand and obliterated a building, her laughter echoing through the dust. Indeed amusing, especially the expressions on their faces just before death. No sooner had she spoken than a white flame descended like a meteor, crashing to the ground amidst flying debris. Gohan made his entrance. Having just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he was immediately aware of the explosions erupting nearby. It must be noted that ever since the android siblings began their merciless slaughter of the city's residents for sport, all the people of Earth had retreated to remote mountains or quaint villages. In a bid to evade detection, he remained nearly silent. However, the continuous rumbling nearby led Sun Wukong to deduce that the android siblings were engaged in a massacre. His suspicions were confirmed as he beheld the grotesque visages of the androids, igniting a surge of fury within him. Was this truly amusing? The golden aura characteristic of Super Saiyan 2 erupted forth, lightning cleaving the air around him. Was this truly a jest? Sun Wukong's black pupils transformed into a vivid green, his golden hair standing even more defiantly. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's arrival, Android 17 displayed a momentary expression of surprise, swiftly followed by mocking derision. How is it that we didn't finish you off last time? Android 18 also appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet she clearly did not regard Sun Wukong as a significant threat. Android 17 tilted his head, scrutinizing the transformed Sun Wukong, and jested. What new trick have you devised this time? What do you truly perceive life to be, you scoundrels? Sun Wukong uttered not a word more, launching a powerful punch at Android 17. The android was instantly sent flying, but that was merely the beginning. Sun Wukong seized him by the throat, pressing his head into the ground and carving a deep trench as he dragged him along. Without hesitation, he gathered energy in his palm and unleashed a standard energy blast, obliterating Android 17 completely. The speed of the attack was so astonishing that Android 18 could scarcely react. Damn it, Android 18 was not foolish. Witnessing the effortlessly swift demise of the stronger Android 17 made it abundantly clear that she stood no chance. Thus, she prepared to flee. However, in the next instant, Sun Wukong appeared before her, his muscular arm gripping her shoulder, causing her to shudder. Where do you think you're going? Aren't you fond of playing the cat-and-mouse game? Sun Wukong's smile was devoid of warmth, for it was Android 18's energy blast that had once claimed his life. Had it not been for the fusion of his soul with that of a traveler, he might very well have been reunited with Uncle Piccolo and the others in the afterlife. Android 18's previously serene expression twisted into one of fear, a sight Sun Wukong had never witnessed before. It appeared that while androids lacked the sensation of pain, they still retained the human instinct to fear death. Now it's my turn to enjoy the fireworks, Sun Wukong declared, gripping Android 18 by her collar and hurling her into the sky. This technique seems more fitting for your farewell. Sun Wukong opened his stance, his index and middle fingers converging at his forehead as he murmured, "Demonic light cannon." A crimson-purple energy wave shot forth from his fingertips. With a thunderous explosion, Android 18 transformed into a spectacular display of fireworks against the night sky. At last, it was over. Sun Wukong hovered in the air, witnessing the surviving residents below as they beheld the demise of the two fiends. Overwhelmed with joy, everyone emerged, kneeling on the ground, venerating Sun Wukong as if he were a deity. Sun Wukong, however, chose not to utter much. He swiftly departed from that place. Utilizing his flight technique, he soared through the sky, relishing a long-lost sense of tranquility and relaxation. At present, he had a destination in mind, Bowsy Mountain, his home. It had been a considerable time since his last visit, for he was acutely aware that returning home would mean his mother would not allow him to leave the mountain again. Consequently, he had once lost his temper with her, leaving home in a fit of rage, and had not returned for 3 years. Thus, even after vanquishing the androids, he felt a lingering trepidation about going home. As he descended lower in flight, the soles of his boots nearly grazed the wild grass on the hillside. The familiar outlines of the houses gradually emerged from the mist. Yet no smoke ascended from the chimneys, and the tomato vines in the garden lay wilted and curled upon the bamboo trellis. He recalled the day he left home, when his mother had hastily stuffed a martial arts uniform into his arms, her hair still dark and lustrous. But now, the woman leaning against the doorframe, selecting vegetables, had hair as white as the snow that never melts. Mother. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes, her pale apron stained with soot from the previous night's cooking. When her weary gaze fell upon her son, Sun Wukong, she trembled violently with emotion. Upon seeing that familiar figure once more, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Ah, how's my mother's hair turned so white? Sun Wukong's brows furrowed tightly, his fingernails digging deeply into his palms, drawing blood. This pain was more excruciating than the moment when Android 18 had taken his life. Wukong, my Wukong. Chi-Chi cast aside the vegetables in her hands and rushed towards her son. Upon noticing the emptiness of his left arm, her eyes reddened, and she began to sob. Chapter 8. Chi-Chi, a remarkable woman. Sun Wukong embraced his mother, feeling an overwhelming urge to share the myriad of things he longed to express. He wanted to tell her about his victory over the androids, his efforts to save the Earth, and the means he had discovered to resurrect his father and Uncle Piccolo. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, and he gazed upon his mother, who was in tears, he resolved to postpone his revelations, not wishing to disrupt the poignant reunion. Thus, Chi-Chi held son Wukong's hand and led him into the house, inquiring about everything that had transpired over the years and the story behind his arm. Son Wukong answered each question in turn. When she learned of her son's triumph over the androids, a smile illuminated her face as she patted his shoulder. Wukong, you've grown up, becoming a reliable person like your father. Chi-Chi caressed his face, which bore a striking resemblance to her late husband, lost in memories. Mother, I actually have a way to resurrect Father and Uncle Piccolo, son Wukong interjected, unable to bear the thought of his mother enduring the agony of longing any longer, revealing the information he possessed. Really, Kiki's expression was one of profound excitement upon learning that there was a possibility for her husband to be resurrected. Her eyes sparkled with hope. She grasped son Wukong's hand tightly, tears shimmering in her gaze, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Wukong, is what you said true? Do you really have a way to bring Goku back? Son Wukong nodded earnestly, replying, yes, it is indeed true. Upon hearing this, Kiki's joy was beyond words. She envisioned her husband, son Wukong, returning to her side, the scene of their family reunited causing tears to stream down her cheeks. She embraced son Wukong tightly, choking back her emotion as she murmured, Wukong, my dear Wukong. Son Wukong gently stroked Kiki's back, offering her comfort, possessing the memories of a time traveler. Son Wukong was well aware that some held a less than favorable opinion of his mother, Kiki. For instance, he had heard criticisms regarding her insistence on him pursuing scholarly studies, which, they claimed, squandered his martial potential and ultimately led to his tragic demise at the hands of androids. It is crucial to note that this was not his mother's fault. The aspiration to become a scholar had always been his own dream, not a consequence of her coercion. Furthermore, as a devoted mother, how could Kiki dare to send her 4-year-old only child into combat against formidable foes such as Scions and cosmic villains? If there were any mother in reality willing to expose her kindergarten-age child to the horrors of battle and death, son Wukong would certainly commend her bravery. Moreover, many criticized the love between his parents, suggesting it was a deceitful union. Truthfully, such remarks were harsh. Young couples, companions in old age, upon introspection, one must acknowledge that after enduring a marriage akin to widowhood, Kiki remained unwaveringly devoted to his father. In the realm of so-called reality, how many women could achieve such loyalty? In son Wukong's heart, Kiki was the greatest mother in the world, while his father was undeniably the strongest man and the savior of Earth. Yet, he felt compelled to voice that while his father was commendable in many respects, he had fallen short in terms of family, particularly towards Kiki. Thus, it was entirely natural for his mother to express frustration towards his father at times. Perhaps in the eyes of others, saving the world seemed noble, and engaging in fervent battles appeared exhilarating. However, to Kiki, it was merely a series of trials that threatened to take away her beloved husband and child. Her desires were simple, just a happy life for their little family. Son Wukong resonated deeply with this sentiment. Aspiring to be a scholar himself, he recognized that insight was an indispensable quality for such a pursuit. The moment he entered the room, he noticed it. The gleaming wedding photograph, a testament to their love, provided the clearest answer. After all, children are the fruits of love between partners. If one truly despised the other, how could one possibly cherish the child? Son Wukong and his mother, Kiki, engaged in heartfelt conversation throughout the night. Their long-awaited reunion naturally led to an abundance of words. The following day, as dawn broke, son Wukong awoke, rubbing his head in preparation to wash his face and brush his teeth, only to be startled by the scene before him. In the familiar confines of his own bathroom, Gohan was taken aback to find a woman unexpectedly present, Bulma. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he could not be mistaken. It was indeed Aunt Bulma. What's wrong, Gohan? She mumbled through a mouthful of toothpaste, her words barely coherent. How could Aunt Bulma possibly be in my home? He pondered, astonishment etched on his face. After rinsing her mouth and splashing water on her cheeks, Bulma shook her head gently to disperse the droplets clinging to her temples. Leaning against the sink, she supported herself on the marble counter, lifting her chin slightly to reveal a smile that only a mature woman could possess. What? Am I not welcome here? She teased, her voice playfully elongated, a glint of mischief in her eyes. That's not it. It's just, Gohan faltered, feeling flustered in her presence, as if a scholar were caught unprepared before a soldier. Haha, silly boy. Of course, it was my daughter who urged me to come here. I have no idea what kind of spell you cast on her, but she insisted on my presence. Ah, I see, Gohan said, scratching his head. as clarity dawned upon him. After all, just yesterday, he had defeated the android's siblings and mentioned to Bra his desire to reunite with his mother, promising to reach out the following day. Little did he expect Bra would bring Aunt Bulma along. Don't forget, I am well acquainted with your mother, Chi-Chi. Although you two Haven Tea communicated much in the past 3 years, the adults have maintained regular contact, Bulma continued. By the way, how you like the milk gray? I dyed her hair. Dyed it? Gohan exclaimed, astonished. Of course. It's the latest trend in hair color, she replied. Gohan, feeling somewhat speechless, recalled how Chi-Chi had been evasive during their conversation about her changing hair color last night. Now it all made sense. Bulma, you're still keeping up with the latest trends, right? He jested, but she appeared momentarily bewildered. What are you saying, Gohan? I don't understand. It's nothing. Just a greeting that has become popular among the youth lately. Is it really the trend for young people to embrace such odd expressions? Bulma mused, feeling a pang of realization that she was falling behind the times. Who would have thought that one day, Bulma, would struggle to keep up with trends? She lamented. Well, I must go grab some breakfast. I hurried here in a rush, without even washing my face or brushing my teeth, just to savor Chi-Chi's cooking. As Bulma prepared to step aside for Gohan to freshen up, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, a sound of water sliding across the bathroom floor broke the silence. Bulma lost her footing, her body tilting backward. She cried out, instinctively reaching for something to grasp. Gohan, quick to react, instinctively reached out to catch her. However, the two were positioned too closely. As he reached out, Bulma's body collided with his. Wow, their bodies were pressed tightly against each other, with Bulma instinctively wrapping her arms around Gohan's waist, while his right arm securely supported her back. The intimacy of their posture was palpable, so close that they could distinctly feel each other's breath. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze momentarily evasive, but she quickly regained her composure. Playfully, she teased, "Oh, Gohan, your little frame has some impressive muscle." She gracefully stood up, playfully pinching Gohan's shoulder muscle, akin to a cheeky rogue taking advantage before departing, leaving Gohan in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 9. Journey to Namek. When Gohan emerged from the bathroom, his mother, Chi-Chi, had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Gohan, hurry and sit down. Breakfast is ready, and it's all your favorites. Gohan's mouth watered at the sight of the dishes on the table. It was hardly his fault for being tempted. Fried rice, char siu buns, mapo tofu, teriyaki chicken, and an array of meats, what scion could refuse? Gohan, your drool is about to spill. Bra, sitting at the table, rested her chin on her hands, smiling at Gohan. No way, this is just a scion thing. It's not mere greed, he replied, but Chi-Chi interrupted him with a hint of reproach, her eyes brimming with affection. Hey Mom, it's not that I'm greedy. It's just that your breakfast smells so wonderful. Gohan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, before quickly sitting down, picking up his chopsticks, ready to indulge. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Chi-Chi remarked, shaking her head and smiling at Gohan's voracious appetite. Haha, Gohan, your eating style is truly hilarious, Bra teased, unable to contain her amusement at his gluttonous display. But honestly, your mother's breakfast is incredibly delicious. Of course, my mom's culinary skills are unparalleled. Gohan mumbled through mouthfuls of teriyaki chicken. Otherwise, why would I be so tempted? I must agree. On this point, I cannot deny that Aunt Chi-Chi's cooking is unbeatable. At that moment, Bulma emerged from her hovering vehicle outside, carrying a bottle of red wine and approaching with a light-hearted gait. Come, sample my wine collection. Let's celebrate our Gohan-chan, the great hero who saved the Earth, she exclaimed playfully, flashing a peace sign, her face radiating a rare sense of ease and joy. Since the defeat of the android's siblings, Bulma seemed to have rejuvenated, her previously mature demeanor now tinged with playfulness, even affectionately referring to Gohan as Gohan-chan. However, Gohan didn't mind. In fact, he relished it. Perhaps this was the enchantment of a kindred spirit awakening deep within him. After all, those who play with clay always require a bit of refinement. The long-awaited family gathering allowed Gohan to relax his taut nerves. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan inquired with Bulma about the spacecraft. Aunt Bulma, about that matter I entrusted to you 3 days ago. Is the spaceship repaired? Gohan asked. Oh, you mean the spaceship that Vegeta brought? Rest assured, I fixed it last night, Bulma replied with a slight smile, her tone exuding a hint of confidence. Really? That's wonderful. Gohan's face lit up with a joyful smile. However, the two women nearby exchanged puzzled glances. A spaceship? Chi-Chi was the first to speak, her tone tinged with confusion and displeasure. Yes, it's Vegeta's spaceship. Didn't I mention before? I have a way to revive my father and Uncle Piccolo, Gohan explained patiently. But what does that have to do with Vegeta's spaceship? Kiki frowned, clearly still perceiving Vegeta as the self-absorbed, proud Scion Prince. In this timeline, Vegeta had yet to reveal his gentler side, and everyone's impression of him remained anchored in the past. Chi-Chi's slightly dissatisfied tone caught Bra's attention. She keenly sensed that her mother seemed somewhat displeased with her father. Yet, before Bra could ponder further, Gohan continued, I plan to visit Namek. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth can no longer be used due to Uncle Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls on Namek can still grant wishes. As long as we travel to New Namek via the spaceship, we can fulfill our wishes. Bulma, having been to Namek herself, furrowed her brow. Gohan, you mentioned New Namek. We don't know its current coordinates. Gohan smiled, as if he had anticipated this. Don't forget, we still have Mr. Popo. Popo? The attendant of the Supreme Kai? Bulma asked, puzzled. Exactly. As long as we communicate through Mr. Popo, we can reach the North Kai. As the highest deity overseeing the North Galaxy, he should be able to find the coordinates of New Namek, Gohan explained. Wow, Gohan, you truly are a genius, Bulma exclaimed, her slightly tipsy face breaking into a joyful smile. She then embraced Gohan and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. Bra instantly blushed, letting out a sharp gasp, before swiftly stepping forward to push Bulma away from Gohan. Kiki, what do you think? Are you jealous? Bulma teasingly stuck her tongue out at Bra. Hey, don't forget about me, you old woman. Kiki wore a half-smile, her tone tinged with a hint of anger. She stretched her shoulders and wrists, her voice carrying an undercurrent of menace. Come here, we need to talk. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, she yanked Bulma into the bedroom like a chick being dragged, leaving Gohan and Bra at the dining table, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Well, Gohan, it seems it's just the two of us now, Bra remarked awkwardly. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. Gohan, could you tell me about my father? Bra cautiously inquired, her eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and unease. Why the sudden interest in Vegeta? Gohan replied, taken aback. Because I sense from Aunt Kiki's tone that she seems to despise my father. Bra's voice dropped, her gaze carrying a hint of hurt, resembling a frightened little creature in need of comfort. Instinctively, Gohan reached out to stroke Bra's small head, contemplating his memories of Vegeta. The Vegeta he had encountered in reality was not particularly admirable, let alone a good husband or father. Yet, in the memories of the alternate universe known as Dragon Ball Super, he had transformed, becoming more compassionate and family-oriented. The noble Scion Prince, Vegeta, had never compromised his dignity. When the God of Destruction arrived, panic and fear simultaneously graced the prince's face for the first time, and in a bid to protect his wife and children, he displayed an unprecedented humility. That laughable behavior had ground his pride into the dirt. However, when Bulma bore the marks of distress on her face, the ultimate flash of his strength lifted his dignity, confronting the deep-seated fear that had long been ingrained in him. This was the later, more fleshed-out Vegeta, whose popularity even surpassed that of his father. In this timeline, Gohan found it challenging to declare him outright good or bad in Bra's presence. Thus, he resolved to weave a small falsehood. Your father, Vegeta, is a... Chapter 10, The Fall of Cell. He has committed numerous misdeeds, a true villain, and I fear he now resides in the depths of hell. Is that so? I can sense it too. After all, Mother seldom mentions anything about father. Bra's eyes reflected a trace of melancholy, clearly disheartened by the realization of her father's villainy. He is a man of great pride, perhaps due to his royal status, and rarely reveals his true emotions. Yet, I believe that, given time, Vegeta can indeed become a good husband and father. Gohan could not genuinely assert that this version of Vegeta was a good man. After all, his actions in this timeline were indeed difficult to forgive. Nevertheless, he endeavored to console Bra, hoping she would not lose all hope in her father. Bulma still found certain aspects difficult to comprehend. She pressed her lips together and then spoke. To put it plainly, what exactly did Mother see in such an insincere man? Who knows? Perhaps love is an irrational phenomenon. Son Gohan refrained from providing a definitive answer, for matters of the heart eluded him, and the consciousness of a fused traveler was even less acquainted with such emotions. Bulma nodded, choosing not to dwell further on it. Indeed, love is an enigma, much like her affection for Gohan. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma emerged from the room, observing the two of them engaged in cheerful conversation, seemingly oblivious to any underlying troubles. Son Gohan looked at everyone, feeling a warmth within. Perhaps this simple, laughter-filled daily life was the very purpose of his relentless training. He silently vowed to protect this precious moment from any disruption. Thus, it was time to eliminate the impending threat. Cell, I hope you can keep yourself hidden well enough not to be caught by me. Meanwhile, deep beneath a frozen expanse lay a myriad of advanced instruments, with intricate pipelines and blinking indicators intertwined, emitting a faint buzzing sound that hinted at an unsettling atmosphere. In the center stood a colossal artificial computer, its screen flickering with light, indicating ongoing operations. The densely packed data and continuously scrolling icons confirmed this. This supercomputer appeared to be monitoring a critical experimental process, tirelessly working around the clock. Before the computer lay a massive petri dish filled with a viscous, green nutrient solution that emanated a mysterious and eerie glow. Within this thick liquid, an unsightly embryo was slowly writhing. This was Cell. At that moment, a B-shaped robot opened the facility's main door, docking beside the artificial intelligence computer to input combat data and biological samples collected from previous encounters. But the next instant, boom, the robotic bee exploded. A familiar voice echoed through the chamber. It was Son Gohan. Is this Cell? Truly repulsive. Gohan nearly retched at the grotesque appearance. Subsequently, a powerful energy blast sent Cell soaring into the air. He retrieved a USB-like device from his pocket and plugged it into the artificial computer. Within 10 minutes, all data pertaining to Cell's cultivation was successfully copied. One could only commend the genius of the scientist. Bulma's brilliance was indeed unparalleled. Just before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had casually inquired whether there were any anti-detection gadgets for small robots, and Bulma had promptly crafted one for him. Thus, when he confronted and eliminated androids 17 and 18, he had already detected the bee-like robots in the vicinity, recording his battle data and collecting his biological debris. After all, these machines, devoid of life, were impervious to energy signatures. Had it not been for his prior acquaintance with the script and his knowledge of the lurking menace, Cell, hidden beneath the earth, he would not have entrusted Bulma with the creation of a reconnaissance mini-robot, leading him to the Cell base situated in the polar glaciers to the north. Phew, this marks a significant achievement. Not only has he eradicated the source of all evil, Cell, but he has also acquired invaluable data regarding the creation of androids. I am confident that Bulma will soon decipher the technology pertaining to artificial beings. Before departing from the base, Gohan executed a series of princely maneuvers, ensuring that the ominous place was reduced to mere rubble. Subsequently, he soared into the skies, intent on discussing matters concerning androids with Bulma. Gohan, you're back, Bulma exclaimed, pausing her work to greet him. Indeed, Aunt Bulma. I have brought you the data I just extracted from Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Please have a look. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she accepted the USB drive. As she swiftly perused the contents, she couldn't help but marvel. Infinite energy cores, semi-mechanical life modification technology, bioengineering, genetic alteration, artificial intelligence systems. Astounding, simply astounding. These concepts are utterly avant-garde, yet remarkably feasible. If utilized properly, these technologies could propel humanity's scientific advancements into a new era. Her complexion flushed with excitement, resembling that of a mad scientist eagerly absorbing knowledge. Aunt Bulma, are you all right? Gohan asked with concern, having never witnessed her in such an unrestrained state. It was akin to a trained enthusiast gazing upon a beautiful schoolgirl. Regaining her composure and realizing her earlier lapse, Bulma sheepishly ruffled her hair and replied, I'm fine. Just overly exhilarated. How should I put it? A bit intoxicated by the excitement. By the way, Gohan, do you need anything else? Well, no. Then perhaps you should go play with Bra. I still have some matters to clarify. I'll head to the workbench for a bit. With a playful wink, she turned and retreated into her laboratory, leaving Gohan in a bemused state as he observed her retreating figure. Instead of playing with Bra, Gohan took her along to the sacred world of the Kais, beseeching Mr. Popo to facilitate a communication with King Kai regarding the coordinates of the new Namek. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Mr. Popo furrowed his brow slightly, mindful that deities should not meddle in mortal affairs. However, he soon regained his tranquility, especially when Gohan directly inquired, Mr. Popo, do you want a new Supreme Kai? At these words, Mr. Popo readily acquiesced. King Kai, upon recognizing Popo, initially expressed mild impatience. Muttering, Popo, what is it? Mr. Popo promptly replied with great respect, Lord King Kai, this is Goku's son, Gohan. He has some important matters to discuss with you. Oh, Goku's son, I have witnessed his remarkable performance. He has indeed triumphed over the androids. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a slight irritation. Yet in order to extract the coordinates, he took a deep breath and respectfully said, Lord North Kai, I seek to know the coordinates of the new Namek. We have some urgent matters to attend to there. I kindly request your guidance. Chapter 11. Arrival at New Namek. New Namek? Lord North Kai paused momentarily, as if recalling something. He murmured to himself, Ah, I remember now. Due to Frisia's invasion, the original Namek was ultimately destroyed. The Namekians, who relocated to Earth, with the assistance of Purunga, managed to find a habitable planet, which is New Namek. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Oh, I see. Lord North Kai's tone reflected a hint of understanding. You wish to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect your father and his companions, correct? Truly, you are astute. Lord Kai, Sun Wukong flattered, aiming to elicit the coordinates of New Namek. This compliment caused Lord North Kai's antennae to quiver slightly, as if he were somewhat pleased. Let me search for it. Lord North Kai activated his large antennae, beginning to locate New Namek's position. After approximately 2 or 3 minutes, his voice resonated once more. Found it. The coordinates of New Namek are. Thank you, Lord Kai. Sun Wukong quietly noted the location of New Namek. Well, is there anything else? Yes, indeed. Sun Wukong inquired about his father's current activities. Ah, Goku? They are currently training with the Grand Kai. Oh, I see. Very well, that will be all, Lord Kai. Best of luck to you, Wukong. Suddenly, Lord North Kai burst into laughter, leaving Sun Wukong feeling perplexed. I just thought of a rather amusing cold joke. Allow me to share it with you. Lord North Kai, akin to a playful old child, cleared his throat and began recounting his age-old cold joke. After a considerable time, he reluctantly ended the call, interrupting his connection with Sun Wukong. This allowed Bobo and Sun Wukong, who were in the Heavenly Palace, to finally exhale in relief. That joke was exceedingly cold. They exchanged glances, reading mutual exasperation in each other's eyes. With all preparations complete, their target was New Namek, and they set sail once more. Sun Wukong felt a thrill of excitement. After all, the vastness of the starry sky is something no one could find displeasing. The exhilarating journey through the cosmos promised excitement. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong and Bulma embarked on their journey to Namek. As for why he chose to travel with Bulma, instead of going alone or with Bra, the reason was quite simple. Sun Wukong could not pilot a spaceship, while Bulma could. Thus, it was essential for the two to travel together. Bra, on the other hand, was unusually not pestering Sun Wukong to accompany him. Instead, he embraced Kiki's arm, expressing his desire to stay with his aunt, and withdrew from this journey to the New Namek. At the current pace, it would take 3 more weeks to reach the New Namek. Bulma skillfully navigated the spaceship through the asteroid belt while conversing with Gohan about the estimated time required. All right, I'll take some time to train. I leave the piloting to you, Aunt Bulma. Hey, you're already strong enough. I heard from Bra that you've discovered a transformation beyond Super Saiyan. With such prowess, do you really need to train? Bulma was somewhat perplexed. After all, Gohan was currently the strongest human in the universe. Why was he so determined to train, especially when his dream was to become a scholar? Gohan seemed to see through Bulma's thoughts. He touched his head and said casually, I do love reading, but rather than being a scholar without any ability to defend myself, I prefer to protect everyone with my strength. If I continue studying, I fear I might neglect my martial arts training. Gohan sighed, his extraordinary intellect telling him that he should use his superhuman strength to resolve all challenges. Is that so? I thought once Scions reached adulthood, they would become muscle-bound gorillas who only fight all day, Bulma teased, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Gohan couldn't help but laugh. Nearly choking on the water he had just sipped, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, stifling his laughter, and said, Aunt Bulma, that was a bit harsh. Thus, the two continued their monotonous interstellar journey. 3 weeks later, after a distant yet fleeting voyage, they finally arrived at their destination, the New Namek. Preparing for landing, Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, yet tinged with nostalgia. As she deftly operated the controls, the spaceship landed smoothly, without a scratch. Have we finally arrived? Namek. Gohan and Bulma stepped out of the spaceship, gazing at the familiar yet strange green vegetation before them, nostalgia inevitably surfacing in their expressions. Standing before the shimmering pond, Bulma gazed into the water, her slightly aged reflection stirring a tide of emotions within her. Although it was a brand new Namek, the scenery felt as if it had transcended time, reminiscent of 20 years ago, familiar and endearing, evoking memories. However, time is relentless. In her despairing state, she had long been exhausted, neglecting her appearance. Compared to her youthful and vibrant self from 2 decades ago, she bore the marks of time. With more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, flowers may bloom anew, but people do not regain their youth. This realization dulled her excitement for revisiting the past. However, she suddenly recalled the words of a superhero who once said, "Women are like fine wine. They grow richer and more exquisite with age." Although time had left its mark upon her visage, it simultaneously bestowed upon her an alluring maturity. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, this somewhat aging charm possessed an even greater allure. Though Bulma herself did not share this sentiment, she playfully gestured to her face and asked Gohan, who stood nearby, "Gohan, what do you think of Andy's skincare routine?" Poor Gohan appeared blissfully unaware of the concealed traps behind such inquiries, for at merely 24 years of age, he was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vitality, and did not lament the passage of time as Bulma did. Thus, without a second thought, he responded cheerfully, like a naive son of a wealthy landlord, "It looks great. Aunt Bulma, you have far fewer wrinkles than my mother. You hardly seem like a 48-year-old at all." "I haven't even turned 48 yet, Gohan," Bulma said, her lips twitching slightly as she smiled ominously, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "Oh, my apologies." "Never mind. Let us search for the Dragon Balls," she declared, retrieving the Dragon Radar and tossing out a capsule from her pocket. Boom! A cloud of white smoke enveloped them, and a hovering vehicle materialized before Bulma. Gohan utilized his flight technique to follow Aunt Bulma. Curiously, throughout their journey, Bulma did not respond to his chatter. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Gohan. Guided by the Dragon Radar, the two soon discovered a village of Namekians harboring the Dragon Balls. They descended to the ground, intent on negotiating with the local Namekians. As they approached, the Namekians, who were tilling the land, suddenly felt as though the sunlight had been obscured. They looked up and saw 2 yellow-skinned extraterrestrials. Instinctively, they raised their pitchforks and hoes, casting wary glances at Gohan and Bulma. "Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Bulma, and this is Gohan. We hail from Earth." Bulma began her introduction with a warm smile, attempting to ease their apprehension. Noticing their lack of response, she continued, "Do you not remember us? We met 20 years ago when Frieza annihilated the old Namek. You stayed in my family's courtyard for several days. Surely you recall? What? Frieza. What connection do you have with this monster?" The farming Namekians were visibly agitated at the mention of Frieza, brandishing their pitchforks as if ready to retaliate should the explanation falter. "No, you misunderstand. I have no ties to him." Bulma frantically waved her hands, insisting that she was not associated with Frieza. Yet, the Namekians continued to glare menacingly at Bulma and Gohan. Just as Gohan feared an unnecessary conflict was about to ensue, a familiar voice echoed, "Quickly, put down your tools. They are not our enemies." It was the new elder who had recently assumed his role on planet Namek. The name eluded me momentarily. Bulma, however, was an old friend, having once aided us in our struggle against the Frieza force. Our continued existence and the ability to cultivate our new home were entirely dependent on her and her companions. "Hurry, shed your weapons, and return to your work." The Namekians, diligent in their farming, obediently laid down their arms and resumed their tasks. "Ah, I trust you were not frightened," the new elder inquired kindly of Bulma and Gohan. They both shook their heads, indicating all was well. "Please excuse these children. They were born only after our migration to the new Namek, and are thus unaware of the history between Earth and Namek. Just a few days ago, my most talented student sensed your presence, which is why we came at this time to welcome you," the elder explained. "You sensed this days ago?" Bulma expressed her surprise. "Indeed, he was eager to meet you," the elder replied, leaning on his staff as he led Bulma and Gohan into a modest room. Who could it be? A great question loomed in their minds. However, as a familiar yet unfamiliar figure emerged, the mystery unraveled. "Bulma, Gohan, it has been a long time. I am Dandy. Do you remember me?" A tall, youthful Namekian stood and greeted them. "Dandy?" Gohan reacted more swiftly than Bulma, eagerly stepping forward to embrace Dandy. This grand gesture elicited a bashful expression from Dandy. Meanwhile, Bulma marveled at how quickly time had passed, noting how tall he had grown, rendering her momentarily unrecognizing. As Dandy released Gohan from their embrace, he smiled at Bulma, saying, "With the passing of time, you two have aged." Bulma blushed at this remark. "Aren't Namekians supposed to be very polite? What do you mean by that?" "See, Bulma is already feeling the pressure from Dandy." Gohan interjected with youthful curiosity. "Apologies. Here we believe that the older someone is, the wiser they are, So, complimenting someone on their age is a form of polite acknowledgement. Upon hearing Dandy's explanation, Bulma's embarrassment quickly transformed into a sheepish smile as she scratched the back of her head. "Oh, is that so? I thought. What did you think? You big-headed fool?" Bulma playfully chided Gohan, delivering a gentle reprimand to his head. "Ouch! Bulma, what are you doing?" Gohan exclaimed, wincing from the playful blow. Sun Wukong, cradling his head, suddenly crouched down. If I cannot defeat the Namekians, how could I possibly contend with you Earthlings?" Bulma's spirits lifted significantly with Sun Wukong's playful antics. It felt as if the bonds among them had reverted to those of 20 years ago, the long-standing estrangement dissipating in an instant. Dandy and the Elder began to inquire about the reason for their visit to the new Namek. Was there some difficulty? Upon hearing this, Bulma and Sun Wukong's expressions grew solemn. "Allow me to explain." Sun Wukong began to recount the numerous grave dangers that had befallen Earth. After an extensive discussion, Dandy and the Elder learned of Earth's plight. "This is the reason for our journey to Namek." Sun Wukong took a sip of water, pausing his narrative. "My heavens! How terrifying! No wonder I noticed that one of your arms is missing," Dandy said, his complexion paling as he clutched his garment in fear. "I can hardly believe such calamities have befallen Earth. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to gather the Dragon Balls." The Elder sent individuals to collect the Dragon Balls from other tribes, and in what felt like the briefest of moments, they were assembled before the group. Gazing at the resplendent Namekian Dragon Balls, Bulma's eyes glistened with moisture. Sun Wukong also exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as the Dragon Balls were present, everything could be restored. In the realm of Dragon Balls, the only source of comfort, aside from the silhouette of Sun Wukong, was indeed the omnipotent wishing orbs. Without further ado, let us begin. Dandy placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, and, invoking the incantation in the Namekian tongue, summoned the Eternal Dragon. Soon the sky dimmed, and a colossal green dragon emerged, obscuring the sun. "Speak your wishes. I can grant you 3, whatever they may be." The familiar essence of his words, imbued with a commanding presence, resonated in the air. "Wukong, Bulma, please articulate your wishes in your Earth language. The Eternal Dragon is now capable of comprehending it." Dandy informed Bulma and Sun Wukong of this advancement. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded. They had already deliberated their wishes beforehand. The first was to resurrect the innocents who had perished at the hands of the android siblings. The second to restore Wukong's incomplete physique to its entirety. And the third was for Wukong to master instant transmission. After all, interstellar travel could be rather monotonous. With instant transmission, they could return to Earth in an instant. Alas! Unlike the original tale and the saga of Majin Buu, the Namekian Dragon Balls, though upgraded, retained the limitation of resurrecting only one individual at a time. Consequently, Wukong resolved to channel this wish towards enhancing his own strength. Stepping forward, Sun Wukong proclaimed, "My first wish is to restore my body to its most perfect state." That is a simple task. As the crimson light flickered in Belunga's eyes, it illuminated Sun Wukong's form. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a warm and formidable energy surging within him, instigating an extraordinary transformation in his body. First, the scar on his face dissipated like the morning mist, revealing skin as smooth as it once was. Then, a tingling sensation coursed through his left shoulder, as if a newfound strength was awakening within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that a complete left arm was visibly regenerating, with muscles, bones, and blood vessels seamlessly knitting together in an instant. An overwhelming joy surged within Sun Wukong's heart. He slowly moved his left arm, clenched his fist, and the joints emitted a crisp, delightful crackling sound, reminiscent of popping beans. He could distinctly feel the exuberant power racing through his arm, devoid of any unfamiliarity, as if this limb had never been absent from him. Moreover, the hidden injuries accumulated over years of battle were completely healed in that moment. A wave of comfort flowed from his extremities to his entire being, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of ease. "Ah, I have never felt so invigorated. It is as if I have been reborn," Sun Wukong proclaimed with youthful exuberance. Yet this was not the end. He felt a pressure near his coccyx, followed by the emergence of a furry tail that burst through his trousers, moving with a life of its own. A tail. Before Sun Wukong could fully observe this newfound appendage, Belunga's resonant voice echoed from above. "Very well, mortal, quickly state your second wish." Sun Wukong nodded and declared, "My second wish is to gain the ability to disregard the rules and teleport instantaneously like the Kaioshin." "I cannot grant that wish," Belunga replied, shaking his head. "The Kaioshin's teleportation is a divine technique, belonging to the realm of the gods. I am unable to fulfill wishes that pertain to the divine domain. I see. Then I beseech you to unlock all my potential. That wish, sure, I cannot fulfill either. Perhaps we should reconsider the teleportation request. Balunga's face bore an expression of embarrassment for the first time. What a pity. It turns out that the dragon of Namek, like the dragon of Earth, is also incapable of granting certain wishes, Bulma remarked, shaking her head in disappointment at the dragon's limitations. The earnest Balunga, after assimilating the Earth language pack, seemed to embody a more human-like essence. Provoked by Bulma, he felt utterly flustered. Foolish mortal, your ignorance is truly astounding. Balunga frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, yet he quickly regained his composure. Although I cannot grant certain abilities that pertain to the divine, my powers are not as limited as you may presume. Please reconsider a more reasonable wish. This time, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Bulma noticed that Porunga appeared somewhat displeased and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Oh dear, please do not be angry, Lord Porunga. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. We had actually contemplated our second wish long ago. It was simply Gohan who wished to test whether a more formidable desire could be realized. Then do speak forth." Porunga's tone softened slightly, though still retained a hint of seriousness. Bulma cleared her throat, stepped forward, and declared, "Our second wish is for Gohan to acquire instant transmission. It must be more potent than that of Son Goku. This wish is exceedingly simple," Porunga declared without hesitation, showcasing his divine power. Determined to regain the dignity that had been momentarily lost, a crimson light flashed once more, illuminating Gohan. In an instant, Gohan successfully mastered the skill of instant transmission. The son you mentioned refers to Son Goku, correct? His instant transmission is derived from the Yardratian's teleportation technique. It requires time to concentrate and can only detect the ki of a specific individual before one can teleport to their side. This technique in itself is not particularly powerful in combat. It proves ineffective in battle. The instant transmission I bestow upon you, however, enhances this foundation. Firstly, it does not necessitate concentration. It can be initiated merely by your desire. Secondly, you can continuously alter your destination during the movement, and the ki consumption is merely half that of the Yardratian's instant transmission. Porunga explained the enhanced version of instant transmission in one breath, as if reciting a verse. Well, that seems acceptable, Bulma nodded, feeling that this instant transmission would indeed be advantageous in combat. For the third wish, I entrust you with the task of unearthing potential that surpasses my current limits. Gohan contemplated this, although he could not cheat. Much like the Elder and Old Kai who could unearth a portion of potential, the Namekian dragon should be capable of such a feat. This wish, too, was effortlessly simple. Porunga's eyes glimmered with crimson light once more, but this time the light lingered unusually long, bathing Gohan for approximately 2 minutes. All right, your wishes have been fulfilled. Porunga's tone remained proud, though it seemed somewhat lacking in vigor. Porunga's form completely dissipated, and the Dragon Balls of Namek transformed into stone, crashing heavily upon the ground. The ominous clouds that once darkened the sky scattered with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the sky of Namek regained its former tranquility and clarity. Sunlight began to pierce through the gaps in the clouds, cascading upon the earth. Gohan clenched his fists, sensing a novel change within himself. He was eager to test his newfound power, summoning all the ki within his body. Soon, an astonishing aura erupted from Gohan, an overwhelming presence that was nearly suffocating. It enveloped his body in an invisible energy field. Golden light began to flicker, his hair transformed to a brilliant gold, and his eyes sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, causing the air around to warp subtly. "Is this the Super Saiyan?" Bulma gasped, her hand covering her mouth, gazing incredulously at Gohan before her. "No, this transcends mere Super Saiyan." Dandy's voice carried a hint of awe. This was a power that surpassed the Super Saiyan, a new potential bestowed upon him by the Dragon Balls. Soon, the golden light dissipated, transforming the radiant golden aura into a pure white. His flamboyant golden locks reverted to a humble black. Thus, the enigmatic Gohan had emerged. Chapter 13, The New Deity, Dandy. The mysterious Gohan, also known as Ultimate Gohan, diverges from the conventional transformations of the Super Saiyan. It is awakened through the ritual of the Elder Kai, allowing him to unleash his potential in his base form. This can be regarded as a transformation unique to Gohan within the Dragon Ball universe. He traverses the path of the ultimate state, As long as Gohan continues to tap into his potential, this ultimate state can evolve. In Dragon Ball Super, Superhero, a new transformation beyond the mysterious Gohan was developed, the Beast form. Currently, Gohan has not awakened his potential through the Elder Kai's ritual, but rather through the Namekian dragon, Porunga. In terms of dimensional hierarchy, Porunga cannot possibly compare to the Elder Kai, and thus the efficacy of potential development is naturally inferior. In the original work, the power of the mysterious Gohan is described as surpassing Super Saiyan 3 with a longer duration. However, judging by the current rate of energy consumption, this newly awakened form of Gohan does not seem to be sustainable. If one were to draw a metaphor, it feels akin to a power-up that exceeds Super Saiyan 3, yet is a leaky, transient half-form transformation. Indeed, the Namekian dragon is still not as formidable as the Elder Kai's ritual in awakening potential, rendering this new transformation somewhat incomplete. Yet, Gohan harbored a premonition. This half-form transformation is capable of refinement, much like the full power of Super Saiyan 1, which is developed from its base form. Every journey begins with a single step. Now that the foundation has been laid, it awaits Gohan to gradually build upon it, ultimately achieving a perfect transformation. Gohan quietly sensed the vast and turbulent energy within him before slowly retracting the transformation. Wow, Gohan, your entire demeanor just transformed. You become more handsome and exude a masculine charm. Bulma, neither a martial artist nor possessing the heightened perception of a Namekian, could only observe that Gohan had erupted in a blinding white aura, his expression shifting to one of steadfast determination and allure. Gohan, your aura was simply astounding. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe such a realm could be reached by a human. It's overwhelmingly powerful. Dandy stammered in excitement. Though not a combat-oriented Namekian, he was an exceptionally gifted descendant of the Dragon Clan and could naturally sense this immense aura. The boundless pressure was strikingly formidable. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. I never anticipated that there would be a new transformation. This journey to Namek can almost be deemed a complete success. Almost. Dandy perceived the underlying implication in his words. Indeed, our visit to Namek was primarily to seek your assistance, Dandy, in becoming the deity of Earth. The deity me? Absolutely, Dandy. You possess exceptional talent as a member of the Dragon Clan, with profound mastery over the Dragon Balls. If you were to assume the role of Earth's deity, I believe we could utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans who perished due to the android siblings. Without a moment's hesitation, Dandy, driven by his friendship with Wukong and an innate sense of justice, resolved to journey to Earth. Very well, I shall accompany you to Earth, Wukong. Splendid, a resounding success. Bulma, standing nearby, beamed with joy. Dandy, seeing the smiles on Wukong and Bulma's faces, couldn't help but smile in return. Go forth, Dandy. You must strive to assist the people of Earth. The Elder Supreme, devoid of sentimentality or tears, was genuinely pleased that Dandy had found such a purpose. He understood that Dandy's remarkable talents would flourish far better on Earth than on the newly established Namek. So, until we meet again, everyone, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Dandy waved farewell to the group. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong clasped the hands of the two, sensing Mr. Popo's energy. In the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves within the sacred realm. Mr. Popo, sipping his afternoon tea, was startled by their sudden appearance. Once he recognized Wukong and, in particular, noticed Dandy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the young deity. He exclaimed, Wukong, have you returned from Namek? And this must be Dandy, the one you spoke of? Indeed, Mr. Popo. This is Dandy. He has agreed to become the new deity of Earth, so I kindly ask for your guidance. Wukong offered a slight smile. Rest assured, Wukong, Dandy appears to be quite a polite young man. I believe he will undoubtedly excel in this role. Mr. Popo patted Dandy on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Welcome, new deity. Dandy. Dandy smiled softly, his eyes brimming with determination. Mr. Popo, I will endeavor to ensure that the Dragon Balls serve their utmost purpose, aiding many. The Dragon Balls? Mr. Popo clearly did not grasp that Dandy could wield the Dragon Balls just like the former deity. Yes, the Dragon Balls. As long as I have the model of the Eternal Dragon, I can restore the Dragon Balls. Is that true? Mr. Popo, upon hearing this, hurriedly made his way into the inner sanctum of the sacred realm, where various odds and ends were piled high. He began rummaging through the clutter, searching for the model of the Eternal Dragon left behind by the former deity. At last, he unearthed a dusty model of the Eternal Dragon, which was remarkably well preserved and required little alteration. However, is this the form that the divine dragon of Earth originally took? Dandy expressed his astonishment as he gazed at the Eastern dragon model in Bobo's hands. Indeed, this was designed by the previous generation of deities, Bobo elucidated. In that case, I need not squander time sculpting a dragon model. I can proceed directly to enhancement. Wait a moment, Dandy, did you just mention enhancing the divine dragon? Bobo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust his ears. Dandy smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, Mr. Bobo. On the new Namek, I acquired some unique techniques from the Grand Elder that can amplify the dragon's power. This can increase the number of wishes granted and maintain the Earth Dragon's characteristic of reviving more individuals in a single instance. A look of incredulity spread across Mr. Bobo's face. This is simply astounding. Son Gohan and Bulma exchanged glances, clearly agreeing that persuading Dandy to become the Earth deity was indeed a sagacious decision. However, this will require time, approximately 6 months, Dandy explained to Bobo, Son Gohan, and Bulma. No matter, we have persevered through these years. 6 months is but a trifle, Bulma assured. Subsequently, Bulma and Gohan departed from the deity's temple. Bobo then entrusted the deity's staff to Dandy and guided him around the temple, ensuring he became adept in the responsibilities and powers that came with the divine office. After all, while the deity may be the most junior of gods, it is nonetheless an official position that necessitates an understanding of its duties. From the moment Dandy accepted the staff bequeathed by the former deity, Bobo began addressing him as Lord Deity. Once again, 2 figures, one green and one black, appeared in the deity's temple, as was customary. Chapter 14, A Warm Daily Life, Transition. In the days leading up to Gohan's departure for Namek, a momentous event that would alter the course of history quietly unfolded on Earth. The malevolent android siblings were mysteriously vanquished by an enigmatic hero. This news rippled through human society like a pebble cast into a calm lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. The human order, previously on the brink of collapse under the tyranny of the androids, seemed to be infused with new vitality, gradually reviving, particularly upon Bulma and Gohan's return to Earth. Under Bulma's leadership, the resources and technology of Capsule Corporation were swiftly mobilized, and the reconstruction of cities advanced at an astonishing pace. Ruined buildings rose anew from the debris, and the streets once again brimmed with life and vigor. In a mere 3 months, West City nearly restored the order that had existed prior to the android devastation. Its visage transformed. Towering skyscrapers emerged from the former ruins, the streets thrumming with activity, and smiles returned to the faces of the people. It was as if the city had never endured that calamity, reverting to its former glory. The residents of West City, without exception, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the nameless hero and Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, at the Bowsy Mountain in the study of Gohan's home. Gohan, let us go to the amusement park together, Beulah proposed excitedly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. An amusement park? Gohan sat at his desk, gently placing down a book on biology, looking at Beulah with a resigned expression. But I've finally found a moment to focus on my studies. Oh, so you enjoy reading, do you? Beulah deliberately raised her voice, calling out towards the door. Gohan, you're truly a diligent learner. It appears that rather than spending time with someone like me, who lacks both height and looks, Gohan prefers the nourishment of human intellect. Oh no. Just as Gohan attempted to cover Beulah's mouth, it was too late. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing his mother, Chi-Chi, standing there with an expression of fury and disappointment. Gohan, stop reading and go play with Beulah. Her voice swept through the study like a whirlwind, shattering the tranquility of the room. Gohan, with a resigned sigh, covered his face, glancing at Beulah's cheerful demeanor, and couldn't he help but think, who is truly the child of this mother? The family's plan was a resounding success. Beulah felt an overwhelming joy within. She had intentionally avoided Namek, solely to win over Gohan's mother, Chi-Chi. Before entering the room of spirit and time, Beulah had stumbled upon a book in the study about how girls can pursue boys, and upon glancing at it, she discovered the intricacies involved in capturing a man's heart. The book suggested that the best way to win over a man is to first gain the favor of his mother, as good men are typically obedient to their mothers. From the moment she began reading, Beulah was captivated, and during her 2 years of training in the room of spirit and time, she often revisited the book for study. After defeating the androids, she decided to put the book's strategies into action. It seemed the results were quite promising. Seeing Gohan still hesitating, Chi-Chi stepped forward, firmly grasping his arm, and said with an unwavering tone, "Stop dawdling and change your clothes." Beulah has taken the initiative to suggest an outing as her brother. You cannot let her down. With a resigned sigh, Gohan realized that once his mother made up her mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. He stood up, organizing his clothes while muttering, "Fine, I'll go. But you must promise me that I can finish my book when we return." Gohan had a penchant for little white lies. Moments ago, he claimed he would stop pursuing academia, yet here he was, engrossed in his studies again. This was not a descent into negligence. Rather, he had felt the constraints of those 2 years in the room of spirit and time. After emerging victorious against the androids, he was swiftly aboard a spaceship headed to New Namek. Seeking a moment of relaxation was only natural, and in Gohan's eyes, nothing offered more solace and entertainment than immersing himself in books. He hereby declares that he does not neglect his training. Rather, he engages in a flexible and strategic approach to cultivation. One cannot simply emulate Vegeta's relentless regimen in the gym. Bulma, observing Gohan's woeful demeanor, couldn't help but find it amusing yet somewhat pitiable. She stepped forward, gently tugging at Gohan's sleeve, and said, "Gohan, I understand you're exhausted and wish to unwind with some reading. But could you do this for me just this once? When we return, I promise to study with you. Please, please." Gohan gazed at Bulma, who was clasping her hands and playfully pouting, and felt his heart melt. The frustration within him was gradually replaced by warmth. He ruffled Bulma's hair and smiled, saying, "All right, I'll accompany you for a day of fun. But you must remember to study with me when we get back." "Absolutely," Bulma replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chi-Chi observed their interaction, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I'll go change," she announced. Gohan, having spoken, turned to head to his room. As Bulma watched his retreating figure, she silently vowed to ensure Gohan had a wonderful day. She turned to Chi-Chi and said, "Aunt Chi-Chi, don't worry. I will take good care of Gohan." "I know." Kiki nodded. "Fez radiating maternal affection." "You two go enjoy yourselves. When you're tired or hungry, come back home, and I'll prepare a meal for you." "All right," Bulma sweetly responded, taking Chi-Chi's hand. Before long, Gohan emerged, clad in casual athletic attire, carrying a simple backpack. Spotting Bulma waiting at the door, holding 2 tickets to the amusement park, she exclaimed, "Let us go, Gohan. Today we are going to have an absolute blast." With that, she took his hand, and they soared into the sky. Chi-Chi stood at the entrance, watching them depart, reflecting, "Goku, our son has grown up." Upon arriving at the amusement park, Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. She grasped Gohan's hand and dashed towards the rides like a gust of wind. From roller coasters to Ferris wheels, from carousels to bumper cars, they indulged in nearly every attraction. On the Ferris wheel, as Bulma gazed at the cityscape below, she expressed with heartfelt emotion, "Gohan, did you know? I'm actually quite terrified of battles. I'm a coward. Yet, when I'm with you, I feel remarkably brave, unafraid of conflict." Gohan smiled softly, gently stroking her head. "Bulma, you have always been courageous. In fact, it is I who needs your presence to feel brave." Bulma lifted her gaze to meet Gohan's gentle eyes, a warm sensation swelling within her. She realized she was increasingly unable to imagine her life without this tender-hearted Gohan. He was so powerful yet so gentle, it made her want to weep with joy. That day, they reveled in the amusement park, their laughter echoing throughout the entire venue. As night fell, the 2 weary souls returned home, where Chi-Chi awaited them at the door. "Did you have fun?" she inquired with a smile, noticing the rosy glow on their faces. "It was especially enjoyable," Bulma replied excitedly, while Gohan nodded, his eyes brimming with contentment. "That's wonderful," Chi-Chi said with relief. "Quickly wash up and then have dinner. Your mother, Bulma, will be arriving soon, and we can all share in the joy together." "Thank you, Aunt Chi-Chi," Bulma responded obediently, while Gohan echoed her nod, feeling a warmth that felt almost dreamlike. Chapter 15. The Time Machine, Future Bulma. "Gohan, you've donned the Piccolo style again?" Gohan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, adorned in a violet martial arts uniform, and smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I just believe this outfit suits me better." Bulma, crossing her arms and tilting her head, mused aloud. "Indeed, the purple has a certain charm." She continued, "By the way, Gohan, it seems you greatly admire Piccolo." "Yes, Uncle Piccolo is very important to me, just as my father is." Bulma nodded, unperturbed by his admission. "Well, I shall head off to train now." Gohan waved to Bulma and turned towards the newly constructed gravity chamber she had built for him. 1,000 times the gravity. Would I be able to endure it? He pondered, and thus began his training for the day. Previously, he had mocked Vegeta for laboring in the gravity chamber to build muscle. Yet he now had to concede that the chamber significantly enhanced 1's base battle power. In just 2 short months, his foundational combat strength had risen remarkably. With only a month remaining before their 6-month agreement, he had finally mastered the enigmatic transformation, resolving the issue of sustainability. He could now transition into this form with ease. Moreover, his focus on enhancing his base combat power had paid off. His current capabilities surpassed those he exhibited during the Buu saga in the original series. In this realm, where divine beings had yet to surface, Gohan felt a profound sense of confidence, convinced that he was the strongest being of the moment. Yet he mused, such certainty might be precarious. After all, who could say whether his father, Goku, had developed Super Saiyan 4 in the depths of the afterlife? According to his recollections from Dragon Ball, the Great Demon, it was said that a year after defeating Buu, his father stealthily achieved Super Saiyan 4. Unlike Dragon Ball GT, which required a tail to transform into a great ape, then a golden great ape, and finally compressing that power into a humanoid form, it seemed that the Great Demon's Super Saiyan 4 was an elevated state of Super Saiyan 3 that did not necessitate a tail for transformation. Though Gohan was confident in his exceptional talent, he recognized that his father's prowess in transformation was formidable, always a step ahead of the current version. Who could tell if Goku had unlocked Super Saiyan 4? Thus, he felt it prudent to strive for the achievement of Super Saiyan 4 himself. Otherwise, it would be a pity to grow a tail. Although the power of Super Saiyan 4 pales in comparison to that of Super Saiyan God, and is certainly not as formidable as that of the beast form, its transformation conditions appear to be the most attainable for Gohan at present. All that is required is a sufficiently high base combat power, coupled with the ability to maintain composure while transforming into the Golden Great Ape. Currently, Gohan's foundational combat strength is somewhat lacking, which is precisely why he has chosen to train in the gravity chamber. Gohan! Bulma called out loudly at the entrance of the gravity chamber, where Gohan was diligently training. What is it, Aunt Bulma? Gohan replied, panting as he pressed the button to open the door, the red light, emitted by the chamber, gradually fading away. You'll find out when you come over, Bulma said mysteriously. Following Bulma, Gohan entered a workshop where she pressed a switch, and a uniquely designed flying machine slowly ascended from a concealed mechanism, revealing itself before them. What is this? Gohan asked, his familiarity with the machine growing as he exclaimed, Time Machine. Hey, how did you know? Bulma asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Gohan realized he had misspoken, a hint of panic appearing on his face as he struggled to cover up his slip, awkwardly searching for words. His gaze darted around, his speech faltering, unable to articulate a coherent response. Meanwhile, Bulma appeared quite amused, drawing closer to Gohan with a teasing glint in her eyes. It seems Gohan has his own little secret. What a naughty boy, she playfully elongated her words, seemingly intent on teasing him. Due to the incredibly close proximity between them, Bulma's warm breath brushed against Gohan's ear, causing him to shudder slightly. This was not the end. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Bulma could not help but burst into laughter, gently poking his cheek with her fingers. The warmth and softness of her touch grazed Gohan's face, sending a flutter of unease through him. Damn it, the soul of a time traveler is misleading me. Gohan attributed all of this to the influence of the time traveler's spirit. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Bulma withdrew her hand, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. She pointed to the time machine before them and stated, This time machine is the culmination of my research over the years. Although it is not yet perfect, it is capable of short-distance time travel. I had originally intended to send the effective medicine for Goku's heart condition back in time to change history. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. But she quickly wiped them away, forcing a smile as she added, but it seems that may no longer be necessary. Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression grew resolute. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter. During the Cell Saga, the existence of the time machine had given rise to 2 alternate timelines. One is a future filled with despair, where a dismembered self meets death at the hands of the android siblings. Trunks, utilizing the time machine, delivers a special serum to his father, thus igniting the saga of the Cell arc. In another parallel timeline, Trunks single-handedly vanquishes the android siblings, returns with the serum to his original timeline, only to be ambushed and slain by Cell. In a bid to absorb the androids and evolve into his ultimate form, Cell voluntarily regresses into an egg, infiltrating the time machine to return to the past. Although Trunks is absent from his timeline, Bra exists. Following this line of reasoning, it is inevitable that in some timeline, Bra must perish at the hands of Cell's ambush. Contemplating this, Gohan instinctively clenches his fists, silently praying. I hope such a fate does not come to pass. Yet, in the very moment of his prayer, A rift suddenly materializes beside Gohan and Bulma, as if time itself were being torn asunder. Donji. Gohan swiftly envelopes Bulma in his arms, instinctively shielding her. A thunderous crash resounds as a dilapidated time machine plummets before them. Despite its worn appearance, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the newly developed time machine nearby. Murphy's Law dictates that the more one wishes to avert an event, the more likely it is to occur. Gohan furrows his brow, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He cautiously approaches the time machine, discovering a woman with azure hair, approximately 25 years of age, lying quietly within. His heart trembles at the sight. It is Bra. He gazes at the red headband adorning her hair, a cherished gift he had bestowed upon her, unmistakable in its identity. With no time for hesitation, Gohan shatters the cockpit's glass with a single punch. Chapter 16. Bulma is dead. Bra, Hootie. Clad in a white lab coat, Bulma completes the final refueling of the time machine and forcefully shoves Bra inside. I won't go. That monster has killed so many, even Aunt Chi-Chi. I will never forgive him. Bra grits hartit. Tears cascading down her cheeks as she resolutely refuses to enter the time machine. Don't be obstinate at this moment, Bra. Bulma's tone is urgent, fully aware that their hiding place will soon be discovered. The situation is dire, leaving no room for sentimental discussions. I won't go. I must avenge Aunt Kiki. I'm going out to slay him. Bra hoists her sword sheath, intent on charging out to fight. Enough. Bulma exclaims fiercely, stepping before Bra and delivering a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoes as Bra is jolted back to reality, collapsing helplessly to the ground, her eyes vacant. Outside the base, a cacophony of explosions reverberates, the sound of ki blasts indiscriminately bombarding the earth. The cries and screams of humanity resonate from all directions, growing louder and closer. There is no time left. Bulma gazed at her daughter, who had lost all will to fight, gritting her teeth as she forcefully maneuvered her into the time machine. She swiftly adjusted the controls on the console, setting the time to the past. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a massive hole was blasted into the ceiling of the base, and Bulma was struck in the back by falling debris, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. Ah, so you're hiding here? A sinister voice echoed from above, revealing the last surviving scion. A mysterious figure clad in black martial attire, adorned with earrings, descended from the ceiling. His visage bore a striking resemblance to the long-deceased Earth's strongest warrior, Son Goku, yet the malevolent and disdainful aura he emanated was starkly different. Black-clad figure. Bulma's heart raced as she summoned her strength to rise, intent on pressing the activation button. Upon witnessing her mother's injury, Bra swiftly exited the time machine, wielding a longsword in a fierce strike towards the dark figure. However, this attack was effortlessly intercepted by Black Goku, who merely flicked it away with a single finger, as though toying with a mouse. Humph, is this the extent of the last living scion? How dull. Not even a thrill to excite this body, Black Goku mused, shaking his head, a hint of insatiable amusement flickering across his features. Bra, upon hearing this, felt the veins on her forehead throb as she relentlessly swung her sword, only to have it knocked to the ground by a simple energy blast from Black Goku, sending dust and debris into the air, obscuring her form, her fate uncertain. Mortal beings are indeed better suited to the ground, Black Goku proclaimed arrogantly, extending his fingers towards Bra, who lay on the ground, gathering a pink-hued energy wave, as if poised to pierce her very being. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. The sound of laser shots rang out, as Bulma fired her weapon at Black Goku. Ugh, a tiresome trick, Black Goku remarked, feeling the sting of the laser against his left chest, his expression darkening with irritation. To him, humans were malignant blight upon the cosmos, weak, foolish, and selfish. They would readily slay their kin for trivial gains, embodying the lowest form of existence. His plan, dubbed the Human Purge Initiative, aimed to annihilate all mortals to usher in an era of eternal peace in the universe. Yet, here he was, injured by a human devoid of any combat prowess. Just a mere scratch, yet a lowly creature had managed to wound him? What an absurdity! How dare this insignificant pest? In an instant, Black Goku teleported to the ground, seizing Bulma by the neck. His formidable grip left her gasping for air. Mom, Bra, obscured in the haze, called out to Bulma through the glass of the time machine, having been covertly dragged inside by her mother amidst the chaos. Don't worry about me, just go. Bulma's face flushed crimson as she uttered her final words, a desperate plea amidst the turmoil. Black Goku tightened his grip around Bulma's neck, as though he intended to suffocate her. Deprived of air, her complexion rapidly transformed to a deep shade of purple. As the oxygen dwindled, she gazed at the visage strikingly reminiscent of Son Goku, descending into a daze. "Son, is that you? It has been so long. You still look so youthful." A flicker of memories danced in Bulma's eyes. The tale began with a young girl embarking on a quest for her Prince Charming, seeking the legendary Dragon Balls said to grant any wish. When the blue-haired maiden rode her motorcycle into the Bun Mountain and encountered the wild child with a bushy tail carrying a large fish, the wheels of fate began to turn. Their initial meeting at Bun Mountain, the Pilaf Trio, the Red Ribbon Army, the menacing Piccolo, the Scion invasion, the journey to Namek, those ephemeral yet resplendent memories lingered only in moments of brilliance. Collecting the memories shared between them alone often brought her to tears. "Mom." Bra weakly pounded on the glass of the time machine, but it had already activated. If she were to emerge now, all her mother's efforts would be in vain. "TCH, how dull." Black Goku sensed an unfamiliar emotion surging within this body. This inexplicable feeling had also surfaced when he killed Goku's wife. Divine beings do not require such peculiar sentiments. To suppress this strange emotion, Black Goku unleashed his energy, determined to eliminate the blue-haired woman. Bulma perished. Bra wept in despair. Engulfed by a thick darkness that swallowed her whole, she felt herself plummeting into an endless abyss, the world around her spinning, distorting, blurring into obscurity. In her heart, one thought remained. Her mother was gone, and she would never return. She was not dead after all. Black Goku discovered Bra within the time machine. He opened his body, hands converging in a blossom formation, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The pink Kamehameha struck the time machine, merely scratching its surface before initiating a temporal leap, bringing Bra back to the past. "Have you escaped? No matter where you run, I will find you." A cruel smile crept across Black Goku's face as he instinctively caressed the ring on his right hand's index finger. Meanwhile, Bra, unable to bear the sight of her mother, Bulma, dying before her eyes, suffered immense psychological trauma, her mind activating self-preservation, plunging her into a deep slumber. Chapter 17, of course. "Bra, are you all right?" A familiar, yet strange voice resonated in her ears. Whose voice was it? It sounded so warm, so nostalgic. Bra struggled to open her eyes, revealing a young man clad in a purple martial arts uniform. His gaze was filled with concern and tenderness. "Gohan," Bra's voice was faint and trembling, tears flowing uncontrollably. "I am here, Bra. Goanyentli grospe Bra's hand." These hands are not soft. Rather, they are rough and calloused, reminiscent of a man's hands. Son Wukong's heart is stirred. And without a doubt, Bra has endured considerable hardship. "Mom, she's gone, and Aunt Chi-Chi has also been killed." Bra's voice is barely audible, her tears soaking the back of Son Wukong's hand. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent surges within him, his forehead tightening with tension. Yet, in an effort to comfort Bra, he gently embraces her, concealing his anger from her view. "Bra, be good, don't cry. Tell me who did this, and I shall avenge you." He speaks softly, offering solace to the weeping Bra, though his words are laced with a deadly resolve. Soon, Bra ceases her sobbing, regaining her composure as she gazes at this familiar, yet foreign figure of Son Wukong, beginning to recount the event from her timeline. In her world, Wukong still perished at the hands of the android siblings. Bra traveled back in time using a time machine, equipped with a heart medication developed by her mother Bulma, to alter history and successfully save Son Goku. She entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train alongside her father Vegeta, triumphing over Cell together. Afterward, she returned to the future, vanquishing the android siblings and destroying the embryonic form of Cell still in the incubation chamber. Ultimately, she lived alongside Son Wukong's mother Chi-Chi and Bulma. However, this tranquil existence was short-lived. A mysterious figure clad in black, resembling Son Goku, appeared and commenced a ruthless massacre across the Earth, resulting in casualties that surpassed even those caused by the androids. His power was overwhelming. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Bra found herself unable to contend with him. Her ally, Mai, along with the human resistance fighters, fell in battle against this dark figure. In her final moments, Bra recalled the image of her mother perishing at the hands of this assailant. "If only I could be stronger, my mom, and everyone wouldn't have to die." Her voice trembles with guilt, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. "No, this is not your fault. You have done remarkably well, Bra." Bulma's voice rings out from nearby, filled with warmth and conviction. She stands at the doorway, her gaze imbued with compassion. as if she can see through Bra's tears to the pain buried deep within her heart. At the sound of that familiar voice, Bra, lying in bed, is momentarily startled. Then, she abruptly sits up and stumbles toward Bulma. She gazes up at the youthful visage of her mother, 10 years younger than the one from her timeline. Although she knows this is not her mother from that world, the familiarity overwhelms her, igniting an uncontrollable impulse within her. Slowly, she extends her arms and tenderly embraces Bulma. Tears finally cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, she greedily savors the familiar scent and warmth of her mother, as if transported back to her childhood. Mom, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not being able to save you. I am but a coward, witnessing everything unfold, yet remaining powerless. Merely able to watch in horror as you were slain. Bra's voice trembled, her body slightly convulsing, as if overwhelmed by an inexorable tide of guilt and anguish. She clung tightly to Bulma, tears soaking the fabric of her attire. Bulma said nothing, gently patting Bra's back in a comforting manner reminiscent of their childhood, employing warmth to dispel her fears and remorse. No, Bra, you're not a coward. A composed and steady voice resonated from behind. I believe I have discerned the identity of the individual you encountered. That man is Zamasu, the Supreme Kai candidate of Universe 10. He has usurped my father's body by making a wish upon the Super Dragon Balls. As Gohan spoke, his composure faltered, unable to contain his outrage. That wretched Zamasu, a despicable being unworthy of the title of God. He suddenly became animated, then regained his focus, continuing, "This is why you perceive the figure in black as resembling my father. It is indeed the body of my father, Son Goku." Bra lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. She stared at Gohan, as if striving to assimilate the gravity of his revelations. Zamasu? Supreme Kai? Super Dragon Balls? Usurping Mr. Son's body? These fragments of information entwined in her mind, rendering her momentarily unsettled. Zamasu, Bra murmured, her voice quivering. Why would he do this? Why would he seize Mr. Son's body and perpetrate slaughter upon Earth? A flicker of fury crossed Gohan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Zamasu is a psychologically twisted beast. Despite being a Supreme Kai candidate, he harbors an abhorrence for humanity, viewing us as a blight upon the universe. He seeks to annihilate humanity to purify the cosmos. My father's body is arguably one of the most formidable vessels in existence, enabling him to effortlessly execute his genocidal agenda. Despair flickered in Bra's eyes. Then, what am I to do? He is so powerful that I couldn't even touch a finger of his. Can I truly defeat him? She had witnessed the might of Son Goku during the Cell Games, a paragon of martial prowess. He had unlocked the full potential of Super Saiyan 1 and even assisted the young Gohan in transcending to Super Saiyan 2, a figure of legendary caliber. How could Zamasu, possessing such an immense body, be vanquished? Gohan shook his head, his expression sharpening as he summoned his energy, instantly transforming into the enigmatic mystic Gohan. Do not worry. I shall slay him and avenge the mother of that timeline, as well as Aunt Bulma. Bra exclaimed, such power! Is this truly the Gohan I know? I am indeed the Gohan you are familiar with, though perhaps in certain aspects I have evolved, Gohan elucidated. Bra had always believed Gohan to be in the Super Saiyan 1 stage. It appeared that this parallel universe's Gohan had become profoundly inscrutable. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Bra rekindled her hope. Please, Gohan, save me, save our timeline. Gohan did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed the red headband back on Bra's head and, with the utmost confidence and an air of superiority, assured her, of course. Chapter 18, Farewell, Piccolo. Black Goku was, in fact, quite manageable. As long as he struck before the villain became familiar with his father's body, he would be swiftly defeated. The true challenge lay with Fuse Zamasu. While Fuse Zamasu's combat awareness may not rival that of Goku or Vegeta, his immortal form enabled him to overpower the weakened Blue. Thus, to vanquish Fuse Zamasu, one must at least attain Ultra Blue and possess the ability to nullify immortality. These two prerequisites were rather stringent. It is essential to understand that Ultra Blue is a transformation that combines the powers of Super Saiyan God with that of Super Saiyan. Given that he had yet to master Super Saiyan God, the prospect of achieving Ultra Blue seemed daunting. The most straightforward method to achieve Super Saiyan God would naturally involve 5 righteous Saiyans infusing energy into a 6th. However, as Gohan glanced around the hall at the sight of 2 Bras staring at each other in bewilderment, he sighed in resignation. Clearly, they lacked the necessary numbers. Even if he were to summon his father training on King Kai's planet and Vegeta from the afterlife, they would still be 1 person short. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Fortunately, where there is a will, there is a way. Gohan resolved to train himself to achieve Super Saiyan God. After all, if Vegeta could accomplish it on his own, there was no reason he, blessed with extraordinary talent, could not do the same. With this determination, Gohan decided to journey to King Kai's planet. The essence of Super Saiyan God lies in transforming mortal energy into divine energy. Surely, the deity of King Kai would possess the knowledge he sought. Traveling to King Kai's planet might have been difficult before, but for Gohan, now equipped with enhanced instant transmission, it was a trivial task. He bid farewell to the two Bras and Bulma, then tuned into the familiar energy signature. After a prolonged moment, he finally sensed a vast and familiar energy source. It was Uncle Piccolo's energy. In that instant of surprise, he vanished from his location, arriving at King Kai's planet. At King Kai's planet, the Z fighters who had perished during the battle with the androids, Yamcha, Ten, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Piccolo, were currently engaged in training. They quickly noticed the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly appeared on their planet, instinctively adopting combat stances. "Who are you?" Yamcha was the first to speak, questioning Gohan. "I am merely a passing masked warrior. Take note of that," Gohan blurted out, the essence of an otherworldly traveler compelling him to instinctively recite a line from the neighboring hero's tales. "What? Are you trying to play tricks?" Yamcha furrowed his brow, assuming the stance of the wolf-fang fist. "Apologies, I misspoke. I'm Gohan." Gohan realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly clarified. "Is this Goku's son, Gohan? How much he has grown." A small, bald figure stood between Yamcha and Gohan. Krillin, although it had been quite some time since he last saw Gohan, recognized him upon closer inspection, given their deep bond forged on Namek. Moreover, as Goku's son, it was natural for him to step in as a mediator. "Gohan?" Yamcha's expression turned perplexed as he scrutinized the man before him, finding it difficult to reconcile this figure with the little boy he remembered, his guard remaining firmly in place. "Enough, Yamcha!" A deep, raspy voice emerged from behind the crowd, a green figure standing with arms crossed. "There is no mistake, that young man is Gohan." Piccolo intervened to halt the commotion. Indeed, while everyone pondered Gohan's identity, it was Piccolo, as a father, who immediately recognized his long-lost son. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed upon seeing the familiar face, emotions overwhelming him, and tears began to fall. He had regretted not being able to see Uncle Piccolo one last time. Gohan rushed over and enveloped Piccolo in a warm embrace. Piccolo's body stiffened momentarily before he let out a nasal hum, gently pushing Gohan back by a shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of sternness, yet revealing concern. "Have you had enough of this blubbering? You hardly resemble the strongest warrior of the demon realm I trained." Wiping away his tears, Gohan choked out, "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. When the androids attacked, I couldn't see." His voice faltered, caught in his throat. As he clenched his teeth, his fists turning white from the pressure, seemingly struggling to suppress the guilt and self-reproach within. "Enough. You were just a child then. Even if you had gone, it would have been a futile sacrifice. There is no need to dwell on such trivial matters, Gohan." Piccolo urged him to let go of his burdens. Then, his gaze fell upon the purple martial arts uniform Gohan wore, reminiscent of the demon realm style. A subtle smile crept onto Piccolo's lips as he raised a finger and waved it gently, a faint green light emanating from his fingertip, enveloping Gohan. As the light flickered, Gohan's uniform began to transform. The once ordinary fabric now exuded an aura of sophistication, fitting Gohan's physique as if tailored exclusively for him. The previously dull purple gained a hint of mystical sheen, becoming more resilient. Most notably, a large character for Rice adorned the back of the uniform, while a small character for Magic graced the left chest. Instantly, the ensemble's prestige and functionality elevated several notches. But that was not all. The master of capes, Piccolo, also bestowed upon Gohan a matching cloak. The previous attire was not only lacking in taste, but also impractical. This ensemble not only repels dust, but is also remarkably durable. More importantly, it symbolizes the essence of a warrior from the demon realm. Piccolo spoke with great pride, thoroughly satisfied with his design. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan remarked, admiring his new outfit, feeling quite dashing. Indeed, Piccolo's aesthetic was beyond reproach. However, the idle chatter ceased abruptly as Piccolo's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "I have heard that you dealt with the android siblings?" "Yes," Gohan confirmed. "Interesting. Then let me test your current strength." Piccolo casually discarded his cloak onto the ground, signaling his readiness for battle. "Ah, just what I desired," Gohan replied, Though surprised, he understood Piccolo's nature and refrained from further comment. Moreover, he was eager to witness the results of Piccolo's training on King Kai's planet. Thus, the stage was set for an imminent clash. In the distance, Krillin nudged Tien, whispering, "Now this is what I call a father-son relationship. This is how they express their affection, through combat." Yamcha crossed his arms, scoffing, "That Piccolo guy, he actually smiled just now. That's quite a rarity." Chapter 19. The Mysterious Gohan's Overwhelming Power. Gohan's lips curled into a smile as he, like Piccolo, casually tossed his cloak aside. Amidst the swirling dust, Gohan's figure vanished in an instant. Piccolo felt a jolt of surprise, quickly crossing his arms to block Gohan's punch. However, Gohan did not relent. He utilized the force of Piccolo's block to propel himself backward, following up with a powerful high kick that struck Piccolo's neck. Cough, Piccolo was evidently caught off guard. Spitting out bile. "Not bad, Gohan," he said, wiping his mouth, his expression one of approval. "But if that is all you've got, it's still insufficient." As he spoke, his form vanished like a specter. "That's instant transmission," Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Moments later, a green figure materialized behind him, delivering a fierce punch to his back. Gohan was sent flying as if severed from his tether. Our training on King Kai's planet was not in vain. I have fully mastered your instant transmission, old man," Piccolo explained. As Gohan was propelled through the air, he adjusted his stance mid-flight, pushing off the ground to create a cloud of dirt, resembling a cannonball as he shot back toward Piccolo. He unleashed an elbow strike like a mighty axe aimed at Piccolo's head, stirring the winds with its ferocity. "Your base combat power exhibits such prowess. You truly have not slackened in your martial training over the years, Gohan," Piccolo remarked, his gaze sharpening as he vanished once more, leaving behind Gohan's elbow strike to create a deep crater in the earth, dust swirling around. In an instant, Piccolo reappeared behind Gohan, his hands clawed, seizing Gohan's shoulders and pressing him down into the soil, splattering mud and water everywhere. Gohan let out a soft grunt, supporting himself with his hands as his legs coiled around Piccolo's neck like serpents. In a swift motion, he performed a backward roll, sending Piccolo crashing to the ground. Immediately, he leveraged the force of the earth beneath him to spring back up, his right toe touching the ground, and propelled himself like a spring, delivering a lightning-fast kick to Piccolo's chin. However, this strike was evidently anticipated by Piccolo, who seized Gohan's leg with force, hoisting him over his shoulder before slamming him down heavily onto the ground. It was truly perplexing. Was Uncle Piccolo really this formidable? Aware of his usual combat strength, Gohan realized he could not defeat Piccolo and, in an instant of fury, transformed into a Super Saiyan, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp. Super Saiyan 1 indeed. At last, he was taking this seriously. "Special beam cannon," Piccolo shouted, raising his hands before his eyes to gather energy, which transformed into a dazzling golden light, surging toward Gohan in an instant. Gohan felt the oppressive force of this energy, his heart racing, but he swiftly composed himself, crossing his arms defensively in front of him to absorb the blow. The tremendous energy impact caused him to lean back slightly, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. "Gohan, let me be honest with you. I have fused with the Supreme Kai." "What? Indeed? I'm as baffled as you are by his motives, but he sought me out. In terms familiar to you Saiyans, I am now a Super Namekian. So do not hold back, Gohan. You still have transformations left unutilized, do you not?" Piccolo beckoned Gohan to ascend further in power. "Very well then, Uncle Piccolo. This is Super Saiyan 2, Gohan exclaimed, his body erupting in an even more resplendent golden radiance, arcs of electricity dancing around him, crackling and popping with explosive sounds. Super Saiyan 2 represents 100-fold increase. Even Piccolo would no longer take this lightly. Kaioken times 10. A deep crimson aura surged around Piccolo. To Gohan's surprise, Piccolo had even begun using Kaioken. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu, the Z fighters, watched from the sidelines, sensing that things might be escalating beyond control. Kaioken. Gohan was once again astonished, yet he steadied his resolve. It seems you are beginning to recognize my prowess. Piccolo scoffed, his fists clenched tightly, muscles taut, as if every inch of his skin radiated a formidable aura. The deep red energy enveloping him flickered like flames, distorting the air around them. "Gohan, do not let me down," Piccolo bellowed, his form vanishing in an instant as he activated instant transmission, reappearing directly before Gohan and unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Gohan's lips curled into a smirk. The golden electricity surrounding him flashed brilliantly as he advanced rather than retreating, throwing a punch in response. The two fists collided fiercely in midair, producing an ear-splitting crack that reverberated throughout the battlefield. The tremendous shockwave rippled outward like a stone cast into water, uprooting the surrounding earth and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring the sky. Hey, stop it! My King Kai's planet. Upon the return of North Kai from the Grand Kai, he was met with the shocking sight of his planet ravaged beyond recognition by Piccolo and Gohan, igniting a profound fury within him. Unfazed by North Kai's presence, Piccolo and Gohan remained fully immersed in their battle, their focus unwavering, entirely oblivious to North Kai's words. Kaioken times 20. Piccolo bellowed, as fiery energy surged around him, visible veins pulsing on his forehead, clearly indicating the immense strain the Kaioken technique imposed upon him. Let us determine the victor with this move, Gohan. With his index and middle fingers aligned at his brow, Piccolo concentrated his energy before extending his fingers forward, unleashing a spiraling energy beam while shouting, "Special Beam Cannon!" How swift, Gohan thought, observing the instantaneous launch of the Special Beam Cannon, finding his Uncle Piccolo's prowess somewhat unnerving. Faced with the enhanced Special Beam Cannon powered by Piccolo's 20-fold Kaioken, Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form was pushed to its limits, the very air around them ionizing into a blinding blue light. Hey, Piccolo! Are you trying to kill Gohan? Krillin, watching anxiously from the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat. After all, this was the son of his good friend. If Piccolo were to eliminate Gohan, it would reflect poorly on him as an uncle. Come on. Show me, Gohan. I believe you possess far greater power than this. I can sense the immense energy within you. Do not hold back any longer. Piccolo's unwavering gaze was fixed on Gohan, his heart urging him to unleash his potential, for no one understood Gohan better than he did. Just as the Special Beam Cannon was about to pierce Gohan's chest, he suddenly threw his head back and let out a mighty roar, his golden aura transforming into a pristine silver glow. This marked a pivotal transformation, a manifestation of his latent potential. Mystic Gohan had emerged. His hair reverted from the Super Saiyan's golden hue to a deep, pure black. At that moment, the beam of the Special Beam Cannon was abruptly halted, suspended 10 meters before Gohan, the spiraling energy distorting violently, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Incredibile, Uncle Piccolo. Your training over the years has truly astonished me. Mystic Gohan remarked, slowly raising his hand, fingers splayed towards the incoming beam. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he effortlessly clenched his fist, causing the beam to compress into a minuscule point of light, which then vanished with a crisp pop, dissipating into nothingness. The surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly as this force dissipated, yet Gohan stood firm, as if he were the sovereign of this realm, rendering all other powers trivial before him. This was Mystic Gohan, a force that overshadowed all. Chapter 20. Father and Son Duel. Gohan's defiant smile left the spectators in a daze. Could this truly be the same little boy who once cried so easily? After all, this was the instantaneous Special Beam Cannon amplified by a 20-fold Kaioken, though it is widely acknowledged that the Saiyan race is extraordinarily formidable. The overwhelming sensation of their unparalleled strength was an unprecedented experience for all present. After all, Goku had not trained with them for quite some time. They were only aware that he had achieved Super Saiyan 3, but his current prowess remained a mystery. Strong, indeed, excessively so, seemingly from an entirely different dimension. Krillin gaped, rendered speechless by the display before him. Is it conceivable that the Saiyans possess no limits? Tien, with his 3 eyes widened in astonishment, was still reeling from the shocking sight of Gohan effortlessly shattering Piccolo's ultimate technique. Gohan, truly formidable. Katsu gazed at Gohan with admiration, exclaiming, "My Gohan has grown immensely. Frankly, even if I were to take the stage, I doubt I could surpass Piccolo's recent performance." The god of Tea crossed his arms, appearing resigned to the fact that the situation had escalated beyond remedy, even for him. Meanwhile, Piccolo, panting heavily, struggled for breath, clearly exhausted. It seemed the 20-fold Kaioken had taken a severe toll on his body. Is this truly Gohan? His demeanor had transformed, and the essence of his power was distinctly different. Even the innocence he once bore had vanished. As one who had just battled Gohan, Piccolo understood better than anyone else the potency of his recent attack. The Special Beam Cannon. He had anticipated that Gohan might evade or block the attack, yet he never fathomed that Gohan could shatter it with his bare hands. It is worth noting that the Special Beam Cannon was a source of pride for him, capable of terrifying penetration. He had once vanquished Raditz, who possessed a battle power of 1500, with it at his own power level of 408. Over the years, his research had further minimized the time required to charge it, rendering it nearly inescapable. Yet, in the end, it was effortlessly crushed. Piccolo collapsed to the ground, yet he erupted in laughter. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the laughing figure sprawled on the ground. Gohan, you have truly impressed me. Piccolo's laughter was tinged with relief and gratification. I had thought I could still engage you in a proper battle, but it appears there remains a significant distance between us. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan's smile faded as he reverted from his transformation, moving to assist Piccolo. Piccolo grasped Gohan's hand, leveraging it to rise, brushing off the dust from his attire. His eyes sparkled not with disappointment, but with renewed vigor. That said, do not grow complacent, for I shall surpass you in our forthcoming training. Understood, Gohan nodded, affirming his commitment to relentless martial arts practice. Suddenly, a familiar aura materialized behind the group, followed by a vibrant and cheerful voice. Hey, Gohan. It seems you have been diligently honing your skills. As the crowd turned in response to the familiar sound, they beheld a well-known figure waving his right hand in greeting. It was none other than Son Wukong, adorned in his signature orange robe, his face lit up by a characteristic broad smile, yet his eyes sparkled with an eager glint. Father! Gohan exclaimed upon spotting Wukong, his face illuminating with surprise, tinged with a hint of reproach. Wukong, weren't you training in the underworld? What brings you back so suddenly? Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. Ha! Krillin, it's because I sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from North Ko's planet. To be honest, it startled me. Such astonishing energy made me think a formidable foe had emerged, Wukong explained, before approaching Gohan and patting him on the shoulder, pride resonating in his tone. However, Gohan, your previous move was remarkable. I couldn't help but feel the urge to spar with you. By the way, what was that incredible technique you executed with such finesse? Oh, Father, you must be referring to my ultimate Gohan transformation, Gohan clarified, detailing his formidable metamorphosis. Indeed, it's astonishing, Wukong exclaimed, akin to a child encountering a captivating new toy. Do you wish to compete with me as well? Gohan lifted his gaze, a flicker of anxiety and annoyance crossing his features. Deep down, Gohan harbored numerous grievances towards Wukong, or rather, towards all the Z-fighters. Yet he understood the dead had little place meddling in the affairs of the living. Nevertheless, Wukong's first words upon their reunion were a challenge to spar, rather than an inquiry into the family's well-being, igniting an unquenchable fire within Gohan. Of course, I witnessed you effortlessly shatter Piccolo's special beam cannon with your bare hands. That's remarkable. I am eager to see just how formidable you have become, Wukong declared, lowering his body slightly and assuming a combat stance. Wukong, what are you doing? Piccolo furrowed his brow, concern etched on his face as he regarded Gohan. He just exerted all his strength. Isn't this a bit unfair? Moreover, what father challenges his son to a fight after such a long absence? Piccolo admonished. But weren't you doing just that moments ago? Wukong scratched his head, pointing at Piccolo with a puzzled expression. This remark set Piccolo trembling with indignation, his green visage deepening in hue. Had he not mastered his composure, he might have retorted sharply at Wukong. Haha, Piccolo, do not worry. Wukong, noticing Piccolo's changing complexion, chuckled heartily and patted him on the shoulder. I merely wish to spar with Gohan and see how much he has progressed. Besides, I want to be using my full strength, so you need not be concerned. Cut it out. You're always so confident, Piccolo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Just be careful not to end up flat on the ground beneath Gohan. Wukong chose not to directly respond, instead sporting a cheerful grin as he absent-mindedly scratched his nose. The assembled Z warriors, though feeling that Goku was somewhat excessive, were nonetheless filled with anticipation. They contemplated imparting a lesson to Goku, reminding him as a parent that one should not constantly speak of battle. However, they were equally eager to witness the showdown between Goku and Gohan. A rare father-son duel indeed. Goku's gaze returned to Gohan. All right, Gohan, are you ready? Taking a deep breath, Gohan looked at Goku with unwavering determination, gradually assuming a battle stance. A formidable aura emanated from him, seemingly elevated to a new level compared to the previous skirmish. I couldn't ask for more, Dad. Gohan's voice resounded with confidence and resolve. Good. I shall show no mercy. Goku bellowed, his form vanishing instantaneously as he lunged toward Gohan. Boom! The two figures collided midair, unleashing a powerful shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo instinctively retreated, their eyes fixated on the aerial clash. Wow, this energy, this momentum, Krillin marveled. The duel between Goku and Gohan is truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. Indeed, their prowess is simply unattainable, Tien echoed in admiration. Only King Kai lamented, "You lot. Could you perhaps consider my feelings? I'm Aminos, you know." Boom! The two forces collided again in the sky, erupting in a blinding brilliance that engulfed their figures. As the radiance dissipated, Goku and Gohan had separated, confronting each other mid-air, their eyes alight with the spark of battle. "Wow, this is astonishing," Krillin exclaimed, utterly awestruck. "I can barely keep track of their movements." "Yes, they're extraordinarily fast. This level of combat is beyond our intervention," Tien observed, equally astonished. Chapter 21, Mysterious Gohan vs. Great Demon Super 4. A gentle breeze swept through as Gohan's lips curled into a slight smile, his desire to deliver a sound thrashing to his unworthy father reaching its zenith. "Oi oi," Scoundrel wrote, "prepare to experience the paternal mercy fist." Gohan's wicked grin radiated an air of unassailable confidence. Gohan had no intention of concealing his abilities. He did not share Goku's habit of initially faltering before transforming. "I'm getting serious now, Dad." Gohan inhaled deeply, signaling his father that he was about to unleash his full potential. In an instant, a silver-white aura enveloped Gohan, his features becoming sharply defined, the lines of his nose strikingly bold, while a sinisterly confident smile graced his lips. "Stop with the usual tactics. Let us bring forth the real skills, Dad," Gohan declared, indicating that he had no time for trivial games. If they were to compete, they should engage in their most potent forms without the old cliché of testing the waters with Super Saiyan 1 only to transform to Super Saiyan 2 after being overwhelmed. "This energy is indeed remarkable. Since you insist, I shall take this seriously as well," Goku remarked, scratching his head. Subsequently, the narrative unfolds as we commence with the transformation into Super Saiyan 1. A golden aura envelopes Son Goku, culminating in the completion of his Super Saiyan 1 metamorphosis. With his golden hair and azure eyes, Goku continues to shout as the golden aura surrounding him intensifies, accompanied by crackling lightning in the vicinity. This marks the emergence of Super Saiyan 2, followed swiftly by Super Saiyan 3. Goku's pupils seem to reflect the visage of a colossal ape. He clenches his fists tightly, his low growls progressively amplifying as the golden aura erupts from within him. The ground beneath him trembles, with fragments of stone levitating in response to the energy fluctuations. As the air itself appears to solidify, his hair rapidly extends to his waist, with the bangs dividing into 3 sharp clusters, while his eyebrows vanish completely, leaving a more pronounced brow ridge. Although his hair retains its golden hue, it possesses a texture akin to flowing golden sand, radiating a blinding brilliance. Super Saiyan 3? How utterly fascinating. However, should this be the extent of your prowess, I must assert, Father, you will fall before me. Gohan, brimming with confidence, gestures a thumbs up toward himself, mimicking a gesture of mock defeat. "Oh, that remains to be seen, Gohan." Goku asserts, clenching his fist and rolling his neck, exuding an air of calm and composure. Just as Goku's words resonate, Gohan launches the first strike. In a flash, he transforms into a silvery streak, appearing before Goku in an instant, his right fist imbued with formidable energy, hurtling towards Goku's face. Goku reacts with remarkable swiftness, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, successfully blocking the blow. However, Gohan's strength surpasses his expectations. The tremendous force causes Goku's body to sway slightly, nearly sending him flying. Observing this, a flicker of excitement dances in Gohan's eyes. "My dear father, accept this trivial concern." Without a moment's pause, he unleashes a relentless barrage of punches, each strike slicing through the air, akin to a rapid drumbeat, pounding down upon Goku. Though Goku manages to withstand Gohan's onslaught, a grave expression surfaces on his face. He had not anticipated that Gohan's power had ascended to such heights. Each punch emanated immense pressure, and were it not for his inherent battle strength being superior to Gohan's, he might have truly been overwhelmed. "Gohan, the amplification of your transformation is utterly terrifying. I once believed Super Saiyan 3 to be formidable, yet I am astonished that you can transform into such a potent Super Saiyan." Gohan remains silent, his focus unwavering as he continues his assault. His attacks grow increasingly fierce, embodying an unrelenting combat machine, with each strike imbued with cold resolve and decisiveness. The silvery aura swirls through the air, sweeping everything in its path like a tempest. Despite Goku's persistent efforts to defend himself, his movements gradually become more labored, and the golden aura enveloping him begins to dim. Ultimately, with a powerful knee strike from Gohan, Goku is forcefully propelled away, crashing into a distant mountainside, raising a cloud of dust. As Gohan fell to the ground, a slight smile graced his lips, and his eyes shimmered with the fervor of battle. He slowly advanced toward Goku, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. "Father, it seems your Super Saiyan 3 is not as formidable as I had anticipated." Goku, emerging from the rubble of the mountainside, stood with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he appeared unperturbed. Raising his head with a look of pride, he remarked, "Gohan, you truly have surpassed me. It seems Piccolo was right. I may very well be overpowered by you." Gohan shook his head, gazing at his father. "Dad, you haven't unleashed your full strength, have you?" The astonishment in the eyes of all present was palpable at Gohan's words. "Indeed, it has been 2 years since Goku mastered Super Saiyan 3. Yamcha conjectured while stroking his chin. "That's correct. He achieved the Super Saiyan 3 state 2 years ago." Piccolo confirmed, arms crossed in affirmation of Yamcha's statement. "Could it be?" Krillin stammered, pointing at Goku, his expression one of disbelief. "There is no doubt about it. Goku is not one to boast recklessly. Did you not notice the earlier exchange between him and Piccolo? His composure indicates he possesses a trump card," Tien Shinhan recalled. Reflecting on their prior conversation, convinced that Goku had indeed discovered something new, which explained his confidence against Gohan. "Well, I had intended to surprise everyone, but it seems if I continue fighting, I might end up losing," Goku said, wiping the blood from his mouth with a smile. He then removed his martial arts uniform and the blue belt around his waist, tossing them aside. Channeling his energy further beyond Super Saiyan 3, he declared, "Gohan, what is wrong? This transformation is something I have only recently begun to explore. You are the first to witness it. I can hardly wait." Gohan's Saiyan blood surged with excitement, igniting a fervor within him. The stronger his father became, the more exhilarated he felt, just as he had anticipated. Goku, embodying the pinnacle of his transformation prowess, unveiled the magnificent Super Saiyan 4. The roar resonated across the North Kai's planet, accompanied by the thunderous cry of the great ape. Goku's golden locks from Super Saiyan 3 danced in the wind, his aura crackling with evident electricity, tearing through the surrounding air as his hair ignited into a fiery crimson. A layer of red fur enveloped his body, his muscles swelled dramatically, and his height surged from 175 to an imposing 195. A bushy red tail erupted from his lower back, swaying in the breeze. His pupils transformed from the blue of Super Saiyan 3 to a fierce crimson, and his previously absent eyebrows re-emerged, now perfectly aligned. With red eyebrows, red eyes, red eyelids, red hair, and red fur, Goku was engulfed in a fiery aura. The visual impact of his transformation was nothing short of staggering. He clenched his fist, which, originally of a size typical for an ordinary person, now appeared vastly enlarged and robust, reminiscent of a true gorilla. The absence of the customary red fur on his hands accentuated the sheer magnitude of his simian-like appendages, exuding an aura of primal strength. This spectacle caused Gohan's tail to emerge from his martial arts uniform, much to the astonishment of those present. A tail? When did Gohan grow a tail? The onlookers were filled with curiosity. Could it be the Super Saiyan 4? It seemed like a version from the Dark Demon realm. If that is the case, I must embrace GT Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, my beautifully grown tail would be in vain, Gohan pondered. Chapter 22. GT Super Saiyan 4. The Golden Great Ape. Resilient, invincible, and capable of obliterating everything, that massive crimson form radiated the essence of untamed ferocity. Although Gohan was somewhat taken aback, he maintained his composure. He gestured for a brief pause, addressing his father, Son Goku, saying, "Wait a moment. Perhaps I too can transform into Super Saiyan 4. Albeit with some differences from your form." His audacious declaration left the surrounding Z fighters astounded once more. "Hey, did Gohan just say he can also transform into Super Saiyan 4? I must be mistaken," Krillin remarked, pinching himself to confirm his senses, aware that he was indeed awake. "You heard correctly," the God of Tea reiterated Gohan's words for the crowd. "Ah, Super Saiyan 4. What kind of creatures are these Saiyans? Capable of achieving a fourth transformation?" The North Kai felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He was hesitant to speak. After all, a wise person knows when to remain silent. Who knows if an enraged Saiyan might deliver a punch to him. Previously, he had thought Goku and Gohan were reasonable individuals who wouldn't engage in such reckless behavior. Yet, witnessing Goku's gorilla-like visage, he felt apprehensive. Goku might not be near a gorilla in physical proximity, but he was certainly far removed from humanity, which made the North Kai wary. After all, how could one reason with something that had become so primal? These Saiyans were indeed extraordinary. Even the typically aloof Piccolo couldn't help but express disbelief, exclaiming how bizarre the Saiyans were. After all, who could claim to be a good person in a race that transformed with such frequency as if it were a supermarket clearance sale? This is the fourth transformation. It's utterly outrageous. We toil tirelessly to master the King Kai fist, straining to reach 20 times gravity, while they achieve 50 times power with a mere transformation. The Saiyan lineage is the MVP. Goku and Gohan are simply coasting to victory. Why bother playing around? Just give these Saiyans a one-button sweep feature. The Z fighters on North Kai's planet collectively voiced their grievances about the overwhelming advantages bestowed by the Saiyan bloodline, exclaiming how utterly ridiculous the situation had become. Different transformations of Super Saiyan 4? I am eagerly anticipating it, Gohan. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anticipation. It is well known that individuals within the Dragon Ball universe possess few hobbies, with the primary one being the enjoyment of witnessing transformations. This is especially true for a certain proud Saiyan prince, who has embraced this fascination as a lifelong passion. Despite the fact that this obsession nearly led to his demise, he remains undeterred in his enthusiasm. Gohan took a moment to prepare, as this transformation would be his inaugural attempt. Should any failure occur, he hoped his father would render him unconscious to prevent any potential chaos. Rendered unconscious. Wukong expressed his bewilderment. It is quite literal, Gohan explained. During my transformation into Super Saiyan 4, I may lose my sanity. Thus, if I were to succumb to madness, I would appreciate it if my father could incapacitate me to avert any destruction to North Kai's planet. He truly was distressed, prompting silent tears from North Kai. Very well. No problem. Wukong replied affirmatively. With that, Gohan ceased to squander time. He retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket. Indeed, it was the universal capsule. It is widely recognized that the power of GT's Super Saiyan 4 stems from the tail. The tail is one of the sources of a Saiyon's strength. On a full moon night, a Saiyon's tail can absorb the Blutz wave energy emitted by the full moon, transforming them into a mindless black great ape. Aside from royal bloodlines, the Vegeta clan, other Saiyans lose their sanity during their transformations, a consequence dictated by their lineage. This presents a significant challenge for Super Saiyan 4, maintaining one's rationality amidst primal instincts. Following this, one must transform from the Black Great Ape into a Super Saiyan. In doing so, they transition from the Black Great Ape to the Golden Giant Ape. There exists a misconception that one must first master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 before attaining Super Saiyan 4. This notion is entirely erroneous. The Transformer merely needs sufficient combat experience and a solid training foundation to freely harness the Super Saiyan form, bypassing the Super Saiyan 3 stage. A prominent example from the original work is Vegeta, who directly ascended from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, at this moment, Gohan, who has mastered Super Saiyan 2 and grown a tail, is theoretically capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he sensed that as a hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan. While he too would lose his sanity during the transformation into a great ape, there might be subtle differences compared to his pure-blooded Saiyan father, Wukong, making it somewhat easier for him to retain control over his faculties. However, to transform into a giant ape, a full moon is required. Since full moons are not a frequent occurrence, technological ingenuity must be employed. He had previously requested Aunt Bulma to develop a mini Blutz wave generator, which could replicate the effects of a full moon. Gohan aimed the device at himself and called out to his father, urging Wukong to stand back. After all, who knew how the tail generated during the transformation into the dark version of Super Saiyan 4 might react to the machine? If there were any unexpected reactions, it would lead to chaos. What kind of chemical reaction would occur when the great ape transforms into a Super Saiyan? Only the heavens know. With this thought in mind, Gohan activated the machine. Subsequently, a surge of full-power Broly energy coursed through Gohan's body, particularly affecting his tail. Without warning, the tail began to extend, growing longer and more robust. Gohan felt his mind plunge into an abyss of emptiness, leaving only the thunderous rhythm of his heart. A searing power erupted from the depths of his being, racing wildly within him, crashing against his insides. This force was akin to a double-edged sword. filling him with exhilaration while simultaneously inflicting profound agony. His body began to undergo uncontrollable transformations. His bones cracked with sharp snaps, his physique swelled and expanded, while his muscles gradually bulged into an extraordinary development. With a tremendous roar, Gohan fully transformed into a colossal black great ape, towering at approximately 30 meters. His crimson eyes became bloodshot and murky, as if bereft of all rationality and emotion, leaving only an overwhelming impulse for destruction. A true monstrosity. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the great ape roared, Gohan commenced his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, the black fur of his body was enveloped in a brilliant golden sheen. The golden great ape had emerged. Chapter 23. Super Saiyan 4 vs. Super Saiyan 4. On the planet of King Kai, the golden great ape stood majestically upon the earth, pounding its chest and bellowing loudly, its crimson eyes clouded with chaos and murderous intent. This transformation was an evolution from the ordinary great ape into a Super Saiyan. In this state, Son Gohan's aura had surpassed that of the previously enigmatic Gohan. Transforming into a gorilla and then ascending to Super Saiyan, this ingenious notion granted him formidable power and defense. However, such a massive form also significantly diminished his agility. In a confrontation against an equally matched adversary, he would resemble a moving target. Son Goku stood below, gazing up at Gohan's golden great ape form, muttering to himself. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Dende, and King Kai watched in astonishment as the unfolding spectacle continuously reshaped their understanding of the Saiyan race. Haki Gohan, how could you conceive the idea of transforming into a Super Saiyan beneath the great ape form? Truly, you have stolen the limelight. On the other side, Gohan sensed his rationality slipping away as a primal urge rooted in his genetic lineage threatened to reduce him to a mindless beast of destruction. Yet, thoughts of Aunt Bulma, Bra, his mother Chi-Chi, and Uncle Piccolo brought clarity back to his mind. Indeed, he was not a pure-blooded Saiyan. The Saiyan bloodline was a tool for his empowerment, not a shackle binding him. If the pursuit of strength led to a loss of reason, turning him into a beast that reveled in destruction, how would that differ from the android siblings? Truly, the beastly instincts surged relentlessly, while tender feelings ensnared him like an invisible web. He has numerous things to protect. How could he possibly falter here? The Super Saiyan 4 form is merely the beginning. Should such a degree of challenge drive me to the brink of madness? Weakness, weakness, weakness. With a thunderous roar, Gohan let out a cry towards the heavens, his crimson eyes transforming into pools of clarity. Suddenly, his pupils constricted to pinprick size, and with a crack, a flash of red lightning surged through his mind. His heartbeat quickened and the temperature within him soared. The 30-meter-tall giant ape emitted a roar reminiscent of a human's. Its tail thrashed violently, whipping against the ground, sending dirt flying. There lay the primal source of power hidden within the Saiyan bloodline. In that instant, Gohan's scarlet eyes erupted into brilliant golden light, and the once towering giant ape began to visibly shrink at an astonishing pace. Each muscle tightened under the surge of energy, golden fur standing on end as if scorched by flames, shifting from dazzling gold to a subdued yet fervent red. On the surface of King Kai's planet, a fierce wind howled, swirling sand and debris, yet it could not breach the 3-meter radius around Gohan, a space isolated by golden energy waves. When the tempest finally ceased, a 2-meter-tall youth stood firm in place. The onlookers beheld the transformed visage of Son Gohan. His thick black hair appeared to possess a life of its own, billowing in the absence of wind, resembling a lion's mane, exuding a wild beauty, with a long, thick lock cascading over his forehead. His torso and limbs were cloaked in red fur, accentuating his powerful chest and arms, while a furry tail swayed rhythmically. The combination of red shadows around his eyes and golden irises imparted an aura of sanctity to him. Yet, the slight upward curl of his lips, brimming with confidence and dominance, imbued his presence with an alluring charm. This is my Super Saiyan 4. Gohan's voice resonated deeply, each word echoing like a thunderclap in the ears of those present. The crowd was left in awe. What transformation was this? Is the Saiyan race truly so flamboyant? In the same stage, there exist two forms of Super Saiyan 4. Honestly, I never anticipated that in this state, I would become this powerful. Son Gohan reveled in the surging power within him, almost losing himself in it. Indeed, in terms of both aesthetic and strength, The GT Super Saiyan 4 truly embodies the essence of Saiyan transformation, retaining the characteristics of the giant ape while multiplying its power far beyond that of Super Saiyan 3. Stamina, strength, defense, speed, endurance, there are no shortcomings. Moreover, it possesses the ability to absorb others' energy, significantly raising the transformation's potential. In the future, there exists the possibility to enhance it to the limit breaker Super Saiyan 4. Wow! Gohan, this transformation is not merely an evolution from Super Saiyan 3, yet your appearance post-transformation is quite similar to mine. This is truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed, pointing at Gohan, his face a canvas of astonishment. Gohan nodded, assuming a battle stance, and remarked, though similar, these two transformations are distinctly different. I truly wish to know which is stronger. Father, I understand, Gohan. Now, I shall hold nothing back. I will give it my all. Haha, that is precisely what I desire. Indeed, new power must be honed through combat to be mastered. Very well, then let us commence. Goku gazed at his son, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his fighting spirits surging, blood coursing with excitement. Goku swung his mighty ape-like arm down upon Gohan, only to have it effortlessly caught by him. Wow, that force is considerable. It seems there is truth to the notion of larger hands. Gohan remarked, though his relaxed demeanor belied the fact that Goku's strength still fell short. Father, your punches lack speed and ferocity. Gohan twisted his neck and then delivered a powerful blow towards Goku's face. Gohan showed no mercy. He sought to familiarize himself with his newfound transformation and had longed to deliver retribution to the scoundrel. Rot. Goku tilted his head back slightly, leaning away just in time to narrowly evade the swift punch. He grinned. That was close. You nearly struck me. By the way, Gohan, your strikes are quite forceful. Father, this is a spar, not child's play. If I truly held back, you would not be pleased. True enough. With a sudden burst, Goku propelled himself forward, resembling a cannonball, charging at Gohan. In midair, Goku's form was agile, unleashing a flurry of kicks in a relentless assault. Gohan responded swiftly, sidestepping while bracing his arms like iron shields, absorbing several blows. In an instant, they exchanged numerous strikes, fists and feet colliding in a fierce contest, the sounds of wind and impact echoing around them. As the battle raged on, the intensity of their exchanges escalated. Their figures darted across the skies of King Kai's planet, each collision stirring up clouds of dust, as if the earth itself trembled in response to their clash. It appears that relying solely on physical strength will not yield a victor, Goku stated, quickly creating distance. Panting slightly, his eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager for the contest ahead. Indeed, father, let us try some key techniques. Gohan similarly dropped his stance, positioning his hands in a floral formation, as blue energy coalesced in his palms, forming a radiant sphere of light. Kamehameha, he shouted, propelling the blue energy wave forcefully at Goku. Goku smiled slightly, gathering energy in his own hands to form an even more brilliant blue sphere. With a determined cry, he countered the Kamehameha with his own. The two beams collided in midair with a thunderous roar, the shockwaves radiating outward, instantly reducing the surrounding rocks to dust. Gohan, your Kamehameha is indeed formidable, but do not forget, I possess the Kaioken. Goku clenched his teeth sharply, his muscles swelling instantaneously, and his energy surged several-fold. This was the ultimate technique he had learned from King Kai, the Kaioken, which could amplify his combat power tenfold in a brief moment. With the Kaioken stacked tenfold, coupled with a tenfold Kamehameha, Goku once again focused his energy, and the blue beam transformed into a colossal force, seemingly containing the power to annihilate everything. Gohan, witnessing this, felt a flicker of alarm. He was acutely aware of the terror of the Kaioken, yet there was no turning back now. He concentrated once more, pouring every ounce of his energy into the Kamehameha. However, even with all his might, he could not contend with Goku's instantaneously enhanced tenfold Kaioken. Boom! The two energy beams collided once more, and a massive shockwave sent both combatants flying. Gohan's body tumbled through the air, eventually crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, although Goku was also pushed back by the shockwave, he quickly regained his footing thanks to his superior physical prowess. Coughing, Gohan slowly rose from the dust, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his gaze towards Goku in the distance, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. This was his first defeat since merging with the soul of the traveler. Gohan, you have performed admirably, Goku said as he approached, his tone imbued with a hint of pride and consolation. Your Super Saiyan 4 form is indeed powerful, but the instantaneous eruption of the Kaioken, combined with my baseline strength being greater than yours, makes your defeat entirely understandable. Though the logic held true, such thoughtless remarks from Goku could truly infuriate someone. In that moment, Gohan deeply understood the frustration and helplessness that had plagued Bu. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despondency. After all, his purpose on King Kai's planet was not merely to engage in combat, but to inquire about the Super Saiyan God. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would obliterate any adversary with a single punch. Chapter 24. The Rustic King Kai. Excellent. King Kai chastised Gohan and Goku, indicating that their reckless sparring had left King Kai's planet in disarray, and he would need to work overtime to restore it. Lord Kai, do you know the Super Saiyan God? Gohan inquired, somewhat shamelessly, presenting King Kai with a universal capsule. He whispered, "This is a collection of cold jokes from Earth, featuring the most amusing quips from the past century. I hope you enjoy them, Lord Kai." His merchant-like demeanor elicited chuckles from the other Z fighters. Gohan, when did you learn to bribe others? Goku noted with amusement. Gohan, seeing the curiosity etched on their faces, began to explain why he sought information regarding the Super Saiyan God. As he recounted the tale of the parallel universe where Bulma was killed using Goku's body, the Z fighters were filled with righteous fury. Were it not for Gohan's timely warning, many would likely have rushed to the time machine to confront Black Goku, who possessed his transformations far surpassing Super Saiyan 4. After all, those who have perished are prohibited from intervening in the affairs of the living. Yet there are no such restrictions concerning alternate timelines. The North Kai, who had just received a capsule filled with a compilation of cold jokes with a jovial demeanor, felt the first stirrings of genuine anger upon hearing Gohan recount the malevolent deeds of the god of destruction candidate Zamasu from Universe 10. This was indeed a profound indignation. It is crucial to recognize that both the Kais and the gods of destruction are deities responsible for creation and guardians of life. Their authority lies in the creation and maintenance of order, and the emergence of a disruptive entity like Zamasu represents a dereliction of duty, a transgression far graver than mere betrayal of individuals or organizations. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the North Kai understood this was beyond his capabilities to resolve alone. Thus, he, along with the Z fighters and Gohan, ventured to seek an audience with the Grand Kai, the only one possessing the authority and capability to contact the Supreme Kai. The Grand Kai listened attentively to the North Kai's report, exhibiting a rare moment of seriousness as he notified the Supreme Kai. Subsequently, the sole surviving Supreme Kai of the East, Shin, who is currently the legitimate Supreme Kai of Universe 7, made his grand entrance, with his squinted eyes and an air of pretentiousness. He could have easily misled Gohan had he not been familiar with the original narrative. Universe 10? What is that? The Supreme Kai Shin began with a remark that diminished the gravity of the situation, causing an awkward silence between the Grand Kai and the North Kai. This was somewhat understandable, as the Supreme Kai was thrust into his role without proper understanding, having been appointed during a crisis when the Grand Supreme Kai sealed the evil being. His experiences were lamentably shallow, a fact often referenced in the original storyline. For instance, in the Bu saga, he was tasked with retrieving the Sword of Supreme Kai, naively believing that merely pulling the sword would grant him immense power, while also underestimating the significance of the Patera earrings, treating them as mere decorative items. To illustrate, it is akin to being a final-year student who has just begun an internship at a Fortune 500 company, entirely oblivious to the subtleties of interpersonal relationships and corporate operations. Suddenly, a twist of fate positions you as the chairman, while seasoned managers, the Kais, regard you as a prodigy. Yet, you alone are aware that you are merely an intern, thrust into a role without the requisite knowledge or skills. Desiring to avoid ridicule, you feign understanding and competence, all the while being a novice unaware of the formidable authority that looms above you, the Omni King, while you are merely a corporate manager sharing a life with a destructive deity and serving a neutral angelic race. To return to the main topic, Gohan did not intend to overstep his bounds, yet the Supreme Kai Shin was utterly uninformed. Thus, he imparted all his knowledge to the Supreme Kai, while also sharing it with the assembled Z fighters. After an extensive discussion, the Supreme Kai Shin was finally subjected to a long-overdue orientation. No longer squinting, he began to feel a sense of curiosity towards this all-knowing mortal. In summary, you are suggesting that the candidate Supreme Kai Zamasu from Universe 10 murdered his master, seized the Supreme Kai's time ring, merely to usurp a mortal body for the purpose of annihilating humanity? How can that be conceivable? Though I harbor disdain for the Zamasu you speak of, he is, after all, a candidate for the Supreme Kai, a deity of the cosmos. How could he possibly seek out the so-called Super Dragon Balls for a wish in exchange for a mere mortal's physique? Here we go again. The boastful Kai is at it once more. Gohan detested such gods who were so quick to label mortals, clearly, without revealing his true capabilities. This arrogant Supreme Kai remained oblivious to the power of the Saiyans. Dad, just transform into Super Saiyan 4. Your stamina should allow it, Gohan suggested to Goku, winking to indicate that his father might want to intimidate this haughty deity. Oh, a transformation? That's fine. Super Saiyan 4 doesn't consume much energy, Goku replied, swiftly enveloping himself in a golden aura of energy, unleashing a formidable force that swept across the galaxy. Is this the kind of power a mortal can possess? The puppetry of your barely reached this level. The rustic Supreme Kai began his peculiar metaphors once again. Your so-called puppetry likely pales in comparison to my full potential. Let alone my father's Super Saiyan 4, Gohan retorted, flaring his own energy and showcasing his muscles as he transformed into Ultimate Gohan. A silver aura radiating with pressure that nearly caused Supreme Kai Shin to lose his composure. Cold sweat dripped from the Supreme Kai, his expression contorting comically as he began to exhibit a more humorous demeanor. This was, after all, his true nature, a diligent, albeit slightly pretentious, young deity. Thus, his manner of addressing Goku and Gohan shifted to one of respect, adding the honorific Sir. Chapter 25, The Old Supreme Kai. I intend to go to the Supreme Kai realm and draw forth the Supreme Kai sword, Gohan declared solemnly to Supreme Kai Shin. His objective was clear and resolute, to ascend to the Supreme Kai realm and retrieve the sword that sealed the old Supreme Kai. In his view, only by liberating the imprisoned old Supreme Kai could he possibly attain the secrets of divine energy cultivation, ultimately evolving into a Super Saiyan God and achieving the breakthrough to Super Saiyan Blue. However, Supreme Kai Shin wore a puzzled expression. Although he had heard legends of the Supreme Kai sword, he was aware that these were merely tales, their authenticity something he himself could not ascertain. Observing Shin's bewilderment, Gohan suddenly recalled that this individual was entirely in the dark about the matter. Gohan gently tapped his forehead and patiently explained, "Didn't I mention this before? In the cosmos, there exist two supreme deities, the Kaioshin, who governs creation, and the god of destruction, responsible for annihilation. These two divine beings share a singular life force. Should one perish, the other shall likewise cease to exist. Within the vast expanse of the universe, few beings pose a threat to the god of destruction. Yet the Kaioshin are markedly different, often possessing lesser combat prowess. Consequently, malevolent entities like Zamasu seek to eliminate the Kaioshin first. This ensures that, upon the demise of the Kaioshin, the corresponding god of destruction will vanish as well, rendering him incapable of halting their malevolence. In our universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, has a particular fondness for slothful slumber. To prevent anyone from assassinating the Kaioshin while he is asleep, thereby achieving their nefarious goals, Beerus sealed one Kaioshin within the Kaioshin sword. Thus, even if all the Kaioshin were to perish, one sealed within the sword would remain as a safeguard, preventing anyone from plundering their realm. Ah, I see. The Kaioshin, feeling enlightened, scratched his head in a moment of realization. Yet, despite this understanding, the god of destruction, Beerus, exhibits an exceedingly reprehensible disposition. Not only does he shirk his duties, but he also harbors such fear of death that he resorts to sealing his ancestor within a sword. Truly despicable. Observing the Kaioshin's righteous indignation, Gohan could only offer a few words of consolation, for in this world, power reigns supreme. Later, in Dragon Ball Super, when the Kaioshin encountered Beerus, he addressed him with utmost reverence as Lord Beerus. Despite both being supreme deities, their statuses were not equal. The god of destruction consistently overshadowed the Kaioshin, often ridiculing him as if he were of a superior tier. It can only be said that the divine hierarchy within the Dragon Ball series is somewhat fragile, with many aspects that do not withstand scrutiny. However, such matters were of little concern to Gohan. His sole desire was to grow stronger, to protect his loved ones, friends, and the earth. The intrigues among deities held no significance for him. Very well, let us proceed to the Kaioshin realm, Gohan declared. All right, Father and Uncle Piccolo. You may return to North Kai's planet. I shall return shortly. After bidding farewell to his companions, Gohan approached the Kaioshin, who nodded in readiness. Subsequently, He employed the unique ability of the Kaioshin to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Gohan found himself in the Kaioshin realm. There, he encountered a middle-aged man resembling the Kaioshin, a servant named Jebit, who immediately barked at Gohan. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Kaioshin realm?" He seemed oblivious to the presence of the Kaioshin beside Gohan, speaking arrogantly and exhibiting an exceedingly disagreeable demeanor, reminiscent of the earlier Kaioshin. Gohan could not help but ponder the absurdity of the Supreme Kai of the Seventh Universe, who seemed perpetually engaged in trivial matters, perpetually looking down upon this and that. Despite being a deity with the power of creation, there was a distinct lack of compassion for humanity, not to mention a disturbing tendency towards discrimination. Truly, it was exasperating. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7, noticing Gohan's displeasure, swiftly reprimanded Jebit, instructing him to show more respect towards Mr. Gohan. After all, the sight of Gohan unleashing his full potential had nearly frightened him into submission. Jebit, upon receiving his master's admonition, subdued his demeanor. He was merely the attendant and guard of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai guided Gohan to the location of the Supreme Kai sword. Jebit, crossing his arms, sneered. "This sword has yet to be drawn, even by the Supreme Kai himself. What could a mere human possibly achieve?" Before his words could fully resonate, Gohan erupted with a dazzling golden aura, unleashing a wave of Super Saiyan power that sent Jebit tumbling to the ground in disarray. The entire realm of the Supreme Kai began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of the ground fracturing. To everyone's astonishment, Gohan effortlessly drew the sword from its pedestal and subsequently crushed it with his bare hands, the shattered blade rippling with energy. This is the most powerful sword. How could this happen?" Jebit exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted, before fainting from the shock. "Jebit, are you all right?" The Supreme Kai, witnessing his attendant's collapse, hurriedly checked on him, relieved to find him merely unconscious and not seriously harmed. Suddenly, an elderly yawn echoed from behind Gohan. Today's youth truly are remarkable. A short, purple-skinned old man hunched over appeared before Gohan. "Yes," Gohan replied without surprise, as any deity with a modicum of experience would recognize his race by the furry tail at his waist. "Remarkable indeed. You harbor immense energy within you, young man," the elder Supreme Kai remarked as he examined Gohan's physique, reflecting on the irony of being sealed within the broken sword for so many years without any Supreme Kai noticing. What a sorry lot these successors were. The elder Supreme Kai squinted towards the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, who stood nearby, looking rather ashamed. The elder Supreme Kai said little more, instead beginning to stretch and move his stiffened muscles after years of confinement. "Well, it's done now." He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there were no lingering issues. "Young man, what brings you to me?" Although he had been sealed within the sword, he was still aware of the circumstances outside and understood that Gohan had come to the realm of the Supreme Kai to draw the sword and liberate him. There must be a purpose behind this visit. Gohan, not one to conceal his intentions, recounted the tale of Zamasu's usurpation of his father Goku's body, his chaotic traversing through parallel dimensions, and the implementation of the human erasure plan to the Elder Supreme Kai. Chapter 26, The Divine Aura, Break for Me. This could prove to be quite the challenge, the Elder Supreme Kai acknowledged. The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brows, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced back and forth, clearly grappling with a rather perplexing dilemma. Son Gohan feignait nonchalance. Yet he was well aware of the matter at hand, and inquired knowingly, "There's indeed a method. I have heard that by mastering the divine energy, we Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyan gods, attaining a divine state." The old Supreme Kai was taken aback, staring incredulously at Gohan. Divine energy? Could it be so extraordinary? In his extensive experience, he recalled that even mortals in the seventh universe had once wielded divine energy, but such a feat was hardly remarkable. After all, even the most rudimentary deities, akin to the gods of Earth, possessed powers far superior to divine energy. It was evident that the combat prowess of these celestial beings left much to be desired. This was the root of the old Supreme Kai's astonishment. "Yes, can you impart to me the methods of cultivating divine energy?" Gohan earnestly asked. "You summon me for this?" Any candidate for the position of Kai can grasp the principles involved. Why not simply inquire of them? After all, they are the current Kai. The old Supreme Kai pointed out, gesturing towards the Kai of the present. "Well, ancestor, I must confess my ignorance. Whether it pertains to the god of destruction or the cosmic divisions, it was Mr. Gohan who enlightened me. As for myself, I became the Supreme Kai only due to the sudden emergence of Bu, and the other three candidates perished in battle. The previous Supreme Kai, in a moment of desperation, pass this knowledge to me. Aminos, you little rascals, I am truly exasperated. Could you not seek out Beerus instead? We are Supreme Kais, mere bureaucrats not skilled in martial prowess. Matters of combat should be left to the god of destruction. The old Supreme Kai chastised the Kai of the present, his frustration palpable. Never mind, I shall scold you later. Calming himself, the old Supreme Kai prepared to impart the knowledge of divine energy cultivation to Son Gohan. The so-called energy manifests in various forms, such as courage, vitality, righteousness, and malevolence, all of which are aspects of spiritual power. Regardless of the training, whether divine or mortal, the physical form inevitably reaches its limits. Even the mightiest god of destruction cannot obliterate the universe's most resilient metals. To transcend these boundaries, one requires energy. The old Supreme Kai cleared his throat, his expression growing grave as he elucidated the distinction between divine energy and ordinary energy. The energy cultivated by mortals emanates outwardly, whereas divine energy must be cultivated from within, unable to radiate externally. This is why mortals are incapable of perceiving the energy of the divine. Cultivating divine energy is deceptively simple. One must first bring oneself to the brink of death, and in that state, engage in combat with a deity to sense the divine aura during their exertion of power, subsequently integrating that essence into one's being, heeding the instincts of the body. Goodness, is it truly that severe? Gohan exclaimed, astonished at the notion of nearly perishing first, only to instinctively grasp the essence of a deity's power. He suddenly recalled the scene from the movie Dragon Ball, Battle of Gods, where his father, Son Goku, had abandoned his transformation into a Super Saiyan God mid-battle, only to unleash an unexpected surge of power when on the brink of death. It now seemed evident that he had grown accustomed to the divine energy emanating from Beerus during their confrontation. Thus, the seemingly absurd training of the old Kaioshin appeared to hold some truth after all. Regardless, it was time to act. Son Gohan swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and implored the Kaioshin of the West to spar with him. Me? The Kaioshin of the West exclaimed in bewilderment, pointing at himself. Am I really to fight Mr. Gohan? If you won't, shall I step in? The old Kaioshin retorted without hesitation, delivering a sharp reprimand to the Kaioshin of the West. Fine if I must. The Kaioshin of the West conceded, cradling his head in resignation as he prepared to enter the fray. At that moment, the unconscious Jebbet began to stir on the ground. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld a small old man with purple skin clad in the attire of a Kaioshin, and in confusion, he pointed at the stranger, asking, "Who is this old man? Why is he wearing the Kaioshin's clothing?" The old Kaioshin cast a sidelong glance at Jebbet, his brow furrowing slightly, tinged with impatience. "Umph, you little brat, so you finally awakened. A mere broken sword was enough to knock you out? Truly pathetic. What, you old man, who do you think you are?" Jebbet retorted, his fiery temperament, akin to his crimson skin, igniting at the unwarranted insult. "I am the old Kaioshin from 15 generations prior, sealed within that sword by a villain. Were it not for this lad's destruction of the Kaioshin sword, I would still be unaware of how utterly inept you younger generations have become. Especially you, Jebbet, is it? It seems you cannot distinguish between the high and low." As he spoke, the old Kaioshin's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of solemnity. He gradually raised his hands, and with a gentle wave, an invisible pressure permeated the atmosphere. An ancient and formidable aura began to emanate from him, reminiscent of a long-lost era, instilling a sense of dread. This divine energy surged like a relentless tide, exuding an overwhelming sense of superiority. It was not the kind of wild force one might expect, but rather the steadfast presence of an insurmountable mountain, intimidating to behold. Such power could only be comprehended by those within the divine hierarchy, representing an absolute disparity in status. Jebbet's complexion paled instantly as he acutely felt the oppressive weight of this divine energy. Perceiving himself as a mere ant in the presence of the immovable mountain that was the old Kaioshin, instinctively he took several steps back, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. Without hesitation, Jebbet prostrated himself, a flicker of awe and fear in his gaze, humbly responding, "I see now, ancestor. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." The old Kaioshin waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to remain silent, before returning his focus to the Kaioshin of the West and Son Gohan. Before him stood the Kaioshin, visibly hesitant, his hands trembling slightly, betraying his unease about the impending ordeal. "Stop dawdling, act swiftly," urged the old Kaioshin from the sidelines. Gohan was to cultivate the divine energy, And if mercy was shown, their efforts would be in vain. Drawing in a deep breath, the Kaioshin summoned his courage and slowly raised his hand, gently tapping Gohan's shoulder. Yet, this gesture was akin to a mere tickle, causing Gohan to sway slightly without sustaining significant harm. This won't do. You're far too gentle. How could Gohan possibly reach the brink of death like this? Bellowed the old Kaioshin, his frustration palpable. The Kaioshin, startled by the reprimand, exhibited a glimmer of panic in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his hand once more, his resolve evident in the increased intensity of his action. Nevertheless, Gohan's resilience surpassed his expectations. He staggered back a few steps, but remained largely unscathed. "Oh dear," the old Kaioshin exclaimed, exasperated as he slapped his forehead. "Kaioshin, you are the current deity of the universe. Regardless of how you came into this role, as the supreme god, how can you falter at such a crucial moment? Ancestors, I do not wish for this," the Kaioshin replied, his voice tinged with distress. "Mr. Gohan is our friend. I simply cannot bring myself to harm him." "Friend?" The old Kaioshin scoffed. "Do not forget, the cultivation of divine energy is no trivial matter. If Gohan cannot reach the brink of death, he may never attain the status of a Super Saiyan God. If you are so concerned for his well-being, perhaps you should suggest he abandon this endeavor." Upon hearing this, a spark of determination ignited within Gohan's gaze. He understood the old Kaioshin's words held truth. To transcend one's limits, sacrifices must be made. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his chin and smiled at the Kaioshin. "My lord, do not worry. Please proceed. I believe I can endure." Seeing the conviction in Gohan's eyes, the Kaioshin felt a tremor of resolve surge within him. He realized he could no longer hesitate. Failing to act would not only betray Gohan's hopes, but also disappoint the old Kaioshin. Thus, he clenched his teeth and raised his hand once more, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike aimed at Gohan's chest. With a resounding thud, Gohan's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. A wave of searing pain radiated from his chest, swiftly engulfing his entire being. His vision began to blur, and his breaths came in quick gasps. He understood he was teetering on the edge of death. "Mr. Gohan!" the Kaioshin exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Gohan being flung away. He instinctively moved to check on Gohan's condition, but was restrained by the old Kaioshin. "Stay still. This is not the moment for concern," the old Kaioshin admonished sternly. "Gohan has reached the threshold of death. Now it is up to his instincts to grasp the essence of divine power. Do not cease your assault. Swiftly summon all your divine strength and unleash the divine technique upon Gohan." Meanwhile, Gohan lay upon the ground, the agony coursing through his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, he did not surrender. A singular thought consumed his mind. He must cultivate the divine energy and ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God to protect all that he holds dear. The malevolent Black Goku from the parallel universe continues his wicked deeds. He cannot succumb now. Chapter 27. The Birth of the Super Saiyan God. The seventh attack commenced. The old Kaioshin sat cross-legged upon a rock, his withered fingers gently tapping a rhythm upon his knee. "Jebbit." "Yes," Jebbit replied, quickly kneeling beside Son Gohan, his hands emanating a radiant green light as he began the restoration process for the unconscious warrior. This oscillation between life and death had persisted for a full 7 instances. The Saiyan race's latent abilities had also been awakened 7 times, and Gohan's baseline combat power had surged dramatically, transforming him utterly from his former self. At this moment, Jebbit, who had always regarded mortals with disdain, found himself genuinely admiring this young man named Son Gohan. This admiration did not stem from Gohan's formidable strength, but from a more profound and primal awe. As the verdant healing waves enveloped Gohan, Jebbit could distinctly sense the shattered ribs within him and the heart that had nearly ceased its rhythm. Yet, each time he was restored, he rose anew, his eyes unwavering, brimming with courage. This marked the first occasion that Jebbit truly acknowledged humanity. They were not the fragile and insignificant beings he had once presumed. This indomitable spirit transcended even the countless deities he had encountered. "Lord Kaioshin, how much longer can he endure?" Jebbit lifted his gaze, a flicker of concern illuminating his eyes. Despite his formidable healing abilities, each act of restoration felt like a race against death, and he could sense that Gohan's injuries were more severe than ever before. "I do not know, Jebbit," the old Kaioshin replied, his gaze fixed intently upon the unconscious Gohan. "But I am certain that his will is mightier than his body. As long as his heart remains unyielding, he will persist in his endeavors until he truly masters the divine energy." "Kaioshin," witnessing Gohan's unconscious state as he received treatment, felt a pang of compassion. He was not a sadistic being, and observing Gohan, brought to the brink of death 7 times, stirred his empathy. Perhaps we should reconsider, Ancestor. Mr. Gohan is in this state. Is there not a simpler and less arduous way to attain divine energy? Fool! Do you think divine energy is as common as cabbage? This is the best method I can conceive. Do not forget, he is a scion, a race of natural warriors. Nothing suits him better than this approach. But I cannot bear to continue this way. Kaioshin, being a relatively young deity, struggled to accept the harshness of the situation. He felt as though he were a villain, persistently pushing Gohan to the edge of death. At that moment, as Gohan lay unconscious, a low, guttural groan escaped his lips, and his body trembled slightly, as if struggling to awaken from a deep slumber. Jeebit immediately refocused his attention on the healing process, the soft green glow re-emerging to envelop Gohan's form tenderly. I can still go on. Let's proceed. I feel that this time it must succeed. Gohan unsteadily rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his entire being swaying perilously but refusing to falter. He wiped the blood from his lips and lifted his gaze, offering a somewhat grim, yet resolute smile to King Kai. Lord King Kai, let us try once more. I am certain I can succeed. Mr. Gohan, I concede defeat to you. King Kai observed this battered yet fiercely determined mortal, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him. To be candid, before encountering Gohan, his thoughts mirrored those of Zamasu, viewing humanity as a blight upon the universe, mere detritus. Yet now he had transformed. He perceived humanity, in some respects, as more magnificent than the divine. The anthem of humanity is one of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. This is the final attempt, Gohan. No matter what, I shall not return again. I understand, Lord King Kai. Gohan inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself further. He sensed that his body had reached its limits. Each breath felt as though it was tearing through his lungs. Yet his will remained remarkably clear. He knew he was but a step away from success. If he could endure just once more, he would truly grasp the essence of the divine and transform into a Super Saiyan God. Honestly, I find it difficult to fathom what sustains you. Is it a refusal to accept despair? Gohan did not elaborate further, but instead assumed a fighting stance. The 8th attempt begins, proclaimed the old Kai with fervor. Subsequently, King Kai commenced unleashing divine power, relentlessly assaulting Gohan. Gohan did not transform. He merely responded in his normal state, even lowering his energy further to evoke a sense of impending doom, for only then could he truly sense the divine force. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would lose the pressure he needed, and the unique aura of a Super Saiyan would disturb his comprehension of the divine essence. Faced with King Kai's cataclysmic divine assaults, Gohan's body was hurled repeatedly through the air, blood tracing sorrowful arcs against the backdrop. Yet with every fall, he sensed that unique power within him struggling and roaring, as if seeking a breakthrough to shatter the confines of his being. Is this the essence of the divine? It felt like a raging inferno, eager to consume him, yet patiently awaiting his mastery. Gohan's consciousness gradually blurred in the chaos, yet he could distinctly feel the presence of that formidable force. It is omnipresent yet elusive. The Supreme Kai's final energy wave struck Gohan squarely in the face, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. I cannot surrender. I cannot fall here. Deep within Gohan's heart, an intense sense of defiance ignited. He recalled the heavy burden of his mission, the helplessness he felt when the androids wreaked havoc on Earth, unable to prevent the devastation. He thought of his mother, Chi-Chi, and Aunt Bulma, who had perished in another timeline. He understood he could not retreat, even at the cost of his own life. Defiance. Defiance. These 3 words echoed incessantly in his mind. He refused to be dictated by fate, unwilling to witness the universe descend into darkness, unwilling to remain a mere mortal, unable to protect all he cherished. I will not be defeated, Gohan shouted passionately. Simultaneously, the energy wave imbued with divine power from the Supreme Kai miraculously resonated within Gohan, harmonizing with his own energy. Like Prometheus stealing the fire from the heavens, Gohan's ordinary energy began to transform into divine energy, gradually evolving from human essence to that of a deity. The previously overflowing energy was contained within him, swelling and expanding. Then it erupted. In that moment, it felt as though the entire universe was celebrating his rebirth. At long last, the Super Saiyan God emerged before all. Gohan's physique grew leaner and more elongated, his muscles more defined, skin fairer, and his overall appearance youthful, embodying a boyish charm. His eyes became significantly larger, with clearly visible pupils and red irises, while his hair transformed into a brilliant red, surrounded by a fiery golden aura, reminiscent of the sun's flames. Meanwhile, in the distant cosmos, the Angel Whis of Universe 7 was leisurely enjoying his afternoon tea. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He set down his teacup and smiled slightly. It seems an intriguing individual has emerged in Universe 7. Chapter 28. The Brutal Slaying of Black Goku. The wind stirred. Leaves fell. It was merely a touch of the elements. The fatigue and injuries within Gohan were being healed by the divine energy, elevating both his spirit and body to unprecedented heights. Is this the universe, as seen through the eyes of a deity? Gohan spread his palm, feeling the divine energy coursing within him. The golden red flames coalesced instantly in his hand, and then he clenched his fist and struck. In an instant, a rift tore through the fabric of space, and the surrounding air rushed madly into the fissure, whipping up a tempest around Gohan. At the eye of the storm stood Gohan himself. The Supreme Kai hastily employed divine power to mend the space that Gohan had ravaged. Incredible. Gohan himself could hardly believe the strength he now possessed. It seems you have indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan God. The elderly Supreme Kai, hunched over with a hint of astonishment in his tone, had not anticipated that merely comprehending the divine energy could lead to such formidable strength. At this moment, Gohan's power was a stark contrast to what it had been previously, a chasm of difference. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe's future world, Black Goku and Zamasu were engaged in a celebratory toast, surveying the ravaged state of Earth before them. "Well done, my other self," Zamasu proclaimed, lifting a glass of fine wine in gratitude towards Black Goku. "Nonsense. I am you. There is no need for such formality between us," Black Goku replied, raising his own glass in acknowledgement. "It seems our plan is on the verge of fruition," Zamasu remarked, savoring a sip of his exquisite wine with satisfaction. "Indeed. Once we capture Bra, who has fled to this timeline, all the scions of this realm will vanish without a trace." Black Goku grinned wickedly. "Huh, she cannot evade us," Zamasu proposed. "Let us finish this drink, and then we shall venture to the timeline where the female scion has escaped, providing a delightful post-meal activity." Black Goku nodded in agreement with his counterpart's suggestion. As they dined and conversed, their imaginations soared with visions of a future where the eradication of humanity would herald true peace in the universe. Shortly thereafter, the pair, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, resolved to pursue Bra, who had fled in her time machine. Meanwhile, in the present timeline at West City Capsule Corporation, Bulma was engrossed in her research on Dr. Gero's android technology, having acquired the materials some time ago. Her journey to Namek had not only rekindled cherished memories, but also sparked anxieties regarding her own appearance. After all, she was a bona fide Earthling, lacking the scion racial advantages of anti-aging. No matter how diligently she pursued cosmetic enhancements and daily care, she could not halt the passage of time and the marks it left upon her. Consequently, she turned her gaze towards Dr. Gero's android technology. She was aware that the android siblings had wreaked havoc on Earth for over a decade, yet they retained the youthful appearances of teenagers, a testament to their artificial lineage. Eternal youth, boundless stamina, and formidable combat prowess. Qualities Bulma longed for, with the only barrier being the android transformation procedure. While her primary goal was to enhance her beauty, she also aspired to augment her strength. Lacking the scion bloodline that Gohan and Bra possessed, she could not summon the resolve to endure the rigors of martial training. Thus, she would rely on the power of technology to arm herself. Bulma truly embodied the genius of the Dragon Ball series, a formidable creator of time machines. Although biological modification was not her primary field of study, after examining the materials left behind by Dr. Gero, she felt confident that she could transform herself into an android. Furthermore, as this would be a self-transformation, she would not have to erase her emotions, ensuring that her combat abilities would surpass those of the android siblings. However, the magnitude of this project is immense, requiring nearly a week to execute a flawless transformation. Ding dong, the doorbell of the laboratory chimed, its clear tone resonating throughout the tranquil space. Bulma paused her research, gently setting down her tools and rising to approach the camera at the entrance. On the screen, a familiar figure came into view, a girl with short blue hair, standing at the laboratory door, her eyes glimmering with urgency. It was her daughter, Bra. Bulma smiled softly, poised to press the door button, when she suddenly noticed another figure standing behind Bra. This person bore a resemblance to Bra, but appeared older, exuding the mature charm of a woman in her 20s. Her cascading hair flowed down to her waist, creating a stark contrast to Bra's short locks. She stood slightly behind Bra, her head lowered, an air of shyness and unease evident in her gaze. This, too, was her daughter Bra, but from an alternate timeline. What is the matter, Brace? Bulma jested as she opened the laboratory door. The older Bra raised her hand. Actually, it's me, the grown-up Bra, who wanted to see Mom, but felt too shy to say so. I didn't tea. The older Bra blushed, covering the younger Bra's mouth to silence her. Bulma observed the playful exchange between the two, her heart warming with joy. All right, enough of this mischief. You're both grown now, yet still act like children. She gently patted the shoulder of the older Bra. Come, let us grab a bite to eat, then go shopping and have a good chat. The two Bras exchanged surprised glances, a flicker of excitement passing between them. The younger Bra immediately exclaimed, Wonderful. Shopping is my favorite. The older Bra felt a wave of warmth at the realization that her mother was indeed willing to accompany her, this alternate version of her daughter. The pain of losing her mother slightly eased, though she knew this woman was not her mother. The identical face and the same loving gaze were enough to captivate her heart. Bulma led her two daughters out of the laboratory, sunlight cascading upon them, warm and radiant. They arrived at a nearby shopping mall, where the younger Bra eagerly dashed toward a clothing store, while the older Bra followed behind, somewhat reserved. The trio meandered through the mall, with the younger Bra frequently selecting various fashionable outfits and excitedly seeking Bulma's and the older Bra's opinions. The older Bra displayed a more composed demeanor, opting for styles that were mature and polished. Observing her daughters, Bulma felt a profound sense of happiness. She mused that despite the differences in timelines, the bond between mother and daughter remained unchanged. As they reveled in this heartwarming atmosphere, a sudden chill permeated the air. It felt as though the very atmosphere had solidified, and panic began to ripple through the crowd in the mall. Out of nowhere, a shadow descended from above, landing before them. Before her stood a man clad in black, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Sun Wukong. His gaze was frigid and malevolent, a cruel smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Black Wukong, Bulma gasped, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Slowly, Black Wukong raised his head, revealing a sinister grin. Bulma, I never anticipated encountering you here. You, a mere mortal who trifles with time, shall meet your end. With fury igniting her spirit, the long-haired Bra confronted her mother's nemesis, her eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. She charged towards Black Wukong, unleashing a powerful punch. Yet, Black Wukong responded with a disdainful snort, effortlessly extending a hand to seize Bra's fist, his grip akin to a vice. She found herself ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendered immobile. Foolish scion, do you truly believe your current strength poses any threat to me? Black Wukong sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. His voice was as cold and piercing as ice. Moking Bros et décitu. The color drained from her face as an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over her. Aware that she was no match for Black Wukong, she steeled herself, refusing to retreat, for she could not allow this timeline's mother to fall into peril once more. Release her, Bulma cried out, her voice brimming with indignation. In a swift motion, she retrieved a compact device from her pocket, her latest invention, a laser gun. Though she understood that this weapon might prove ineffective against Black Wukong, she felt compelled to try, even if only for a glimmer of hope. Casting a derisive glance at the laser gun in Bulma's hand, Black Wukong scoffed, another futile trick. Do you honestly believe such a trinket can pose a threat to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma pressed the device's button. A brilliant beam of light surged forth, hurtling towards Black Wukong. This was her last hope. She prayed that this radiant flash could delay him, even for a fleeting moment. However, Black Wukong merely furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly dissipating the light. How laughable, he sneered. Subsequently, he sent Bra hurtling away with a brutal strike, turning his attention towards Bulma. Each of his steps felt like a crushing weight upon Bulma's heart, instilling a profound sense of despair within her. Mom, be careful. The short-haired Bra shouted in terror, witnessing Black Wukong advancing towards her mother, her heart swelling with rage. In an instant, she transformed into Super Saiyan 2, golden light enveloping her as she charged at Black Wukong with her fists raised. Yet, with a mere flick, Black Wukong unleashed an energy blast that sent Bra flying. Her body crashed against the wall like a shattered marionette, emitting a dull thud. Bra! Bulma gripped her laser gun tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her heart was heavy with worry for her daughter, tears brimming in her eyes. She understood that they had fallen into a dire predicament, and she felt utterly powerless. Gohan, where are you? Please come quickly and save us. Bulma prayed desperately in her heart, her gaze filled with despair. Black Goku had approached Bulma. A cruel smile etched on his face, wielding a pink-hued energy blade, poised to strike her down. Just as the situation became critical, a golden-red light sliced through the sky, appearing instantaneously before Bulma. The newcomer was Gohan, who had sensed Bulma's peril in the realm of the Kais and had immediately teleported to the scene without hesitation. Stop! Gohan shouted, gripping Black Goku's wrist with such force that it turned purple. Black Goku winced in pain, the energy blade in his hand dissipating as he stared at Gohan in disbelief. Who are you? He spat through gritted teeth, astonished that Gohan had interrupted him. You harm my family, and I shall not let you go, Gohan replied coldly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without further ado, in his Super Saiyan God form, Gohan granted Black Goku no respite. He knew that Zamasu was unfamiliar with his father's body and could only transform into Super Saiyan 1 at that moment. However, if he were given a moment to breathe, he might quickly grasp the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, which would complicate matters. Thus, Gohan resolved to deny him any chance to recover. His fist struck like lightning against Black Goku's abdomen. Taste my lion's tooth. The immense force caused Black Goku to spit blood repeatedly, his body battered beyond defense. Stop! Zamasu, hidden nearby, rushed to intervene, intending to rescue Black Goku and fuse with him. Not a chance. Gohan roared, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he shaped his hands into a blossom-like stance and thrust forward, exclaiming, Kamehameha! A powerful golden-red energy wave erupted from his palms, striking Black Goku squarely in the chest. Subsequently, Black Goku shattered into fragments, swept away by the wind. No, my other self. Zamasu seethed with rage. Next it's you. Gohan teleported before Zamasu and unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fong fist strikes, leaving Zamasu in agony. You'll regret this. Zamasu snarled, activating his time ring to escape to another timeline. Though he possessed immortality, the disparity in their combat abilities was insurmountable, and he had to retreat to devise a new strategy. Gohan was aware of Zamasu's immortality through the Super Dragon Balls, so he refrained from pursuing him. After all, he was not the Omni King, lacking the ability to erase all existence and permanently eliminate Zamasu. He descended to the ground and examined the injuries of the two Bra. Fortunately, they were merely gravely wounded, not deceased. As long as he could allow Jebbit to recuperate, they would be fine. Chapter 29. Aunt Bulma, I implore you. Son Gohan successively transmitted divine energy to the two Bras, stabilizing their injuries. He then called out, Aunt Bulma, I beseech you to lend a hand. I intend to use instant transmission to take them to the Supreme Kai for treatment. Bulma nodded, quickly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and approached Gohan to embrace one of the Bras. Gohan held onto the other, and sensing the aura of the Supreme Kai, the four of them instantly transported to the Supreme Kai's realm. I apologize for the trouble, Jebbit. Gohan gently placed the two girls on the ground, clasped his hands together, and implored Jebbit. No problem, Jebbit replied, kneeling down, a shimmering green energy wave emanating from his hands as he began to heal the two Bras. Afterward, Gohan approached Aunt Bulma. Are you all right? Are you injured? Bulma did not respond, her expression dark and somber. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, Gohan said, filled with self-reproach, believing that Bulma was upset with him because he had arrived too late, resulting in the injuries to the two Bras. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse as he apologized to Bulma, feeling dispirited. Before he could finish, Bulma suddenly collided into his embrace. The scent of citrus shampoo mingling with the fragrance of a mature woman enveloping Gohan's senses, causing him to momentarily freeze. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her trembling shoulders, wishing to console her. Gohan, Bulma wept, her eyes swollen and tears spilling over. I was so scared, truly terrified. Gohan, taken aback by the sight of Aunt Bulma in tears, was struck with astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. He had always perceived Aunt Bulma as a strong woman, unyielding in the face of adversity, eternally optimistic. Bulma cried into Gohan's chest for an extended period before slowly lifting her head, drying her tears. Thank you, Gohan. It's nothing, Gohan replied, his gaze complicated. This version of Aunt Bulma felt foreign to him. He did not dislike this side of her, Rather, it stirred a bittersweet feeling within him. He had always regarded Aunt Bulma as an adult, confiding in her about his troubles, completely overlooking the fact that she, too, was a single mother in need of support. I say, Aunt Bulma, if you ever feel unhappy or troubled in the future, please talk to me more. Huh? Gohan, what are you saying? Bulma's ears flushed with color. Her eyes evasive, perplexed by this sudden confession-like statement from Gohan. What I mean is, I wish to be your support, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan grasped Bulma's hands firmly, his expression resolute. Ah, Gohan. Bulma's face turned crimson, and feeling somewhat flustered, she lowered her head, her fingers slightly curling. Yet she did not withdraw her hands from Gohan's grasp. As Gohan gazed at Bulma, his eyes softened significantly. He gently clasped her hand and earnestly declared, Aunt Bulma, I have grown up. I hope to be a support for you, just as you have always cared for me. Bulma's voice was as faint as a whisper, nearly inaudible. Yet she nodded softly, her fingers instinctively tightening around Gohan's hand. That truly is wonderful. A smile spread across Gohan's face as he released Bulma's hand, solidifying their promise with a pinky swear. He extended his little finger. Huh, isn't that a bit childish? Bulma's face flushed like a ripened apple, her gaze filled with shyness. Gohan looked deeply into her eyes, his expression clear and resolute. I merely wish to convey my sincerity in the simplest manner. Pinky swear, and for 100 years. It shall never change. With a tremor, Bulma extended her pinky, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. As she beheld Gohan's clear and unwavering gaze, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. In that moment, she felt enveloped by a wondrous emotion, tinged with bashfulness yet sweetly intoxicating. You child, what am I to do with you? Bulma murmured softly, her pinky delicately entwining with Gohan's, while an unbidden thought crossed her mind. Whose straightforward nature does this child resemble? Bulma's heart was a tumult of feelings. She had always considered herself an independent and resilient woman, capable of facing any challenge with composure. However, when Gohan expressed his feelings so simply and directly, she realized she too had vulnerabilities, a yearning to be supported and cherished. Pinky swear, and for 100 years, it shall never change, Gohan reiterated earnestly. Gohan, you child. Your solemn demeanor is quite the violation of decorum, Bulma silently critiqued, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a gentle smile. She tenderly held Gohan's hand, a glimmer of warmth flashing in her eyes. Very well, pinky swear, and for a lifetime it shall never change. Hooray! Gohan exclaimed joyfully, releasing his pinky with a beaming, innocent smile. Now, take a little rest. I shall go check on Bra and the others. Gohan departed decisively, leaving Bulma in solitude. As Bulma watched Gohan's retreating figure, her eyes reflected a blend of emotion, both touched and enveloped in an indescribable warmth. She nibbled her lip gently, her fingers unconsciously caressing the spot where Gohan had just held her, as if the gentle strength of his touch lingered at her fingertips. This child, Bulma whispered, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She had never anticipated that Gohan's words would stir such feelings within her. For so long, she had grown accustomed to embodying the strong Aunt Bulma, shouldering every burden alone in the face of adversity, as if she were invincible. Yet, everything that had transpired shattered that facade. Her mind was filled with the vivid expressions of Gohan's smiles and frowns. Suddenly, she realized that the child she had nurtured since his infancy had perhaps unconsciously been shaped into her preferred type. Ah, is this not akin to a cultivation narrative? Bulma's heart was in turmoil. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin noticed his ancestor gazing intently at a crystal ball, seemingly lost in thought while wearing a silly grin. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Ancestor, what are you looking at? With a mischievous smile, the old Kaioshin replied, Hee, that Gohan lad, managing to win over even a married woman. Yes, quite the charmer. This cheeky demeanor elicited a desire in Kaioshin to deliver a playful punch. Chapter 30, Earth, I Shall Protect. The wounds of the two Bra were completely healed by Jebbit, which brought a sigh of relief to Gohan. He looked at Jebbit with gratitude, sincerely expressing his thanks. Jebbit, however, merely waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the matter. After all, Gohan was a distinguished guest of the Kaioshin and a warrior worthy of respect. Embarrassed by such praise, Gohan bashfully scratched his head, humbly replying, I am not that remarkable. Gohan, how is Mom? The two Bras, upon regaining consciousness, asked in unison, anxious for news of Aunt Bulma. Do not worry, Aunt Bulma is unharmed. She is currently resting in the Kaioshin-S temple, Gohan patiently reassured them. Upon hearing this, the two Bras finally relaxed, relieved that their mother was safe. However, Gohan found himself confronted with a new dilemma. He gazed at the two bras before him, one tall and one small, both strikingly similar in appearance, and pondered how to distinguish between them. Although they differed in age, their likeness was nearly identical. How should he address them? By their hair length? No, that might upset them. Tentatively, Gohan ventured, "You both share the name Bra, which makes it difficult for me to address you. You can simply call me Big Bra, Gohan." The older future Bra graciously offered, indicating her willingness to be referred to as such. "Then I shall call you Lil Bra," the Bra from this timeline humbly added. Is this truly appropriate? Gohan hesitated, concerned that such nicknames might come across as disrespectful. "It's perfectly fine, Gohan," they both assured him, indicating that there was no issue at all. Gohan exhaled a slight sigh of relief. He had anticipated this situation to be as convoluted as the chaotic memories of a previous life, leaving him in a quandary. After all, the soul that had merged with his had been preoccupied with anime and online debates, unconsciously complicating relationships, and even leading to the absurd conclusion that women were incomprehensible beings. Yet, Gohan quickly realized that he had placed undue weight on the memories of that other soul, adhering too rigidly to its perspectives. "That will suffice. I have some matters to attend to on North Kai's planet. Would you care to join me?" Gohan explained to the two women. North Kai's planet? Dabura seemed to recognize the name. However, this was hardly surprising, considering Dabura had not only fought alongside the Z-Fighters to defeat Cell in the past, but had also befriended King Kai and Jebbet upon returning to the future, preemptively vanquishing Majin Buu. It could be said that her kill count is the highest in the entire Dragon Ball series. She had decisively defeated Frieza and his progeny, the android siblings, a juvenile Cell, Dabura, and even the unborn Majin Buu. She was the only scion in the entire saga who did not fall short. Gohan conveyed his reason for venturing to North Kai's planet to Dabura. "I intend to seek Uncle Piccolo's guidance on the Mafuba technique, as Zamasu has wished for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls. Aside from sealing him, my only recourse would be to locate the Super Dragon Balls once more. Regrettably, there are only 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. The remaining 5 reside in the 6th universe, and no one but the angels can transcend the barriers between universes." Upon hearing this, Gohan noticed the puzzled expressions on both Dabura and her smaller counterpart, prompting him to succinctly explain the concepts of the universe's divisions: gods of destruction, angels, and the Omni King. "I see. So sealing him is the only option?" Dabura bit her lip, clearly unsettled by the notion that this method would not completely eradicate Zamasu. "Fear not. We will first seal him away, and I will devise a way to enlist the help of Angel Whis to resolve the Zamasu dilemma. After all, the chaos Zamasu has wrought extends beyond a single universe, affecting the very fabric of time and space. I believe even a neutral deity, like an angel, would have to intervene." Gohan Hyasura Dabura, urging her not to worry excessively, for Zamasu's fate was ultimately death. Even if the angels did not assist, he was confident in his ability to completely annihilate Zamasu. After all, he was Son Goku's son, Gohan, bearing the blood of the warrior scions, while also possessing the Earthlings' yearning for peace. With these two aspects in mind, he was resolute in his training, and surpassing the gods of destruction, angels, Grand Minister, and even the dragon god, Zalama, was merely a matter of time. Without aspiring to reach the pinnacle, how could one hope to ascend to greatness? Gohan was unperturbed by the challenges ahead. Having resolved to embark on the path of martial arts, he aimed to be the best, refusing to concede. His words radiated unwavering confidence. To be absolute means to strive for the pinnacle. There is no room for defeat. Gohan's confidence momentarily startled Dabura. Has the Gohan I know ever possessed such self-assurance? A complex emotion stirred within her. The Gohan she recalled was always gentle, reserved, and somewhat shy. Despite his immense power, he never flaunted it, quietly safeguarding those around him. Yet, the Gohan before her now exuded an unprecedented determination and confidence. If the Gohan from her timeline leaned more towards the characteristics of Earthlings, then this Gohan seemed to embody the essence of a pure-blooded scion. The fervent desire for battle and the exuberant confidence are truly breathtaking. "Gohan, you seem to have changed," whispered Dabura softly. People inevitably change, yet what transforms is not the original intent, but rather the pursuit of safeguarding peace more effectively. He paused momentarily, then continued. "Just like me. Although my temperament may differ from before, my goal remains steadfast, to protect those I cherish and to uphold the tranquility of Earth. I merely perceive the past as somewhat naive. When confronted with formidable foes, my thoughts were not of vanquishing them, but rather wishing my father were present. Previously, I lamented why my father did not come to my aid, but now I have come to understand. What have you come to understand? Dabura inquired urgently, eager to learn what had transpired in this timeline to make Gohan so powerful and self-assured. Earth is mine to protect, Gohan declared, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. Dabura was momentarily taken aback. His words struck her heart like a bolt of lightning. She had never imagined Gohan would articulate such a resolute and confident statement with such simplicity. Earth is mine to protect. You, Gohan, truly are something else, she thought, as his words seemed to possess a magical quality, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Gohan visited the Supreme Kai's palace to ask Bulma if she would accompany him to North Kai's planet, but she declined, exclaiming, "Huh? North Kai's planet? I won't go. They are all eternally youthful while I am riddled with wrinkles. Just seeing them infuriates me." Consequently, Gohan had no choice but to utilize instant transmission to return Bulma to Earth before taking little Dabura with him to North Kai's planet. In Chapter 31, Divine Technique, Iato Spirit Slash, Gohan recounted the events that had transpired to the Z Fighters and his father, Goku. He implored Piccolo to teach him the Mafuba technique to seal Zamasu, to which Piccolo readily agreed, for Gohan was like a son to him. Meanwhile, Goku seethed with anger at Zamasu's actions, yet he swiftly became captivated by the notion of the Super Saiyan God transformation. What is this transformation like? Gohan, could you show me? Goku inquired with curiosity, hoping to witness the transformation firsthand. Gohan, feeling somewhat helpless yet unable to deny his father, concentrated his energy. In an instant, a golden red aura enveloped him, as if he were undergoing a rebirth through flames. His hair and irises transformed into a brilliant red, and he appeared rejuvenated, his physique becoming harmoniously sculpted. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Incredible. Gohan, I can no longer sense your energy, Goku exclaimed, his eyes alight with wonder as he beheld Gohan's Super Saiyan God form. Of course, old man, Piccolo scoffed. This is the realm of deities. Mere mortals cannot possibly perceive it. A deity? Has Gohan ascended to divinity? Klin stammered, expressing his profound astonishment at the news. Is this what divinity entails? He found it hardly impressive, even less so than the revelation of Super Saiyan 1. The god of tea, ever the critic, began to mercilessly critique the situation. Yamcha, you must not rely solely on what your eyes perceive. Do you not sense that Gohan exists in an entirely different dimension from us? Tien rolled his eyes, glaring at the god of tea with his 3 eyes. Indeed, Yamcha is a fool. Kyochu chimed in, echoing Tien's sentiments. Ah, Tien and Kaiatsu, you both. Yamcha was left speechless by their retorts, managing only an awkward smile. However, on another note, Gohan, who are those 2 young ladies beside you? They appear to be youthful versions of Bulma. Piccolo inquired, pointing at the 2 bras. Ah, this is Bulma Annie's daughter, Bra, Gohan explained. What? Bulma's daughter? All the Z fighters widened their eyes, particularly Yamcha, whose eyes grew the largest. Is she the one born of Vegeta? I thought there was only one, Yamcha questioned, perplexed, pointing at the 2 bras. Gohan had no choice but to clarify the origin of the older bra to the group, who then grasped the situation. To be honest, possessing the script felt quite exhilarating as it provided a godlike perspective. Yet, having to explain everything to others repeatedly was rather taxing for Gohan. He couldn't help but reflect on how, in the Dragon Ball saga, it was mentioned that Bra thrived in a future timeline, living happily alongside Bulma Annie. However, for the sake of this popular character, Dragon Ball Super had unceremoniously dragged her into the narrative. Ultimately, not only was Bulma Annie tragically slain by Goku, but that entire universe was erased by the Omni King, rendering it non-existent. Such a grim fate, akin to the misuse of resources. It was a pity for the once happy Bra. Thus, Gohan resolved to reverse this calamity, ensuring that everyone in that timeline could also enjoy a bright future. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to seal Zamasu. This was an imperative task. Without further ado, they delved directly into the matter at hand. Piccolo demonstrated the usage of the Mafuba technique in public, instructing Gohan on how to draw the sealing talisman. The container was inconsequential. Even a rice cooker would suffice. But it was essential to have the talisman for suppression. Gohan studied intently. Perhaps due to the fusion of their souls, he was naturally astute, and after just 2 observations, he felt he had mastered both the creation of the talisman and the usage of the Mafuba technique. What a remarkable skill! Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the genius of the one who invented this technique, Master Roshi, a true deity of martial arts. To think that such a martial artist existed on this humble planet, a mere mortal rivaling the divine. It is worth noting that this sealing technique, which even the highest deity could not perform, was innovated by an ordinary human and was astonishingly simple, requiring merely a sealed container. The initial purpose of inventing this technique was merely to seal the combat power of the original King Piccolo, whose strength was limited to 3 digits. However, in the era of power inflation depicted in Dragon Ball Super, it remains effective, embodying a conceptual prowess. The more Gohan contemplated it, the more he found it astonishing. His eyes sparkled with realization as he recalled the near-instantaneous magical light cannon he had faced against Uncle Piccolo. It was evidently a result of 15 years of training in the other world. Surely, other Z fighters must have upgraded their respective skills as well. Without hesitation, Gohan conveyed his curiosity to the group, and they affirmed his thoughts. Indeed, aside from the magical light cannon, we have all delved deeper into our martial arts, Krillin stated, a confident smile gracing his face. I have upgraded my Energy Sphere Slash into a Iato Energy Sphere Slash, which can now be unleashed instantaneously. With that, Krillin summoned his ki, forming a long blade of energy in his hand, reminiscent of Vegeto's Soul Sword, a sight that was indeed striking. The buzzing sound, akin to the whirring of a chainsaw, was unmistakably a manifestation of ki compressed to its utmost limit. Astounding, Gohan exclaimed, dumbfounded as he beheld Krillin. He had never anticipated that after more than a decade of training in the other world, Krillin could elevate the Dragon Ball's quintessential technique, the Energy Sphere Slash, into an instantaneously deployable energy sword. Truly terrifying. It is worth noting that among all adversaries in the original Dragon Ball series, the Energy Sphere Slash had successfully inflicted damage, and only Majin Buu had dared to withstand it in combat. This was due to the technique's inability to annihilate all of his cells, allowing Buu to regenerate through his unique ability of cellular immortality after being struck by the Energy Sphere Slash. One could say it was an extraordinarily lethal skill, with the sole drawback being the necessary preparation time, much like the earlier magical light cannon. Yet now, Krillin had developed it into an Iato Energy Sphere Slash that required no preparatory time, allowing for instantaneous execution. This was nothing short of invincible. Anyone who dared to oppose it would surely kneel, even before a cat. Gohan, mesmerized like Master Roshi upon seeing a beautiful woman, was momentarily speechless, his gaze fixed in awe. Haha, Gohan, your expression is quite exaggerated. It's just an upgraded version of the Energy Sphere Slash, Krillin chuckled, fully aware of the strength of the skill he had developed. The other Z fighters also expressed their admiration. Krillin is truly a genius at developing martial arts. I dare say even the gods would hesitate to take that attack head-on, Tien exclaimed, his 3 eyes gleaming with admiration. Humph, Tien, haven't you upgraded your new Kikaho as well? Its power is several times stronger than before, Yamcha retorted, unwilling to be overshadowed by Krillin. Though he had just been embarrassed by Tien and Kaiatsu, he couldn't allow Krillin to steal the spotlight entirely. Certainly, my new Qigong cannon possesses astonishing power, unlike certain individuals who merely boast. Tianjin Fan let out a cold snort, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, clearly having engaged in another verbal spar with Yamcha. Enough, enough, cease your bickering, Piccolo interjected, turning his gaze towards Gohan. Gohan, how is your training progressing? Have you mastered the essence of the Demon Seal Wave? I have, Uncle Piccolo. Though Gohan was eager to learn Krillin's technique of the Iato Energy Slash, sealing Zamasu remained the primary objective, as this technique would prove ineffective against Zamasu, who was immortal. Is that so? Then demonstrate it for me. Piccolo urged Gohan to showcase the Demon Seal Wave. Very well, Gohan replied confidently, before proceeding to mimic the movements of the Demon Seal Wave before Piccolo. Chapter 32. The Passing of the Torch due to the lack of materials for drawing talismans. Gohan's demonstration was limited to mere postures. He could not randomly choose a hapless victim to seal away. Not bad, Piccolo nodded slightly, acknowledging Gohan's training results with the Demon Seal Wave, indicating that he had made substantial progress. Gohan's gaze then eagerly shifted to Krillin, who readily understood his intent and enthusiastically imparted the essence of the Iato Energy Slash to Gohan. In Krillin's view, the path of a martial artist necessitated mutual learning and borrowing from one another to achieve growth. Thus, it was only natural to pass on knowledge, especially considering Gohan was the son of his dear friend Goku. Moreover, with his current state of being deceased, it fell upon Gohan to protect the peace of Earth. Equipping Gohan with additional skills for survival would provide him with a better chance against future adversaries. It could be said that during the 15 years of training in the afterlife, Krillin underwent the most significant transformation. He had previously been one of the least serious regarding martial arts training among the Z fighters, aside from Chaos, only desiring a stable life, to marry, and lead an ordinary existence. However, now that he was deceased and unable to intervene in the affairs of the living, he trained in the afterlife, free from worldly desires. Furthermore, the daily training sessions with Goku and the other Z fighters were not burdensome. Instead, they brought him fulfillment and joy. It echoed the teachings of Master Roshi from his childhood. The purpose of learning martial arts is not merely to win fights, but to cultivate a healthy mind and body, and to lead a meaningful life with that health. Now, the chapter of Krillin's story had drawn to a close, while Gohan's journey was just beginning. Krillin had undeniably assumed the demeanor of a martial arts master, contemplating the future generation. He succinctly conveyed the essence of the Iato energy slash to Gohan. This technique was characterized by explosive power, emphasizing the instantaneous gathering of energy throughout the body at the moment of drawing the sword. The practitioner would unleash it with astonishing speed and force, creating a spiraling blade of energy capable of effortlessly slicing through any obstacle. In essence, it transforms the ordinary circular air slash into a more concentrated, penetrating, rotating air blade, capable of extending several dozen meters through an instantaneous surge of energy. Goku emphasized the crucial nature of this explosive power. You must concentrate all your energy in an instant to your forearm, envisioning a blade. Then compress that energy to its utmost limit before releasing it with force. This demands exceptional focus and precise control over one's energy. Gohan nodded, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to replicate Goku's movements. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy within, then abruptly opened his eyes and swung forward with vigor. However, his initial attempt ended in failure. Although he had gathered energy, it did not form a rotating blade. Instead, it erupted in a chaotic burst from his palm. Fortunately, Gohan reacted swiftly, casting it aside in time. He persistently repeated the process several times, but as time slipped away, he found no progress. Do not be disheartened, Gohan, Goku reassured him. This technique requires time and practice to master. I, too, achieved success only after countless failures. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Goku, Gohan said earnestly, bowing respectfully, a gesture of reverence towards his teacher. There's no need for thanks, Gohan. Let's try once more. Goku smiled encouragingly. Gohan nodded, adjusting his breath and refocusing his mind. He closed his eyes once more, as if isolating himself from the world, leaving only the energy flowing within him. This time, he meticulously observed the trajectory of his energy, striving to converge it into a single point. Just as Goku had instructed, compressing and releasing it in an instant. Imagine a sharp blade in your hand, waiting for you to unleash that formidable force, Goku whispered beside him. Gohan nodded. Though he did not physically grasp a blade, he could feel that power building within him. He slowly opened his eyes, this time refraining from rushing the release, allowing the energy to circulate within, ensuring every corner was precisely controlled. Now, this is the moment. Goku's voice resonated like the final command. Gohan swung forward with sudden force, channeling all his energy into his right forearm. A tremendous power erupted from his body. Unlike before, this energy was no longer chaotic. It manifested as a distinct, rotating air blade, cutting through the air with formidable penetration, producing a sharp whoosh. I did it! Goku exclaimed with exhilaration, a proud smile illuminating his face. How powerful! Gohan marveled at the incredible strength of the technique, realizing its extraordinary potential. He watched as the rotating air blade carved a flawless arc in the air, as if it had sliced through the very fabric of space itself. Wherever the blade of energy passed, the air emitted a piercing whistle, and the surrounding flora was instantaneously severed into neat fragments. Even the distant rocks were effortlessly cleaved, leaving behind deep scars. The power of this technique extends far beyond mere destruction. Krillin approached, patting Gohan on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. The true marvel of the Ki energy blade lies not only in its penetrating force, but also in its astonishing speed and precision. It can unleash formidable energy in an instant and allows for the direction and length of the energy blade to be manipulated at will, even adjusting according to the opponent's position and movements. Krillin continued, emphasizing that the essence of this technique is the continuous compression of spiraling energy. which means it can not only cut in a straight line, but also stir the air like a propeller, generating powerful currents that can draw nearby foes towards the blade. Gohan felt a surge of excitement as he recognized the terrifying potential of the Ki energy blade in his hands. This could easily be described as a divine technique. Uncle Krillin, a divine technique. What does that mean? Are you saying it's a technique used by the gods? Yes. Haha. Am I really that impressive? Krillin chuckled, scratching his non-existent nose, his face adorned with a modest smile, yet his eyes sparkled with undeniable pride. Haha, Gohan, don't elevate me too highly. He waved his hand, attempting to downplay his own satisfaction. I was merely fortunate to build a solid foundation under Master Roshi's tutelage, and with a bit of personal exploration, I developed this technique. In truth, the core remains the Ki blade. I merely made a few minor adjustments. The Ki blade, a technique that Frieza learned with just a glance, was nothing extraordinary. Krillin was quite humble, believing his Ki energy blade to be insignificant. However, to Gohan, the ability to first conceive of compressing energy into a near two-dimensional disc and then transforming it into an instantaneous and adhesive blade truly showcased Krillin's martial genius. However, if you genuinely think this technique is impressive, then I am quite pleased. Krillin's tone held a hint of jest, yet his gaze was earnest. This indicates that my teachings have had some merit, at least not rendering your efforts futile. If you can master it to perfection, perhaps you might even create even more formidable techniques in the future. Listening to Krillin's words, Gohan was filled with respect and gratitude. Krillin's guidance was not merely about imparting techniques. It was akin to passing down a martial spirit. This spirit instilled in him an unprecedented sense of purpose. The reason why martial arts on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe stand out in the cosmos likely lies in this legacy. Chapter 33, Zamasu, Bulma. Future timeline. The banner, originally prepared to celebrate the demise of the last Saiyan, was now torn apart by Zamasu and tossed aside onto the ground. His eyes were crimson, veins protruding from his face as he roared in fury. How infuriating. When did such a formidable human appear? One even surpassing Sun Wukong. He had witnessed Black Wukong's demise, utterly powerless against the overwhelming slaughter. After all, Black Wukong was a version of himself from another dimension, evoking a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Even more chilling was the realization that this unexpected adversary seemed to be aware of his plans, with the enemy concealed and himself exposed. The disparity in intelligence left Zamasu trembling for the first time. Ah, my plan should not have gone awry. Where did the flaw lie? Enraged and helpless, Zamasu gripped his hair, incessantly questioning himself, resembling a madman in his despair. At this moment, having lost Black Wukong, his own combat prowess was insufficient to fulfill the human extermination agenda. Having murdered his master and seized the ring, there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead into darkness. No, I cannot simply surrender. Deep within, a flame of defiance reignited in Zamasu. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. This was not the time for self-pity, but rather to seek an opportunity for counterattack. He walked slowly towards the tattered banner, picking up a fragment and clutching it tightly in his hand. The banner had once proclaimed victory, now reduced to tatters. As he gazed at the remnants in his grasp, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. If that is the case, then let me start anew, Zamasu murmured. He discarded the fragment, and then the time ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. I shall not be defeated. I shall not be defeated. Zamasu's voice resonated with an almost obsessive determination. He gradually raised his hand, the radiance of the time ring growing increasingly brilliant as the space around him began to warp slightly, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the primary timeline, Gohan had entrusted Bulma with the necessary materials to prepare the sealing paper for the Demon Seal wave, embarking on the intricate process of its creation. After approximately a week of diligent effort, he finally succeeded in drawing it, a task far more challenging than martial training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gohan exhaled with relief, placing the meticulously crafted sealing paper carefully on the table to scrutinize every detail before encapsulating it in a universal capsule to prevent misplacement. He tucked the capsule containing the sealing paper into his pocket, bid farewell to his mother, Chi-Chi, and departed from their home on the lookout for Bulma's. A week prior, Bulma had mysteriously summoned him, hinting at a surprise and a personal celebration to take place. Although unaware of the nature of the surprise, Gohan was content as long as there would be food. Soon enough, he arrived at Bulma's residence. After ringing the doorbell, the door swung open swiftly, revealing two Boris, one large and one small. Gohan, you're finally here. Both Boris exclaimed delightfully, their faces beaming with smiles as they warmly welcomed him inside. Kumin, as Gohan accompanied Bra and Little Bra into the house. He surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the living room had been splendidly adorned with balloons, streamers, cakes, and a plethora of delicacies spread across the long table. Wow, what a feast! He exclaimed, but his curiosity piqued. What exactly was this celebration for? Gohan scratched his head and inquired of Little Bra. After all, they had already held a festivity in honor of his vanquishing the android siblings and saving the Earth. It's my mother's birthday, Little Bra informed Gohan. Enlightened, Gohan suddenly recalled that today marked Bulma's 48th birthday. Ahem. By the way, Gohan, you might want to refrain from mentioning that in front of Mom. Big Bra coughed lightly, pointing at the birthday cake adorned with the number 28. 28. What is going on? Gohan gasped, his eyes widening in confusion. Big Bra chuckled helplessly, explaining, Mom has been particularly sensitive about her age lately, insisting we put 28 on the cake. Gohan nearly protested, but upon seeing the expressions on both Bra's faces, he swallowed his words and instead remarked, what a splendid idea. As long as Annie looks youthful, the number is merely a formality. Ha, Gohan, you certainly know how to flatter, Big Bra chuckled, patting Gohan on the shoulder. But Mom has indeed been a bit touchy about this topic, and we dare not provoke her. Indeed, if Mom gets angry, there would be no peace at home. Little Bra chimed in. So, where is Aunt Bulma? Gohan asked, noticing her absence. She might still be busy in the lab, Big Bra replied. She locked herself away a week ago, and we have no idea what she's researching. All she instructed us was to prepare the birthday party and promised us a big surprise. Yes, she specifically warned us not to approach the lab, Little Bra added. She said she would reveal herself in a completely new guise. A new guise? Gohan wondered, but before he could ponder further, familiar footsteps echoed from the direction of the lab. Mom is here. Both Bras exclaimed excitedly. As Bulma emerged from the lab, Gohan and the Bras were left astonished. Before them stood a Bulma who appeared to have rejuvenated by over 20 years, resembling an older sister to Big Bra, a vibrant young woman in her 20s. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her figure more slender, and her long blue hair was gathered into a high ponytail, radiating youthful energy. Wow, Mom, you look so young. Little Bra exclaimed joyfully, rushing to embrace Bulma. Haha, my darlings, what do you think? ISNT, this surprise splendid? Bulma beamed with pride, turning her gaze to Gohan. Gohan, don't you think I look youthful too? Ah, yes, Aunt Bulma, he replied. Gohan gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished, his words faltering. Ha! This is my recent research achievement, Bulma proclaimed proudly. I have made a slight modification to myself, restoring my cells to a youthful state. Thus, I need not fear the passage of time. Modification? Are you saying you've transformed yourself into an android? Gohan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh dear, Gohan. You are indeed a clever child, Bulma replied with a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with an imperceptible affection. She gently approached Gohan, patting his shoulder as she continued. Indeed, I have transformed myself into an android. Why would you do that? Haha, it is simply because I do not wish to become a powerless support personnel. Watching you children rush forth to protect me, I felt compelled to make a change. Bulma explained her motivations for the transformation into an android. Then, Mom, are you still human? Little Bra asked, her gaze filled with concern for her mother. Foolish child, androids are still humans, not robots. Bulma gently ruffled Bra's hair. Smiling as she reassured her, I have merely made some modifications to my body, restoring my cells to a youthful state while enhancing my physical capabilities. Do not worry, I'm still your mother, just a bit more formidable. Upon hearing this, Bra breathed a sigh of relief, a joyful smile illuminating her face. That's good. Now, let's not dwell on this any longer. Let the celebration commence. I'm absolutely famished, Bulma declared, patting her stomach to indicate her hunger. Let us begin then. Happy birthday, Aunt Bulma, Gohan exclaimed as he presented the cake, adorned with candles, before her. Chapter 34, Lord Kampa. Beerus, have you not yet found them? I am starving, Kampa complained, clutching his rumbling belly, his face etched with impatience. To him, nothing was more pressing than satiating his hunger. He felt he might wither away from starvation. Lord Kampa, do be cautious with your temper. You wouldn't want to raise your blood pressure, Beerus replied, focused intently on using his angel staff to locate the Super Dragon Balls, offering only perfunctory responses to Kampa. I don't care. I am hungry and need to eat. Let us temporarily abandon the search for the Super Dragon Balls, Kampa declared, adopting a petulant demeanor, insisting that without a meal, he would lack any energy. All right, you're quite the handful, Beerus sighed in resignation, reluctantly shifting his focus from the Super Dragon Balls to finding a suitable planet where they might procure food for this insatiable feline. With a gentle wave of his hand, Beerus adjusted the staff's settings to seek out a planet inhabited by humans, facilitating their quest for sustenance for Lord Kampa. Eureka! Planet 4032, designated as Green 877, is the nearest planet inhabited by humans. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Beerus's eyes. Splendid. Let us hasten to this location. How long will it take, Beerus? As Xiangpa heard the mention of a meal, saliva instantly pooled in his mouth. He licked his lips and eagerly urged Bardoss to set off quickly. Perhaps it would take about the duration of an episode of an animated series. Bardoss retrieved her staff and continued. Since we've made our decision, let us depart swiftly. Lord Xiangpa. Hey, you seem rather hasty, Bardoss. Your stomach must be growling too, Xiangpa jested. That is not the case at all, Lord Xiangpa, Bardoss promptly refuted. Surely you jest. You are clearly hungry as well, Xiangpa persisted in his teasing. I have already stated that it is not true, Lord Xiangpa. Bardoss's tone grew somewhat rigid, as if asserting that any further inquiries from Xiangpa would be met with displeasure. Very well, I shall remain silent. Let us be on our way. Like a mouse confronted by a cat, Xiangpa shut his mouth, placing his hand on Bardoss's back and ceasing his banter. Subsequently, a silver-white arc streaked across the cosmos, traversing the vast expanse of the starry sea like a meteor. Powerful energy waves left distorted trails in the void, as though time and space themselves were ever so slightly shaken by this force. Planet 877 of the Green 4032 system, otherwise known as Earth. Gohan had just finished celebrating Aunt Bulma's 48th. Oh no, her 28th birthday. His belly was round from feasting, and he engaged in light exercises on the lawn, practicing martial arts. In recent days, he had been pondering how to merge the transformations of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan, essentially achieving the so-called Super Saiyan Blue form. However, he had yet to discover the secret, for whenever he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, attempting to further shift into a Super Saiyan caused his energy to uncontrollably overflow, resulting in a chaotic aura. Not to mention achieving Super Saiyan Blue, he struggled to maintain the state of Super Saiyan God itself. Taking a deep breath, Gohan closed his eyes, focusing his mind to embark on a new attempt. His hair gradually turned red, enveloped by a golden-red aura, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan God. As he endeavored to layer the Super Saiyan transformation, he felt his energy surging within. No, the aura was still spilling out. Gohan sensed a powerful energy bursting forth from within, rendering his transformation unstable. He quickly adjusted his breathing, trying to rein in his energy, but the efforts yielded little result. With a resigned shake of his head, Gohan reverted from his transformed state and sat back down on the lawn, racking his brain for a solution to this overflow issue. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by a tremendous wave of energy emanating from the distance, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. What is happening? Gohan asked, raising his head warily. He beheld a silver-white arc slicing through the heavens, speeding towards his direction. Instantly, he sensed the immense divine energy enveloped within this silver-white arc. Could it be Beerus? After mastering the Super Saiyan God form, Gohan attained a divine state. Even without transforming, he could sense the aura of a deity, which was undoubtedly not something an ordinary god could emit. Thus, Gohan instinctively presumed that Beerus had arrived on Earth. As he contemplated this, a shimmering silver rainbow descended onto the lawn of the courtyard. Before Gohan stood a plump purple cat and a blue-skinned, white-haired woman. What is this? Gohan was taken aback. Upon observing their attire, he identified the visitors as Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6 and the Angel Vados. What brought them to Earth? Oh, have we arrived already? Kampa surveyed the surroundings, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. His stomach grumbled audibly, clearly anticipating the forthcoming feast. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? Gohan's gaze hardened. Unable to discern whether they were foes or allies, he could only proceed with caution. It was you who emitted that divine aura just now, wasn't it? Huh, but you're merely immortal. Kampa expressed his surprise, having distinctly sensed an astonishing divine presence, yet faced with a mere human. It was I. That was my transformation. Gohan responded with a calm assertiveness. Transformation? What is that? Never mind. It's of no consequence. Hey kid, I'm hungry. Hurry and find me something to eat. Kampa adopted a haughty demeanor, exuding arrogance. Lord Kampa, this is not Universe 6. Throwing a tantrum on another's territory is rather unbecoming. Vados gently tugged at Kampa's sleeve, offering a quiet reminder. Humph, I'm hungry. I have no time for such formalities. Kampa grumbled in discontent, but slightly tempered his arrogance, for he did not wish to attract trouble. A god of destruction sneaking into another universe would indeed be a grave offense. He scanned the vicinity, his gaze landing on the kitchen window not far away, seemingly drawn by an enticing aroma wafting from within. Vados, it appears there is food over there. Kampa pointed toward the kitchen, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Vados sighed in resignation and turned to Gohan, stating, "Sir, we mean no disruption. It's simply that this esteemed feline beside me is rather hungry. Might we trouble you to prepare some food for us? We shall depart promptly and not impose upon you." So it was merely hunger that drove them here. Gohan had not anticipated such a simple reason for their visit to Earth. Not wishing to cause any inconvenience, he relayed the situation regarding the god of destruction, Kampa, seeking food, to Bulma and Little Bra. Generous as ever, Bulma waved her hand grandly, summoning a host of chefs to prepare a feast on the spot. After all, it was her 28th birthday, and having a deity in attendance was indeed a fortuitous omen. Chapter 35, Earthly Delicacies. In the courtyard of Bulma's home, the air was suffused with an intoxicating aroma. The dining table was adorned with a splendid array of delicacies, rendering one utterly spellbound. "How delectable this is!" Vados gently caressed her cheek while savoring the takoyaki, her face radiating satisfaction, as if she were immersed in an endless sea of bliss. The golden, crispy exterior harmonized beautifully with the tender, juicy octopus within, each bite leaving an indelible impression on her palate. "I never imagined such exquisite dishes existed in this world," she murmured in admiration. Meanwhile, the skewers sizzling over the charcoal emitted a tantalizing aroma as the fat dripped down, filling the air with a rich, meaty fragrance that made one's mouth water uncontrollably. "Oof. Vados, no matter how many of those little dumplings you consume, they will never suffice to sate your hunger. It is the grilled meat that reigns supreme," Xiangpa declared, ravenously tearing into a chunk of meat, juices cascading down his chin. He chewed vigorously, as if to assert his point through sheer voracity. Indeed, only someone of your caliber, lacking in sophistication and understanding of culinary artistry, would think such barbaric consumption could truly fill one up, Vados retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Xiangpa, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight smirk. The refined delight of takoyaki offered a tender caress to the taste buds with every morsel, while his brutish method of eating was nothing short of sacrilege against the art of gastronomy. Elegantly, she lifted her napkin to delicately wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth, her gaze brimming with contempt for Xiangpa, flushed with indignation from Vados' remarks. Xiangpa bit into another piece of grilled meat, emitting a muffled grunt. "Humph. Unlike you, I do not linger over my meals. Such sluggishness lacks vigor. Grilled meat is meant to be devoured heartily to truly appreciate its boldness and warmth." Vados let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with challenge. "Oh, boldness and warmth? Pray tell, what flavor does that piece of grilled meat in your mouth possess? Is it the smoky essence of the charcoal or the greasy richness of the juices? Lord Xiangpa, you cannot even discern the taste of what you consume, yet you dare to boast here." Rendered speechless by Vados' scathing words, Xiangpa's face flushed with anger, his muscles quivering in frustration as he struggled to formulate a fitting retort. Being somewhat illiterate, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate the nuances of culinary delight. Just then, Bulma emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fresh fruit salad, her face adorned with a gentle smile. All right, you two, cease your bickering and indulge in the feast. Here is a fruit salad. Perhaps it will help assuage your grievances." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vados' eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the vibrant fruit salad. Leaning forward slightly, her hands clenched tightly, she appeared poised for action. Xiangpa, too, reacted swiftly, springing to his feet and stretching out his arm to seize the fruit salad. However, just as his hand was about to graze the fruit salad, Bardoss' body seemed to transform into a fleeting breeze, swiftly intercepting the dish with remarkable speed. Gohan observed closely, noting that in that instant, Bardoss' reflexes were astonishingly quick. Could this be what they referred to as the ultimate form of effortless mastery? Bardoss, with a triumphant smirk, made a playful face at Kampa, her lips curving into a victorious arc. "Humph. It appears you not only lack finesse in eating, but are also a beat behind in snatching things." Kampa's face flushed with indignation as he glared at Bardoss, muttering, "You're cheating. I saw it first. Yet, Bardos paid no heed to his complaints, elegantly picking up a slice of watermelon, savoring it with a contented sigh. This fruit salad was indeed the piece de resistance, the fresh fruits harmonizing beautifully with the meticulously crafted dressing by Mrs. Bulma. It perfectly balanced the preceding greasy dishes and was simply a delightful indulgence. Witnessing the comical rivalry between the two, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Enough of the antics. I have more fruit salad, so everyone can enjoy it. She returned from the kitchen with another platter of fruit salad, distributing it to everyone present. The atmosphere gradually softened under the influence of the delectable cuisine. Bulma is remarkable. Is this what adult social skills entail? Gohan mused, munching on a chicken leg. As for why he was eating a chicken leg despite being full, well, the Scion's voracious appetite did not permit him to simply watch others feast. After satisfying his hunger, Kampa reclined in his chair, rubbing his round belly, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he lifted his head and addressed Bardos. Bardos, you mentioned that Earth in the 7th universe boasts such an array of culinary delights. Surely Earth in our 6th universe must be similar? Bardos paused her actions, furrowing her brow as if deep in thought. After a moment, she slowly replied, I have already explored Earth in the 6th universe. It has long been devoid of humanity. Without humans, such enchanting delicacies cannot exist. Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting from anticipation to anger. How can that be? Does this mean we shall never savor Earth's culinary wonders? I don't care. I will relocate Earth to my 6th universe. That simply won't do. Sneaking into the 7th universe has already breached the rules. If we were to surreptitiously transport a planet belonging to the 7th universe to the 6th, that would be a grave offense. Is there truly no way? Bardos shook her head, addressing Kampa. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten the purpose of our visit to the 7th universe? You mean the Super Dragon Balls? What good are they if they can't be eaten? Kampa's thoughts seemed muddled. What I mean is, we can make a wish to resurrect Earth in our universe, and then we would have access to exquisite cuisine. Bardos shot a disapproving glance at Kampa. Champa paused for a moment, and then his eyes brightened as if he had just come to a realization. Oh, how could I have forgotten this? The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Let us hasten to find the Super Dragon Balls and resurrect the Earth of the 6th universe, so we can indulge in those delectable dishes. Chapter 36, Super Saiyan Blue. Hey, Beerus, let us set off to seek the Super Dragon Balls and revive our universe's Earth. Champa immediately sprang from his chair, his rotund belly rising and falling with his hurried breaths. Goodness, Lord Champa is indeed quite eager, remarked Beerus, nonchalantly adjusting the napkin with his slender fingers, elegantly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. However, it would be exceedingly rude not to express gratitude after being treated by others. Beerus picked up the angelic staff beside the dining table, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Champa. All right, I understand. Champa reluctantly turned to Bulma and Gohan to express his thanks. Hey, mortals, thank you for your hospitality. The food on Earth is truly delightful, and I genuinely enjoyed it. Though his tone was somewhat brusque, it sufficed as a form of gratitude. Beerus's expression softened slightly, and he also bowed in thanks to Bulma and Gohan. I have a query regarding my training. Could you possibly offer some guidance? Gohan said shyly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He had been troubled by the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue for quite some time, particularly in controlling his energy during the transition from Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan. Training issues, you say? Very well. Since we have benefited from your hospitality, I shall offer a bit of guidance, Beerus replied. Hey, Beerus, you are being overly presumptuous. We have no time to mentor this young lad. Champa interjected impatiently, tapping his foot. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, signaling Champa to be patient. Lord Champa, just a bit of patience. It won't take long. Akai mipiaka, fine. However, if this delays our departure, you shall be held accountable, Champa grumbled, reluctantly moving aside, arms crossed, appearing ready to set off at any moment. All right, young man, please share your concerns, but we have only 3 minutes, Beerus said. Upon hearing that the angel was willing to dedicate 3 minutes to instruct him, Gohan was filled with joy. The angel's teaching time was exceedingly precious, and he hurriedly organized his thoughts to present his questions to Beerus. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. This is the first time I have encountered such terms. Please, demonstrate it for me, so I can better understand and address your concerns. Gohan nodded, took a deep breath, and transformed into a Super Saiyan God. A tremendous divine aura enveloped Gohan, radiant as a sun, his hair and irises turning a brilliant red, surrounded by a golden red energy field. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan God? It seems that the divine aura previously sensed is indeed emanating from this unique transformation. Beerus observed Gohan's Super Saiyan God transformation and understood everything. Subsequently, when I attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan on this foundation, my aura becomes chaotic, causing me to revert to my original form. Gohan spoke, his veins bulging as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. An instant later, a golden flame enveloped him, only to dissipate almost immediately. Gohan returned to his normal state, expressing his frustration. This is it. I am utterly incapable of advancing to a Super Saiyan form on the basis of Super Saiyan God. I have tried numerous times, yet each occasion results in a chaotic aura, rendering it impossible to maintain the superimposed state of both transformations. Beerus nodded slightly, a hint of contemplation in his gaze, and then spoke slowly. I see, this indeed poses a formidable challenge. The power of Super Saiyan God is derived from divine energy, while that of a Super Saiyan is rooted in one's own rage. One is sacred, the other ferocious. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to water and fire. When forcibly combined, either water extinguishes fire or fire evaporates water. Thus, to achieve a harmonious coexistence, one must maintain a delicate balance, akin to boiling water, where both elements coexist in equilibrium. Upon hearing Beerus's explanation, Gohan's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a critical insight, yet he still felt somewhat perplexed. Balance, but how do I achieve that? Beerus smiled gently, waving his angelic staff lightly. A soft glow enveloped Gohan, instantly calming him, as if everything around him had become clearer. You must first comprehend that the power of Super Saiyan God is sacred and pure. It requires tranquility and focus from deep within your heart. Conversely, the power of Super Saiyan is fierce and fervent, born from your inner anger and fighting spirit. Although these two powers may seem contradictory, they both originate from your inner strength. What you must do is discover a balance within, allowing these two forces to merge rather than repel each other. Imagine it. Within your heart lies a scale. On one side rests the serene divine aura, and on the other, the blazing fury of Saiyan. Your task is to maintain this scale in equilibrium. Gohan closed his eyes and began to follow Beerus's guidance, seeking to feel both powers. He took a deep breath, gradually calming his inner self, sensing the sacred and pure strength of Super Saiyan God. Then, he slowly stirred the anger and fighting spirit within, allowing the power of Super Saiyan to awaken within him. Initially, the two forces violently clashed within him, as if they sought to tear him apart. However, Gohan did not relent. He endeavored to keep his inner peace while ensuring the flames of anger did not extinguish. Gradually, he noticed the two powers beginning to intertwine, no longer rebuffing one another. That is it, my friend. Beerus's voice resonated in Gohan's mind. You are doing remarkably well. Remember, the essence lies in achieving inner equilibrium rather than merely controlling one's breath. Upon discovering this balance, the two forces will naturally converge. Gohan abruptly opened his eyes, gathering energy as he began his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. He let out a roar that resonated like thunder across the heavens and earth, shaking every particle of air. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a brilliant golden-red radiance. Fiery red hair, red eyebrows, and red eyes adorned his form, complemented by lean, flowing muscle contours. A formidable divine aura surged forth from within him, akin to a dam bursting, unstoppable and cascading forth. The transformation into Super Saiyan God was complete. Subsequently, the power inherent to Super Saiyans began to manifest as golden flames enveloped the golden red energy sphere, rendering the energy exceedingly volatile. Gohan's muscles trembled violently, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. This boy, the previously impatient god of destruction, Kampa, suddenly fixed his gaze, the disdain in his eyes swiftly replaced by astonishment. Such strength! Could this truly be a realm attainable by a mortal? As the weakest among the gods of destruction, Kampa could sense a hint of threat emanating from this energy. Although in a real confrontation, this human would undoubtedly be no match for him. It was undeniable that the so-called transformation into a Super Saiyan God had never evoked such a sensation before. The mere act of achieving a second transformation could elevate one's power across several dimensions. How terrifying was that? Gohan's transformation was not yet complete. As time passed, the violent energy began to stabilize, intertwining in a radiant dance, with colors shifting. The once scorching golden red glow gradually faded, replaced by a profound indigo aura reminiscent of a starry sky. After transforming into a Super Saiyan God, the lost muscles of Gohan expanded once more. His hair and eyebrows transitioned from the red of the Super Saiyan God to a celestial blue, standing straighter and denser, resembling the fierce appearance of a typical Super Saiyan in a state of rage. His pupils also turned deep blue, imbued with a chilling yet sacred quality. The aura shifted from the Super Saiyan's red to a heavenly blue, with droplets of liquid energy flowing gently within. Oh, has he transformed to blue hair? Beerus covered his astonished mouth. Celebrate, for thus, the Super Saiyan Blue has been born for the first time within this timeline. Kampa's eyes widened, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate several eggs. He stared in disbelief at the blue-haired Gohan. Incredulity etched across his face. There exists such a powerful human in Universe 7. Hey kid, you wouldn't happen to be a candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7, would you? Kampa inquired tentatively, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with this newfound power in Universe 7. It is truly hard to believe that my brother, who spends his days indulging in slumber and feasting, has taken the time to cultivate such talent. I am no candidate for the role of a destroyer. As Son Gohan felt the divine energy of the Super Saiyan Blue coursing through him, he calmly responded to Kampa's inquiry. Are you acquainted with Beerus? He resembles me, though he is neither as strong nor as handsome. Kampa continued to probe, somewhat incredulous that Gohan, without the guidance of a destroyer, could achieve such divine prowess as a mere human. I don't know the deity you speak of, Gohan replied, shaking his head. He was not lying. At this moment, he truly did not recognize the destroyer Beerus. Then who exactly are you? Kampa questioned. My name is Son Gohan, a human of Earth with Saiyan blood coursing through my veins. Gohan answered with unwavering confidence. Saiyan? That sounds familiar, Kampa mused, seemingly having heard of this race before. Lord Kampa, we also have Saiyans in the 6th universe. You have encountered them, as they are the Galactic Patrol, tirelessly maintaining peace throughout the cosmos. Vados kindly reminded Kampa. Ah, I recall now. That is indeed the case. However, I remember that Saiyans do not possess such extravagant transformations. Kampa remarked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It appears that the Saiyans of the 7th universe have recently mastered this unique ability, Vados explained, utilizing her angelic staff to swiftly project images. Scenes of Son Goku fiercely battling Frieza on planet Namek. Now, I understand, since you were not trained by Beerus. There is no cause for concern, Kampa said, waving his hand dismissively, signaling his relief. Well then, it is getting late. Let us embark on our quest for the Super Dragon Balls, Vados. Of course, Lord Kampa. Vados gently touched the staff to the ground, and an ethereal blue barrier enveloped both Kampa and Vados in an instant. Until we meet again, young Gohan and Mrs. Bulma. Vados elegantly bowed to Gohan and Bulma before the two transformed into a silvery arc, soaring into the heavens. Phew, they are finally gone, Bulma sighed with relief. Although she felt that Vados and Kampa were relatively manageable, Gohan had previously mentioned that these two possessed the power to obliterate the universe in an instant, which made hosting them somewhat nerve-wracking. Thank you, Bulma, Gohan said, reverting from his Super Saiyan Blue transformation and turning to express his gratitude. Without Bulma's hospitality, which had satisfied Vados, she would not have been able to guide him in achieving the Super Saiyan Blue form. Why are you saying such things? Aren't we family? Bulma replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. Gohan looked at Bulma's smile and felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed, he replied with a smile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, approximately 2 weeks had passed. The time agreed upon with Dandy had arrived. Gohan entered the sacred world of the Kais, where Bobo and Dandy had been waiting patiently. Gohan, you have arrived. Dandy felt a surge of joy upon reuniting with Gohan. Ah, I apologize for keeping you waiting, he said. Gohan smiled gently, hastening towards them and embracing Dandy. Haha, it's no trouble at all. After all, this is my home too. I was merely seated at my doorstep awaiting your arrival. It's nothing of consequence, Dandy jested, indicating his growing familiarity with the heavenly temple, treating it as his own abode. Indeed, it seems you have fully embraced your identity as a deity, Dandy, Gohan remarked. Haha, absolutely. I have completely acclimated to this new role, Dandy replied with a grin, beckoning Bobo to bring forth the new Dragon Balls. These new orbs were considerably larger than the original Earth Dragon Balls. Utilizing the secret techniques I learned from the Elder, I have upgraded the Earth Shenron. Now, we can make 3 wishes at once when we summon the dragon. and the number of individuals we can resurrect is no longer limited to one. Well done, Dandy, Gohan praised, giving him a thumbs up. It's nothing really. Let us arrange the Dragon Balls together and prepare for the summoning, Dandy instructed Bobo with a knowing glance. Bobo promptly understood and positioned the 7 Dragon Balls in the center of the heavenly temple. The orbs emitted a soft, mystical glow, as if resonating with one another's frequencies. With great care, Mr. Bobo placed the final Dragon Ball, stepping aside to keep a vigilant eye on them. All right, Gohan, let us commence the summoning of Shenron. Dandy inhaled deeply, bringing his hands together in prayer. He then suddenly spread his arms overhead, exclaiming, "Come forth, Shenron." His voice was deep and powerful, causing the very air within the heavenly temple to tremble slightly. With Dandy's call, the light from the 7 Dragon Balls intensified, eventually coalescing into a brilliant beam reaching towards the heavens. From within the light resonated a thunderous roar, and soon a colossal, azure eastern dragon emerged gracefully, its eyes gleaming with wisdom, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. "Earth Shenron, ready to revive," it proclaimed. "Mortal, state your wishes. I can fulfill any desire you may have." The voice of the Earth Shenron was deep and authoritative, truly befitting its grandeur. "My first wish is to resurrect those who perished in the battle against the android siblings, excluding the most heinous among them," Gohan declared. The dragon nodded slightly, its eyes shimmering with a crimson light, as if assessing whether Gohan's wish adhered to the established rules. After a moment, its resonant voice boomed, "Your wish has been granted." "My second wish is for the ability to survive in the cosmos," Gohan continued. The inability to survive in space was indeed a source of ridicule. Even though he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still required oxygen and could not endure the void of space. Thus, acquiring the capability to exist in the universe was essential. He did not wish to find himself suffocated in a battle against extraterrestrials or deities one day. That wish is quite simple. The voice of the divine dragon resonated, deep and powerful, as its colossal body swayed slightly, its eyes emitting a crimson glow that illuminated Gohan's form. "From this moment forth, you shall possess the ability to thrive freely within the cosmos, whether it be breathing, resisting cosmic radiation, or sustaining vitality in extreme environments. None shall pose a challenge any longer. Now, please articulate your final wish." Chapter 38. The Endless Longing of Life. "The third wish, you say?" Gohan pondered, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. In truth, he struggled to conjure any further desires. The circumstances diverged somewhat from his initial expectations. The departed Z fighters, along with his father, had no desire for resurrection. They proclaimed, "Let the deceased refrain from interfering with the affairs of the living." To put it plainly, on King Kai's planet, where sustenance and training were abundant, they had long since relinquished all desires, embodying the essence of asceticism. As for Vegeta, regrettably, despite his later involvement in the battles against the android siblings, indirectly safeguarding Earth, his past sins weighed heavily upon him. Having aided the Frieza force in the conquest of countless planets, his transgressions were far too grave to be redeemed. Not only was he barred from training in the afterlife, but he was cast directly into Hell, where he languished for 2 to 3 years. Unable to train, he watched as his father, Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before him. Ultimately, Vegeta's pride could endure no longer, prompting him to request reincarnation out of sheer frustration. However, the reincarnation services of the underworld encompassed the entirety of the 7th universe. Unless the Super Dragon Balls were employed, locating him would be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, his resurrection seemed utterly futile. Yet, when Gohan relayed this to Aunt Bulma, to his surprise, she did not exhibit sorrow or distress. Instead, she appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. While somewhat peculiar, upon reflection, it made a degree of sense. After all, the Vegeta of this timeline had not yet had the opportunity to transform into a good person, a loving husband or father, before departing from this world. Should Vegeta return, the accustomed single life of Aunt Bulma might render her incapable of accepting the sudden reappearance of a man who had vanished from her life for 15 years. The situation could become exceedingly awkward. Wait a moment, why am I even fixating on Vegeta now? I'm veering off topic. Shouldn't I be contemplating what wish to make? Gohan abruptly recognized that he had strayed into familial ethics while in the process of making a wish to the dragon, a rather strange diversion. Ahem, have you not yet reached a conclusion? The Earth Dragon, growing somewhat impatient, cleared its throat to assert its presence. "Ah, esteemed dragon, I must apologize for my momentary distraction." Gohan clasped his hands together, bowing in apology to the Earth Dragon. For my third wish, I humbly request that my mother, Chi-Chi, be granted eternal youth. This wish was, indeed, exceedingly simple. The Earth Dragon nodded slightly, its immense eyes flashing with a renewed crimson light. Thus we bid farewell. As the words of the dragon echoed in the air, the 3 wishes had been splendidly fulfilled, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone orbs. According to convention, these 7 petrified Dragon Balls should have soared into the heavens, scattering across the world, only to regain their luster a year later, granting the wishes of the next collector. However, Gohan did not allow the Dragon Balls to disperse in all directions. He swiftly retrieved a pre-prepared bag from the capsule, and in the blink of an eye, he carefully secured the 7 Dragon Balls within it. Nearby, the Supreme, Kai Dandy, and Mr. Popo were left astounded by this turn of events. I believe the Dragon Balls might be exploited by nefarious individuals. It is wiser to keep them in the Supreme Kai's temple, remarked Gohan. What do you think, Dandy? He scratched his head, blushing shyly, while extending the bag of freshly collected Dragon Balls to Mr. Popo. You are absolutely right, Gohan. I share the same sentiment, Dandy chuckled, scratching his head in agreement. It seems we are of one mind, Gohan remarked. Gohan remained at the Supreme Kai's temple, reminiscing with Dandy, and returned home to the House of the Bun Mountain only by nightfall. Upon entering the abode, he pushed open the door and was greeted by the delightful aroma of simmering meat wafting from the kitchen, where his mother, Chi-Chi, was diligently at work. Hearing the door, Chi-Chi turned, and her face lit up with a warm smile upon seeing Gohan. Gohan, you're back? Dinner will be ready shortly. A wave of warmth surged through Gohan as he gazed at his mother. He observed her closely and noticed that the slight hunch in her posture had transformed into an upright grace. Her face, slightly aged by the passage of time, now appeared smooth and delicate, her skin fair and radiant, reminiscent of youthful beauty. The once-lined forehead and crow's feet around her eyes had reverted to their original smoothness. Her hair, which had faded to gray, was now a glossy black, thick and silky, cascading freely over her shoulders, with the ends gently curling against her chest. Her eyes, once dulled by fatigue, now sparkled with vitality and spirit. She wore a deep blue Chi-Pao martial arts uniform, a garment not donned in ages, its fabric soft and smooth. For a moment, Gohan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Chi-Chi gently pinched Gohan's cheek, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. What is it, Gohan? Do I look strange? Gohan quickly shook his head. No, you look magnificent. I just didn't expect the wish from the dragon to have such an incredible effect. Ah, so was your wish to the dragon, she replied, laughter dancing in her voice. I wondered why, after my afternoon nap, I awakened looking as I did when I was 20, just after marrying. Thank you, Gohan. Chi-Chi embraced him tightly. You sweet child, you always understand so well. Doing so much for your mother. She gently patted Gohan's back, her eyes brimming with tenderness and emotion. Mother, I have always wished for you to find happiness. Gohan lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. You have sacrificed so much for me and this family. Now it is my turn to protect you. Oh, Gohan. Protect me? Chi-Chi's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that with her vitality restored, her spirit had also become more vibrant. Shall we make a pact? Huh? A pact? Gohan was taken aback by his mother's words, an uncanny sense of familiarity enveloping him. It felt reminiscent of his childhood. Albeit now, he had grown taller than her. Ah, are you actually crying, Gohan? Huh? Gohan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing tears were streaming down his face. Honestly, Gohan, even after all this time, you are still so easily brought to tears. If one day I were to leave you for another world, to be with your father, how would you manage in this world alone? Chi-Chi retrieved a handkerchief, tiptoeing to gently wipe the tears from Gohan's eyes. Mom, you won't leave me, will you? Gohan's voice trembled, his grip on her hand tightening. Chi-Chi smiled softly, patting the back of his hand. Silly child, how could I ever bear to leave you? But, can anyone truly escape death? Besides, I recall you mentioning that your father does not wish to return to this world. He desires to remain with Lord Kao for training. Haha, that certainly sounds like something Goku would say. I wonder if, after my passing, I could retain my physical form like Goku. If so, I would seek him out. For it has been quite some time since he has tasted my cooking. I wonder if he has lost weight. Mom, please don't think like that. Gohan quickly interrupted, unease creeping into his heart. Look at you. You are so youthful and healthy. Surely you will live a long, long time. I have yet to witness your marriage. I cannot let you go now. I must see your children. Yet, there lingered a feeling that her life was riddled with regrets. Kiki chuckled softly, her gaze imbued with both tenderness and melancholy, her thoughts drifting back to her youth. Here follows Chi-Chi's inner monologue. On that fateful day, Goku had taken Gohan to visit Master Roshi, and they had not returned for quite some time. After finishing my chores in the kitchen, I became anxious as time passed, and they still had not come back, prompting me to seek them out. Upon arriving at Master Roshi's island, I found no sign of Gohan or Goku. The others were acting strangely, their demeanor shrouded in tension. Suddenly, Master Roshi rushed over, panic-stricken. Chi-Chi, something has happened. Goku he is dead, and Gohan has been captured by the villain Piccolo. I felt as though I'd been struck by lightning, my mind blank. It felt as if the world was collapsing around me. Darkness enveloped my vision, and a deafening buzz filled my ears, drowning out the voices of those around me. I collapsed to the ground, tears pouring forth like a raging flood. Goku was my husband, the love of my life in this world. How could he have vanished so suddenly? As for Gohan, my precious son, he was so young when he was abducted by our enemy, Piccolo. What am I to do? My heart is filled with despair and helplessness, feeling as though it is being mercilessly torn apart, inflicting pain so profound that I could nearly lose consciousness. Before I could recover from this overwhelming blow, I was informed that a year later, a compatriot of Goku's would come to annihilate the Earth. Annihilate the Earth? This is far more terrifying than a bolt from the blue. I feel as though fate is cruelly toying with me. I am but an ordinary woman, yearning for a peaceful life with my family. Yet why does the heavens treat me so? Why? I grit my teeth and force myself to regain my composure. I cannot falter. I have a son, and I must not allow Gohan to lose his mother. I scoured every corner, seeking assistance from anyone. For even the faintest glimmer of hope, I would never relinquish in my quest to find Gohan. Those days, I scarcely slept soundly or enjoyed a hearty meal. My body grew frail, and my hair turned significantly grayer. Yet, I did not give up. I could not give up. At long last, we endured that arduous year. Goku's compatriot was repelled, and Gohan returned safely. I thought everything would return to normal, but fate cruelly played another jest upon me. Goku succumbed to heart disease and suddenly passed away. Standing before his grave, tears blur my vision. Goku, why did you leave us, forsaking your mother and son? Do you not realize that without you, our home is deprived of half its support? Gohan, in his quest to protect the Earth and uphold peace, departed from the Capsule Corp, seldom returning home throughout the year. I remain in this empty home, each day consumed by longing. I often awaken in the night, gazing at the vacant room, tears flowing uncontrollably. How I wish to see Goku's figure once more, to hear Gohan's voice again. Yet all of this exists solely in my dreams. I look into the mirror, my hair now completely white, my face lined with wrinkles, and my body has grown frail. I frequently ponder whether my life is truly filled with regrets. I could not grow old with Goku. I could not accompany Gohan through his upbringing, nor could I savor a single day of tranquility. I am perpetually swept away by the tides of fate, unable to extricate myself. Thus, life's long grievances flow like the ever-moving waters. Chapter 39 still echoes of the people beneath the tree of yesteryear. Yet, fortunately, Gohan triumphed over the android siblings. Observing his empty sleeve and the scar at the corner of his eye, I can only stifle my tears and inquire casually, but Gohan dismisses it nonchalantly, stating he has long since become accustomed to it. Oh dear, that was once the Gohan who would cry at the slightest provocation. My heart aches profoundly, for he is my own flesh and blood. I have never been concerned about the Earth's safety. I only desire Gohan's well-being. Later, he expressed a desire to travel to Namek with Bulma. Initially, I worried and resisted, but ultimately, I could not sway him, gazing at his dependable demeanor. It dawned upon me for the first time that my once crying Gohan had unknowingly transformed into a reliable man akin to his father, Goku. Though it was with a heavy heart that I bid him farewell, I found solace in the absence of danger. Gohan returned safely, his once injured arm fully restored, and his visage now impeccably clean. I thought to myself that at last I could embrace a tranquil existence, as these splendid days felt dreamlike. Upon awakening from my midday slumber, I beheld my aged, wrinkle-laden face rejuvenated, regaining the youthful appearance reminiscent of when I was 20 and newlywed. Standing before the mirror, I lingered in disbelief at the reflection before me. My gray hair had transformed into lustrous black locks, and the wrinkles vanished without a trace. Even my body felt light and vigorous. Gently caressing my face, the velvety smoothness stirred tears within me. Can this truly be me? Have I returned to my youth? Suddenly, I recalled Gohan mentioning that he appointed the Namekian Den as Earth's new guardian, thus granting access to the Dragon Balls. It seemed evident that his wish today was the cause of this transformation. This was the first time I tangibly felt the power of the dragon. Perhaps due to my renewed youth, my previously stagnant heart suddenly surged with vitality, reminiscent of the spirited girl I once was at 20. I opened my wardrobe and retrieved the deep blue martial arts outfit I once donned as a martial artist. It fit as perfectly as it did years ago, as if it had never left my form. In a daze, I stared at the unfamiliar yet familiar young woman in the mirror, tears streaming down my cheeks. Is this a dream? No, it is not. Taking a deep breath, akin to my younger self, I stood at the threshold of my home and executed the Kamehameha technique. With a nimble motion, I kicked down the sturdy tree at the entrance, and in that moment, I felt as if I had returned to my passionate youth. I stood transfixed, gazing at the tree I had felled, my thoughts instantly transported to the past. It was during the early days of our marriage when Goku, still an innocent child in many ways, knew nothing of the nuances of relationships. He naively believed that marriage simply meant sharing meals, living and sleeping together, entirely oblivious to the delicate intimacies that bind a couple. That day, with an innocent expression, he asked me, "Is marriage just about sleeping together?" His question made my cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. I wondered how Goku could be so oblivious. Was it genuine ignorance or a pretense of naivety? After all, his mentor was the lecherous Master Roshi. In a fit of exasperation, I stomped my foot, inadvertently breaking the tree at the entrance, leaves cascading to the ground. Startled, Goku rushed over, concern etched on his face, asking, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" His big, bewildered eyes filled me with both anger and compassion. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. Gazing into his innocent and hopeful eyes, I knew I could not unleash my frustration upon him. I lowered my head and softly spoke, "Wukong, marriage is not merely about sharing meals, living, and sleeping together. It also entails mutual consideration and understanding between spouses." He tilted his head, seemingly still perplexed. My cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, yet I mustered the courage to continue. For example, couples must share joy together and also bear each other's burdens. Furthermore, during the wedding night, intimacy between spouses should deepen. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes sparkled with understanding, and a smile graced his face. He cautiously approached me and whispered, "I saw a magazine by Master Roshi. Is it like a wrestling match between men and women?" Gazing at his innocent smile, my irritation dissipated. I gently took his hand and shyly nodded. In that moment, I realized that although he may not comprehend many things, he would express his love in his own way. Now, standing at the threshold of my home, gazing at the tree I had kicked down, memories surged like a tide. I smiled softly, as if I were once again witnessing the naive Wukong and my younger self. The setting sun bathed me in warmth, reminiscent of the way he once held my hand. I suddenly felt that life is truly wondrous as it spirals back to its origin. As time pressed on, it was time to prepare dinner. Otherwise, Gohan would return home hungry, just like in his childhood. Each time he came home from school, his stomach would grumble, and I would hasten to prepare a lavish meal to satisfy his insatiable appetite. With this thought, I quickened my pace toward the kitchen. Everything in the kitchen felt so familiar: pots, bowls, and the essentials of daily life. However, my state of mind had shifted slightly. As I began to cook dinner, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. "Mom, I'm back." I quickly wiped my hands and turned towards the entrance, my face alight with a smile as I replied, "Gohan, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon." Gohan looked at my face, somewhat dazed. Curiously, I pinched his cheek, just like I used to when he was younger, asking, "What is wrong, Gohan? Do I look strange?" He shook his head, exclaiming that he hadn't expected the dragon's wish to be so powerful. I laughed, realizing that my newfound youth was indeed the result of Gohan's wish to the dragon. I embraced him, saying, "Silly child, you always take such good care of me." Gohan then insisted on protecting me, and I smiled, suddenly intertwining our pinky fingers, making a promise as we did in our childhood. Yet, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. It seems that no matter how much he grows, Gohan remains a sensitive soul. But that is all right. A mother will always wipe away your tears in this world. Aside from the restroom, there is no place like a mother's embrace for shedding tears. It felt as though nothing had changed. The water before our door remained as it was, reflecting the figures of yesteryears beneath the tree. Chapter 40. Scions lack a concept of family. "Let us go, Mom." Gohan grasped Chi-Chi's hand, his gaze transforming into one of fury, as the word regret echoed relentlessly in his mind. Regret? Such a notion was utterly absent from Gohan's lexicon. He could be considered a man who had danced with death, and each day he now lived was a divine gift. Anything that dared to bring sorrow to those around him would be shattered by his fists. "Hey, where are you going? It's so late," Chi-Chi questioned, bewildered by Gohan's grip on her hand. "King Kai's planet," Gohan declared, activating instant transmission and whisking Chi-Chi away from the peaceful surroundings of the Capsule Corporation. On King Kai's planet, the Z-Fighters concluded a day of rigorous training and indulged in a fervent feast. Particularly, Goku's appetite was reminiscent of a black hole. While others used bowls to serve their rice, he simply lifted the rice cooker and devoured its contents in one sitting. The dining table buzzed with casual conversation. "Say, Goku, is it really true that you won't be resurrected? After all, unlike us single folks, you have a wife and children," Krillin's words hung in the air, instantly altering the atmosphere at the table. Goku paused, a frown creasing his brow as a flicker of complex emotion crossed his face. Yet he quickly regained his usual carefree demeanor. "Krillin, that's not quite right. I live life as it comes. Although I have a wife and kids, I believe that as long as we hold each other in our hearts, we can feel connected even when apart. Moreover, due to King Kai's restrictions on our interference with earthly matters, I have refrained from aiding during Earth's perilous crisis. Chi-Chi must despise me for it." At this point, despite his typically cheerful disposition, a somber tone seeped into his voice. "I'm not a good husband or father." "Don't say that, old friend," Piccolo interjected, setting down his drink, his tone serious. "We all understand that the rules of the afterlife cannot be broken. The consequences would be dire. You have done your utmost, and I believe Chi-Chi understands your predicament. Indeed, Goku, Chi-Chi is a reasonable person. She wouldn't truly blame you," Tien Shinhan chimed in. "Really?" A glimmer of hope sparked in Goku's otherwise dim eyes. However, the other Z-Fighters remained silent, fully aware of Chi-Chi's temperament. Although she was an endearing girl, her temper was as fierce as the flames of Mount Frypan. Even Master Roshi had once remarked that the universe's mightiest warrior, Super Saiyan Goku, feared only one being, his wife. "Ah, therein lies my torment. When Chi-Chi sees me, she will undoubtedly deliver a fierce blow to my head." Questioning where I've been all these years, Goku lamented, clutching his head in mock agony. "But weren't you dead?" Yamcha chuckled, observing Goku's comically fearful expression. "That being said, there exists a palpable fear within me, the reasons for which elude explanation. The mere thought of my resurrection and encountering Chi-Chi fills me with trepidation. For I dread her anger." At this juncture, Wukong paused momentarily, then continued, "However, what frightens me most is not Chi-Chi's admonishments or blows." "Oh, could there be a fate worse than this?" Yamcha chuckled, slapping his thigh, reveling in the chaos. "Hey Yamcha, you're going too far," Krillin interjected, unable to contain himself as he rebuked the oblivious playboy for his insensitivity. Ultimately, while Yamcha was the first friend Wukong encountered upon his return, their time together barely spanned a month before they parted ways after locating the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Wukong spent an entire year alongside Krillin, sharing meals, living, and sleeping together under Master Roshi's tutelage in martial arts. It is fair to say that Krillin was the one who shared the longest companionship with Wukong during his childhood. Even Bulma, the foremost female character in Dragon Ball, who made her debut first, has not shared as much time with Wukong as Krillin has. This serves to explain the jest regarding Krillin's sacrificial significance. Krillin took the lead in berating Yamcha, prompting the other Z-Fighters to join in, launching a barrage of playful criticism towards him. This made Yamcha realize he had overstepped, failing to gauge the atmosphere, and he sheepishly remarked, "Honestly, I'm just not good with words." Wukong shook his head, unperturbed, and continued, "What I fear most is not being scolded or struck by Chi-Chi, but rather her tears as she embraces me. Her weeping causes me profound anguish, far more than any heart ailment could. It is tenfold, 100-fold worse." "Old son, do you truly comprehend the weight of your words?" Piccolo exclaimed, astonished that the carefree Wukong could articulate such heartfelt sentiments. "I've heard from Vegeta that you Saiyans lack a sense of familial bonds. After all, that fellow seems indifferent towards Bulma, summoning her at will, like an oblivious gigolo." Yamcha interjected again, mentioning Vegeta, the man he secretly resented the most. Although he had broken up with Bulma and felt no lingering affection, the mere thought that a former adversary, one who had indirectly caused his demise, could father a child with his ex-girlfriend was an affront to his masculinity, igniting his ire towards Vegeta, especially after his reincarnation, which emboldened him to disparage him as a gigolo. At the dining table, a profound silence enveloped the group. The gazes directed at Yamcha shifted, now filled with incredulity, as if questioning his capacity for speech. That is not true. I do value family. Wukong's tone grew indignant, marking the first time he exhibited anger, feeling as though Yamcha was treating him like a fool. What scion could possibly be oblivious to the concept of family? He certainly acknowledges it. The distinction between family members and Krillin is well understood, especially since Chi-Chi has taken the time to teach him. The intimate moments shared between spouses are fundamentally different from anything Krillin could ever experience. Does he truly perceive Goku as merely a Japanese individual? Yamcha was understandably taken aback by Goku's thunderous shout, for even Krillin, who has spent the most time with Goku, seldom witnesses his anger. Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form is well known to all. It is no exaggeration to say that in the hearts of many, Goku stands as the paramount being in the universe. When a universe's finest raises his voice towards you, can one not feel fear? As the scene began to spiral into chaos, a feminine voice suddenly pierced through the tumult. Chapter 41. Haki Calm. You truly are remarkable, Goku-san. A familiar call echoed in Goku's ears, imbued with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Goku's heart skipped a beat, and he turned sharply, his gaze instantly captivated by a figure not far away. It was a woman clad in a deep blue Chi-Pao martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of both strength and the delicate grace of a refined lady. She stood tall as a pine, her eyes shimmering with gentleness, and her long, dark hair danced softly in the breeze, as if carrying the warmth and resilience of time itself. In that moment, Goku was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if time had reversed, transporting him to a distant past. After searching for her tirelessly, he suddenly turned, and there she was amidst the dim lights, perfectly harmonizing with the scene before him. Kiki. Goku's expression transformed with excitement. Take this, Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed, dashing towards Goku like a bolt of lightning, her hands swiftly forming the initial stance of the turtle school technique. Goku's heart tightened, and he instinctively recoiled. This scene instantly rekindled memories from 25 years ago, when a youthful Chi-Chi had similarly engaged him during the World Martial Arts Tournament, her demeanor a blend of eagerness and indignation. Back then, Goku, with his formidable strength, had merely needed a single punch to send her flying. Now, the same scene unfolded once more. Goku instinctively swung his fist, unleashing a powerful gust that surged forth like a tempest. Chi-Chi was swept away by this overwhelming force, her body tracing an arc through the air, perilously close to crashing to the ground. In that crucial moment, Goku abruptly realized his mistake. Panic surged through his eyes, and countless thoughts raced through his mind. This is Chi-Chi, my wife. How could I ever treat her this way? He immediately halted all movements, teleporting to her side in an instant, cradling her in his arms with utmost swiftness. Chi-Chi trembled slightly in Goku's embrace, evidently startled by the sudden turn of events. Oof. Goku-san, to treat such a lovely wife so roughly. Are you trying to kill me? Chi-Chi, nestled in Goku's arms, spoke with a playful tone tinged with reproach. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy. The recent scene evidently prompted her to reminisce about their first encounter at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Goku gazed at her, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he scratched his head and said, Ah, Chi-Chi, I sincerely apologize for my instinctive action. I was quite careless. He tightened his embrace around Chi-Chi, his tone laden with remorse. However, your sudden move truly caught me off guard. Chi-Chi shot him a glance, her lips curving into a barely restrained smile. Caught off guard. I saw you react quite swiftly, sending me flying with a single punch. And you dare claim it was unintentional. Are you yearning to relive your glorious past? Impossible, Goku exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. You are my wife. How could I ever harm you? Oh, you may say it's impossible, but your earlier actions betray you, Chi-Chi teased, pouting slightly, but with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. She lightly tapped Goku, adding, Yet, seeing how anxiously you caught me, I shall forgive you. Goku exhaled in relief, gently setting Chi-Chi down while gazing at her with tenderness. Chi-Chi, I truly did not mean it. When I saw your posture, my mind reverted back to those days, and I simply could not react in time. If I had actually hurt you, I would have been at a loss. Oh, so if I were injured, I would miss out on delicious meals, right? I knew it, Goku exclaimed. Chi-Chi, haven't I taught you? In such situations, you should declare that I am more important than food, rather than falling silent. So I say, Goku, you truly are. Chi-Chi continued to chide, oblivious to the slight upward curve of Goku's lips. Suddenly, Goku set Chi-Chi down, startling her, and then, with utmost seriousness and without regard for the onlookers. He leaned in to kiss her lips. Ah! Gasps filled the air. The Z fighters and Gohan were all taken aback. The innocent-hearted Goku, the unromantic Goku, was kissing her before everyone. Kiki esse face flashed the crimson. She initially intended to scold Goku for such behavior, especially with others and children present. Yet, her lips were silenced, producing only a soft whimper, akin to a kitten's mew, as the once chattering tigress was subdued in an instant. Realizing she could not resist her husband, Chi-Chi surrendered her embarrassment. She gently closed her eyes in response to Goku's kiss. In that moment, it felt as though the world around them vanished, leaving only the two of them. After what seemed like an eternity, Goku slowly released her, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection, as if wishing to immortalize this beautiful moment. He tenderly caressed Chi-Chi's cheek and softly declared, "Chi-Chi, you are more important than any food, more significant than the entire universe. I was merely foolish and unresponsive, but I know you are the most precious person in my life." Chi-Chi's cheeks remained flushed, yet her gaze radiated warmth and tenderness. She gently grasped Goku's hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Silly, I have known all along. I merely wish to hear you express it in your own words." The air around them seemed to blush a delicate pink. Although the Z fighters were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of romance, they soon broke into knowing smiles. Goten stood a short distance away, his eyes glistening with emotion. He had never witnessed such tenderness from his father before. In that instant, he perceived the profound affection shared between his parents. All right, you two. Could you refrain from flaunting your affection so openly?" Krillin's voice shattered the warm ambience. With his arms crossed, he feigned exasperation, adding, "We're still right here. Goku, if you wish to be affectionate, perhaps you should return home." "Goku, you rascal. You certainly have a way with words." Yamcha whistled, egging them on. Hearing Krillin and Yamcha's playful jests, Goku's face broke into a sheepish grin as he scratched his head. Somewhat embarrassed. "Haha, my apologies, I got a bit carried away and lost track of the occasion." Chi-Chi, having recovered from her earlier bashfulness, gently tidied her disheveled hair and shot Goku a playful glare, feigning annoyance. "It's all your fault for making things so awkward. Just wait until we get home." "Oh dear. Chi-Chi, please don't be angry. I just couldn't help myself." Goku quickly leaned in, his eyes filled with a desire to appease. Who told you to be so reckless? I must remind you, Goku, have you forgotten you have a wife?" "Of course not. I was merely contemplating our reunion after death. It hardly makes a difference." "What?" I am truly at a loss for words. Only you, Goku, could say something like that without causing me to be upset. Chi-Chi shook her head in resignation. Yet her lips betrayed a smile, her eyes sparkling with affection. She understood that Goku was simply that way, innocent to the point of naivete, yet possessing an irresistible charm. Fortunately, this man was her husband, and she could mold him to her liking. Chi-Chi. Goku grinned foolishly, scratching the back of his head with an air of innocence. Upon seeing his expression, Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh, her earlier irritation dissipating like mist. She gently patted Goku's arm, then wrapped her own around him, saying, all right. As long as you haven't forgotten, I'm content." At that moment, Goten approached, a hint of shyness on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Much like the leader of a ship sailing toward romance. "Uncle Piccolo, look, my dad is actually quite the romantic. Uncle Piccolo." Goten received no response from Piccolo, so he turned to gauge the situation, only to find the usually stoic and composed Piccolo's green complexion tinged with red, seemingly shy. "I never would have guessed, Goten. Your father certainly has his charms," Piccolo stammered, recovering from his surprise. "Indeed, I am quite astonished myself," Goten reflected, feeling a wave of emotions. He had anticipated that his mother might argue with his father, yet what unfolded was entirely unexpected. In the midst of the romantic atmosphere surrounding the reunion of Chi-Chi and Goku on North Kai's planet, King Imma of the underworld found himself utterly overwhelmed. Perched atop a high judgment platform, he was surrounded by a mountain of death and life registers, clutching a crimson seal in his hand. As he rapidly perused the volumes chronicling the moral deeds and misdeeds of souls, he muttered to himself, "This one ascends to heaven, that one descends to hell, hell." His brow furrowed deeply, his hand weary to the point of cramping. Meanwhile, the soul-cleansing apparatus of hell was in frantic operation. The containers filled with malevolent spirits stacked high like a mountain. The red demon responsible for replacing the evil containers, distracted by his MP3 player, sang and danced, neglecting his duties. Suddenly, the containers overflowed with dark energy, leading to an explosion that unleashed malevolent forces in all directions. The nearest red demon, now a vessel for this dark energy, rapidly expanded, towering hundreds of meters high, morphing into a grotesque yellow monster, incessantly murmuring, "Evil thought wave, evil thought wave." Like an innocent child clapping with glee, a powerful aura erupted, causing the entire underworld to tremble. What was happening? The tremor knocked King Enma from his chair. In disbelief, he observed his staff, ensnared in a candy-like adhesive. Soon, he sensed a peculiar sound emanating from above the King Enma's palace. Summoning his courage, he opened a window and gazed upward. There, he beheld a yellow-skinned monster, incessantly chanting evil thought wave, its cavernous mouth agape. "Who are you?" King Enma demanded, unafraid. He was the ruler of the underworld. Anything that appeared in his domain, regardless of its former power in life, must submit to him. Such was the cosmic order. However, the evil thought wave was not a mere dead entity, but rather a conglomerate of malevolent thoughts from the entire seventh universe. Disregarding King Enma, the evil thought wave clapped its hands, ensnaring him in a sugary substance, and released the souls of the entire underworld. From hell to heaven, even the souls awaiting reincarnation were transported to Earth. It was unclear why this occurred. It simply was as the original tale unfolded. Suddenly, various spirits appeared on the streets of Earth. Historical figures, fantastical creatures, aliens, and more, each more bizarre than the last. Most terrifying of all were the android siblings. The demon that had loomed over humanity for 15 long years had returned to life. "Long time no see, everyone on Earth," declared Android 17, spreading his arms as if to embrace the entire planet. "Damn you, go on," exclaimed Android 18, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cruel gleam. Who would have thought Frisia, would rise again?" Frisia, with his unmistakably recognizable voice, laughed unabashedly in the air. The inhabitants of North Kai's planet suddenly sensed an ominous presence from the underworld. This energy was formidable. Piccolo furrowed his brow, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. This aura was steeped in malevolence and chaos, undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. The North Kai spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "I shall first employ my abilities to assess the situation. Perhaps I can uncover a clue." He closed his eyes, his antennae swaying continuously as he began to perceive the dynamics of the entire universe. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. "This is dire news, Goku. The souls of the underworld have been unleashed by a powerful evil force, shattering the order of the underworld. The deceased Frisia and the androids have now manifested on Earth." "What?" Goku's expression turned serious in an instant. Gohan could no longer remain passive. He immediately contemplated using instant transmission to return to Earth. But then he reconsidered. There were two Super Saiyan 2 warriors, Bra, and in Super Saiyan 1, Aunt Bulma, currently on Earth. There was no need for alarm. The combined strength of the three women was more than sufficient to crush the enemies that had emerged. The North Kai continued. "That monster is currently surrounding the King of Hell. The king mentioned that he is trapped in jelly and unable to move." Gohan frowned slightly, then recalled a scene from the Dragon Ball movie, an embodiment of all the evil thoughts in the universe, the evil energy wave. According to the lore, the evil energy wave possessed overwhelming power, surpassing Super Saiyan 3 and various bizarre abilities, such as creating spatial portals that rendered one oblivious to where the next strike would come from. Simultaneously, Gohan recalled various aspects of the evil energy wave. "North Kai, I'm going to the King of Hell. Father, please take care of Mother." Gohan sensed the aura of the evil energy wave and utilized instant transmission to depart from North Kai's planet. Gohan, Kiki, apprensive about Gohan encountering unforeseen dangers, urged Goku to accompany him. "No need, Chi-Chi. Although this energy is formidable, it is certainly no match for Gohan. You must have faith in our son," Goku replied, shaking his head. Despite this, Chi-Chi was unconcerned about the specifics and insisted that Goku assist. With no other choice, Goku complied. At the King of Hell, a colossal yellow-skinned monster was relentlessly using its supernatural abilities to transform the entire underworld into a realm of candy. Is this the evil energy wave? Gohan appeared above the King of Hell, gazing down at the evil energy wave. He then let out a mighty roar, transforming into the enigmatic mystic Gohan. With a leap from the heights, he plummeted to the ground, delivering a powerful punch to the evil energy wave. The evil energy wave was struck down, letting out a cry before falling silent. However, almost immediately, its rotund form began to shrink and shift, soon revealing a humanoid figure standing over 2 meters tall. a red-skinned demon. Is this the second stage? As Gohan beheld the malevolent entity before him, it transformed into a visage from his memories. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he ascended to Super Saiyan God, declaring his intent to obliterate this foe. Gohan, a resolute Saiyan, understood that while his mysterious form could vanquish the dark apparition, it would require several minutes of effort. Thus, he opted for the swifter route, transforming into Super Saiyan God to dispatch it with alacrity. His entire aura coalesced into divine energy, enveloping him in a golden red flame that resembled deity. With a singular punch, akin to a radiant sun, the malevolent entity was annihilated in an instant, without a whisper of sound. This was in stark contrast to the original narrative, where the fusion of Goku and Gogeta, employed the formidable technique known as the Star Destroyer to eradicate evil thoughts. Gohan, however, lacked such a specialized skill. He had no choice but to rely on sheer strength to obliterate the malevolent entity completely. In the realm of Dragon Ball, extraordinary abilities or bizarre magic are effective only against adversaries of comparable strength. When there is a significant disparity in power, such techniques become futile. A prime example is the puppet that transformed the fusion of Vegeta into a mere coffee bean, only to be thoroughly defeated by him. This illustrates the concept of skill immunity arising from an overwhelming disparity in power. In the same vein, Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan God enabled him to utterly eradicate the malevolent being, for it was not invincible, but merely a conglomeration of evil thoughts. The solitary drawback was that the possessed red demon was likewise annihilated. Having recently resurrected individuals with the Dragon Balls, he was reluctant to employ such a decisive measure against the possessed demon. However, this demon had just that afternoon been resurrected, only to succumb to the evil's influence, leading to the deaths of the artificial beings and the soul of Frieza on Earth. Should these villains continue their slaughter, it would render Gohan's wish meaningless, a notion he could not abide. With the demise of the malevolent entity, the previously disrupted order of the underworld was restored, and the departed souls, having scarcely had a moment to linger, were swiftly returned to the realm of the dead. The various malevolent and benevolent beings on Earth, engaged in misdeeds or reuniting with loved ones, were ushered back to the afterlife in less than 3 minutes. This incited a cacophony of discontent from the entire underworld. "Silence!" roared King Yama, his voice resonating with authority. With the death of the malevolent entity, he extricated himself from the confines of Kandy, addressing the incessant chatter of the spirits with no patience for their complaints. Those who have perished should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the living. Return to your places in line. The incident involving the malevolent entity was quelled in a mere 5 minutes. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that a significant number of Earthlings perished during this brief span, at least 100 million, many of whom had just been revived at noon only to meet their demise again by evening. The resentment harbored by these souls was palpable. Gohan witnessed it all, and it seemed he would once again seek the dragon's wish in the coming year. Gohan finds himself in a state of utter exasperation. Why, he muses? Does the malevolent energy wave from BYD emerge precisely when he has just wished for the revival of the deceased? It truly is bewildering. Fortunately, after Dandy S enhancement, the Earth S dragon has acquired abilities akin to those of the Namekian dragon, now capable of resurrecting the dead multiple times. It is even more extraordinary, as it has abolished the previous restriction of reviving only one individual at a time, allowing for the resurrection of an entire planet as populace. One cannot help but commend Dandy, the most exceptional of the Namekian dragon clan, for his extraordinary talents. "Gohan, have you resolved it so swiftly?" Goku instantaneously teleports beside Gohan, having presumed that even Gohan would require several minutes. To his astonishment, within the brief moment he spent conversing with Chi-Chi, Gohan had already triumphed. Goku gazes at Gohan, now transformed, and exclaims, "The god of Super Saiyans is indeed formidable. Although I cannot sense your energy, I doubt even my Super Saiyan 4 form could vanquish this creature in under a minute." "I suppose it was manageable," Gohan humbly replies, though he cannot help but inquire about the glaring halo above his father's head. "Dad, can you return home now?" "Return home? As much as I desire to, Gohan. I am deceased and cannot venture to the realm of the living." "What about Mom?" Gohan queries, and Goku appears momentarily stumped. However, a thought strikes him. "We could use the Dragon Balls, yet I have already utilized them. Mom's rejuvenation was granted through their power. Thus, we must wait another year." "Do you think she can endure a year?" Goku scratches his head, a look of resignation crossing his features. "Well, perhaps not. Why must you be so flirtatious with Mom?" Gohan shrugs in exasperation. It seems the responsibility falls to him once more. An ingenious idea strikes Gohan. He could utilize the Dragon Clan from the Demon Realm. By defeating the so-called God of the Ball, he could make a wish upon the Dragon Balls to revive his father, Goku. Afterwards, he could wait a year to resurrect those innocently lost due to the malevolent energy wave incident. Gohan feels quite clever, having resolved both familial and planetary dilemmas. Of course, these are merely ancillary benefits. His primary motivation lies in experiencing the extraordinary phenomenon of the Dragon Ball Demon series, particularly the unparalleled bug known as the Third Eye of Magic, readily available for acquisition. This plug-and-play enhancement could elevate even the formidable King Gamma, who struggles to attain Super Saiyan Level 1, to transcend Super Saiyan 3 with boundless stamina. Were it not for Kuu using a tome to disable the third eye, it might have even amplified his power beyond Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, there are various insects, such as the recovery insect, comparable to the Senzu beans, and the unused fusion insect, which could prove advantageous against Zamasu. It is worth reiterating that Gohan is the most unassuming Saiyan, consistently dominating in every battle he has fought thus far. The synthetic siblings, Black Goku and Evil Thought Wave, all possess a certain fear of insufficient power, perhaps linked to the souls they have fused with. If there's only a 90% chance of victory in a fight, how is that different from courting death? Chapter 43. Departure to the Demon Realm. At Bowsy Mountain, it had indeed grown cold. Chi-Chi gazed helplessly at the dishes simmering in the pot. Although they could be warmed and consumed, they lacked the freshness and exquisite taste of when they were freshly prepared. It's all right. This will suffice, she reassured herself. Gohan, however, seemed unconcerned about the temperature of the food. His stomach growled with hunger, and he merely craved sustenance. While battling Evil Thought Wave was effortless. It had drained his energy, and he required replenishment. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. Chi-Chi observed Gohan devouring his meal with abandon and felt a pang of guilt. She truly felt like a negligent mother. After meeting with Goku, she had momentarily lost herself in excitement, completely forgetting that Gohan had yet to have dinner. Gohan, let me warm this up for you. Eating cold food isn't good for your stomach, she gently suggested. No need, Mom. I'm too hungry to wait, Gohan replied, as he picked up a cold bun and took a hearty bite. Absolutely not. Kiki sudendi bekame stern. I've told you not to eat cold food. No matter how hungry you are, it could upset your stomach. Fine, fine, Gohan said, clutching his bowl. Although reluctant, he couldn't resist his mother's insistence. With a resigned sigh, he obediently sat at the table, though his gaze kept drifting back to the pot of buns. All right, you can eat now. Chi-Chi placed the warm dishes on the table. I'm starting. Gohan swiftly polished off the food laid out before him. Get a good night's rest. Without delay, Gohan hurried to the Kaioshin realm, seeking Kaioshin of Time for information regarding the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm, how nostalgic it is. Let us begin from the day of my birth, Kaioshin of Time began, with a tone that suggested he had much to recount. As expected, he started narrating the tale of the tree under which he was born, its location and appearance. No, just begin with the creation of the universe by Zeno, please. This is far too much unnecessary detail, Gohan interjected, a surge of irritation rising within him. Let us keep it brief and avoid the superfluous details, Lord Kaioshin. Unable to contain himself, Gohan interrupted him, expressing that no one was interested in what he ate or drank as a child or the games he played with friends. Caught off guard by Gohan's frankness, Kaioshin of Time fell momentarily silent. Come on, my friend, you address me as Lord Kaioshin. Yet your content sounds as if we were merely children, he chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, very well. The Demon Realm actually predates the 7th universe. A former Demon King commanded the creation of multiple universes by the Super Demon, Rimus, allowing the inhabitants of the Demon Realm to migrate and settle in these new worlds. For instance, the Namekians are a race that migrated from the Demon Realm to the cosmos, rather than being an indigenous species born from the 7th universe. They are akin to demons with pointed ears. As for you Scions and Earthlings, you are races that naturally came into existence after the creation of the universe. The true natives of this vast expanse. So it turns out that humanity was not crafted by Lord Kaioshin after all. Of course, even we Kaioshins cannot create sentient beings. Our role is to forge planets suitable for the birth and evolution of life, and to guide the emergence of civilizations on these new worlds. A process that is bound to be lengthy, explained Kaioshin Suki. Oh, so that Supreme Demon is truly formidable. Gohan expressed particular interest in this being named Lemus. Indeed, He is one of the most magnificent entities in this universe. In some respects, a direct superior to us Kaioshiins. At this point, Kaioshin Suki's voice noticeably softened. You must not speak of this to anyone, Mr. Gohan. If Lord Zeno were to find out, I would be finished. Kaioshin Suki's expression turned grave. Naturally, I am an adept keeper of secrets, Gohan reassured him, patting his chest in solemnity. Ah, then I shall continue. Kaioshin Suki sighed with relief and proceeded to narrate. In fact, prior to your mention of the god of destruction, I was entirely unaware of Zeno's existence. Kaioshin Suki admitted candidly. I only knew of Lord Lemus, not of Lord Zeno. After all, Lord Lemus created the universe, while our duty as Kaioshiins is to create planets. This makes sense. However, Zeno's ability to erase the universe does not seem to align with the authority of a Kaioshin. It resembles the higher authority of a god of destruction, wielding the power to obliterate. Gohan nodded in understanding. Indeed, one is akin to a paintbrush, while the other resembles an eraser. Kaioshin Suki's eyes sparkled, nodding in agreement, and continued, this metaphor is quite vivid. In any case, if you inquire about the demon realm, you have come to the right person. Will you take me to the demon realm? To the demon realm? What made you think of that? Gohan, not hiding his intentions, immediately shared the information he had regarding the demon realm. What? The third demon eye is actually a wholesale item. It was evident that Kaioshin Suki was also unaware of this fact. Based on memories from his childhood in the demon realm, there were indeed legends of demon eyes, which are said to be lost treasures. How could they possibly be wholesale items? In any case, that is the situation. Please take me to the demon realm. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Kaioshin Suki displayed a troubled expression. He pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Mr. Gohan, the demon realm is not an easy place to access. It is a perilous domain, inhabited by various powerful demon clans, and its rules are entirely different from those here. Even I would not dare to tread lightly into the demon realm. That is only natural, but with my presence, there should be no issues, Lord Kaioshin. Would you kindly take me there? Son Gohan grasped the hands of the Supreme Kai of Time, who gazed into Gohan's resolute eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall take you to the demon realm. Thank you, Supreme Kai. Gohan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The customary means of entering the demon realm is by boarding a specialized spacecraft produced by that realm, along with completing the necessary formalities. Ordinary flights or instantaneous movements cannot traverse between the two realms. A spacecraft designed specifically for the demon realm? In truth, the vessel I used when I exited the demon realm as a child still exists. Jebbit, could you assist me in retrieving that spacecraft? Yes, Supreme Kai. A small, dilapidated spacecraft, covered in moss, was brought forth by Jebbit. As you can see, this is the one I used in my youth. The space is too confined for adults, and I am uncertain if it can still be utilized, the Supreme Kai explained, pointing at the spacecraft. Well, I shall find a solution, Gohan pondered, recalling that the ever-resourceful Bulma would be able to assist him with this dilemma. Chapter 44, Satan and Videl Gohan, holding the universal capsule containing the spacecraft, instantly teleported away from the Supreme Kai's realm and arrived at the entrance of the Capsule Corporation laboratory. This was where Bulma conducted her work. Despite being the wealthiest person globally, Bulma still preferred tinkering with inventions over merely overseeing her vast business empire from an office. Upon pushing open the laboratory door, Bulma, who had been leaning over her workbench, sensed someone entering and quickly rose from her seat. In that fleeting moment, Gohan noticed the dark circles around her eyes, a clear indication of her exhaustion. Yet, she promptly rubbed her eyes to awaken herself, saying, Apologies, I have been preoccupied with some research issues and dozed off during lunch. As she stretched, her actions concluded with her adopting her customary cheerful smile. She noticed the universal capsule clenched in Gohan's palm and inquired, What is this? A gift for Auntie? Oh, I see. Are you here to make up for the last birthday present, Gohan? Her words caused Gohan to break into a nervous sweat. Bulma's fatigued appearance made him reluctant to request her assistance in repairing the spacecraft. Now, coupled with her expectant gaze, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as if he were a callous cat. However, it was impossible to conjure a gift on the spot. Gohan steeled himself and said, Actually it is. He proceeded to explain the information he had gathered from the Supreme Kai and his request for her to repair the spacecraft. So, it's a repair job for the spacecraft, not a gift. Bulma's face visibly fell. Yet, she quickly masked her disappointment with a forced smile, attempting to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. No worries, and we'll take care of this. Let me first see what it looks like and determine how easily it can be repaired. Bulma took the multi-functional capsule, and with a soft pop, the moss-covered, cobweb-laden spaceship appeared on the ground. Ah, such a peculiar design. Entirely different from the celestial craft of the old deity. Bulma donned a dust mask, grasped her toolbox, extracted a wrench, and began a preliminary inspection while lying on the ground, showing no signs of complaint. This scene tugged at Gohan's heart, leaving him feeling somewhat restless and uneasy. Well, the trip to the demon realm is not particularly urgent. Gohan rubbed his fingers against his face, trying to alleviate his inner tension. He cautiously spoke to Bulma. Actually, I came here to invite you to the newly opened amusement park. Suddenly, Gohan pulled 2 tickets from his pocket. Remnants from his last visit to the amusement park with Bra, which he had forgotten to use, but fortunately, they were valid for a year. The wrench in Bulma's hand clattered to the ground as she stared in astonishment at the 2 amusement park tickets clenched in Gohan's hand. Instinctively wiping her forehead to ease her anxiety, she unwittingly left the dust from her gloves on her fair skin. You're joking, right, Gohan? Just the 2 of us going to the amusement park? Bulma incredulously countered. But this reminded Gohan that, indeed, he had only 2 tickets, forgetting about Bra and Little Bra. Just as Gohan was about to explain that he would buy 2 more tickets shortly, Bulma interpreted his moment of silence as a tacit acknowledgement. This made Bulma, who harbored a strange affection for Gohan, feel her heart race, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly lowered her head, attempting to conceal her true feelings. Then feigned composure and looked up, trying to sound casual. Do you really want to invite me to the amusement park? However, her trembling voice betrayed her genuine emotions. Observing Bulma's reaction, Gohan instinctively wanted to clarify. Big Bra and Little Bra could join us too. Yet, he felt that such words might displease Bulma. So he chose to swallow his words and simply nodded vigorously. Seeing Gohan's resolute nod, Bulma's heart churned even more. She endeavored to make her voice sound calmer. All right, Gohan. Since you wish to invite me so much, I shall go. However, let me first complete the preliminary inspection of this spaceship. Andy, you have such dark circles under your eyes. You should rest first. I'm not in a hurry. It's all right. I'm now an android, possessing boundless stamina. And I don't feel any discomfort at all. Those dark circles merely appear alarming. After saying this, Bulma put her gloves back on, picked up the wrench, and continued inspecting the spaceship. While examining, she couldn't help but steal glances at Gohan. As Gohan stood awkwardly to the side, he endeavored to maintain a smile, occasionally exchanging a few words with Bulma. After a while, Bulma finally completed her preliminary inspection. She lifted her head, removed her dust mask, and remarked, "The damage to this spacecraft is more intricate than I had anticipated, yet it is not beyond repair. However, I shall require some time to gather tools and components. Once I have all the necessary parts, the repairs should take approximately half a day. The primary issue is that the spacecraft is rather small. I will need to modify it to enlarge its capacity, or else it will be impractical to use. This will be somewhat troublesome and may take a day." Bulma soon realized that Gohan had not been attentive to her words, but instead was reaching out towards her. As his hand inched closer, a sense of excitement and nervousness surged within Bulma. "Gohan, what are you trying to do? Could it be that, with no one else in the lab, the beast hidden within you has awakened, and you wish to take advantage of me?" Bulma fidgeted with her legs, seemingly resigned, and closed her eyes. He must be trying to seize an opportunity. Alas, I am but a woman of inherent beauty, unable to escape my fate. How unfortunate. However, when Gohan's hand gently rested upon her forehead, she was met only with a tender touch. He softly brushed away the dust from her brow and expressed concern, saying, "Auntie, your face is covered in dust. You should wash it." Bulma was taken aback. Her previously tense emotions dissipated in an instant, her face flushing with warmth. Soon after, she scowled and delivered a punch to Gohan's stomach. "Get out of here with your 2 worthless tickets. Leave." Gohan found himself expelled from the laboratory, standing forlornly at the doorway with the 2 tickets in hand. He gazed at the amusement park tickets, filled with confusion and a sense of injustice. He could not fathom why Bulma had suddenly erupted in anger. After all, he had done nothing to provoke her wrath. This predicament, indeed, stemmed from Gohan himself. In the face of the names Little Bulma and Big Bulma, he had previously felt a twinge of anxiety due to the fears from the memories of a different life. However, upon realizing that no one in reality seemed to care, he ceased to place faith in those memories. This reversal of fortune rendered him even more oblivious to emotional matters than he had been originally. Yet perhaps this dulled sensitivity, combined with his straightforwardness in emotional affairs, endowed him with a unique charm in the eyes of those older than him. Within the confines of the laboratory, Bulma gazed at the door Gohan had just closed, her heart a tempest of emotions. Sitting before her workbench, she rested her chin on her hands, her gaze unfocused. The scenes from moments ago replayed incessantly in her mind, and her heartbeat had yet to settle. What is wrong with me? Why did I explode in anger at Gohan? Bulma asked herself, yet found no answers. She understood that she harbored a special affection for Gohan, but what precisely that affection entailed remained elusive to her. Initially, she had perceived a flicker of Goku's shadow in Gohan, and, in her fondness for Goku, she felt a nurturing tenderness towards Gohan akin to that of an elder for a younger. In time, Goku succumbed to heart disease, and Gohan, feeling despondent, left home, spending more time within the confines of his dwelling, nurturing his daughter Bra, and quietly transforming into his own pillar of support. Eventually, when the dark Goku appeared, Gohan and he made a vow to protect one another for eternity. Ah, Gohan, my mind is becoming increasingly muddled. She rose from her seat and approached the mirror, observing the blush upon her cheeks, acutely aware of her burgeoning feelings for Gohan. Ultimately, Bulma's gaze settled upon a family portrait featuring Bra, Bulma, and Gohan at their base. She retrieved a key to unlock the drawer of her desk, revealing a collection of albums chronicling Gohan's growth through the years. In a certain sense, Gohan's adolescence was spent under Bulma's watchful eye, an experience that even Chi-Chi could not hope to rival. Much like a farmer tending to their crops, one invariably invests the finest energy and affection into the fruits of their own labor. With a gentle sigh, Bulma placed the photographs back into the drawer and extracted an envelope. The seal of the envelope was frayed, a testament to the countless times she had perused its contents. Cautiously, she opened the envelope and withdrew a sheet of paper adorned with Gohan's youthful handwriting. Dear Aunt Bulma, today I saw you burning the midnight oil for your new invention, and it pained me. I know you are remarkable, but please remember to rest. I will strive to grow stronger and protect you and Bra, just as Dad protects Mom. I hope you're not angry with me. I am truly grateful for your care. Gohan. Ah, Gohan, how adorable. As Bulma read the heartfelt words, her heart melted, and she felt an inexplicable warmth envelop her. Soon, the laboratory echoed with peculiar sighs. Unbeknownst to her, her emotional turmoil set the wheels of fate into motion once more. Meanwhile, Gohan sat despondently on a bench in a park near Capsule Corporation, his head drooping as he clutched 2 tickets, engulfed in self-doubt. Perhaps I should directly ask Aunt Bulma. Gohan could not fathom what had caused Bulma to be upset with him and resolved to inquire directly. As he retraced his steps, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathering ahead. Approaching to investigate, he discovered that a dojo was recruiting new students, albeit under a rather peculiar name, Satan style. The oddity of the name, coupled with the poster featuring a balding middle-aged man, quickly dispersed the onlookers. Gohan cast a glance, but felt no interest, preparing to turn back when the name Satan struck a chord within him, leading him to murmur softly, Satan? How could he be so familiar? Suddenly, his voice rose in realization. Satan. Gohan recalled the comical character from the original narrative, who also happened to be his father-in-law. Oh, young man, it seems you recognize me. A balding middle-aged man suddenly called out to Gohan. Who are you? Gohan asked, puzzled as he gazed at the unfamiliar figure before him. I am the illustrious Mr. Satan, the esteemed master of the Satan Martial Arts Academy, declared the bald gentleman with a proud expression. At that moment, Gohan realized that this bald man was indeed Satan. The distinctive mustache confirmed his identity, although his attire appeared somewhat shabby. Youth, would you be interested in joining my academy? If you sign up for membership now, you can enjoy a discount of 20%. Additionally, I offer private lessons that will transform you into a formidable man in just 3 months, just like me. Plus, subsequent training sessions come with complimentary beverages and snacks, Mr. Satan exuberantly promoted. Gohan scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling, Mr. Satan, I'm not here to enroll. I simply passed by and recognized your name. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Ah, please don't rush away, Mr. Satan exclaimed, grabbing Gohan's arm. You look like a promising candidate for martial arts. Joining my academy would undoubtedly enrich your skills. As a world champion, I assure you that training under my guidance will elevate you to the status of a martial arts master. Satan pulled Gohan inside the academy, which, although modest and slightly worn, was relatively clean and tidy. Mr. Satan enthusiastically ushered Gohan to a tattered sofa and retrieved an old brochure from a cabinet. Flipping it open, he pointed at the illustrated techniques, proclaiming, Behold, this is the signature move of the Satan Martial Arts Academy, the Satan Fist. It is my own creation, immensely powerful. Once mastered, you can easily vanquish your foes. Observe this image of me using the Satan fist. One strike shattered 23 tiles. Imagine the impact if it were to strike a person. He indicated a picture of himself, gritting his teeth and flushed with exertion, having just broken tiles. I'm really not interested, Mr. Satan, Gohan said, shaking his head and preparing to leave. However, he found Mr. Satan kneeling on the ground, clutching his pant leg to prevent his departure. Please, I implore you to join my academy. If I cannot find any students soon, my daughter and I will be left to fend for ourselves, Mr. Satan lamented, tears streaming down his face, which left Gohan feeling quite repulsed. Mr. Satan, please don't do that. Your tears are about to stick to my pants, Gohan said, trying to maintain his composure. We can negotiate the terms. Just agree to join me. You've mentioned my name, so you must know I was once the heavyweight champion of the world. I possess genuine skill, not a mere charlatan. Joining my academy will undoubtedly be rewarding. Nevertheless, Gohan remained resolute, politely helping Mr. Satan to his feet. Sorry, but I truly don't see the necessity. I'm stronger than you, Mr. Satan. With that, Gohan left. How troublesome. As Gohan stepped out of the dojo, he realized that dusk was approaching, having wasted considerable time with Satan. Had he known, he wouldn't have engaged in the commotion. As he ambled along the path, he intended to head directly to Aunt Bulma's abode to inquire about her displeasure. However, upon rounding a corner, he was intercepted by a woman with black hair styled in twin tails. Hey, what was that all about? The woman, exuding an air of authority, glared at him with unmistakable dissatisfaction and ire, hands firmly placed on her hips as she stood before Gohan. Confused, Gohan scratched his head, attempting to recall what transpired that could have provoked this formidable lady. Cautiously, he inquired, may I ask what I did to offend you? How dare you ask me? The woman with the twin tails did not offer Gohan a pleasant demeanor. This is bizarre. Am I destined to clash with women today? Gohan pondered, recalling Aunt Bulma's similar disposition. Why do these women always seem inexplicably upset? You actually dare to claim you are stronger than Mr. Satan? That is an insult. Mr. Satan is the world champion, and you, with your slender arms and legs, are merely a pretty boy. Where do you derive your confidence? Upon hearing this, Gohan found himself bemused. Despite his somewhat delicate appearance, his well-honed muscles were hardly synonymous with being a mere pretty boy. Was this woman not speaking nonsensically? I did not intend to offend Mr. Satan. He insisted that I join the dojo. Moreover, I am merely speaking the truth. I truly am stronger than Mr. Satan. Gohan patiently elucidated. Furthermore, I have my own matters to attend to, yet, at times, honesty goes unacknowledged. People tend to trust their own judgments. Do you think saying that will suffice? The woman with the twin tails clearly remained unconvinced, crossing her arms and gazing at him provocatively. If you are indeed stronger than Mr. Satan, then follow me. Let's have a contest. No, this is absurd. Gohan was reluctant to squander any more time and turned to leave. I'm trying to escape? Witness my Satan punch. The woman suddenly shouted, launching a punch towards Gohan. Though her movements appeared swift to the untrained eye, to Gohan, they seemed rather sluggish. This speed could hardly rival a bullet. It was akin to moving in slow motion. Gohan frowned slightly. Her sudden and unrefined attack lacked sophistication. He deftly sidestepped her punch, and with a gentle flick of his right hand, a subtle stream of energy struck her shoulder. The woman felt a sudden numbness in her shoulder, her body losing balance as she stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Enough with the time wasting. I truly have urgent matters. Gohan's voice carried from behind her, tinged with a gentle warning. The woman with black hair, styled in twin tails, turned around, gazing into Gohan's calm eyes, and the fury within her heart was finally supplanted by a hint of reverence. She recognized that the man before her was not someone she could easily confront. Who are you, truly? She asked softly, her tone tinged with reluctance. Gohan paid her no heed and prepared to leave. Wait, the woman with the twin tails exclaimed suddenly, urgency lacing her voice. What's your name? Gohan paused, turned his head slightly, and replied nonchalantly, Son Gohan. After uttering his name, he continued on his way, leaving the woman standing there, her eyes reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. Son Gohan, I shall certainly defeat you, more so than Dilly, she murmured to herself. Chapter 45. The Rapid Passage Through the Demon Realm. In the afternoon, Bulma expressed her frustration towards Gohan, initially believing he would return only after his spaceship was repaired in a few days. To her surprise, he approached her that very evening. She tucked her long hair behind her ear, a faint blush adorning her cheeks, her tone somewhat hesitant. I apologiza, auntie. I might have just woken up from a nap and was in a bit of a mood, so I took it out on you. Can you forgive me? To Gohan's astonishment, Aunt Bulma actually apologized. The question he had intended to ask regarding her earlier ire remained unuttered on his lips. It's quite all right, as long as Aunt Bulma is well and doesn't let her anger affect her health. No matter how you express your frustration towards me, it matters not, he replied, concealing the truth of his own temperament, which was far from that of a complacent gentleman. However, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Bulma, taking the initiative to apologize, left him with little choice but to respond graciously, lest he suffer the consequences of her displeasure. Well then, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Bulma offered, opening the door to invite Gohan into her home. Gohan hesitated, touching his stomach, and after much contemplation, he chose not to impose on Bulma any further. With a heavy heart, he used instant transmission to depart, leaving Bulma with a look of disappointment in her eyes as he returned home to the Capsule Corporation. All of this was observed by a stealthy shadow lurking nearby. Where'd he go? Such a large figure. How could he vanish so completely? Dilly exclaimed, lowering her binoculars and rubbing her eyes, only to discover that Gohan had disappeared as if he had never existed. Son Gohan, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you. With that declaration, Dilly hastily descended from the tree and left the scene, mindful of the stringent security measures surrounding the world's wealthiest family. Who knew if Bulma would notice her peering and have her apprehended? At the Baozi Mountain, after indulging in a hearty meal, Gohan set off with his mother, Chi-Chi, to North Kai's planet to reunite with his father, Goku. This journey had seemingly woven itself into the fabric of their daily lives. With each round trip, Gohan felt akin to the mythical Magpie Bridge, while his parents resembled the star-crossed lovers, the cowherd and the weaver girl, meeting once a year. After a span of 2 days, the spaceship was finally repaired. Gohan arrived at the Capsule Corporation's laboratory and received the universal capsule containing the spaceship from Bulma. How long do you plan to be gone? She inquired. Just 2 or 3 days, merely to take a look around, he replied. Be careful on your journey, and do not be reckless. Bulma stepped closer to Gohan, smoothing out the wrinkles in his collar, reminiscent of a wife reluctantly sending her husband off on a business trip. After a long absence, Bra also made her appearance, albeit the Bra from this timeline. The other Bra had departed yesterday via the time machine, leaving for a different timeline. Although she held great faith in Gohan's ability to defeat Zamasu, she decided to visit the past timeline to seek out her more familiar allies, Goku and her father, Vegeta. Before she left, she cast a complex glance at Gohan, walked up to him, and earnestly advised, Gohan, take care of Mom and me. With that, she departed, leaving Gohan perplexed. Can you take me with you, Gohan? Brock pleaded with an adorable gaze fixed upon him. No, Gohan firmly declined a request. The Earth needs you to protect it while I am away. I understand, Gohan, Bra responded, though a hint of disappointment lingered. She recognized the necessity of having a strong warrior to guard their home. Gohan flashed a reassuring smile, ruffling Bra's hair as he encouraged her. Hasn't the other Bra taught you swordsmanship? Spend these days practicing, and when I return, we can go to the amusement park together. Yay! Bra exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms up in joy. Despite the grim environment of the despairing timeline shaping her into a serious and mature individual, she was still a young girl in the throes of adolescence, who naturally enjoyed fun and games. After bidding farewell to the 2 girls, Gohan utilized instant transmission to leave Earth and arrived at the Kaioshin realm. Lord Kaioshin, shall we depart? He announced. It seems nothing can deter you now, Mr. Gohan. Kaioshin replied, as he boarded the spaceship alongside Gohan, preparing to journey to the Demon Realm. With the addition of the fully automated navigation system, after Kaioshin input the coordinates, they reclined in their seats and engaged in conversation to pass the time. Upon learning that Dabura remained the Demon King, Gohan was not surprised. The story of Dragon Ball, the demon, unfolds after the Majin Buu saga, during the interregnum following Dabura's demise, which allowed Goma to ascend to power. Since Dabura was still alive, he naturally retained his title as Demon King. Approximately 2 hours later, the spaceship docked beside a colossal golden fish. This creature was Lord Quickspeed, responsible for connecting the universe and the demon realm in Dragon Ball. The demon. Mr. Gohan, please come here. We are about to enter the demon realm, and I must magically transform your ears into points, just like a demon, he instructed. Gohan nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to comply. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai Shinshin employed his magic to transform Gohan's ears into a pointed shape. Since Goma had yet to take the stage, Lord Quicksilver at this moment did not require a secret signal. upon observing the duo's pointed ears, along with the spacecraft produced in the demon realm. He opened his mouth wide to allow them passage. After a brief jolt, they arrived at the relay point. Gohan intended to commence his quest for the Dragon Balls from the third demon realm, collecting them one by one, while also planning to visit the shop that sold extraordinary enhancements. To facilitate this, Gohan donned the guise of a Scion vigilante along the way, liberating funds from local ruffians to prepare for his purchases of insects and magic eyes at the shop. After compensating the information broker from the demon realm, the pair discovered the store featured in Dragon Ball Demon. Gohan eagerly acquired every type of insect available and purchased all the magic eyes contained within jars. Without delay, they sought out the dragon god of the third demon realm and triumphed over him. Similarly, the dragon gods of the second and first demon realms could not escape their fate. Having gathered 3 demon realm Dragon Balls, the notorious Tapira, having heard whispers of Gohan's exploits, personally sought him out to create trouble. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had already vanquished the dragon god and had no reason to fear Tapira. Gohan swiftly dispatched Tapira without hesitation. He then urged the Supreme Kai to invoke the demon realm's language to wish for his father Goku's resurrection. The Dragon Balls of the demon realm summoned a dragon akin to that of Namek, differing only in color, transitioning from green to red, and this robust red dragon possessed combat prowess. The wish was granted swiftly, and Gohan saw no need to linger in the demon realm, opting instead to return the way he had come, taking no more than 3 days in total. The peculiar cuisine of the demon realm proved unappetizing, not due to its taste, but rather its unsettling appearance, which diminished one's appetite. Soon, Gohan and his companion returned to the realm of the Supreme Kai, who upon returning home, felt a wave of nostalgia. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Supreme Kai, Gohan departed and returned to Earth. Unsurprisingly, upon arriving home, he found his father, Goku, clad in farming attire, operating a plow with a somewhat bored expression. Chapter 46, Gohan, Goku, the father-son fusion. Hey Gohan, you're back, Goku exclaimed upon seeing his son, halting the plow, removing his straw hat, and wiping the sweat from his brow, his face breaking into his signature smile. Just in time, Gohan. I'm quite bored. Let's have a spar after I warm up. All right, Gohan readily agreed. Goku moved aside to stretch and prepare for his warm-up. He began with some simple stretching exercises before practicing the Turtle School's fluid technique to invigorate his body. Hey Gohan, once I finish warming up, I want to see your transformation into that Super Saiyan God form during our spar. Sure, no problem. Upon hearing Gohan's response, Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Before long, he declared, all right, I have practiced sufficiently. Come, Gohan, let me witness your transformation. Assuming a combat stance, Wukong's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Gohan stood opposite him, mirroring his father's stance. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bent his arms and crouched, poised to strike at any moment. Father, let us see if you could defeat my base form before we discuss the transformation in a Super Saiyan God. Gohan shouted, his body instantly morphing into a blur as he charged towards Wukong. His right fist propelled forward with tremendous force, aimed directly at Wukong's face. Unfazed, Wukong deftly sidestepped, evading Gohan's strike with ease. In quick succession, he executed a spinning kick aimed at Gohan's waist. However, Gohan was no slouch either. Leaning forward, he braced himself with his hands, performing a backflip to evade his father's kick. With a powerful push on the ground, he launched himself once more towards Wukong. Observing this, Wukong crossed his arms defensively over his chest, bracing for Gohan's onslaught. Gohan's fists rained down like a tempest, each strike infused with formidable strength. Wukong's face reflected the strain he was under, and soon he was sent flying by a powerful blow, his body tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, slowly rising to his feet, he looked up at Gohan, a flicker of surprise and exhilaration crossing his features. Gohan, your power and speed have escalated remarkably. Just moments ago, your base combat strength was still a distance from mine, yet now it has far surpassed me. This is the essence of the God form. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, my base power has significantly increased. This is the advantage of attaining the divine realm. Gohan explained, I see. Although I cannot fully comprehend it, your base combat power has indeed strengthened. Thus, I must take this seriously. As Wukong spoke, a faint golden light began to shimmer around him, his aura steadily amplifying. Super Saiyan 1. Wukong bellowed, his form enveloped in radiant golden light as his hair turned a brilliant gold and his eyes transformed into a striking emerald. His muscles slightly bulged, emanating an overwhelming presence. Come, Gohan, Let us see if Super Saiyan 1 can overcome your base form. Wukong assumed a fighting stance, golden energy swirling around him. Gohan, observing his father's transformation, revealed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He did not transform, but merely adjusted his posture, readying himself for Wukong's assault. Wukong initiated the attack, his speed markedly enhanced, becoming a golden blur as he charged at Gohan. His right fist swung out with immense power, aimed squarely at Gohan's chest. Gohan smiled faintly, subtly shifting his body to the side, easily evading Wukong's strike. Immediately, he executed a sidekick aimed at Goku's waist. Although Goku reacted swiftly, he was still struck by Gohan's kick, sending his body flying once more. Clearly, Super Saiyan 1 was insufficient. Rising from the ground, Goku emanated an even more brilliant golden aura. His energy surged anew, his hair standing more erect, surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning. What Super Saiyan 2? Goku roared, his speed and strength escalating once again. He charged at Gohan, his attacks now more ferocious, fists propelled by a powerful current aimed squarely at Gohan. However, Gohan continued to respond effortlessly, his movements increasingly agile, evading Goku's blows with precision and even seizing opportunities to counterattack. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, amplifying his intensity. At this point, Gohan clearly struggled against Goku, resorting to Super Saiyan 1 to contend with his father. Subsequently, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, effortlessly overpowering Super Saiyan 1 Gohan, leaving him defenseless. But Gohan assumed a mysterious form, this time overpowering Goku, rendering even Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form ineffective. It was evident that Goku could not elicit Gohan's ultimate transformation. It appears I have yet to draw out your true strength, Gohan. Goku rose from the ground, a hint of reluctance on his face, yet brimming with excitement and anticipation. Well then, show me your true power. Gohan nodded, his body beginning to shimmer with a golden red glow. His aura gradually diminished until Goku could no longer sense it. Father, watch closely. Gohan's form was suddenly enveloped in dazzling light. His hair transformed to a vivid red, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, surrounded by a mysterious and formidable golden red aura. This is not my limit. Building upon Super Saiyan God, I shall further ascend to Super Saiyan, or rather, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly referred to as Super Saiyan Blue. Goku watched in rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with a fervent desire for this transformation. He could not help but inquire, Gohan, I wish to try this transformation as well. Can you teach me? Gohan replied, if you wish to learn, I shall teach you. If you can successfully transform into Super Saiyan Blue, then I will have a greater chance against Zamasu. Gohan retrieved a peculiar bug from the Universal Capsule and tossed it to Goku. Father, this is a fusion bug I obtained from the Demon Realm. Split it in half, and if we each consume a half, we can fuse together. Fuse? Yes. If Zamasu becomes truly formidable and I am unable to contend with him, I will need you and me to fuse to defeat him. Son Gohan prepared a contingency plan. Should he find himself unable to overcome Zamasu, he would fuse with his father Goku, convinced they would be able to vanquish Zamasu. Chapter 47, Black Broly. Gohan, you truly are a genius. To devise such a transformation is remarkable. Goku, breathless, sat on the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and splattering upon the earth. I am no genius. I merely stand upon the shoulders of giants. Gohan gently shook his head and retrieved a revival capsule from his multi-purpose device, tossing it to his father. You are indeed humble, Gohan. Your Super Saiyan Blue took me by surprise. Goku accepted the revival capsule, indifferent to its appearance, and began to chew voraciously. In an instant, his fatigue dissipated. He sprang back to his feet, brimming with vitality. Now let us continue. It seems I have begun to grasp the essence of divine energy. Goku flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly whites as he struck a combat pose, eager to seek further enlightenment from Gohan. Although I long to continue, if I return home too late, Mother will surely be upset. Gohan declined his father's request, as the hour was late, and he knew he would be scolded if he lingered. Kiki, how unfortunate that it has grown so late. Goku glanced up at the sky, where a full moon hung high, prompting him to hurriedly adjust his attire in preparation to return home. Haha, father, you truly are a bit flustered, Gohan observed, reveling in his father's disarray. Gohan, are you not coming home for dinner? Goku, sensing Gohan's reluctance to accompany him, scratched the back of his head in confusion. No, father, now that you have been revived, you should spend quality time with Mother and make up for lost moments. I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Gohan bid farewell to his father and, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple. He intended to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber to continue his training, seeking to rectify the shortcomings of his Super Saiyan Blue form. It is essential to elucidate that Gohan's current Super Saiyan Blue is merely in its first stage, colloquially referred to as Leaky Blue, with an exceptionally brief duration that proves nearly ineffective in true combat, serving only as a trump card. In the original manga, his father, Goku, faced a similar predicament during his battle with Hit. He contemplated switching between red and blue forms to navigate the challenge. When Hit unleashed his time-skip technique, Goku relied solely on his Super Saiyan God form until the decisive moment, at which point he transitioned to Super Saiyan Blue to overpower his opponent. However, this approach is fundamentally a clever workaround. When confronted by a formidable adversary like Fuse Zamasu, one would find themselves in dire straits. His immortality could easily erode the effectiveness of the Super Saiyan Blue transformation over time. Thus, Gohan resolved to dedicate extra hours in the hyperbolic time chamber for training. He informed Din of his intentions and was just about to enter the chamber when he was intercepted by Bubbles. "What is it, Mr. Bubbles?" "Gohan, you have already entered once." "Indeed, is it not said that each individual may enter twice in a lifetime?" "While that is accurate, your last sojourn lasted nearly 2 years, effectively exhausting your allotted training time within the chamber. Even if you were to enter again, you would soon have to emerge. The most terrifying aspect is that if one becomes engrossed in training, oblivious to the passage of time, it is highly likely that they may remain trapped for a lifetime within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. This chamber exists as an independent space. Even the ability to teleport would not grant one an escape." With a serious expression, Bu gazed at Gohan, guarding the entrance to prevent his entry. Gohan reassured him, stating, "I understand, it's all right. The hyperbolic time chamber isn't as daunting as it seems. As long as one's power is sufficiently formidable, one can destroy the space and exit at will." Surprised, Bu's face reflected astonishment. "In any case, it's fine. If all else fails, there are always the Dragon Balls," Gohan optimistically declared, urging no cause for concern. "Very well then," Bu conceded, realizing he could not dissuade Gohan, and opened the door, allowing him to enter. The familiar, blinding white expanse, the erratic temperature, and the gravity far surpassing that of Earth enveloped Gohan once more. The monotonous training was about to commence again. "I hope that when I emerge, I will have made significant progress," Gohan thought, taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. He had no intention of placing all his hopes solely on the fused being. In a parallel universe, on planet Vampa, Zamasu stood aloft, surveying the desolate landscape, barren save for rocks and desert. His eyes brimmed with disdain. On such a forsaken planet, it was hard to believe that even animals could survive, let alone humans. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, raising clouds of yellow sand, causing Zamasu's robes to billow dramatically. Frowning, he was about to unleash his powers to dispel the tempest when a deep, powerful roar echoed from the direction of the wind. "Is that a human?" Zamasu descended silently to the ground, keenly observing. Before him stood a tall man, his unkempt long hair cascading over his shoulders, a collar adorning his neck, and his upper body bared, revealing pronounced, muscular pectorals. His physique was defined with muscle, akin to iron forged, each inch exuding an aura of strength. His chest bore countless scars from battles fought, and a piece of unknown green hide was casually tied around his waist, emanating a primal beauty. He was engaged in a fierce struggle against a creature towering 100 meters, exchanging brutal blows with raw power, each strike landing with a visceral impact. Zamasu was instantly captivated. He had never witnessed such a savage and potent fighting style, starkly contrasting with the disciplined, technique-focused warriors he was accustomed to. This was pure brutality, employing even the crude tactic of biting the enemy's tail. The vulgarity of such attacks incited a wave of revulsion within Zamasu. Indeed, humanity was a shameless existence, leaving him feeling nauseated as he grimaced and covered his mouth, as if on the verge of retching. The man gasped, delivering a powerful punch that struck the creature's head with such force that it shattered into a gruesome display of blood and shattered bone. Zamasu's gaze remained fixed on the man, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Indeed, his strength was formidable. However, his method of combat was rather crude. Were I in his position, I would employ far more elegant and refined techniques to vanquish my adversary. Zamasu disdainfully curled his lip. After dispatching the creature, the man slowly turned to face Zamasu, his eyes filled with wariness and hostility, as if he had already sensed Zamasu's presence. Zamasu stood poised, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man stammered, his voice faltering as if he had not conversed with anyone in ages. "My name is Zamas, the one true supreme being of the universe. It is truly remarkable that you discover my position solely by your primal instincts," Zamas replied, maintaining an elegant smile reminiscent of a gentleman. Yet, his tone bore an imperious authority, as if his words were the ultimate decree, eliciting disdain. "And your name?" "I am Broly." "Broly, is it?" Zamas mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips upon hearing the name, derived from a vegetable. It seemed that this brutish, filthy creature before him was indeed the strongest scion spoken of by Zuno. "Ha, the strongest scion? How laughable!" Zama's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. How could a savage, devoid of combat finesse, possibly be worthy of such a title? Upon hearing Zama's remarks, a flicker of confusion crossed Broly's eyes, yet he refrained from immediate retaliation, instead scrutinizing Zama's as if assessing his strength. Though he appeared coarse, years of combat experience had instilled in him a sense of caution. "You seem formidable, but your fighting style is utterly primitive," Zama's continued to provoke. "Do you not comprehend the essence of graceful combat? Combat is combat. There is no elegance to it." Broly replied, his voice deep and resonant. "As long as I can defeat my opponent, the method is inconsequential." "How foolish," Zama scoffed coldly. "You, a barbarian, are unworthy of conversing with me. However, since Zuno claims you're the strongest scion, I shall see just how powerful you truly are." No sooner had Zama spoken than his form vanished from sight, reappearing before Broly in an instant. His movements were astonishingly swift. Although Broly reacted quickly, he was a moment too late. Zama's fist collided forcefully with Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward to crash into a boulder, which shattered instantly upon impact. "Is this truly your strength? How disappointing," Zama's remarked with a hint of derision. Zama stood his ground, shaking his head slightly, realizing that Zuno had deceived him. "You are far from being the strongest scion. With such a level of power, even I cannot be defeated, let alone conquer Son Gohan." "Humph." Broly slowly rose from the pile of rocks, a streak of blood marking his face, yet his gaze sharpened with intensity. He wiped the blood from his visage, recognizing that the green-skinned creature before him was an adversary, not a friend. With a low growl, a formidable aura erupted around him, surging toward Zama's face. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me?" Such naivety. Zama scoffed, unleashing a tremendous energy that elevated his presence to a terrifying level. "Come, let me witness your true strength." Zama's provocatively stared at Broly, seemingly awaiting his retaliation. Broly remained silent, his focus unwavering upon Zama's. The energy surrounding him intensified, as if it could tear the very air apart. His eyes brimmed with fury and determination, indicating he was primed for battle. "Humph, it seems you possess some skill." Zama's noted the escalating energy emanating from Broly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. However, it was still insufficient. No sooner had Zama's words faded than he vanished once more, reappearing before Broly in an instant. His fist came crashing down towards Broly. But this time, Broly was ready. He extended his hands, firmly grasping Zama's fist, their energies colliding in a thunderous roar. The clash of their auras sent rocks and sand soaring into the air, as if the very planet trembled beneath them. Subsequently, Zama's executed a swift kick, sending Broly crashing into the pile of rocks. "Oof, what a waste of time. Is this what the strongest scion amounts to?" Zama's regarded Broly, whose name he now deemed a mere brute lacking finesse. The intensity of his energy and combat skills paled in comparison to the former Son Goku. "To seize such a wretched body might even weaken me." "Broly, what has happened to you?" Suddenly, an aged voice resonated, as a white-haired scion with a tail appeared, attempting to pull Broly from the rubble. Father, run, no, don't." Broly stammered. Though he despised his father Paragus for controlling him with a collar, he could not allow his only family, who had lived with him for over 40 years, to be harmed. A tiresome trick. Zama's concentrated energy at his fingertips, aiming to eliminate the old man who dared to interfere. With a swift motion, Zama's released the blast. Broly watched in horror as Paragus fell to the ground, blood oozing from his chest, taking the remote controlling Broly's collar with him. "What have you done to my father?" Broly's voice turned hoarse and deep, filled with anger and hatred. He slowly rose from the pile of rocks. The energy surrounding him began to fluctuate violently, a formidable aura gradually spreading, distorting the very air around him. With a sharp crack, the collar remote that had fallen to the ground was crushed under Broly's foot. The slumbering beast had awakened. Zamasu raised an eyebrow, sensing Broly's energy rapidly escalating, a shift that surprised him. Yet, recalling the Scion's unique ability to transform through anger, he understood. Was he to become a Super Scion? Merely a 50-fold enhancement. What could he possibly achieve? Zamasu soon wore a disdainful smile. No matter how fiercely one struggles, they could never rival him. The primitive nature of Broly's body and combat style rendered him unworthy of such a confrontation. Zamasu resolved to completely eradicate this Scion who wasted his time, then seek out Zuno to discover the location of the true, strongest Scion before eliminating him. Those who dare deceive the divine must perish. With this thought, Zamasu spread his fingers, intending to send Broly to the netherworld. Yet, what transpired next surpassed his imagination. Broly's body suddenly erupted in a blinding green radiance, resembling a miniature green sun rising in the desert. His hair instantaneously transformed into a golden hue, standing upright as terrifying green flames enveloped him. Then, with a single punch, merely a simple punch, Zamasu found half of his body obliterated, blood cascading like rain. He gazed in disbelief at his ravaged form, fortunate that he had wished for immortality from the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. In an instant, Zamasu's body regenerated, his wounds healing at a visible rate, his skin returning to its previous smoothness. He lifted his head, eyes shimmering with fury, fixating intently on Broly. "How dare you injure me? You shall pay dearly for this." Zamasu's voice dripped with menace as he unleashed the combat techniques of the Supreme Kai against Broly. Yet, Broly seized his head, delivering a brutal knee strike that shattered Zamasu's nasal bone. Cursed! Zamasu felt a surge of pain. This was not the end. Broly grasped his foot and spun him through the air like a yo-yo, ultimately slamming him down onto the ground. This torment continued for over 100 iterations. Zamasu's eyes blurred from the agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, as a Supreme Kai, he utilized instant transmission to escape from the planet Wampa. So powerful! Is this truly the strongest Scion? Though Zamasu felt a sense of humiliation, it mattered little, for no one was observing. He could now ascertain that Broly possessed even greater power within his Scion form. Thus, he began to gather the Super Dragon Balls of this timeline. After some time, he successfully collected all 7 Super Dragon Balls. Zamasu appeared with a joyful expression, invoking the divine language to summon a magnificent dragon, a golden dragon, resembling the Blue Eyes White Dragon, materialized before him. "I wish to exchange bodies with Broly." Chapter 48, Fusion of Zamasu. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Vampa, Broly knelt upon the barren earth, fervently digging with his hands, striving to carve out a resting place for his aged father. Though his actions were rugged, each shovelful of soil bore the weight of his sorrow for his father. Paragus, his father, had never been a good parent. He had even harmed his only true friend. Yet, on this desolate planet, he was the only kin Broly could converse with, the sole person he could approach. No matter his shortcomings, he remained Broly's only anchor in this world. Ultimately, Broly pondered his existence in this world. Tears streamed down his face, each droplet striking the ground as if to express the grievances and helplessness within his heart. From a young age, he had been coerced by his father to fight, even against his will. As he grew, a collar was placed around his neck, restricting the release of his powers. His life had been akin to that of a caged bird for over 40 years. Now, with his father suddenly murdered and the remote control for the collar gone, the very being who had imprisoned him and harmed his friends had vanished. Yet, Broly felt no joy. Instead, he was engulfed by confusion. After all, since his birth, everything had been orchestrated by his father, and without him, Broly was lost, uncertain of how to navigate the remainder of his life. He began to doubt his own existence. However, in this moment of heaviness, Broly was suddenly struck by a violent palpitation. It felt as though an invisible force was surging from deep within his body, enveloping him entirely. His soul seemed to be drawn away by a powerful allure, departing his physical form at a suffocating speed. Broly fought desperately against this mysterious and overwhelming force, but it effortlessly shattered all his resistance. In an instant, his once mighty physique rapidly withered, muscles vanishing like dried fruit. His formerly healthy flesh turned an eerie green, and his dark hair transformed to white. He had morphed into the very visage of the green-skinned adversary he had long despised. "Ha ha! Such splendid power, Broly!" A mocking laughter echoed from the heavens, a voice both familiar and alien, his own. Broly gazed upward, where he beheld a figure identical to himself floating in midair, adorned with a sardonic smile, looking down upon his current state of disarray. How could this be? Broly's mouth parted slightly, his face awash with shock and disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion and dread. It seemed as though the entire world was crumbling at that moment, and he found himself at a loss on how to confront this sudden upheaval, caught in a state of shock. Ah, a foolish creature incapable of self-sustenance. Severed from the grasp of his father, let your corporeal form be wielded by me, the one and only supreme deity of a universe, Lord Zamasu. As for you, descend into the depths of hell. Ha. Zamasu, no, he ought to be referred to as Black Broly now, used his rose-hued energy blade to pierce through his own flesh. With a heart full of rage, yet devoid of strength, like a caged bird, where shall he take flight? Entrapped in an endless fog of existential confusion, Broly felt as if his entire life was ensnared within an invisible prison, ultimately fading into oblivion within Zamasu's vessel, transforming into a mere wisp of nothingness in the cosmos. Well done, another me, came a voice irritatingly smug from behind Black Broly. The speaker was none other than the immortal Zamasu. After enduring a brutal beating from Broly, he had summoned his counterpart from this timeline, much like how another timeline had drawn in Black Goku. Zamasu had always been one to trust no one, which was precisely why he wished for immortality. Unlike other versions of himself, this Zamasu possessed a particularly twisted and perverse disposition. He subconsciously believed himself to be the true Zamasu of the primary timeline, viewing his other selves merely as tools. He intended to use these tools to seize the wretched flesh of mortals while preserving his divine identity, orchestrating the fusion as the crux of his plan. In this world, everything could be rebuilt anew, save for me, Zamasu. This was the genuine reflection of Zamasu's inner self, and he acted accordingly, having betrayed one Black Goku. He now sought out this timeline's Black Broly. Wherever could you be, were it not for another me? How would I have known that such a powerful human existed on this remote planet? Black Broly smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. He gazed at Zamasu, a flicker of complex emotions shimmering in his eyes. But, another me, do you truly believe that this time we will succeed? Zamasu scoffed disdainfully. The last time was merely an accident, another me. I have learned from my previous missteps and shall not grant them any further opportunities. With my immortality coupled with your currently formidable body, the entire universe shall submit to us. Well, truth be told, I am indifferent, Black Broly replied, shaking his head as he picked up the Patera earrings from the ground. So, fusion? Of course, another me. Fusion. Once we fuse, we shall be an invincible force. Zamasu incessantly brainwashed Black Broly. Very well, let us fuse. Black Broly slowly approached Zamasu, and they both extended their hands simultaneously, donning the Patera earrings upon their ears. A radiant light surged forth as their bodies collided, illuminating the desolate expanse of planet Wampa. As the radiance dissipated, a completely new entity stood in its place. His physique was tall and robust, muscles sharply defined, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. A hint of a cruel smile played at the corners of his mouth. Is this our power? Ha ha ha. The entire universe shall bow before me, Zamas. He extended his hand, and with a gentle grasp, the surrounding air seemed to warp under his strength, crackling with energy. I am now an indomitable force. The merged Zamas has made his grand entrance. Chapter 49. The Dragon Fist erupts. Who dares to challenge me? On Earth, the divine temple remained a picture of tranquil timelessness. A gentle breeze wafted through. White clouds drifted lazily, and sunlight bathed the sacred ground in a golden veil. Inside the room of spirit and time, the figure of Gohan stood resolute as a mountain. Tirelessly, he trained, each punch and kick pushing the limits of his physical potential. His singular goal was to decisively defeat Zamas and surpass those who were even stronger than he. The god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, the grand priest, the Omni King, each represented an imagined adversary and a target to transcend. One of the most criticized aspects of Dragon Ball Super is that Goku and Vegeta are sheltered by deities such as Beerus, Whis, and the Omni King. It seems as though all crises can be effortlessly resolved by divine intervention, leading to a palpable absence of tension and urgency. This notion that the presence of gods guarantees safety is fundamentally flawed. Who can assure that these deities will not succumb to whims, resulting in entities akin to Zamas with underdeveloped intellect? What Gohan fears most is that diminutive figure, the Omni King. He casually speaks of annihilating the universe as if playing a game, embodying a capricious malevolence that fills Gohan with dread and discomfort. Thus, he resolves to grow stronger, powerful enough to challenge the entirety of the Omni King's universe. With such conviction and a determination to face death itself, Gohan simultaneously pursued enhancements in his normal state, transformation, and martial arts, striving to elevate his strength to its zenith. As the clock in the room of spirit and time ticked through 2 full cycles, Gohan sensed that both his body and spirit had reached their limits. It was time to emerge. Standing at the center of the time chamber, he clenched his fists tightly, his muscles taut, and a formidable aura radiated from him, as if he were about to shatter the confines of this small space. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous shout, his voice resonating like thunder within the chamber, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Then, he unleashed a punch, while simultaneously declaring, "Dragon Fist." A golden ethereal dragon appeared above Gohan's fist, swirling and dancing around it, its scales glinting with a sharp brilliance, and its whiskers fluttering, as if poised to burst forth into the void. Eruption, accompanied by Gohan's furious roar, his body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, taking a decisive step as his fist thrust ahead. A golden dragon-like apparition erupted alongside his punch, resembling a true celestial dragon roaring forth, unleashing its formidable power. The air was torn asunder, emitting a shrill whistle. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated, shaking the entire hyperbolic time chamber, with a resounding dragon-esque roar. The spatial barrier of the chamber was shattered. The golden dragon apparition burst forth, soaring into the heavens. Outside the heavenly temple, Dandy and Bobo were basking in the sun, savoring this rare tranquility. Suddenly, they sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber, startling them. They swiftly rose and gazed intently toward the chamber. Outside, a colossal dimensional rift appeared. This as Bobo's voice trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom the events unfolding before him. Could brute force truly achieve this? Dandy's expression grew increasingly serious. Leaning on his divine staff, he called out, "Is that Gohan?" "It's me." Gohan's figure gradually emerged from the dimensional rift. His upper garments were tattered and torn, yet his face bore an unprecedented confidence. The corners of Gohan's mouth curled up into a charming smile, reminiscent of Black Goku's mischievous grin. "Is that really you, Gohan? Your demeanor has changed so drastically," Dandy observed, somewhat timidly. "It's merely a breakthrough in my training," Gohan replied, patting his stomach. "By the way, do you have any food, Dandy?" "I rushed in and forgot to bring enough of those universal capsules filled with meals. Right now, I crave Earth-esque cuisine. The dough here is simply unbearable. My palate has grown weary." In an instant, Gohan's charmingly arrogant smile vanished, replaced by an endearing, bashful grin. He scratched the back of his head, imploring Dandy for some normal food. "I do have food. There are still plenty of universal capsules that Miss Bulma brought last time. Let me fetch them for you," Dandy said, turning and jogging to retrieve the capsules. Meanwhile, Mr. Bobo gazed gravely at the dimensional rift behind Gohan. The rift remained enormous, showing no signs of diminishing. It is known that the hyperbolic time chamber is an independent space, if brute strength could indeed create a dimensional rift. The self-repairing nature of the chamber should have already activated, yet it showed no signs of reacting after all this time. This defied logic. "What is the matter, Mr. Bobo?" Gohan inquired, puzzled by Bobo's persistent gaze at the rift behind him. "In nothing," Bobo stammered, startled by Gohan's sudden attention, before using his authority to restore the dimensional rift. "All right, Gohan, hurry and eat." Gohan eagerly indulged in the delectable dishes presented by Dandy, savoring each bite with unrestrained delight. As he chewed, he emitted sounds of satisfaction, as if this meal were the most exquisite feast he had ever experienced. At last, Gohan contentedly set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and lifted his gaze to Dandy. Dandy, with a curious expression, looked at Gohan, his eyes brimming with intrigue, and cautiously inquired, "What was that earth-shattering dragon roar and the vivid dragon apparition we witnessed earlier?" Gohan smiled and explained, "It is a sophisticated application of ki. I dedicated considerable time to mastering this technique." Dandy remarked, "The advanced application of ki truly requires tremendous effort." "It's not too bad," Gohan humbly replied. The Dragon Fist was merely one of the fruits of his training. There are even greater feats yet to be unveiled. Naturally, Gohan refrained from disclosing this to Dandy. He waved goodbye and proceeded towards Bulma's house. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Fruit and the Hope. After parting ways with Dandy, Gohan utilized instant transmission, swiftly arriving beside Bra. He was immediately captivated by the scene before him. Bra, wielding a long sword, was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. With a soft exhalation, she executed a powerful slash, exuding an air of formidable strength. Gohan, Bra, evidently aware of his presence, excitedly plunged her sword into the ground and bounded over with light steps, her vibrant blue ponytail swaying gracefully. She resembled a youthful and radiant high school girl, which was fitting as her time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber had effectively made her around 17 years old. In stark contrast, Gohan touched his unkempt chin, now adorned with a scruffy beard, and his hair had grown long enough to obscure his eyes. At a glance, he felt a hint of Yamcha's essence about him. Alas, as a hybrid of Earthling and Scion, he possessed the traits of a Scion's prolonged adolescence. Yet his body hair continued to grow, unlike pure-blooded Scions who required no grooming. Contemplating this, Gohan felt a surge of desire. Being a pure-blooded Scion certainly had its conveniences, such as the luxury of never needing a haircut. I must find an opportunity to have Shenron purify my Scion bloodline, Gohan thought, his eyes lighting up. For this was the first time he acknowledged the advantages of being a pure Scion. After all, like many men, Gohan detested wasting time on haircuts. Shaving was manageable. But haircuts were another matter entirely. Ugh, what a smell. Bra was initially eager to greet Gohan with a warm embrace, but the inexplicable odor of sweat emanating from him was utterly repugnant. She abruptly halted, pinched her delicate nose in distaste, and distanced herself from Gohan. Oh, Bra. Gohan's outstretched arms hung awkwardly in midair, creating a rather embarrassing moment. The air was filled with an unpleasant odor, and Bulma exclaimed, "Gohan, you smell so bad. It's like the stench of sweat. Hurry up and take a shower." Out of nowhere, Bra produced a bottle of air freshener and sprayed it on Gohan, voicing her distaste. "How foul. You smell like a bug." The touching moment of their reunion crumbled amidst Bra's incessant complaints. "Am I a bug?" Gohan suddenly knelt down, as if his soul had been siphoned away, repeatedly muttering the words bug in disbelief. Just then, Bulma, having just emerged from her laboratory, heard the commotion in the courtyard and rushed over to investigate. Upon witnessing her daughter's disdainful treatment of Gohan, she couldn't help but chuckle at Gohan's forlorn expression. Seeing Bulma laugh at him made Gohan feel helpless. "Aunt Bulma, why are you joining in?" "I apologize, I truly couldn't help it. It's just too amusing." Bulma wiped away the tears that had streamed down her face from laughter. She approached Gohan, assessing him from head to toe, her brow furrowing in confusion. How could the once adorable Gohan resemble that frivolous Yamcha? This was unacceptable. His disheveled appearance was infuriating. "Gohan, come here." Unlike Bra, who was openly critical, Bulma's tone became somewhat frosty. "What's wrong?" Gohan, slightly bewildered, obediently approached her. "Sit down quickly. I'm going to give you a haircut." Bulma retrieved a set of hairdressing tools from the cabinet, including clippers, scissors, and a comb, and laid them out on the table. Gohan sheepishly ran his fingers through his messy hair, chuckling nervously. "I suppose my hair is a bit long, but it's not that bad. Keep laughing, and you might find no girls interested in you," Bulma retorted with an eye roll as she began to cut Gohan's hair. Snip, snip. Bulma transformed Gohan's long, voluminous hair into a more manageable medium length, reminiscent of his high school hairstyle from the Buu saga. "Wow, Aunt Bulma, your skills are remarkable." Gohan admired his reflection, impressed by her craftsmanship. "Of course, for over a decade, I've been the one cutting your and Bra's hair. I'm not just a genius inventor. I'm also a fashionista," Bulma declared proudly. This was no exaggeration. Bulma had never repeated an outfit. Even during the difficult times of the Android saga, her standards for fashion remain high. For instance, her current ensemble, a cream-colored top paired with a plaid skirt and low-heeled shoes, radiated warmth, reminiscent of a gentle neighborly sister. "All right, hurry up and take a shower." Bulma playfully poked Gohan's forehead, urging him to cleanse himself. "Okay." Gohan skillfully opened his wardrobe, found his clothing, and walked in the bathroom to bathe, feeling more at ease than at home. Really, this little rascal. Bulma chewed on gum to alleviate the pressure within her. Indeed, despite growing up, she remained a child at heart. She spat out the gum, wrapped it in paper, and discarded it into the trash bin. Initially, she had been a smoker, but under Gohan's persistent persuasion, she switched to chewing gum instead. Gohan soon emerged from the bathroom, and Bra, who had been waiting by the door, exclaimed, "Gohan, you're finally back." She launched a playful assault towards her brother, resembling a sweet and soft cake. "No." Gohan swiftly intercepted Bra, who was attempting to leap into his arms, and with a wry smile, he declared, "I'm not your Gohan. I am merely a bug." "Oh, come on. I was just joking. This is a trendy new quip, you didn't know? Bra replied. Gohan covered his face in exasperation. "You're just messing with me." "All right, enough of your antics. I have something to discuss with Bulma," He added, clearly still perturbed by Bra's earlier behavior. Oof, Gohan, you're such a tightwad. Baka. Bra made a face and then dashed into the yard. I remember that certain bug brother of mine said we would go to the amusement park if I practiced my swordsmanship well. You better not go back on your word. Little Bra said seriously to Gohan, wielding her sword. You're impossible. After we defeat Zamasu, we shall go, he replied, then headed into the laboratory to find Bulma. Aunt Bulma, is the time machine as fuel ready? Bulma nodded and pressed the switch. A brand new time machine, emblazoned with the word hope, appeared before Gohan. Its fuel inlet quietly dispensed 4 large tubes of blue liquid fuel, sufficient for 7 or 8 round trips. What do you think? I named it the Hope, embodying all aspirations. Isn't it cool? Bulma nudged Gohan with her elbow, eager for praise. Truly, you are the most brilliant inventor, Aunt Bulma. Gohan flattered her, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Now you recognize my prowess, don't you, Gohan? There's nothing Aunt Bulma cannot accomplish, so feel free to come to me with any troubles. Just don't let the other women deceive you. For some reason, Bulma's tone shifted, her gaze sharpening as she fixed it on Gohan, emphasizing the point about not being deceived by other women. Allelicht, Gohan responded, unaware that at that moment, he had become her treasured possession in her eyes. Chapter 51. Conflict in the main timeline. Now that the time machine's fuel was filled, it was time to depart. He was eager to set off without further delay, embarking on a journey through time to meet his counterpart from another timeline, along with Bra. Aunt Bulma, Gohan said softly. What is it? Bulma looked up, her eyes glimmering with understanding, as she likely guessed Gohan's intentions. I intend to embark on my journey now. To the past to reunite with Bra, Gohan replied resolutely. So eager? Bulma first paused, then feigned nonchalance, flashing a hearty smile. Well then, good luck. Stay safe, Gohan. I will be careful, Gohan nodded seriously. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Bra? Bulma inquired once more. Gohan fell silent for a moment, gently shaking his head. I'd rather not. Otherwise, Bra would certainly insist on coming along, and that would create complications. Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled softly, retrieving a delicate pendant from her pocket and handing it to Gohan. Here, take this. Gohan accepted the pendant, glancing at Bulma with curiosity. What is this? Inside is our family portrait, Bulma explained gently. Gohan carefully pushed the pendant upward, revealing a photograph nestled within. In the image, Bulma, Gohan, Bra, and Chi-Chi sat together, their faces radiating happiness, the warm scene seemingly freezing time in that moment. Is this the photo taken at the Bowsy Mountain last time? Yes, indeed. How is it? I think I did a pretty good job. Gohan hung the pendant around his neck, smiling. It's truly beautiful. As expected, Aunt Bulma is a genius. Gohan and Aunt Bulma exchanged their final farewells. Following this, Gohan quietly boarded the time machine, inputting the temporal data for Bra from another timeline into the device. Well then, goodbye, Aunt Bulma. Please explain things to Bra and my mother. Gohan waved farewell to Bulma, then pressed the activation button, initiating the time jump. I really can't count on you. In the end, I still have to explain everything to Bra and Chi-Chi. How cunning, Gohan. Don't you know I worry about you two? You must return safely. Bulma sighed deeply, shedding her lab coat before stepping out of the research room. Meanwhile, Gohan successfully arrived in the past timeline, which he named the Dragon Ball Super Timeline, essentially the primary universe within the Dragon Ball world. Of course, this was merely a reflection of the memories of a time traveler. Gohan never believed that the timeline he was striving to save was inferior to this one. In this primary timeline, thanks to Bra carrying the miraculous heart disease antidote, his father Goku did not succumb to illness. The surviving father triumphed over the androids and Cell, experiencing the Buu Saga and the Battle of God Saga, mastering the transformations of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. The plot bore no significant differences from that of Dragon Ball Super, hence it could be referred to as the primary timeline. To be honest, there are far too many parallel timelines. Each activation of the time machine inevitably births a branching timeline, as per the premise of Dragon Ball Super. Just like how Gohan is now using the time machine to return to the past, it will similarly give rise to an unknown parallel timeline. Alas, Gohan did not wish to delve into such bothersome matters. His extraordinary intellect informed him of the necessity to harness his immense powers to address these matters. Had Dabura sought out the father of the main timeline and Vegeta directly, it is conceivable he would not have activated the time machine to arrive here. Yet, fate is capricious. Dabura inadvertently found himself within his own timeline. Upon learning of Zamasus's actions, Gohan could not possibly tolerate such occurrences. He halted the time machine in the outskirts, subsequently securing it with a universal capsule. Closing his eyes, He attuned himself to Dabura's energy, and in an instant, he sensed it. Indeed, it emanated from the direction of Bulma's residence. Then, with a swift motion, Gohan utilized instant transmission to arrive beside Dabura. Just as he was about to greet him, Gohan noticed that all the Z fighters from the main timeline had gathered in Bulma's courtyard, their expressions reflecting anger and helplessness. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Gohan nonetheless approached Dabura. Dabura, hello. Ah, Gohan? You've arrived as well. It's me. What's wrong? Everyone seems rather unhappy. They are discussing Zamasu. Father and Mr. Goku lost to him in the battle within the future timeline, Dabura murmured, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Lost to Zamasu? What transpired? Please recount the entire tale, Dabura. Gohan's countenance shifted to one of seriousness. His worst fears had come to pass. Zamasu, having lost the fusion with Black Goku, would undoubtedly seek to inhabit another's body. Who knows whose body he might seize next? Gohan, are you the one who defeated the androids? As Dabura mentioned, the father from this timeline, Son Goku, spoke first, his voice tinged with curiosity. Yes, I am here to rendezvous with Dabura, preparing to confront Zamasu in the future timeline. Confront Zamasu? Vegeta, coldly leaning against a tree with crossed arms, scoffed. That fellow's strength is no trifling matter. Another timeline asked Gohan, do you truly believe you can succeed? I have a plan. Gohan remained unperturbed, feeling somewhat invigorated, considering that his own timeline's Vegeta had long since been reincarnated. If I lacked complete confidence, I would not voice such intentions. Complete confidence? Vegeta retorted dismissively. What do you know? That fiend has seized the body of the strongest Saiyan, Broly. Our Super Saiyan Blue transformation is no match for him. I know you can also achieve Super Saiyan Blue, but do not presume that mastery of the divine transformation grants you superiority. Initially, Gohan paid little heed to Vegeta's biting remarks. However, the elder's patronizing tone began to irk him. Although he understood that Vegeta might unconsciously be equating him with the Gohan of this timeline, it still grated on him, for he was not the Gohan of the primary timeline. Vegeta and I have no real connection. Even if the memories of the traveler extol the virtues of the Super Saiyan Blue form to Gohan, he is merely a stranger with a paternalistic demeanor instructing him on how to proceed. The Super Saiyan Blue transformation, that antiquated technique, is something I have long since outgrown. Gohan spoke with surprising candor. What did you say? Vegeta furrowed his brow, striding swiftly to confront Gohan, his gaze fixed intently upon him. I said that the Super Saiyan Blue transformation is outdated. For reasons unknown, Gohan felt a surge of unbridled fury upon seeing Vegeta. Huh, this is intriguing. Do you wish to spar? Gohan declared. I have no inclination for combat, yet it appears that Mr. Vegeta is keen on exchanging blows. As he stepped forward, standing at 179 centimeters, he looked down at the 164-centimeter tall Vegeta, a palpable tension filling the air. You insufferable brat. Vegeta's ire was ignited, defiantly lifting his chin. Hey, Gohan, Vegeta, what are you two doing? Goku interjected, attempting to mediate. Vegeta crossed his arms, emitting a dismissive grunt, while Gohan did not wear such a cold expression. The warmth in his gaze towards Vegeta had dissipated. The otherworldly Gohan possessed remarkable audacity, daring to confront Vegeta directly. Krillin mused, stroking his bald head in contemplation. All right, Dad. There's no need to harass Gohan anymore. Our immediate concern is to defeat Zamasu, isn't it? Bra interjected, seeking to resolve the conflict. I understand that you are still seething from your recent defeat at the hands of the fused Zamasu, but since Gohan has claimed he has a means to vanquish him, perhaps you should consider his advice. Vegeta chose not to respond further, aware that his anger was misplaced. He had misdirected his frustration from his loss to Zamasu onto Gohan from another timeline, which was unjust. However, Gohan's persistent address of him as uncle led him to momentarily forget that this Gohan had little in common with him. Chapter 52, T-Zero Training Gohan. Utilizing the Mafuba, Gohan elucidated. The Mafuba? Piccolo's eyes brightened as he realized the implication. Indeed, to combat the immortal fused Zamasu, we must employ the Mafuba. Gohan, you truly are a genius. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan remarked, his expression softening upon seeing Piccolo beside him. Indeed, regardless of the timeline, Uncle Piccolo always stood steadfastly behind him. However, I'm the only one present who can perform the Mafuba. Piccolo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Am I really going to fight fused Zamasu? As he continued to ponder, Gohan clarified, since I proposed this method, I will naturally execute the Mafuba. Gohan, you can perform the Mafuba? Piccolo asked, slightly taken aback. Of course, you taught me. Uncle Piccolo, though it was your counterpart from another timeline. Another version of me? Piccolo's lips curled into a smile at the thought. TCH, I expected you to offer something more substantial. Vegeta spoke without reservation. Continuing, Bulla has already mentioned that we've tried, but unfortunately, the enemy will not foolishly wait for you to seal him. Gohan was not surprised. After all, this method was one he had conveyed to Bulla. However, did I not instruct you to wait for my arrival to execute the Mafuba? Gohan's brow furrowed slightly, as he had explicitly told Bulla that the Mafuba should only be used when he was present. Bulla's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, it was not the Bulla he had known since childhood. Despite her grandiose claims, she ultimately relied on the Vegeta of this timeline and his father, Goku. Forget it, Gohan thought, relaxing his brow. He realized it was pointless to be angry, as he might have acted similarly under the circumstances. After all, his father, Goku's presence was immensely reassuring, making it far more reliable for him to use the Mafuba than to attempt it himself. I'm sorry, Gohan, Bulla said. The situation was urgent. Fuse Zamasu possessed the strongest Saiyan Broly's body, and neither my father nor Mr. Goku was a match for him. To buy some time, I resorted to the Mafuba. What? It wasn't my father who executed it. Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Having thought Bulla had disregarded his warning and allowed Goku to use the Mafuba, it appeared that it was a necessity rather than a choice. That it's nothing to worry about, Gohan reassured, as any lingering resentment dissipated. Fuse Zamasu had recognized the potency of the Mafuba, hence the urgency. Bulla immediately dropped to her knees, bowing and apologizing to Gohan. This is unnecessary, Gohan quickly interjected, preventing her from bowing as it was not her desire to do so. Meanwhile, Vegeta was boiling with rage. What? My daughter Bulla is actually bowing her head to this little brat? Displaying such ambiguous behavior. This wretched boy already has a relationship with Dilly. Is he attempting to play both sides? Unforgivable. Vegeta was ready to unleash his fury upon the insolent youth. But then he recalled that this Gohan was not the one from his timeline and was likely unmarried. Gradually, his anger subsided, though he fixed a fierce gaze upon Gohan. It seems Zamasu had taken precautions. Gohan murmured to himself. But back to the point, how did you come to use the Mafuba, Bulla? Supported by Gohan. Bulla recounted the circumstances that led to her using the Mafuba. She had quietly memorized the technique and then sought out Master Roshi for the necessary jar and talismans for emergencies. To her astonishment, Fuse Zamasu was far more formidable than anticipated, and she had to use the Mafuba to divert his attention, allowing the three of them to escape in the time machine. I see, Gohan nodded, indicating his understanding. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. The plan remains to utilize the Mafuba. However, evading the Demon Seal wave is indeed a formidable challenge. Thus, the only recourse is to incapacitate the Fuse Zamasu. After all, though he possesses an immortal form, he is not impervious to pain. When the agony surpasses a certain threshold, consciousness will inevitably fade. Seizing this opportunity, one could then unleash the Demon Seal wave. Is that truly the case? Gohan, your confidence is striking. Goku scrutinized Gohan, unable to discern any significant difference between him and his counterpart from this timeline, Goten. Aside from being taller, more handsome, and exuding a more masculine aura, he appeared largely unchanged. Gohan calmly elucidated, you will understand in due time. While it may be an exaggeration to claim I am invincible, the Fuse Zamasu is no match for me, even if he has seized Broly's physique. Gohan exhibited notre pedastion. His 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber had instilled in him profound confidence, a fact unbeknownst to the others. They merely perceived the alternate timeline's Gohan as somewhat arrogant. Gohan chose not to elaborate, for his ultimate aim was to vanquish Zamasu, not to incite discord. Is Zamasu currently in the future timeline? Indeed, Brother Gohan. The remaining humans on Earth are hiding underground. Very well then, let us return to the future timeline. Although Vegeta's words were sharp, he nonetheless expressed concern, asking, Gohan, are you truly confident? Of course, Gohan replied, recognizing Vegeta's prideful yet tender heart. Gohan is indeed brimming with confidence. Goku chuckled, slapping the back of his head, approaching Gohan with an air of carefree nonchalance. Can you truly accomplish this? Please, do not overestimate yourself. Piccolo cleared his throat and interjected. Hearing Uncle Piccolo's concern warmed Gohan's heart. I can do it, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? Then, that is reassuring. I've been diligently training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan boldly proclaimed. The gathered individuals were taken aback, their breaths hitching in astonishment. One's perseverance in training is formidable, Yet when that person is Gohan, the most universally recognized prodigy of their timeline, the potential remains shrouded in mystery. After all, had he not devoted his time and energy to academic pursuits and family life? Who could fathom the depths of Gohan's strength? At this moment, the alternate timelines, Gohan's resolute declarations, seem to offer a glimpse into the enigma of the ever-dedicated Gohan's true power. The appearance of T-Zero Gohan is imminent. Chapter 53. Super Saiyan 4 breaks through limits versus full power rose. Then, let us venture to the future timeline. Vegeta huffed, his tones still brusque. Yet his doubts about Gohan's strength had dissipated. After all, Gohan had grown under his watchful gaze. It is said that the essence of a person can be discerned from a young age. Thus, even if he is the Gohan of another timeline, it is unlikely he speaks without conviction. Vegeta shifted his tone and continued, "Although you possess great confidence, we cannot place all our hopes solely upon you." Goku, standing nearby, clearly discerned the underlying implication in Vegeta's words. Vegeta, could it be? Indeed, the Padera earrings. With his arms crossed and a somewhat haughty expression, Vegeta responded to Goku, "While I have no desire to fuse with someone like you, if Gohan is not as strong as he claims and is defeated by the fused Zamasu, we may still have a chance to turn the tide." The faces of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. After all, the proud Saiyan Prince had unexpectedly proposed the idea of fusion, which was truly astonishing. "I cannot tolerate that fiend destroying my home, Earth, even if it is in another timeline." Vegeta's expression grew serious, revealing his genuine emotions. Unbeknownst to him, Earth had become his second home. He was no longer that cold-hearted Saiyan Prince who could kill without a second thought. He had transformed into a husband, a father, and a man who bore the honor of a Saiyan as an Earthling. Now, he had a family, he had taken root on Earth, and he wished to prevent the tragedy of Planet Vegeta from recurring, even in an alternate reality. This revelation significantly altered Gohan's perception of this timeline's Vegeta. Without further ado, let us set forth, Gohan declared to Goku and Bra. The group boarded the time machine, and, at the moment of activation, Gohan gazed through the glass canopy of the time machine, catching sight of two familiar, yet unfamiliar figures, Aunt Bulma and a 10-year-old Bra. Is this Aunt Bulma and Bra from this timeline? Gohan mused for a moment before they were transported to the future. What greeted them was a scene of devastation, ruins and debris starkly contrasting the previous bustling city of West City. The level of destruction was more terrifying than that wrought by the android siblings. The time machine came to a halt upon a heap of rubble, which was then concealed by a universal capsule. Thick smoke billowed, stinging their eyes and bringing tears to Gohan's. "Is this the timeline where Bra exists?" he murmured. "Ha ha ha. I knew you pathetic insects would return." The fused Zamasu descended slowly from the sky, hovering 20 meters above ground, surveying the group. After a round of mockery, he noticed the additional presence. It cannot be mistaken. This is the Saiyan who killed my other self, Son Gohan. Zamasu's expression twisted into a snarl, and upon seeing Gohan's face, he frenziedly unleashed the prince's technique. Countless energy blasts erupted from Zamasu's palms, bombarding the ground and causing the earth beneath Gohan to cave in, sending dust swirling everywhere. "Gohan! Gohan! You little brat!" The other three began to shout Gohan's name, caught off guard by Zamasu's sudden attack. "It's all right," Gohan reassured them. Amidst the swirling dust, Gohan's silhouette appeared intermittently, confidently poised atop a soil pillar, and scathed. It was astounding. Vegeta's face was a canvas of disbelief. Gohan had instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4, absorbing the energy beams from Zamasu. This was the inaugural revelation of Super Saiyan 4 to the onlookers. The exaggerated muscles, enveloped in crimson fur, exuded an aura of immense power, while the tail, swaying gracefully in the air, embodied a wild beauty. "What is this?" Goku gazed in astonishment at Gohan before him. Super Saiyan 4, Bra elucidated to Goku and Kaba. Though she had never witnessed it firsthand, Gohan had mentioned it to her. "Super Saiyan 4? Goku and Kaba exclaimed in unison. After all, they had long abandoned the pursuit of traditional Super Saiyan transformations. The Kaioshin and the God of Destruction had both proclaimed that the transformations of Saiyans were misguided. Rather than traverse a convoluted path, it was more prudent to learn divine techniques and harness powers that transcended mortal limitations. At this moment, Gohan astonishingly revived the development of traditional Saiyan transformations. However, I recall Gohan mentioning that this transformation does not surpass Super Saiyan Blue in strength. Can this truly succeed? Brawl pondered anxiously. What is this Super Saiyan for? My physique embodies the strongest scion, the fused Zamasu, adorned with a silver divine halo that shimmered with brilliance. Sneered and declared, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me with such an antiquated transformation? How ludicrous! I am the one true, supreme deity of the universe, Zamasu." Countless silver beams erupted from the divine halo, hurtling towards Gohan. Gohan remained steadfast on the soil pillar, arms crossed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Is this your full power? How laughable!" Gohan's tone dripped with mockery as his gaze remained fixed on the fused Zamasu. Impossible. The expression on the fused Zamasu's face shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Gohan could so effortlessly withstand his assault. "There is nothing impossible. Perish!" Gohan shouted, his body instantly transforming into a streak of red lightning, charging towards the fused Zamasu with astonishing velocity. His fist, imbued with formidable strength, struck fiercely against the chest of the fused Zamasu. Splurt! Blood spewed from the fused Zamasu's mouth as Gohan's fist connected, sending him hurtling away, crashing into the distant ruins and raising a cloud of dust. Yet, due to his immortal nature, the fused Zamasu merely accumulated dust upon his body, suffering no significant harm. "Damn you, Son Gohan!" Zamasu seethed, lunging towards Gohan. This time, he opted against the elegant and noble long-range attacks, instead engaging in close combat. Capitalizing on the physical advantages of Broly's form, Gohan, recognizing the shift, chose to meet force with force, and the two commenced a fierce melee in the air. TCH, is he truly mimicking my techniques incessantly? Gohan discovered that the fused Zamasu retained Broly's terrifying combat prowess, adeptly mimicking his moves and adapting them as his own. After several exchanges, the energy of fused Zamasu continued to escalate, and Broly's extraordinary physical talent was rapidly narrowing the gap between him and Gohan. Initially, Zamasu was no match for Gohan, but as the rounds progressed, he managed to hold his ground, even surpassing Gohan's strength by a third. Astonishingly, was this the anomaly of the Saiyan race? A being born with a battle power in the 5-digit range? Gohan was taken aback, not because he was unable to defeat fused Zamasu, but due to the sheer magnitude of the increase in power. What began as a level akin to that of a grade schooler swiftly escalated to that of a high schooler, eventually reaching a staggering power reminiscent of a boxing champion. However, this was merely child's play. It was time to put an end to it. Gohan ceased his probing, determined to unleash his full strength upon fused Zamasu. Suddenly, his aura vanished, replaced by a fiery transformation as his golden Saiyan energy shifted to crimson, and his black hair turned red. This was the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. Following this transformation, Gohan unleashed the Dragon Fist. A golden Eastern dragon spiraled around his fist. With a tremendous explosion, Gohan's Dragon Fist struck fused Zamasu with brutal force. The immense power erupted instantaneously, piercing through Zamasu's body, coiling around him like a constricting serpent. What was that? Both Cabe and his companion gasped in astonishment. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the subsequent breakthrough, and the explosive Dragon Fist were all unprecedented. The next move was the Evil Containment Wave. Observing the immobile fused Zamasu ensnared by the Dragon Fist, Gohan prepared to execute the technique. Evil Containment Wave. Gohan extended his palm towards Zamasu. A potent energy wave erupted from his hand, enveloping the fused Zamasu entirely. The power of the Evil Containment Wave began to take effect, gradually suppressing and sealing Zamasu's strength. "No, this is impossible. I am a god. I am a master of the universe. How can you lowly insects seal me?" Zamasu struggled against the confines of the Evil Containment Wave, yet his power continued to wane. "You, who arrogantly claim divinity, are unworthy of such a title. Your actions merely serve to satisfy your own selfish desires," Gohan remarked coldly, gazing at Zamasu. Just as Zamasu was on the brink of being drawn into the enchanted jar, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From a distance, a ki blast suddenly shot forth, shattering the jar. What? Everyone present was taken aback. A mysterious figure approached from afar, gradually becoming clearer. A person clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by a hood. Who is this individual? As Gohan furrowed his brow, the seal of the Mafubo was instantly shattered. The fused Zamasu seized the opportunity to break free from his constraints, his wounds around his body rapidly healing. Damn it! Vegeta, witnessing the imminent sealing of the fused Zamasu, was interrupted by an intruder. Consumed by rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan God and charged at the mysterious figure, only to be effortlessly repelled and sent flying with a single kick. Dad! Brock quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, catching Vegeta as he plummeted toward the ground. You scoundrel! Goku immediately ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, launching a punch at the enigmatic figure. However, the mysterious individual's strength appeared unfathomable. He easily evaded Goku's assault and countered with a punch that sent Goku staggering back several meters. Who are you? Why are you preventing us from sealing the fused Zamasu? Goku shouted in fury, his eyes ablaze with anger. You self-righteous fools! How dare you attempt to seal me? How laughable! The mysterious figure scoffed, his voice deep and magnetic, yet laced with an unsettling authority. As he slowly lifted his head and removed his hood, his true visage was revealed. Impossible! Goku gasped in shock, for the face before him was unmistakably his own. Though largely obscured by a mask, there was no mistaking it. This was his own face. I see now. You are Zamasu, the one who usurped my body. Goku quickly deduced, recalling the words he had uttered, which echoed with the audacity of attempting to seal him. Oomph. Your mind is sharper than I anticipated, Goku, the mysterious figure replied. No, he should be referred to as Black Goku. Didn't he, another Gohan from a different timeline, eliminate you? Goku gazed incredulously at the being before him, remembering that Bra had mentioned Black Goku's defeat by another timeline's Gohan. That individual you speak of is not me. I am Zamasu from another timeline. Black Goku responded nonchalantly. What? Goku exclaimed. I understand. Even if I do not perish, achieving the plan for human extinction is exceedingly difficult. Hence, I chose to utilize the Patera earrings to traverse various timelines, aiding myself in defeating you. To date, I have slain you in over 100 timelines, Goku. Black Goku grinned wickedly, then transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. This timeline shall be no exception. The disparity in base power was staggering, and Goku was instantly reverted to his normal state. Cough, cough. Goku struggled to maintain his footing. Indeed, my emergence has altered the narrative, hasn't it? Gohan glared menacingly at Black Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. Meanwhile, the revived fused Zamasu grew increasingly arrogant. Ha ha! You mortals never anticipated this, did you? The other me possesses the mightiest power. The fused Zamasu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Black Goku in his Super Saiyan Rose form. The sight of a petty individual reveling in their momentary triumph is truly nauseating. In the myriad dimensions I have traversed, I have encountered the formidable Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Yet here stands you, Gohan, a human who ought not to exist in this realm. The tone of the pink-haired Goku was laced with both skepticism and mockery as his gaze scrutinized Gohan, as if examining a peculiar specimen. How difficult is it to simply embrace death with dignity? You, a wretched stray, dare to question me? What gives you the audacity? Gohan's expression darkened, vexed by the appearance of this hybrid Zamasu, akin to a Russian nesting doll, emerging one after another. Just as one Black Goku was vanquished, another Zamasu fused with Broly appeared. As the fused Zamasu braced for defeat by the Mafuba technique, yet another Black Goku from Dragon Ball Heroes materialized. Oh, is that so? The corners of pink-haired Goku's mouth curled into a chilling smirk. Instead of begging for mercy, you choose to boast? If you possess the courage, then put it to the test and see who the true stray is. I shall. Gohan's tone was resolute as he turned his gaze toward the fused Zamasu, warning. And you, do not presume that his backing grants you the freedom to act with impunity. Is it truly you? The fused Zamasu scoffed, his body suddenly erupting with a formidable aura that distorted the very air around him. I will show you the true power of this form. You all seem fond of grandiloquent declarations. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling toward the fused Zamasu and sending him flying. In a flash, he reappeared behind pink-haired Black Goku. Well met, roared pink-haired Black Goku, his own power surging forth to meet Gohan. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash, producing a deafening cacophony. The surrounding ruins were shattered by the overwhelming shockwave, dust swirling chaotically. Gohan smirked. The power of the Super Saiyan 4's limit-breaking transformation was not something a mere Super Saiyan Pink could withstand. As anticipated upon impact, pink-haired Black Goku's right arm was obliterated into a mist of blood. This is not Super Saiyan 4. Pink-haired Black Goku howled like a jester, wild and furious. Gohan did not grant him the opportunity to exploit his moment of weakness, continuing his relentless assault. Cursed wretch! Pink-haired Black Goku gritted his teeth against the pain, then shouted, Full power Pink! This is my true strength! In an instant, Black Goku's hair cascaded down to his waist, his body crackling with pink arcs of electricity. He resembled Super Saiyan 3, yet his brow remained unprotruding and his eyebrows intact. However, a pink tail had sprouted. In that moment, his aura surged, eclipsing even the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Ha! Son Gohan, today marks your demise. The fused Zamasu approached Gohan from the depths of the chasm, preparing for a pincer attack. Should this be the extent of your power, then you shall all perish. In Son Gohan's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. He declared that, while he may not be invincible, he was more than capable of dealing with Zamasu. Now, let me show you my ultimate transformation. In an instant, Gohan unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy that toppled the two adversaries before him, revealing a completely new visage to the onlookers. Chapter 54. The Pinnacle of Beast Gohan's Power. The air trembled and the ground quaked violently. Suddenly, a blinding, purplish-red light erupted on the horizon, akin to the dawn's first light, instantly tearing apart the smoky skies of West City. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure stood suspended in the air. His silver-gray hair billowed wildly like a raging serpent, with a thick lock of hair cascading down his forehead, its tips entwined with crimson lightning. His eyes, no, those were no longer human eyes, glowed a fierce scarlet, reminiscent of a beast. Beast Gohan made his inaugural appearance in this realm. The faces of Zamasu in his fused form, Black Goku, Goku Vegeta, and Bra were etched with astonishment. Such formidable energy. Vegeta, supported by Bra, fixed his steely gaze upon Beast Gohan, his voice tinged with disbelief. Is this truly the power of a Saiyan? You Saiyans have a penchant for transformations, Black Goku remarked coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. But alas, your energy has regressed to that of a mere mortal. The dimensional gap between us is insurmountable. Beast Gohan appeared to find this notion utterly ludicrous. A dangerous glint flickered in his scarlet pupils, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Do you truly think I care about your so-called dimensions? You insignificant mortal dare to speak so boldly. Without the transformation of God, you would not even have the chance to engage us. The divine ring behind fused Zamasu radiated a dazzling silver light, seemingly gathering power for an impending strike. Oh, is that so? In the next moment, Gohan had teleported behind fused Zamasu. He patted Zamasu's shoulder, his voice icy, startling the latter. As Zamasu turned to retaliate, Gohan seized his arm and effortlessly twisted it until it broke. Zamasu emitted a pained wail, yet Gohan's expression remained unperturbed as he proceeded to snap Zamasu's other arm. The immortal being continuously restored his body to its perfect state, allowing Gohan to repeatedly sever Zamasu's limbs. The cries of fused Zamasu echoed relentlessly. Meanwhile, Black Goku, in his full power, rushed forward to intervene, but his speed paled in comparison to that of Beast Gohan. In a flash, Gohan appeared before Black Goku, and, raising his fist, struck forcefully at Black Goku's face. Goku instinctively raised his arm to block, only to feel an unparalleled force strike him, as if a mighty hammer had collided with his arm, shattering his bones with a resounding crack. You, what manner of monster are you? Black Goku gazed at Gohan in terror, disbelief etched in his eyes. He had never imagined he could be so effortlessly defeated, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. The Beast Gohan was not a transformation of divine origin, nor a conventional Saiyan evolution. It was a unique path forged solely by Gohan himself. Super Saiyan 2, the enigmatic Gohan, the Beast Gohan. This transformation was entirely different from the mechanized Ultra Instinct, relying solely on unadorned numerical prowess. A single force can shatter myriad techniques. Simplicity is the essence of the grandest truths. Am I a monster? You are mistaken. I am a demon. The Beast Gohan erupted in laughter, his voice resonating with an indescribable confidence and dominance. A demon? The mere mortal, Black Goku, seethed with rage, his pride suffering an unprecedented blow. He had considered himself the unparalleled deity of the universe, yet now he was effortlessly vanquished by a mere mortal, a reality he could not accept. The facade upon Black Goku's face shattered completely. With a furious roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy, twisting black vortices engulfing his surroundings as if to devour everything in their path. Do you think this degree of power can defeat me? I am the ruler of the universe. I am a god. I am an absolutely invincible existence. This overwhelming force drew everything into its grasp. Bulma, Vegeta, and Goku remained unharmed due to Gohan's protection. Yet the pitiful fused Zamasu faced an unexpected fate. Another me. What are you doing? The fused Zamasu struggled against Black Goku's consuming force. Silence. This is all for the Humanity Zeroing Project. The Humanity Zeroing Project? Fear and confusion marred the fused Zamasu's face. He fought desperately to escape the insatiable pull of Black Goku, but the distorted black vortex resembled an unending abyss, gradually drawing him in. No, you cannot do this to me. I'm a true Zamasu. The anguished cries of the fused Zamasu echoed through the air as his form was progressively ensnared by the vortex, as if torn apart by an invisible force, ultimately vanishing into the dark whirlpool. This wretch even devoured himself. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Truly a terrifying adversary, Goku sighed. A grotesque smile spread across Black Goku's face as he raised his head high, seemingly reveling in this immense power. Now, I'm the strongest existence, above and below. I stand unrivaled. Enough. The Beast Gohan's form flickered once more, appearing before Black Goku, his fist striking like a meteor, crashing into Black Goku's abdomen. With a resounding boom, Black Goku's body soared through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Can garbage consume garbage and affect change? The Beast Gohan instantly teleported to the ruins where Black Goku had been sent flying, delivering relentless blows to him. Blood trickled from the corners of Black Goku's mouth as he found himself utterly defenseless beneath the ferocious blows of Beast Gohan, struggling merely to raise a hand in a futile attempt to shield himself. Yet, the force of Beast Gohan surged like an unstoppable tide. Each punch seemed infused with the power of annihilation, effortlessly shattering Black Goku's defenses. Desperation seeped into Black Goku's pallid features, his eyes brimming with fear and resentment. Once brimming with confidence, he had deemed himself the sovereign of the universe, second only to the god of destruction and the Omni King. However, before Beast Gohan, his might felt woefully insignificant. Who are you? Black Goku managed to stammer, his voice quivering with trepidation. Beast Gohan paused, a cold glint flashing in his crimson pupils. I am Son Gohan, a warrior hailing from the realm of despair. Struggling amidst the ruins, Black Goku attempted to rise. But another blow from Beast Gohan sent him crashing to the ground, robbing him of any strength to stand. You have lost, Beast Gohan declared icily, his gaze devoid of compassion. Your plan to eradicate humanity, your ambitions, all end here. Ha ha ha, I now possess immortality. You can never kill me. Black Goku cackled maniacally. Is that so? Beast Gohan retorted, retrieving Ayar. Magic sealing wave. The overwhelming force drew Black Goku into the jar, which was then sealed with a lid and affixed with talismans. All was settled. The dust had finally settled. Chapter 55. Strength resides in Gohan, not in the hybrid. Gohan's form gradually reverted to its original state. His silver-gray hair transformed back into familiar black locks, and his crimson pupils returned to their normal hue. Gohan! Bra exclaimed excitedly as she rushed toward him, waving her arms with sheer joy. Gohan smiled gently and reciprocated her gesture. The air around them seemed to regain its tranquility with Gohan's restoration. The overwhelming and suffocating aura had completely dissipated, replaced by a gentle and familiar ambience. Wow! Gohan from another dimension, you were incredible just now. Son Goku approached, patting Gohan on the shoulder, his tone filled with admiration. Not all, Gohan humbly responded, a soft smile gracing his lips. Vegeta walked over slowly, a complex expression crossing his face, his gaze a blend of resentment and reluctant acknowledgement. With a scoff, he remarked, I didn't expect you to master such a transformation. It seems you've worked hard in that dimension. This may have been the first instance of calm communication between Gohan and Vegeta. Indeed, it was quite arduous, Gohan replied softly, weariness evident in his voice. Yet his gaze remained resolute. After a moment of silence, Vegeta solemnly placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, his tone shifting to one of gravity and earnestness. Gohan, I have heard about the events of that timeline for Bra. Huh? Gohan's expression instantly turned tense. Why was Vegeta suddenly bringing this up? In that timeline, I did not have the opportunity for redemption. I chose to be reborn. I owe it to those two, mother and daughter. Vegeta's voice was low, tinged with a hint of remorse. From now on, the safety of that timeline, the well-being of Bulma and Bra, are entrusted to you. With that, Vegeta unexpectedly bowed to Gohan. Uncle Vegeta, that is unnecessary. Gohan, for the first time addressing Vegeta with honorifics, spoke with sincerity. I know it is my duty. Vegeta raised his head, his gaze resolute. Though I am not the Vegeta of that timeline, I am, at my core, the same person. His responsibilities are mine to bear. Moreover, I know you're someone worthy of this trust, Gohan. The scene was profoundly moving. Even Goku, the martial arts enthusiast from the primary timeline, spoke earnestly, Gohan. I entrust you with the safety of Earth in that timeline, and Chi-Chi. Goku also bowed to Gohan. In that moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. All eyes were on Gohan, awaiting his response. Gohan was momentarily taken aback, unable to anticipate the situation would escalate to such a degree. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, Uncle Vegeta, Dad, of course. I will do this, even if it means risking everything. That timeline holds significant importance to me. I will protect them. That is good. Vegeta nodded slightly, a glimmer of relief in his gaze. However, only Bra appeared somewhat uneasy, aware of certain underlying truths. She remembered the peculiarities she had discovered in that timeline. The midnight murmurs of little Bra echoed in her mind, those strange words still resonating. Hey, Gohan, didn't you promise to keep an eye on me? You mustn't flirt with other women. She pondered the notion of confining Gohan in the basement to ensure his fidelity. Gohan, what are you doing? Are you trying to escape again? The vigilant Bra, accustomed to the night watch, was startled by these dreams. Thirsty and seeking to calm herself, she headed to the kitchen for some water. Yet, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the dim light in her mother's bedroom, uncovering her mother's hidden secrets. That night, she could scarcely close her eyes, the visual shock overwhelming. Mother, what are you truly thinking? Bra murmured softly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, Bra silently contemplated. In any case, the versions of herself and her mother in that timeline were truly terrifying. She harbored no romantic feelings for Gohan from her timeline, as the age difference between them was quite significant. In her heart, Gohan resembled an elder brother, devoid of any such inclinations. Perhaps it was due to the authenticity of emotions that Gohan and the version of Kakarot from her timeline grew closer. Gohan solemnly handed the jar that sealed Zamasu to Kakarot, speaking earnestly, This is for you. I entrust it to your care. Kakarot nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Understood. We shall handle the remaining matters and ensure they reach Lord Beerus, who will resolve Zamasu once and for all. Thereafter, events unfolded without much turbulence. Through instant transmission, Gohan sensed Dandy's energy and arrived at New Namek. He employed the same strategy as before, inviting Dandy to become the guardian of Earth, to which Dandy willingly acquiesced. Utilizing the power of the Namekian Dragon Balls, Gohan resurrected both Aunt Bulma from this timeline and the Earthlings slain by Zamasu. At that moment, only two wishes remained. Without hesitation, Gohan requested Porunga to restore all that Zamasu had ravaged, facilitating a smoother recovery for Earth post-catastrophe. As for the third wish, Gohan pondered briefly before deciding to request the Eternal Dragon to complete his Saiyan lineage within. Although the advantages of hybrid bloodlines are considerable, particularly in terms of baseline potentials, the transformations beyond Super Saiyan 4 remain inexorably tied to one's heritage. For instance, in Dragon Ball Super, the daughter of Gohan and Videl, Pan, was born without a tail and unable to transform into a Super Saiyan due to her diluted bloodline. Even with future generations in mind, acquiring the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan necessitated the restoration of his Saiyan blood. Porunga's eyes emitted a crimson light, enveloping Gohan, who transitioned from a hybrid to a pure Saiyan. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the limitations of hybrids are not inherently strong. Gohan's prowess is what truly stands out. Goten and Trunks, if one were to be candid, possess only moderate talent. When compared to Frieza, Broly, and Gohan himself, they appear rather commonplace. Thus, there would be no concern regarding the loss of hybrid status leading to diminished abilities. Chapter 56, Bulma's Survival Diary. The Beast Gohan. His most favored transformation. Although his name is but a letter away from Goten, the disparity between them is vast. His strength does not require elaborate embellishments. Devoid of divine power or techniques, he is simply defined by superior stats. In Dragon Ball Super, he kicked silver-haired Goku into the air, seemingly surpassing Goku in his perfected Ultra Instinct state, a pure embodiment of raw power. Ultimately, after awakening his beast form, Gohan showed little desire to revert to traditional Super Saiyan transformations, despite having just wished to restore his Saiyan lineage. Nevertheless, it remains evident that his bloodline cannot rival that of the mutated Broly. To neglect the exploration of the beast form and instead cling to a transformation that does not suit oneself, akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Unless he also acquires the bloodline power of a mutated form like Broly, the traditional Super Saiyan transformations may soon reach a temporary halt. Rather than struggling within a predetermined framework, it is far more prudent to wholeheartedly embrace one's own path of beasthood. Gohan has formulated his own plan for the journey of strengthening himself in the future, focusing on diligently researching and developing the beast form. As for whether to learn the techniques of the gods, let me pose a question. How does one learn? Frankly, the soul of the traveler he merged with has alluded to this. In certain fanfiction, protagonists acquire the training methods for the Ultra Instinct by bartering with Whis using starch sausages, thus learning the techniques of the gods. However, in the realm of reality, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Moreover, Gohan has no desire to engage in flattery. Such actions are beyond his capability. A certain King Kai from the north suddenly sneezes. In any case, after resolving the crisis of the Great Bulla timeline, Gohan resolved to depart. After all, this was not his timeline. Upon bidding farewell to the time travelers Kamba and Bulla, as well as the recently revived Aunt Bulma, he boarded the time machine and left this timeline. Thank you, Gohan. It's nothing. After all, I am your Gohan. Gohan patted Bulla's head. Even though the Bulla of this timeline was a year older than him, a flicker of reluctance passed through Bulla's eyes, quickly replaced by a resolute expression. Gohan, I will remember you. I too will strive to become stronger and protect the Earth. Gohan smiled slightly and nodded. I believe you can achieve that. With you all in this timeline, it will undoubtedly grow better. As the hatch of the time machine slowly closed, Gohan gazed through the glass window, watching the familiar figures fade into a blur. Bulla, Kamba, and Aunt Bulma were all waving goodbye to him. In that moment, Gohan was filled with emotion. The Bulla and Aunt Bulma, who lived in a terrifying future akin to hell, had finally welcomed peace and tranquility. Moreover, this peace would be diligently safeguarded, as long as the Dragon Balls existed. Yet, he had another significant task awaiting him. Gohan input a sequence of temporal data, altering his destination, and then leaped through time. He arrived in an unfamiliar timeline, the Cell timeline. This was a hidden timeline that existed solely within the dialogue between Cell and Piccolo. In this timeline, Bulla valiantly defeated the androids 17 and 18 and was just about to board the time machine to return to the past to deliver medicine to Goku when she was ambushed and killed by Cell. Cell then reverted to his egg form and took the time machine back to the past, entering the main timeline to seek out androids 17 and 18, aiming to evolve into his perfect form. The subsequent tale unfolds in the context of the Cell saga. Thus, in strict terms, this temporal space, existing solely within dialogue, is the true primary timeline, a truncated reality devoid of Gohan and Bra. Only Aunt Bulma remains, isolated in her despair. The human populace of Earth has been nearly annihilated by Cell, rendering this a peculiar instance of Aunt Bulma's desolate timeline. Since merging with the soul of a time traveler, Gohan has become acutely aware of this timeline, and he is profoundly saddened, yearning to alter the course of events. This is the impetus behind his journey to this reality. Gohan aspires to forge a world free from suffering. Perhaps this is the divine purpose behind his second chance at life. Relying on his memories, Gohan swiftly arrived at the Capsule Corporation, only to find it reduced to ruins. Aunt Bulma's home mirrored this desolation, in shambles and ensnared by cobwebs. He extended his palm, releasing a faint surge of energy to sweep the dust outside the windows. He scoured the interior for any remnants of useful information, ultimately uncovering a survival diary. Today marks the 177th day since Bra vanished. I remain uncertain whether she has traversed to another timeline or met with misfortune. It seems that for some time now, the cities of Earth have been losing countless souls during the night. Soon, it feels as if humanity consists solely of myself. Everything here has succumbed to a lifeless pallor, devoid of the vibrancy it once possessed. Without Bra, without Gohan, and bereft of family to confide in, I wander alone through West City, as if I had become the last specter of Earth. He discovered the spaceship left behind by Vegeta, buried beneath the ruins of the Capsule Corporation, its exterior marred by scratches and dust. He endeavored to ignite it, but the engine merely emitted a few feeble hums before falling silent. He understood that repairing it would require numerous parts, a daunting task, yet he resolved to seek them out. For reigniting the spaceship held a glimmer of hope, to locate new Namek and utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls. On the 178th day since Bra's disappearance, rain began to pour once more, the icy droplets striking his face and sending a chill through his bones. He scoured the ruins of West City, uncovering some tools and spare parts, yet he realized they were woefully insufficient. He needed more components to enable the spaceship to soar once again. Thus, he decided to investigate the abandoned warehouses in the city center, which had once housed spare mechanical parts, hoping to find something of use. Donning a raincoat and shouldering his backpack, he embarked on his quest for parts. The rain intensified, each step feeling like a struggle through a quagmire. On the 189th day since Bra's disappearance, the sun shone brightly, yet its rays could not penetrate the gloom enveloping his world. He began to attempt the repair of the spaceship. With each turn of a screw and every weld of a wire, I feel the weight of exhaustion enveloping me. Yet, I am acutely aware that I cannot afford to falter. This endeavor represents my sole glimmer of hope, my only chance to escape this desolate wasteland. On the 201st day since Bulma's disappearance, I have finally managed to repair the spaceship's engine. As I press the ignition button, the engine emits a deep and robust rumble. A flicker of solace washes over me, yet an overwhelming sense of loneliness simultaneously engulfs my spirit. I'm uncertain how much longer I can endure, or if, after leaving Earth, I will truly be able to locate the coordinates of New Namek. Nevertheless, surrendering is not an option. I cannot allow the hope of Earth to wither away. I conduct the final tests, and everything appears to be in flawless order. Standing before the spacecraft, my heart is a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. I fear solitude, the prospect of becoming lost in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Yet, my dread of remaining here, confronting the ruins and the unending despair, is even more profound. I have resolved to depart from Earth. I gather essential supplies, including provisions, water, and tools, preparing to board the vessel. Gazing out at the Earth from the window, my heart swells with reluctance. This is the land of my birth, the stage of my upbringing, where all my memories reside. Yet now, it is reduced to mere remnants of desolation and despair. Ultimately, if I were to perish in the cosmos, this survival diary would serve as the last testament of my existence. So be it. I am Bulma, a scientist, a mother engulfed in despair. The ink begins to blur, as if tears have moistened the page. Chapter 57. I have returned to guide you home, Aunt Bulma. It is perplexing that so many iterations of Aunt Bulma across various timelines have met with such grim fates. Apart from the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, which boasts a blissful and fulfilling family, the rest have either met untimely deaths or drifted alone through the universe, living in solitude, clinging desperately to a thread of hope. Hope, you ask? Gohan muses, grasping the capsule containing the time machine, aptly named Hope. It appears that every iteration of Bulma across the future timelines has staked everything on this elusive notion of hope. In the face of adversity, must one's heart surrender to hope? Gohan ponders. In the presence of hope, even the most dire circumstances compel one to flee in haste. He falls silent for a moment, attuning himself to Aunt Bulma's essence. It is a scent he knows intimately. Within moments, he has discerned its presence. Regrettably, the distance to New Namek remains considerable. It cannot be said that we are straying in opposite directions, but rather that we are on entirely disparate paths. Should this aimless quest continue, he may find himself unable to reach Namek in his lifetime. Employing instant transmission, Gohan arrives beside this timeline's Aunt Bulma. Seated at the helm of the spaceship is a woman devoid of vitality, though her appearance mirrors that of the other iterations of Aunt Bulma. She lacks any semblance of spirit, resembling a marionette mechanically repeating the motions of piloting the vessel. Approaching swiftly, she incessantly uttered such words, as if her mind were unraveling. Aunt Bulma, clad in soiled work attire, appeared disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual penchant for stylish, elegant garments. This was, after all, a realm steeped in silent despair, where few souls remained alive besides her. Alone now aboard a spaceship, traversing the inky void of the cosmos, it was inevitable for her to embody such a pitiable figure. Gohan observed Aunt Bulma's haggard visage, her pallid complexion devoid of vitality, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Even though this Bulma was not the one he had known, her plight echoed the sentiments voiced by Mr. Vegeta. Despite not being the same self from another dimension, they were intrinsically one and the same, and he too bore the weight of her responsibilities. Gohan, a person of profound empathy, had been present beside Aunt Bulma for several minutes. Yet she remained oblivious to his presence. He stepped forward and softly called, "Aunt Bulma." Her body trembled slightly, as if jolted from trance. Gradually, she turned her head, her gaze vacant and bewildered, seemingly peering through Gohan into another realm. When she finally recognized the figure before her, the light in her eyes flickered momentarily. "Gohan, is it you?" Her voice was hoarse and weary, as if worn down by the passage of time and despair. "It is I, Aunt Bulma," Gohan replied gently, his eyes filled with concern. "I have come to find you." The corners of Bulma's mouth twitched, as if attempting to smile, yet the expression eluded her. She lowered her gaze to her grimy work attire before looking back at Gohan, a myriad of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. "How did you find this place?" she inquired softly, her voice thick with emotion. "I sense your presence," Gohan murmured. "I knew you were here. I knew you needed help." Bulma fell silent for a moment, then gradually shook her head. "Gohan, I cannot yet depart for that world." Her gaze hardened with determination. "I cannot die now. To do so would be to resign myself to fate. There are still matters left unfinished." She lifted her head, her eyes gazing through the spaceship's viewport into the distant starry expanse, as if searching for something. "Do you know, there is no hope left in this realm. Yet I refuse to succumb. I've been searching for the possibility that could alter everything. Even if just a glimmer of hope remains, I must seize it." A tremor laced her voice, yet her tone remained steadfast. "Thus, I cannot join you in the afterlife just yet. We can discuss it again once I have exhausted all avenues in my quest for the Namekian Dragon Balls." Bulma paused at that juncture, then pointed toward the nearby toolbox. "Rest assured, Auntie, if it becomes unbearable, she will resort to that handgun for self-termination." It is as if she speaks of suicide with an unsettling nonchalance, treating it as an ordinary matter. Indeed, in the vastness of the universe, death might well be a form of liberation. I exclaimed, "Aunt Bulma, have you perhaps misconstrued the situation? I am no harbinger of death. I am Son Gohan, a living being." Initially bewildered, Gohan soon grasped the truth through Aunt Bulma's words. It appeared that she regarded herself as a mere figment of delirium. "Gohan, do not deceive me. I am aware this is merely an illusion, a small solace I have conjured for myself. After all, you have long since lost your left arm, and it is only in my hallucination that you remain whole." There was a hint of resignation and sorrow in Bulma's voice. "It has been ages since I have encountered the living. I miss you all so dearly, which is why this vision has manifested." "No, Aunt Bulma, I am not an illusion," Gohan implored. "I am truly Gohan, a living, breathing person, to substantiate his existence." Gohan resolved to take bold action. He slowly extended his hand, gently grasping Bulma's, placing it against his cheek. Bulma's body shuddered slightly, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Can you feel my warmth? I am real, not a figment." Gohan's tone was both resolute and tender. Bulma's breath quickened, her fingers trembling as they lightly caressed Gohan's cheek. That warm touch ignited a long-buried stir within her heart, as if a beam of light had quietly illuminated the darkness. "Gohan," oh, Bulma's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks as she clutched Gohan's hand, as if grasping the last lifeline. Her voice trembled, breaking intermittently as she stammered, "Am I truly not dreaming? Have you really returned?" And he felt so lonely, so afraid, longing for you all. The universe is unbearably cold. Gohan tenderly stroked Bulma's head, reminiscent of how she had once comforted him in his youth. "I have returned, and I will take you home, Aunt Bulma." Chapter 58. A Fulfilled State of Mind. Bulma held Gohan's hand tightly, her gaze filled with trepidation, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Gohan gently clasped her hand, softly lifting her from the driver's seat, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I will not disappear." Still somewhat anxious, Bulma inquired, "You truly will not vanish?" Gohan, holding her hand with affectionate eyes, replied, "I will not. Gohan, I need to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Bra and everyone on Earth." Bulma informed Son Gohan of her intentions. Then, "Annie, time is of the essence. Shall we journey to New Namek now?" Gohan asked. Bulma paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Eh." Gohan smiled gently, saying, "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I have mastered my father's instant transmission." Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goku's instant transmission? Aunt Bulma, are you prepared?" Gohan inquired softly. Bulma, feeling a bit dazed, instinctively replied, "Yes, I am ready." No sooner had she spoken than Gohan, along with Bulma and the entire spaceship, instantaneously arrived on New Namek. Subsequently, everything unfolded as expected. Gohan deftly located the Grand Elder and Dend, unhesitatingly making his wishes known. He wished to resurrect those who had perished on Earth due to Cell, to restore the structures destroyed by him. As for his final wish, he desired Aunt Bulma of this timeline to possess a healthy body. After fulfilling these wishes, Gohan returned to Earth with Dend and Aunt Bulma. Dend, in a sense, became the new guardian of Earth for the third time. Observing this scene, Gohan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The entire process seemed to have become somewhat routine. When he witnessed the resurrection of Bra in this timeline, the mother and daughter embraced tightly, tears welling in their eyes. At that moment, Gohan felt a tinge of satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips as he silently wished them well. From the very beginning, all he desired was for everyone across the timelines to attain happiness, nothing more. Taking a deep breath, Gohan refrained from bidding them farewell and turned towards the time machine. He opened the hatch, casting a final glance at this familiar land and the familiar figures. In that instant, he felt a profound sense of purpose. The convergence of countless timelines had ultimately birthed this version of himself, capable of averting tragedies in others. Destiny resonated within him. Take care, everyone, Gohan murmured softly before stepping into the time machine and closing the hatch. Having traversed through numerous timelines, the fuel of the time machine was nearly depleted. It was time to return to his own timeline. Trees by the roadside, sowing causes, reaping joys and sorrows. At that moment, Gohan's state of mind reached a sense of completeness, and his control over his beast form intensified slightly. It may seem exaggerated, but the importance of cultivating the mind is repeatedly emphasized in Dragon Ball. Master Roshi early on stressed the need for moderation and a tranquil mindset, believing that uncontrolled power stemmed from an unbalanced heart. Only with a fulfilled state of mind can one progress further along the path of martial arts. Which explains why Master Mateto, despite having a power level in the hundreds, could grasp the rudiments of the Ultra Instinct technique. The strength of Earth's martial arts, which allowed Goku to consistently surpass Vegeta's muscle-bound training, lies in this aspect. A complete state of mind is also the key to breaking through power barriers. Gohan returned to his own timeline via the time machine, opting not to land at Aunt Bulma's house, but rather at Capsule Corporation. As Gohan stepped out of the time machine, a familiar aura enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply. This was his cherished home, his well-known epic. Everything around him exuded tranquility, as if he had never departed. He spotted his father, Son Goku, practicing in the courtyard, sweat trickling down his forehead, yet did not detract from his intense focus. Gohan smiled softly and called out, "Dad." Goku's movements halted instantaneously. He turned around and, upon seeing Gohan, his face illuminated with a joyful grin. "Gohan, you've returned?" "Yes, Dad. I'm back," Gohan affirmed with a nod. Goku swiftly approached and patted Gohan's shoulder, expressing, "It's wonderful you're back. Where'd you been all this time? Why did you suddenly vanish?" Gohan smiled faintly, offering no elaborate explanation. "I traveled to various places and undertook certain tasks. But now everything is resolved." Goku observed his son intently. Although he refrained from probing further, he sensed a notable maturity in Gohan. A transformation seemed to have taken place within him. Goku nodded. "Since you're back, make sure to rest well. From now on, let us train together as father and son, striving to become even stronger." "Dad, you truly are a martial arts enthusiast," Gohan chuckled, gazing at his father. At that moment, his mother, Chi-Chi, emerged from the house. Upon seeing Gohan, she exclaimed with delight, "Gohan, you're back?" "Yes, Mom. I've returned," he replied, stepping forward to embrace her warmly. "Kiki uried tu Gohan," scrutinizing him from head to toe before playfully twisting his ear. "You remember how to come home. It's been so many days. Come on. It's only been 4 or 5 days." Gohan winced, grinning despite the discomfort. "You realize it's been 4 or 5 days since you returned, right? Honestly, not giving me a heads up is one thing, but not even informing me of your return time? I didn't even prepare any meals for you. It's fine. I'll just go to Aunt Bulma's for dinner. Her household has a team of chefs on standby around the clock." Gohan reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. "Honestly, going to others' homes for meals every day. Be careful you don't end up as a live-in son-in-law," Chi-Chi observed, exasperated by her son's carefree attitude. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Gohan responded, bewildered. "What? Are you doing it, but not admitting it?" Chi-Chi teased, and Gohan, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, just don't be as fickle as Yamcha, Gohan, and don't be like Vegeta, living off others' efforts. Ultimately, one must be mindful of the kindness they receive." Chi-Chi, embodying traditional Chinese parental values, held high expectations, especially since Gohan was her only son. Gohan shrugged, determined not to emulate either of those two. This is utterly impossible, were it not for the perpetual presence of adversaries on Earth. He would likely have reached an age comparable to that of his alternate self from a different timeline, serving as a teaching assistant or perhaps the youngest professor of biology. At the very least, he could sustain himself. How could it be that his mother describes him as so ineffectual? All right, Chi-Chi, Gohan has just returned from outside. Let him rest." His father, Goku, interjected with a cheerful demeanor, offering to massage Chi-Chi's shoulders. "Be careful on your way, and here, take this." Chi-Chi handed Gohan a box of desserts. This is Bulma's favorite treat. Make sure to bring it to her. After all, you've received care from her. So do not forget your manners. Gohan nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain, lifted the gift, and bid farewell to his parents before making his way to Aunt Bulma's home. Chapter 59, Ignite. The heat of battle, the intensity of combat, the ultimate clash. In the realm of the god of destruction, a completely hairless feline lazily awakened from its slumber, clad in a pristine white nightgown. It yawned and gazed dreamily at the attendant beside it. This attendant, adorned in a resplendent robe and wielding a staff, bore a gentle countenance. Indeed, it was the angel Whis. Whis, how many years have I slumbered? Beerus inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of lethargy and dissatisfaction. Lord Beerus, you have slept for 42 years. Whis replied with a smile. 42 years? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a blend of astonishment and irritation. I can't believe I've slept for so long. Why didn't you wake me? Whis chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in his gaze. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus seems to be throwing a childish tantrum. I did attempt to rouse you. However, you were in such a deep sleep that you were completely unresponsive. Beerus fixed a hostile glare on Whis, extending his sharp claws to lightly tap the gaps between his teeth, seemingly contemplating or questioning Whis' words. Really? You wouldn't dare deceive me, would you? Whis maintained his gentle smile, though his eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. How could I possibly deceive you, Lord Beerus? Very well. Beerus dismissed the details with a wave of his hand, turning his attention to preparing something to eat. I am rather hungry. Before that, however, I must insist that you change and bathe, for you are exceedingly odorous. What did you say? Beerus's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Whis' words. But soon he caught a whiff of his own scent. How foul! He could hardly tolerate himself. Quickly, prepare a bath for me. Certainly. Whis tapped his staff lightly against the ground, transforming the space into a bathroom. With another tap, crystal-clear hot water for bathing appeared. By the way, has Frieza assisted me in executing the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Indeed, Planet Vegeta has been annihilated. I see. However, Frieza is no benevolent being. It seems I must embark on a journey to eliminate him as well. Beerus settled comfortably in the bath, casually remarking, it seems that is not feasible. Frieza has long been vanquished by the Saiyans. Huh? Beerus, using his finger, dug into his ear, indicating that he did not quite catch what Whis had said. Observing this, Whis produced his staff and projected the images of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza on planet Namek. TCH, was he truly defeated so easily? After watching, Beerus deemed Frieza utterly worthless. To think he was subdued by such a race, truly pathetic Frieza. However, Whis, what is this yellow-haired phenomenon? Aren't the Saiyans supposed to have black hair? This is the Super Saiyan, a transformation they have only recently mastered. Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan. Beerus abruptly stood from the hot spring, murmuring the words, Super Saiyan. Speaking of which, I once encountered an equally formidable foe in a dream, whose name was the god of Super Saiyans. Beerus exclaimed excitedly to Whis. So, this is a prophetic dream, Whis. It seems Lord Beerus's prophetic dreams lack accuracy. Does it not? Last time, you mentioned that the most popular idol group in the universe would move here, yet that never came to pass. Beerus suddenly turned his head away, insisting this time was different. This time it was genuine, as the prophecy fish had foretold. Oh, I see. Since the prophecy fish has said so, the likelihood of this prophetic dream coming true is considerable. But before that, could I kindly request Lord Beerus to remain immersed in the hot spring and refrain from being exposed? Whis remarked with a face of disdain. Beerus's face suddenly flushed. Burying his head in the hot spring, bubbles quickly formed on the surface. In any case, let us set forth for Earth. I have a premonition that a splendid opponent awaits us this time. Beerus donned his god of destruction attire, resting a hand upon Whis' shoulder, and then they set off for Earth. At this moment on Earth, approximately a year had passed since Gohan returned his timeline. Coincidentally, today marks Gohan's 25th birthday. Having previously defeated the evil Shenron and saved the afterlife in the entire universe, Gohan had accumulated immense merit. One could say Gohan's kindness could never be repaid in a lifetime. Even if Gohan were to pass away from old age, he would retain his corporeal form for cultivation and attain a leisurely divine position in the afterlife to enjoy retirement. Of course, that is a tale for another time. The youth of the Saiyans still has a long way to go. In any case, King Yama, moved by Gohan's accomplishments, waved his hand grandly and made a remarkable decision. All Z warriors who valiantly sacrificed themselves in battle will be granted one day of resurrection, solely to celebrate Gohan's birthday. Happy birthday, Gohan! Heartfelt blessings echoed through the air. Piccolo, Krillin, Tin, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, those comrades who once fought alongside him, smiled warmly and offered their congratulations to Gohan. Half a year ago, the turtle Hermit, Oolong, and Puar inadvertently surfaced from a submarine for some fresh air, only to be discovered by Gohan. With warm smiles, they stood before him. An overwhelming sense of emotion surged within Gohan, and tears welled up in his eyes. He had never anticipated reuniting with these old companions on such a momentous occasion. Surrounded by friends, Gohan lit the birthday candles, closed his eyes, and silently made a wish. Just then, Bulma interrupted his moment of reflection. "What is it, Bulma?" Gohan asked, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, dear child, if you were to make a wish, why not wish for something truly meaningful?" Bulma smiled, her eyes filled with affection. With a gentle wave of her hand, a small cart was slowly wheeled in, adorned with 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. "Are these the Dragon Balls?" "Indeed, we have Dandy and Bobo to thank for this." Bulma gestured towards Dandy and Bobo, who had come to celebrate. "It's nothing, Gohan. You deserve to use the Dragon Balls." Dandy shyly touched his nose. "Thank you, Dandy." Gohan took a deep breath, preparing to summon the eternal dragon of Earth. His wish was simple. He hoped for everyone to lead a happy life, for his family and friends to be safe and joyful, to remain together forever, and for the Earth to be free of crises. Just as he was about to call out, "Come forth, dragon!" a brilliant light suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by 2 figures, one large and one small, floating above. The crowd looked up to see a cat-like being clad in blue, accompanied by a regal figure with blue skin and white hair. "Is this a party?" Beerus's voice carried a note of laziness and excitement. "The god of destruction, Beerus, has descended." Gohan's expression grew serious as he instinctively shielded Bulma behind him. "Gohan." Bulma gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "This must be the god of destruction and the angel of our universe, right? It's fine. Just offer them delightful treats, as we did last time." Gohan shook his head. The newcomers did not seem friendly. If they were merely here for food, it would be one thing, but he feared they might be seeking conflict. Thus, he stepped forward to greet Beerus, the hairless, pointy-eared creature, and inquired about their purpose for visiting. "I had a prophetic dream in which I battled a being called the Super Saiyan God. I heard that the remaining Saiyans among you possess a transformation known as Super Saiyan. Surely, you understand what the Super Saiyan God is?" Gohan realized Beerus's intentions were to fight. "If I can find the Super Saiyan God, will you leave after our battle?" "Of course not." The demeanor of Beerus shifted, becoming ominously foreboding. "If you cannot provide me with enjoyment, this planet and all of you shall face destruction." His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, making it unmistakably clear to all present. "Destruction of Earth?" Beerus slowly turned his head, surveying the crowd before continuing, "Indeed, the annihilation of Earth. Therefore, you must strive to please me." Gohan's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, ready to confront Beerus, the ancient being with pointed ears. "I will transform into a Super Saiyan God." Goku raised his hand and stepped forward, his expression brimming with eagerness, clearly eager to test the newly acquired powers of the Super Saiyan God. "You?" Beerus scrutinized Goku with keen interest, then said, "Very well, come forth." A faint smile graced Goku's lips as his aura began to shift. His muscles gradually contracted, radiating a brilliant golden-red luminescence, as if boundless energy surged within him. His hair and irises transformed to a striking red, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and confidence. This was a transformation into a Super Saiyan God. "Gulme, let me witness your strength." Beerus smiled faintly, and in an instant his form vanished, reappearing before Goku, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Unperturbed, Goku crossed his arms to block the blow, absorbing the impact. The tremendous force caused him to stagger back a few steps, yet he quickly regained his footing. "Not bad. Quite intriguing," Beerus remarked, a satisfied smirk appearing on his face, not anticipating that Goku could withstand his punch, even though it was not unleashed at full strength. "Enough." Gohan interjected, stepping in to replace his father, his gaze directed menacingly at Beerus. "Today is my birthday. If you wish to join the celebration, you are welcome. But if your intent is to cause chaos, I kindly ask you to leave." Gohan's brow furrowed, his expression hostile as he regarded Beerus. "Ah, this is quite entertaining." Beerus clapped his hands and then stood up, taking a swift step toward Gohan, launching an explosive punch. Smack! Gohan deflected the blow with his hand and retaliated with a fierce knee strike, but Beerus easily evaded. In an instant, Gohan transformed into his beast form, delivering a punch that sent Beerus flying hundreds of meters away. Beerus's expression grew serious. What transformation is this? Whis, what is happening? Whis, casually munching on takoyaki, retrieved his staff to investigate. This scion seems to have wished upon the Dragon Balls of Namek, unlocking his potential. Beyond that, he has surpassed his own limits, achieving a transformation unique to himself. A mutant? Beerus mused, perceiving this as the result of mutation. Gohan disregarded the situation and executed a flying kick, instantly teleporting beside Beerus. Ki Energy Slash. A blade of energy, measuring 10 meters in length, manifested from Gohan's arm and swiftly sliced towards Beerus. Beerus instantly recognized the unusual nature of the attack and promptly unleashed his destructive energy, neutralizing the technique in accordance with cosmic law. How perilous! Beerus felt a shiver down his spine, acutely aware that had that strike landed squarely upon him, he would undoubtedly have sustained injury. Kaioken times 10. Gohan utilized the Kaioken technique, amplifying his beastly form, his body enveloped in crimson flames, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and offensive capability. But that was merely the beginning. Gohan escalated his power further, Kaioken times 20. He then launched a powerful punch, catching Beerus off guard. In this Kaioken times 20 state, Gohan was shrouded in a fiery aura, his might and velocity reaching astonishing heights. He offered Beerus no respite, teleporting behind him and delivering a fierce spinning kick aimed at Beerus's waist. Beerus slightly sidestepped, evading the blow, yet Gohan's assault was far from over. He hovered in midair, hands positioned like a flower bud, and loudly proclaimed the Kamehameha wave, targeting the ground beneath Beerus. It was the Kamehameha wave amplified by Kaioken times 20. Gohan, are you trying to destroy the Earth? Piccolo exclaimed. Goku's expression turned tense as he shouted towards Gohan in the sky. However, Gohan paid no heed to his father's cries. You dare use the Kamehameha? Beerus could hardly believe that Gohan would actually direct such an attack at him below. It was not that he underestimated Gohan's resolve. Rather, he knew that Scions lacked the ability to survive in the cosmos. If he were to execute such a move, the destruction of the Earth's core would surely lead to Gohan's demise as well. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Gohan, with the Kamehameha wave fully charged, teleported to the ground, aimed at Beerus, and unleashed it, propelling him into the air where it exploded. What do you think of this R-Flash Kamehameha? Gohan panted, gazing at the center of the explosion, where smoke billowed. Beerus had taken the full brunt of that Kamehameha wave. How fascinating, though I am not a Super Saiyan God. This attack truly inflicted pain upon me, Beerus remarked as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, experiencing a long-forgotten sensation of bodily pain. Typically, ordinary gods of destruction could not harm him, yet here he was being bested by a mere mortal. Despite the disparity in information, this indicated that this scion possessed the strength to slay other weaker gods of destruction. That previous strike could indeed be described as the power to slay a deity. Chapter 61. Perfect evolution of the beastly form. Instantaneous movement, a technique of the Kaioshin. As the supreme deity of the universe, the god of destruction Beerus was naturally aware of the technique just employed by Gohan. However, in comparison to the Kaioshin, it seems somewhat lacking. Beerus offered his critique of Gohan's technique, then twisted his neck and descended to the ground. As the dust settled, his figure revealed itself before the onlookers. How is this possible? The crowd was visibly astonished. Under such a cataclysmic technique, Gohan merely spat blood. It was utterly inconceivable. Hey Scion, your name is Son Gohan, correct? Yes, Gohan replied straightforwardly. You are indeed formidable. Had it been any of the other ineffectual gods of destruction from various universes, they might have perished under your recent strike. Yet, regrettably, I, Beerus, am the strongest of the gods of destruction, and your attack has only compelled me to exert around 60% of my power. Is that so? Gohan gasped, clearly burdened by the strain of the 20 times Kaioken, his stamina nearly depleted. Beerus claiming he had only revealed 60% of his strength sounded eerily familiar. The Super Saiyan god from the Godverses. God Arc had mentioned the same measure. Now, utilizing the beast form, which was at least 3 iterations ahead of the Super Saiyan God and comparable to the perfect Ultra Instinct, it surprisingly still fell short. How potent was Beerus's true combat strength? Gohan couldn't help but internally lament. This sharp-eared ancient being truly seemed to ascend effortlessly. With Black Frieza dispatching Ultra Instinct with a single punch, and his own ultra instinct being suppressed, even in the beast form under 20 times Kaioken. He could only manage to make Beerus bleed, unable to utterly defeat him. Had this been 6 months prior, Gohan might have resigned himself to defeat. However, he produced a resurrection insect, akin to the Senzu beans he had procured from the demon realm. In the current predicament, appearance and taste mattered little. Gohan bit into it, fully restoring his energy. He gazed calmly at Beerus, then cleared his mind. A silver-gray aura enveloped him, and his eyes gradually shifted to a shade of gray. Ultra Instinct was about to manifest. How is this possible, this form? Beerus's pupils constricted violently, his throat tightening, and in his astonishment, he even emitted a voice akin to that of a duck. Are you joking? Whis, you didn't teach him Ultra Instinct, did you? Beerus abruptly turned his head, eyes wide with shock as he stared at Whis, disbelief saturating his tone. I cannot divulge that information, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. His tone is serene, as if discussing an entirely unrelated matter, before casually picking up a piece of sushi and taking a delicate bite. In truth, long ago, Whis had astutely sensed an extraordinary power emerging from Earth in the North Galaxy, a force potent enough to touch the divine realm. As the actual observer of the seventh universe, how could he overlook the movements of his sister, Vados, and Kampa? Yet, he simply chose not to concern himself with it. Regarding Gohan's Ultra Instinct, it was taught to him personally by Whis. After all, Beerus often finds himself enveloped in slumber, and spending time alone in the realm of destruction can indeed be rather monotonous. Moreover, Whis occasionally craves a change of palate during his afternoon tea. Hence, he ventured to Earth, eager to personally observe the candidate for his ideal god of destruction. As fate would have it, he became captivated by the exquisite cuisine of Earth. Consequently, Gohan, seizing the opportunity, utilized the culinary delights as a bargaining chip to obtain the training methods for Ultra Instinct. Of course, this transaction remained a private matter between the two. Publicly, Whis maintained his reputation as the most impartial deity in Universe 7, with Beerus being his singular sun in the vast sky. Gohan, this individual, was still a mystery. Don't assume that mastering Ultra Instinct will allow you to defeat me. Beerus scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear before Gohan, launching a devastating punch aimed directly at his face. The punch, imbued with overwhelming destructive energy, seemed to tear apart the very fabric of space, instilling a profound sense of pressure felt by those at a considerable distance. Gohan's eyes sharpened, and his body swiftly entered the state of Ultra Instinct, his movements becoming extraordinarily fluid, as if he were one with his surroundings. With a subtle shift of his body, he deftly avoided Beerus's assault, simultaneously positioning his hands in the initial stance of the Turtle School martial arts, utilizing the principle of minimal effort to counteract immense force. He redirected the attack back towards Beerus. But that was not the end. As this strike unfolded, Gohan's form underwent yet another transformation, his Ultra Instinct beast form. Indeed, building upon this foundation, Gohan had layered the beast form, which represented the pinnacle of his strength. The fusion of beast form and Ultra Instinct resonated harmoniously, and Gohan's voice echoed ethereally, as if emanating from the farthest reaches of the cosmos, inviting guidance. In a certain sense, Ultra Instinct and the beast form complement each other remarkably well. The state of no thought inherent in Ultra Instinct essentially integrates combat awareness into the body's memory, achieving superspeed responses through the elimination of subjective thought. This unique characteristic, liberated from the constraints of conscious thought, resonates with the primal instinctual attack mode of the beast form, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. It must be said, this was an outcome Gohan had not initially anticipated. The battle continued. A silvery gray aura enveloped Gohan, intensifying as he merged seamlessly with his environment, each movement flowing naturally without a hint of vulnerability. Beerus's punches were deftly evaded, showcasing the extraordinary attributes of the beast form. Dragon Fist, unleash! Gohan exclaimed, his body erupting with a surge of formidable energy. Unlike the Dragon Fist he had executed in his mortal state, this time it manifested as a colossal silver dragon. The shimmering dragon materialized behind him in an instant, propelled by immense power as it soared toward Beerus. The overwhelming energy fluctuation distorted the air surrounding them. In an instant, the dimensional barrier shattered. Oh dear, it seems I may have overdone it. Whis gently nibbled on a piece of sushi, savoring the lingering sauce on her fingers, before her expression turned serious. Protection. As her staff lightly touched the ground, A transparent shield enveloped everyone within. What is this? Krillin and Tien, perplexed, were fortunate to have Piccolo nearby to explain. It appears that Gohan's power is so formidable that it has fractured the dimensional wall, thrusting them into an alternate realm. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. This is quite extraordinary. Is he truly still human? The battle between Gohan and Beerus raged on. Beerus's demeanor finally shifted to one of seriousness. Initially, he regarded Gohan as merely an intriguing opponent, but now he realized that this scion had surpassed his expectations. A glint of cold light flickered in Beerus's eyes as an eerie purple aura began to emanate from his body, a true manifestation of his power. Oof. It appears I must take this seriously. Beerus's voice was deep and resonant, akin to whispers from the abyss. Suddenly, his physique expanded, muscles more defined, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him, distorting the air around. Is this Beerus's full power mode? Gohan pondered, his resolve intensifying. He understood that the impending battle would be the most arduous of his life. Beerus's fists descended upon Gohan like meteors, each strike imbued with devastating force. Gohan evaded in midair, his movements fluid, yet the sheer strength of Beerus was overwhelming, each dodge amplifying his mounting pressure. This cannot continue. The Ultra Instinct cannot be sustained for long. Gohan steeled himself, and his body erupted with a more powerful silver gray light, a full awakening of his latent potential. His speed and strength ascended to new heights. Even the air around him began to howl in response. The Ultra Instinct beast form evolved to perfection. Gohan shouted, silver-white energy patterns swirling around him. His right hand traced intricate paths in the air, each strike resonating with immense energy. The dragon fist surged forth. A colossal silver dragon coalesced behind Gohan once more, but this time it was larger and radiated a more terrifying aura. With destructive power, it lunged at Beerus. Beerus's expression brightened with delight. Yes, this is it. When was the last time he experienced such exhilarating combat? His fist collided fiercely with the dragon's head, and the ensuing energy surge caused the entire dimensional realm to tremble. With a thunderous roar, the two mighty forces clashed, the surrounding air tearing apart instantaneously, forming a colossal vortex of energy. In the swirling vortex, a dazzling light flickered incessantly, as if it were the very heart of the cosmos. Gohan and Beerus simultaneously emitted a roar of wrath, their bodies propelled backward by an overwhelming force. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Gohan's mouth before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Beerus's form also swayed slightly, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Is this blood? In his full power mode, it was astonishing that a mere mortal, having lived for just over 20 years, could inflict such a wound upon him. How could someone compel me to this extent? Beerus murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He had never anticipated that a scion could drive him to exert such effort. Lord Beerus, has the battle come to an end? Whis' voice suddenly resonated, as he gently waved his staff, causing the surrounding energy vortex to gradually subside. Beerus lifted his head to meet Whis' gaze, a tinge of resignation appearing in his eyes. Indeed, the battle is over. This scion has truly earned my respect. Chapter 62. Refusing to become a god of destruction. Gohan slowly regained consciousness, his eyes meeting the unscathed visage of Beerus. The recent Dragon Fist's ultimate eruption had failed to even graze his skin. In that moment, he acutely felt the vast chasm separating him from Beerus, as if an insurmountable gulf spanned between them. Son Gohan, you are awake. Beerus's voice was calm and deep. I am awake, Gohan replied, fatigue lacing his tone, yet beneath it lay a fierce determination. What is it? You seem unsatisfied. Yes, I am dissatisfied. Gohan raised his head, his eyes radiating resolve. I have strived for so long, yet I could not inflict even a scratch upon you. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly appreciating Gohan's tenacity. So, have you lost confidence? No. Gohan's voice surged, filled with unwavering conviction. Next time, I shall emerge victorious. He is Gohan, a warrior born from the depths of despair. His veins pulsed with indomitable spirit, his soul ablaze with an unquenchable belief. One may suffer countless defeats, yet as long as one secures the final victory, all is not lost. Today may have ended in failure, but tomorrow remains. As long as life persists, there will be a dawn of triumph. Moreover, he is but 25 years old this year, while Beerus's moments of slumber stretch longer than Gohan's entire existence. A glimmer sparkled in Gohan's eyes, a fervent desire for future victory, a steadfast belief in his own potential. He was convinced that one day he would bridge this chasm, standing before Beerus, proving his worth through sheer strength. Perhaps Gohan himself was unaware that when he wished to become a pure-blooded Saiyan, his desire for battle transformed into an unprecedented obsession. Very well, I acknowledge you, Son Gohan. Among those who have faced me, you're the first to unwaveringly believe you can surpass my existence. Before I ascended to the status of a destroyer, I was once brimming with confidence, much like yourself. In you, I see the reflection of my youthful self. Beerus smiled faintly, his tone laced with a hint of admiration and nostalgia. In those days, I too was steadfast and unyielding, driven by a desire to prove my worth. I challenged countless formidable opponents, and each defeat only solidified my resolve. Until one fateful day, I stood at the pinnacle, having become a destroyer. However, the days that followed my ascension were rather mundane, devoid of worthy adversaries to engage in battle. Bound by the constraints of rules, a destroyer cannot fight in secrecy. But your arrival has reignited my passion for combat, allowing me to glimpse my former self once more. I eagerly anticipate your growth, hoping that one day you will truly face me in battle, rather than merely enduring as you do now. Beerus slowly turned away. Yet, I must correct one point. You did draw blood from me, albeit a minor wound, but it was a testament to my utmost effort in my full power mode. With that, he departed, leaving behind a single phrase that resonated in the skies above Earth. If you wish to grow stronger, come to the realm of the destroyers. Your understanding of the Ultra Instinct is still quite shallow, and it should never be treated as merely a transformation. The Ultra Instinct is a flawless technique that must be maintained at all times, as natural as breathing. Gohan stood frozen, taken aback. He had assumed Beerus to be a rather unapproachable figure, yet he seemed not so difficult to converse with after all. Ah, Lord Beerus certainly values his pride. Considering your Ultra Instinct is not even as refined as Gohan's, Whis murmured softly from the side. Silence, Whis. With a sudden loss of composure, Beerus's face flushed crimson. Gohan, hearing Whis's words, was initially startled, but then couldn't help but chuckle at Beerus's flustered demeanor. He suddenly realized that this hairless Hakaishin wasn't so bad after all. Gohan, the authoritative voice of Beerus boomed from above. If you wish to grow stronger, feel free to seek me out in the realm of the destroyers. Your talent is truly remarkable. Why not consider becoming the next destroyer? What? Gohan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not expected Beerus to suggest that he become the next destroyer. He recalled Beerus mentioning in Dragon Ball Super that he was too lenient to fulfill the role of a destroyer. Wait a moment. I'm not the same as that Goku. Our personalities are entirely different. Could it be that I've changed all of this? Perhaps it is best to leave it be. I certainly do not wish to share a life with the Supreme Kai. If any of my enemies were to eliminate the Supreme Kai, I would perish alongside him. Upon hearing this, Beerus's pointed ears twitched with intrigue. You are aware of that? It seems you're not as simple as you appear. It is truly perplexing that amidst such a multitude vying for positions, you exhibit no desire for one. I retract my previous statements. You and I are indeed different. Your audacity surpasses even mine. With a hand resting on Whis's shoulder, Beerus remarked, Your Saiyan lifespan is but a century. If you wish to continue fighting, it would be wiser to become a god of destruction. I shall consider it. Gohan thought to himself, yearning to inform Beerus of his possession of the Dragon Balls, rendering divinity unnecessary. However, he refrained, recognizing that the world is not merely about conflict, but also about the intricacies of human relationships. And he did not wish to leave the hapless Hakimi in an awkward position. If you seek to grow stronger, simply have the Kaioshin utilize instant transmission to bring you to the realm of the gods of destruction. I, too, wish to witness the new Kaioshin that has ascended during my slumber. As Gohan gazed at the horizon where Beerus had vanished, he finally exhaled in relief. The realm of the gods of destruction? I shall venture there. I aim to become strong enough to prevent ever being rendered unconscious by a single punch again. Though it had restored his physical form, Gohan still felt a lingering fatigue. The Ultra Instinct was not merely a transformation, but an existence as natural as breathing. He pondered Beerus's words, gradually solidifying his resolve. Gohan, are you all right? Came the distant voice of his father, Goku. Turning, Gohan saw Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, Aunt Bulma, and Bra approaching, their faces etched with concern, evidently having witnessed the earlier battle. I'm fine, Gohan replied with a faint smile. That fellow has departed? Aunt Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed with dissatisfaction. Such a deity was quite lacking, making a request for combat at someone else's birthday celebration. Gohan shook his head, gazing into the distance. He invited me to the realm of the gods of destruction and mentioned that my talents have led him to see the potential for me to become the next god of destruction. What? A god of destruction? Uncle Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. That was a position of utmost supremacy in the universe. Indeed, Gohan responded, somewhat perplexed by Uncle Piccolo's knowledge of this matter. I have heard the Kaioshin speak of it, Piccolo explained. Ah, I see. Gohan nodded, then smiled as he faced everyone. Let us continue the celebration. Chapter 63, The Red Thread of Fate. The birthday celebration, despite the brief interlude with Beerus, concluded harmoniously. The Z fighters were to return to the afterlife, and, as Gohan observed their departing figures, he hesitated to speak. Gohan, we have grown accustomed to the tranquility of the afterlife. The affairs of Earth shall be entrusted to you and Goku. Piccolo seemed to sense Gohan's unspoken thoughts, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Uncle Piccolo, take care of yourself. Gohan embraced Piccolo warmly. This sudden gesture left Piccolo momentarily at a loss, but he eventually placed his hand atop Gohan's head, giving it a gentle pat. Well then, I must take my leave, Gohan. Subsequently, Big's form gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight. Is there truly a feast in the world that does not eventually dissolve? Today is a day filled with both joy and sorrow. Gohan, Kiki, and I shall return home now. Father Goku, holding Mother S' hand, mounted the flying Nimbus and bid farewell to Gohan. Be careful on your way home, goodbye. Gohan waved to his parents, watching them depart. Rain began to fall, though he was unaware of when it started. He felt the raindrops on his face, raising his gaze to the overcast sky, then bid farewell to Aunt Bulma. Gohan, it's pouring outside. Why not stay here for the night? Indeed, big brother Gohan. No, it's unnecessary. I'll be home shortly. Gohan soared towards the apartment he had rented 6 months prior in West City. The dwelling was neither extravagant nor dilapidated. It was quite ordinary, much like his current state of life. At 25 years of age, and considering the 4 years spent in the Room of Spirit and Time, he was approaching his 30s. Living off Aunt Bulma was not a sustainable solution. Despite his typically unassuming demeanor, Gohan was a man of considerable pride, unwilling to rely on others as Vegeta did. As he stepped through the apartment door and opened his rented room, a long-lost sense of belonging washed over him. He eagerly entered the bathroom for a comforting hot shower, donned his pajamas, and lay on the bed contemplating the future. Next, he needed to train in the realm of the gods. Gohan began to outline his aspirations. To grow stronger, he realized he must seek the martial guidance of divine beings. The next step was to master the divine techniques and convert divine energy into divine power, enabling him to awaken Susanoo. Lying in bed, he pondered these thoughts. Yet, he was soon interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Not again. Gohan sighed, covering his face with his hands, reluctantly rising to open the door. Before him stood a poised professional woman. She shook off the rainwater as she stood at the threshold, slightly frowning yet maintaining her composure. Her signature twin ponytails, once smooth and glossy, were now damp, clinging to her cheeks in a disheveled manner that added an unusual allure. Her upturned, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intelligence and sharpness, revealing a hint of irritation, seemingly exasperated by the sudden downpour. Clad in a crisp dark blue police uniform, now damp at the hems and shoulders, she still exuded an air of authority that accentuated her tall stature. With practiced ease, she removed her shoes, bent down to open Gohan's shoe cabinet, retrieved a pair of spare slippers, and strode confidently inside. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, reminiscent of a mother tiger surveying her territory, radiating an undeniable presence. Indeed, you are alone at home again, Neo Gohan. She cast a sidelong glance at Gohan, her tone laced with playful mockery. Me? I am not a NET. Gohan vehemently denied his identity, his hands flailing in protest. Humph, at 25, still unemployed, idling away the days, and cooped up in a rented room. What else could you possibly be? The woman's lips curled into a sly smile, as if relishing the thrill of her teasing. Oh well. Gohan momentarily lost his words. Never mind, my back is a bit sore. That medicine you gave me last time was quite effective, the woman said, slipping off her slippers to reveal her alluring legs clad in black stockings, before reclining on the sofa. Medicine? You mean the resurrection bugs, right? Gohan scratched his head, glancing at Bidalai. Close enough, thanks, Inedi Gohan. The woman's smile held a hint of jest, yet conveyed a sense of intimacy. Please, can you refrain from calling me a NET? I'm merely unemployed, not a freeloader. Gohan sighed in resignation. Well, who could resist Gohan-kun, so easily baited? The woman laughed triumphantly, as if savoring a small victory. Gohan moved to the kitchen, preparing to pour her a cup of hot water. He turned to ask, "You seem quite busy with work lately. With your back hurting so much, shouldn't you take a break?" Accepting the water from Gohan, the woman smiled gently. "Oh, work is never-ending. But I have no choice. After all, I am an elite at the police department, bound by duty. By the way, what have you been up to lately?" She took a sip of the hot water, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Me?" Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "Actually, I plan to train in the realm of destruction to enhance my abilities." What a strange, over-the-top notion. The woman suddenly reached out, pressing her hand against Gohan's forehead, as if to check if he had fever. What over-the-top notion? You know very well. Gohan grew slightly anxious, swatting her hand away. Yes, yes. The woman raised her hands in surrender before stretching lazily. "Have you eaten yet?" "I have. Didn't I mention it earlier?" Gohan chuckled helplessly. "Ah, yes. You have a world-renowned billionaire aunt who throws you birthday parties." The woman teased. "All right, Bidalai, what brings you here this time? Are you after the resurrection bugs?" Gohan resignedly retrieved 2 resurrection bugs from his capsule and handed them to Bidalai. Indeed, this woman in police uniform was none other than the daughter of Satan, Bidalai. She was also the inexplicably irritating woman whom Gohan had inadvertently struck earlier. So much had transpired between them that it could not be succinctly explained in just a few words. In any case, Bidalai was now Gohan's sole friend and his neighbor. It was as if an invisible hand was deftly weaving the threads of fate, binding the two together in an intricate and tangled web. Chapter 64, The Second Encounter. In West City, at the bank under the Capsule Corporation, a group of robbers was threatening the bank staff with guns. "Hurry up and put the money in the bags. Move it." Subsequently, brandishing an AK, he unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards the ceiling, as if such an act were essential to the persona of a professional robber. Those inside could hear the ominous announcement, "You are surrounded. Surrender at once or else." Cursing under his breath, he added, "Let the bullets take care of you." The bullets rained down like confetti, quickly perforating the police vehicles outside. "This is dire. The robbers' firepower is overwhelming. What should we do?" "I'll handle it, Commander," a valiant female officer declared, raising her hand to signal her intent. "Are you joking? That's not a game, Baidili." "Fear not," she replied, dismissing the warning with a wave before darting beyond the safety perimeter. "Fool, do you think this is a hero's film? Boys, take her out." The robber leader, noticing Baidili, commanded his underlings to shoot her down. "I'm the daughter of the world's strongest man. This is mere child's play." Baidili deftly evaded the bullets, swiftly closing in on the robbers with graceful precision. "You filth, today marks your demise," she bellowed, rushing to confront the leader. With a stunning sidekick, she sent his AK flying from his grasp. In a seamless motion, she pivoted and unleashed a rapid sidekick, sending several advancing robbers tumbling to the ground. Her movements were a mesmerizing blur, each action imbued with formidable strength. "Quick, seize her." Though the leader had been disarmed, he remained undeterred, vocally rallying his remaining henchmen. Yet Baidili's speed and might overwhelmed them entirely. Like a whirlwind, she navigated through the robbers, her strikes precise and lethal. Soon, the robbers were in disarray, sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat. "Surrender. Your chances have evaporated." Baidili stood resolutely before the leader, her gaze icy. The robber leader, his face a mask of terror, had never anticipated such a formidable adversary. Trembling, he raised his hands in surrender, whispering, I yield. Secure them all. We will handle this. You must ensure the safety of those inside the bank." Baidili instructed the officers outside. The police sprang into action, swiftly handcuffing the robbers while rushing into the bank to safeguard the hostages. Upon witnessing the defeat of their captors, the bank's occupants exhaled in relief, their cheers ringing out in jubilant waves. Baidili smiled faintly, preparing to bask in her unheralded glory when suddenly, the sinister laughter of the robber leader pierced the air. "Die, you wretched woman." A compact pistol concealed within his sleeve discharged a bullet aimed directly at Baidili. As the bullet hurtled towards her head, a hand intercepted the speeding projectile, crushing it effortlessly. "What?" The gathered crowd was utterly astonished when a man with golden hair and sunglasses made his entrance. Though not particularly tall, he effortlessly crushed bullets with his bare hands. Yes, it was the golden-haired warrior. Suddenly, the commander of Dili shouted. The hero of Shidu, the golden-haired warrior. Due to his sunglasses, no one has yet uncovered his true identity. But that distinctive golden hair and the golden aura that accompanied his arrival were unmistakable. He was undoubtedly the recently renowned superhero. As long as evil exists in this world, the flames of justice shall never be extinguished. The golden-haired warrior has come to pay his respects. The man then performed a series of ridiculous, eyesore-inducing dance moves. What? That golden hair, the pervasive golden aura, and those bizarre, ungraceful dance steps. You are indeed that golden-haired freak. The robber leader ground his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Those hideous and odd dance moves lack any taste. A villain like you should simply perish. He then extended his palm towards the robber leader, exclaiming, in an instant, the robber boss was sent flying, pinned against the wall, lifeless. This mocking dance sequence and the ensuing fury indeed aligned with the tales of the golden-haired warrior. Golden-haired warrior, we adore you, echoed the crowd. You are the true superhero. A thunderous applause erupted. Is that so? The golden-haired warrior, who is none other than the Super Saiyan Gohan, looked at the crowd in surprise, showing no remorse for the prior act of killing the robber. You are the real heroes. Gohan laughed heartily, then displayed a smile reminiscent of his homeland. Can we take a photo with you? That might not be possible. Perhaps next time. I'm a good neighbor of Shidu. Gohan used his flight technique to depart the bank, leaving behind a dazed Dilly and fans fervently shouting in admiration of the superhero Gohan had embodied. The golden-haired warrior? Who on earth are you? Dilly was furious. She could not tolerate the emergence of such a rule-breaking individual. The law grants them, the police, the authority to enforce, but not to judge. Yet this celebrated maniac could brazenly take lives on the spot. Even criminals possess the most fundamental human rights. Dilly gritted her teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. She turned to her commander and spoke earnestly. Commander, I wish to request an investigation into this so-called golden-haired warrior. His actions have severely violated legal procedures. We must put a stop to him. The commander looked at Dilly and sighed softly. Dilly, I know you're principled, but you have seen that the golden-haired warrior has indeed resolved this crisis. His abilities are formidable, and the public holds him in high regard. If we intervene forcefully, it may incite public discontent. Commander, I comprehend your concerns, yet the sanctity of the law must not be trampled upon. Vidalai's tone was resolute. I can appreciate the public's yearning for heroes, but justice cannot be realized through violence and unlawful means. If we allow this to persist, the boundaries of the law will be repeatedly breached. I implore you to support my investigation. I shall address this matter through legitimate means. The commander fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I support you. However, you must exercise caution. The golden-haired warrior possesses formidable strength, and it appears he is shrouded by the shadow of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Each time he indulges his whims and takes a life, it seems there are online defenders cleansing his image. Vidalai nodded undeterred. Even so, I am determined to apprehend him. Chapter 65. Driven by curiosity, Vidalai pondered the golden hair. The golden aura, seemingly inextricably linked to the Universal Capsule Corporation. She bit the tip of her pen, leaning over her desk, sketching the fundamental characteristics and social connections of Gohan. Standing approximately 178 to 181 centimeters tall, weighing around 85 kilograms, he had a robust physique, with a shoe size of about 42 and a peculiar penchant for vulgar remarks. He frequented the vicinity of West City, yet there were sightings of him near Baozi Mountain. Such a vast range, how infuriating. Vidalai crumpled the paper into a ball, furiously tossing it into the trash, only to retrieve it moments later, inscribing a note upon it. Although rumors circulate that he will eliminate every criminal who mocks his peculiar dance moves, investigations suggest these offenders harbor intentions of harming hostages and confronting the police, rather than acting out of personal disdain. Reflecting on the earlier scene of bullets soaring, Vidalai nearly believed she was on the brink of death. Were it not for the golden-haired warrior's timely intervention, she might have been united with her mother in the afterlife. Contemplating this, even the most justice-driven Vidalai felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, her demise would be inconsequential. However, her beloved dog and her inept father still required her care. Indeed, one reason for her becoming a police officer, aside from fulfilling her sense of justice, was financial remuneration. While the salary of a police officer is not particularly high, Vidalai has always been on the front lines, earning rapid promotions in a mere 2 months, achieving the status of a junior officer and receiving numerous bonuses. With a sigh, Vidalai set down her pen, massaging her temples. In that instant, she suddenly recalled the characteristics of the golden-haired warrior. That peculiar ability had propelled her across the room. She was reminded of the man she had confronted 6 months prior, who had mocked her father. That individual had defeated her using a similar power. Furthermore, he shared an unsavory connection with the world's wealthiest individual, Bulma, the owner of the Universal Capsule Corporation. It cannot be mistaken. That man is none other than Son Gohan, the golden-haired warrior. I have found you. Bidalai's eyes sparkled with determination. Everything was falling into place. Shortly thereafter, she hurriedly exited her home. "Hey, Bidalai, what are you doing out so late?" inquired Mr. Satan, his bald head being rubbed as he sipped on a beer. "It's none of your business, Dad." With that, the door slammed shut. One attitude. Truly, I am the most powerful man on earth. How could he resist me? Mr. Satan, inebriated, continued to drink, offering his beer to his dog. It was as if he were treating the dog as a Japanese companion. Woof woof. The dog, unceremoniously, leapt off his lap and trotted away, making its way to the doghouse without a care. Meanwhile, Bidalai was perched atop a familiar large tree, armed with binoculars, preparing to investigate diligently. She carefully adjusted the magnification, directing the lens toward a distant, luxurious villa. This was the residence of Bulma, the CEO of Universal Capsule Group, and the place where she believed Gohan might be hiding. She searched every nook and cranny, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. However, after a prolonged wait, she found nothing. Could I be mistaken? Bidalai felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, beginning to doubt herself. Due to the aftermath of a disaster and the bizarre phenomenon of people resurrecting, the human registry on Earth had become a chaotic mess. There was no clear indication of where Gohan resided, leaving her to wait in vain. Yet, as time passed, she noticed numerous beams of infrared light illuminating her presence. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Bidalai quickly leaped from the tree and ran frantically, finally escaping to what she believed was a safe alley. However, she unexpectedly collided with two men in black engaged in a shady deal. As she held her breath, trying not to alert them, a stout man in black struck her on the back of the head with a baseball bat. The blow was so forceful that even the Grim Reaper would struggle to withstand it. When she opened her eyes again, she found her body unchanged, not diminished in size. "You're awake?" A mature female voice resonated in her ear. With blue hair and a visage that had remained unchanged for 50 years, there was no mistaking it. This was Bulma, the wealthiest person in the world. A jolt of surprise coursed through Bidalai as she fought to maintain her composure, raising her gaze to fixate on the ageless woman before her. Bulma was clad in a loose-fitting white lab coat, her hair casually tied back, her expression one of curiosity and inquiry. "My dear girl, why were you hiding in the tree in my yard for over 3 hours? Bidalai had not anticipated that her every action had been observed. "Don't be alarmed. I know who you are. You are Bidalai, the rising star of West City," Bulma reassured her. "How do you know my name?" Bidalai stammered, feeling flustered. Bulma smiled faintly, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "In West City, it is quite rare to find a young and accomplished female officer like yourself who stands at the forefront of action. Moreover, I have heard that you have been investigating the golden-haired warrior recently, have I not?" Bai Di Li's complexion paled instantly, and she instinctively attempted to step back, only to be gently restrained by Bulma's hand on her shoulder. "Do not be afraid. I'm not here to trouble you. I am merely curious about your unwavering determination to probe into his affairs." After a moment of silence, Bai Di Li resolved to be forthright. "Because I wish to understand what kind of person he truly is, whether he is a good man or a villain." "A good man," Bulma asserted with unyielding conviction. "He did save you, did he not?" At this, Bai Di Li found herself at a loss for words. "In any case, I shall not press you further. Cease your investigation. If I had not intervened just in time, when that assailant struck you, you might have lost your life without anyone to care." Realization dawned on Bai Di Li. She understood now why she was in this predicament. Bulma had rescued her. "Thank you," she replied. It was only fitting for one saved to express gratitude. Furthermore, her initial purpose in seeking out Sun Wukong had shifted. Now, her curiosity lay in the enigmatic man himself. What were the secrets behind his abilities? What principles allowed him to soar through the skies? Why did he dance so awkwardly? Why did he make such clumsy entrances? Drivan Bagurasity, Bidili Praeston. Chapter 66, A Moonlit Encounter. To have uncovered no useful information and instead received a warning? Cursed be the wealthy. Detestable Sun Wukong. Bai Di Li clutched her head, muttering to herself as she made her way home. Bulma had threatened her. Should she persist in investigating Sun Wukong, she risked losing her job. The overwhelming power of the world's richest man could easily dispose of a mere insignificant police officer with a mere word. Yet, human nature often rebels against constraints. The more Bulma sought to shield Sun Wukong, the more Bai Di Li felt compelled to draw closer to him. As she rounded a corner, an unexpected incident occurred. Ouch! Having recently endured a grievous blow to her head from the assailant, her mind buzzed, rendering her somewhat disoriented. Bidili lost her footing and was knocked aside by an approaching pedestrian. Ah, Soda. A youthful voice resonated, imbued with sincerity and concern. Are you all right? Rubbing her head, Bidili looked up to see a young man clad in simple casual attire, his features strikingly handsome and his eyes bright and clear, exuding a sunny disposition with an air of scholarly charm. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, Bidili's gaze met his for a fleeting moment. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the young man, as if she had encountered him somewhere before, yet she could not quite recall where. Having already sustained a mild concussion, her head was now spinning even more after being knocked to the ground. Are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The boy asked anxiously, noticing that Bidili was clutching her head with a furrowed brow. He had evidently observed the bandage wrapped around her head. No, I'm fine. Bidili, proud by nature, quickly shook her head to assert her well-being. However, this motion only exacerbated her condition. A sharp pain surged through her skull, and darkness clouded her vision as she nearly fainted. Seeing this, the boy swiftly supported her. Concern etched on his face. Are you truly okay? You look quite unwell. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital? Though Bidili was stubborn, she had to concede that her current state was indeed dire. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, It's unnecessary. I'm just a bit dizzy. A moment of rest will suffice. The boy, seemingly unwilling to relent, furrowed his brow and suddenly appeared to have an idea. Here, take this. It will help. He produced an insect resembling a beetle and attempted to place it in Bidili's mouth. Hey, what is that? A bug? Don't come any closer. As a woman, Bidili instinctively recoiled at the sight of the creature, horrified at the thought of being fed such an unknown insect. Stop it. Please just stop, she pleaded, shaking her head in a frenzy, which only intensified her dizziness and weakened her resolve. The grotesque insect was pressed against her lips. Just eat it and you'll be fine. The boy's fingers applied gentle pressure, and Bidili felt a peculiar, subtle force holding her in place. To her shock, the insect was forcibly thrust into her mouth. Instinctively, she tried to spit it out, but the creature began to squirm on her tongue before transforming into a warm liquid that slid down her throat. What have you done to me? Bidili gasped, her heart racing as she felt a strange warmth coursing through her body. Her previously foggy mind began to clear. She instinctively reached up to touch her head, discovering that the intense pain had significantly diminished, replaced by a refreshing sensation spreading across her scalp. The boy released her and smiled gently, his gaze softening. Don't worry, it's a revival insect. It will help you recover. You looked quite uncomfortable earlier, and I didn't want you to faint on the road. Bidili glared at him. Although her physical discomfort had eased, her inner fury remained unabated. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Who do you think you are? Arbitrarily feeding me such strange things. What if it were poisonous? The young man, seemingly unfazed by her anger, offered a helpless smile. I understand you might be upset, but I assure you, my intentions are purely benevolent. I observe your injuries and noted your weakness. I merely wish to assist you. This insect can aid in swiftly restoring vitality and alleviating pain. But such aid requires consent. You abruptly forced this distasteful thing upon me, she retorted. As she furrowed her brow, a sudden realization struck her, and she scrutinized the boy's face. Despite his youthful beauty and a distinct aura that set him apart, he was undeniably a handsome youth, precisely her type. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The significant point was that she recognized this man. You are Son Gohan, she exclaimed, her eyes widening. Thanks to the revival insect, her head no longer throbbed, and her mind was sharper than usual. How do you know my name? Son Gohan scratched his head, looking perplexed, as he had no recollection of the woman before him. What? You claim not to know me? A look of incredulity washed over her face. She had thought she finally found a chance to approach Son Gohan, only to realize that he had no memory of her. Do you truly not recognize me? There was a hint of bitterness in her tone, as she felt a twinge of jealousy. She had tirelessly sought him out, yet he seemed completely oblivious to her existence. Well, don't he know you? Gohan asked, awkwardly touching his cheek. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Are you deliberately pretending not to know me? She glared at Son Gohan, her voice trembling as if she bore an immense grievance. Our initial encounter, and the time you saved my life. How could you not recall even the slightest detail about me? What are you babbling about? Gohan's expression turned to one of confusion. He scrutinized her face, attempting to dredge up any hint of recognition from his memory, but ultimately shook his head. I truly do not remember. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? Mistaken you? How could I possibly be mistaken? Her voice rose, tears welling in her eyes. How could I confuse you? She resembled the heartbroken maiden abandoned by a scoundrel, weeping openly. The commotion grew, attracting a gathering of onlookers enjoying a nighttime stroll. Hey, look over there. Wow. What's unfolding here? TSK. That pretty boy looks quite dashing, but who would have thought he is a callous man who abandoned his childhood sweetheart for his own ambitions? Wow, you speak so clearly. Do you know him? I don't, but that is how they portray it in dramas. Haven't you seen it? Huh. Isn't this just a cliché plot? A woman clings desperately to a man, while he pretends not to recognize her, wearing an innocent facade. Alas, this woman appears to be truly unfortunate, likely deceived by that charming scoundrel. The crowd around them began to murmur, rife with speculation and judgment. Gohan's expression grew increasingly grim, his complexion resembling that of his uncle Piccolo. To avoid any misunderstandings among the onlookers, he swiftly grasped Vidal's hand and made his exit. Chapter 67. The Enigmatic Son of the Sun Family. Gohan helplessly ran his fingers through his hair, bewildered, muttering to himself, "Why does this always happen?" Such incidents were not new to him. Strange women frequently threw themselves into his embrace after he extended his assistance, professing their devotion. Thanks to Aunt Bulma's warning, he had come to realize that his visage was particularly appealing to women. In the past, those women had merely drooled and taken advantage of his physique. However, this situation was entirely different. He had no knowledge of this woman with twin ponytails, yet her tearful demeanor left him utterly confounded, as it did not seem to stem from a desire for gain. Had he inadvertently become a cad? Yet, he had never even met her. Although Gohan possessed a gentle temperament, he was not a pushover. He could become irate when subjected to pranks. His tone turned frigid as he regarded Videl with a piercing gaze. "Miss, who are you? Have we met before?" "I am Videl." Videl? Upon hearing that name, Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the name of his wife in the original story? Yet, in this timeline, he had never encountered her. "I am the one who fought you in front of the Satan Martial Arts Hall, and the police officer you saved not long ago. Both are me." Videl? Sensing Gohan's genuine lack of recognition, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "I nearly lost my life trying to locate you, and I almost lost my job due to the overwhelming pressure. I couldn't help but cry. I did not mean to trouble you," she explained, bowing apologetically to Gohan. In that moment, Gohan's heart softened. It seemed she was not a villain after all. He relaxed, reverting to his genteel demeanor. "Oh, I recall now. So it is you. But why were you crying?" Instinctively, he regarded Videl as a young girl akin to Bra, reaching out to pat her head. "This must hurt. Let the pain fly away." "How dare you treat me like a child?" Videl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she promptly pushed Gohan away, creating distance between them. What was wrong with this man? Could he truly be so oblivious? No, it was implausible. Was he merely seeking to take advantage of her? Videl pondered Gohan's intentions with the most uncharitable of assumptions. "So, all your efforts were merely to ascertain whether I am a good person or a villain?" Gohan scratched his head, his expression earnest. "What other reason could there be?" Videl retorted, her tone exasperated. "You are quite an intriguing individual," remarked Gohan, "whatever endeavor you undertake. Success seems inevitable, unlike with Dilly." "Ah, why are you suddenly showering me with compliments?" "It's rather nauseating," Dilly retorted with a look of disdain. "Huh. Your reaction is perfectly understandable." Gohan chuckled, suddenly reminded that there are no similar references in this world, prompting an involuntary laugh. "What? Are you treating me as a fool?" Dilly exclaimed, her pride wounded, having already shed tears in front of Gohan. The sudden laughter and the gentle pat on her head felt utterly unforgivable. Dilly felt as though she were a complete fool that evening, her actions resembling a farce, only to be ridiculed by the very person involved. The thought brought fresh tears to her eyes. Now, it was Gohan's turn to be flustered. "What is wrong? Why are you crying again?" He hurriedly produced a handkerchief and offered it to Dilly. Yet, Dilly remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks without a word. Gohan's mind raced with uncertainty. He truly struggled with interactions involving women. His previous encounter with Bulma was similarly awkward. He had merely pointed out a speck of dust on her forehead and had been scolded to leave. He had assumed Bulma would be particularly enraged, but after he took the initiative to apologize, their relationship had grown closer. The same went for Bra. He wondered if he could navigate this situation successfully. Miss Dilly," Gohan ventured, sitting cautiously beside her, "I didn't mean to upset you. If there's any misunderstanding, we can clarify things slowly." Dilly abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting his, a mix of grievance and stubbornness reflected in her gaze. Do you think an apology suffices? Your earlier actions made me feel like a complete fool. Gohan scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I realize I may have erred, but it was unintentional. I just sensed you were struggling, and I wanted to offer some comfort. If it bothers you, I want to touch your head again in the future. How about this? You can touch my head, and then we'll be even, all right? He leaned forward, presenting his head. Dilly was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a suggestion from Gohan. Observing his somewhat naive expression, she realized that this man named Son Gohan was rather endearingly oblivious. After all, what normal man would lower his head like a puppy for another to pat? Give it a try. I often touch my own head, and it feels quite nice, Gohan encouraged her. In any other scenario, such an act might appear absurd, yet somehow, with Son Gohan, it seemed harmonious and natural. Suddenly, Dilly burst into laughter, her previous grievances and embarrassment dissipating in an instant. You are truly an oddball. Bidalai wiped away her tears, a faint smile tugging at her lips. All right, I shall give it a try, but if it feels uncomfortable, I want to spare you. With that, Bidalai extended her hand, gently caressing Gohan's head. The softness of his hair and the warmth of the touch gradually soothed her troubled spirit. She realized that perhaps she did not detest this somewhat oblivious man as much as she thought. The sensation isn't too bad, she mused, withdrawing her hand. It seems you aren't as intolerable as I first imagined. Gohan let out a sigh of relief and straightened his posture. Honestly, I'm not very adept at interacting with others, especially with girls. Have you said this to other girls as well? And no, not at all. In fact, Miss Bidalai is the first woman, aside from my mother, who has ever touched my head, Gohan replied earnestly. Really? Is that so? Indeed. Why is that? Because in my heart, Miss Bidalai holds a special place. Gohan was candid in his words. As Bidalai's designated partner in the original narrative, she indeed occupied a unique position in his life. However, it was regrettable that in this timeline they were not high school classmates, and thus, they lacked the opportunity to truly connect. Perhaps this absence was a kind of sorrow. Gohan had a fondness for the character Xiaofang from the original story. Sometimes, after his training sessions, he would find himself lost in thought. His life had diverged drastically from his previous reality. Who would his future spouse be? Would he really have an adorable daughter, much like Xiaofang? Such musings inevitably led him back to Bidalai. He had been contemplating what kind of woman this version of Bidalai might be, and he was taken aback that they had met so soon. Hence, he felt that Bidalai was indeed quite special. However, the meaning of special resonated differently in Bidalai's ears. She suddenly felt restless, her body trembling, her face flushed, and her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Special existence? The phrase echoed repeatedly in her mind, her heart fluttering like a startled doe. Tangled in confusion. Instinctively, she glanced at Gohan, whose expression was earnest, his gaze clear and sincere, devoid of deceit. An inexplicable emotion surged within Bidalai. When she could not quite define, perhaps it was surprise, perhaps it was shyness, or possibly a sensation she had never experienced before. Why, you mustn't say such things, Bidalai stammered, her cheeks reddening further as she instinctively lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously entwined. I cannot accept this. Accept what? Gohan looked at her with a bemused expression, bewildered by her words. Yet at that moment, Bidalai had no mind to observe Gohan's reactions. Why, you must stop. Bidalai abruptly stood, her voice trembling, her gaze flitting away from Gohan's. I understand now. You're a good person. I must take my leave. She turned and fled, her footsteps hurried and frantic, as if something terrifying were pursuing her from behind. Gohan stood frozen in place. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he gazed at Vidal's retreating figure. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, what is wrong with her? Did I say something amiss? I'm a good person, after all. Was that even necessary to mention? He rose and took a couple of steps after her, but ultimately halted, letting out a sigh. Never mind. Perhaps it would be best not to pressure her. Nonetheless, she is truly intriguing, and I hope to encounter her again in the future. Oblivious to the impact of his words on a single woman of 24 years, Gohan remained unaware that his innocent musings were akin to a thunderclap in her life. Meanwhile, Vidal ran with abandon until she reached a secluded alley, where she finally paused to catch her breath. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for air, her cheeks still flushed and her heart racing like a drum. The unique nature of her existence compelled her to replay Gohan's words in her mind, eliciting a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined being perceived in such a light by man, especially with the sincerity and earnestness reflected in his gaze, which left no room for doubt in the truth of his words. Clasping her head with both hands, Videl tried to regain her composure. She recognized that her impression of Gohan had shifted from initial unfamiliarity to a growing familiarity, and now to this intricate emotional state. What is happening? This is entirely different from my original intentions. Damn it, Gohan. Unbeknownst to her, Videl's reference to Son Gohan had morphed from the formal Son Gohan to the more intimate Gohan. This fellow, perhaps all the males of the Son family, possessed a certain charm that was undeniably appealing. It was no wonder that Gohan was adored by so many young women in the original narrative. After all, such qualities are rather rare. Today marked yet another day of female tribulations. Chapter 68. The Family of Origin. You win. Gohan, why are you so late tonight? Bulma inquired, chewing gum and frowning with evident concern. Compared to his usual punctuality, Gohan was a full hour late this time. I am sorry, Aunt Bulma. Gohan replied, his head bowed, a hint of remorse in his voice. It's all right. Just come inside, Bulma said, her tension easing upon Gohan's arrival as she wrapped the chewed gum in a tissue and tossed it into the trash bin. I apologize for worrying you, Aunt Bulma. Gohan was aware that Bulma had developed a habit of chewing gum whenever she felt anxious, a tendency that had originated from him. After he had mentioned the health risks of smoking, he had suggested substituting it with gum to stave off withdrawal symptoms. Little did he realize it would become Bulma's go-to method for alleviating stress. Whenever he saw her chewing gum, he knew she was on edge. You, my dear, always speak so formally, Bulma said, her lips curving into a slight smile as she wrapped an arm around Gohan's shoulders, casually pulling him inside. Wow, is this the new version of the time machine? Gohan approached the latest time machine as if he had encountered a rare treasure, captivated by its intricate design. Perhaps this fascination stemmed from Akira Toriyama's background in design and his passion for machinery. It is noted in some trivia about the Scions that, despite being perceived as barbaric and not adept at high technology, they surprisingly possess a remarkable affinity for mechanical inventions. Thus, aside from his love for insects, Gohan's remaining passion lies in the realm of machinery. Naturally, the complex construct of the time machine piqued his interest. Bulma, recognizing this, arranged for Gohan to come every evening at a designated time to learn about related concepts. Of course, such an education inevitably involved physical interaction, as hands-on learning often does. Meanwhile, at the house of Videl, she shyly pushed open the door. Her father, Mr. Satan, lay sprawled on the couch, inebriated and snoring, cradling a stray puppy named Bu. What a nuisance. Her father, such a worthless drunkard, still in this state. Videl covered Mr. Satan with a blanket, murmuring, be careful not to catch cold. Miguel, I miss you. Our daughter is truly thriving. She is an upstanding police officer. Honestly, are you thinking about Mom again? A slight smile crept onto Videl's lips as she turned to return to her room. Good night, Dad. See you tomorrow. Miss Avril, your hands are so fair and delicate, Mr. Satan slurred, oblivious to the situation. Videl, who was on her way to her room, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the name of this woman who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. She immediately delivered a sharp reprimand to Mr. Satan. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Dad. Videl forced a smile, stretching her limbs, and coldly remarked, what is the deal with this woman named Avril? Huh? What? What are you talking about, Videl? I have no idea who this Avril is, Mr. Satan vehemently denied, but he still received a thorough scolding from Videl. Honestly, this useless father, who never attends to his responsibilities and spends his days in bars trying to charm young women, is utterly disappointing. After the confrontation, Videl felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Subsequently, Mr. Satan, in an effort to avoid his daughter's disdain, lowered himself to become a gold medal coach at a boxing gym. Despite his laid-back demeanor and penchant for drinking, he was a former heavyweight champion with a certain level of renown in the industry, making his role as a boxing coach somewhat fitting. As for Videl, through her acquaintance with Gohan, they exchanged contact information. In the ensuing interactions, she learned how to harness her energy, successfully mastering the techniques of the original story, including the art of flight. Unlike her counterpart in the original narrative, Videl's combat prowess significantly surpassed that of her predecessor, perhaps due to her career as a police officer. Within just over 6 months, she transformed from an ordinary individual unable to harness energy into a martial artist capable of employing the Kamehameha and other advanced techniques. If one were to assess her combat prowess, it would likely hover around the vicinity of 80. After all, she is the daughter of that devil. Having been raised in an environment steeped in martial arts, coupled with her insatiable thirst for knowledge, such a level of combat ability is hardly surprising. Even Chi-Chi, who has forsaken martial arts for many years, possesses a fighting strength of 130. It can only be said that, in comparison to her mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law still has a long way to go. But I digress. In any case, there exists a scientific rationale behind this. Gohan and Videl now reside in the same apartment, which has brought them into closer contact, even to the extent of sharing meals and living quarters. However, Videl has adamantly insisted that Gohan refrain from disclosing their relationship to Bulma. That woman is perilous. Her gaze towards Gohan is anything but innocent, Videl remarked. Gohan, however, dismissed her concerns, saying, "Are you not aware, Videl? She is my beloved friend. How could she possibly harbor ill intentions towards me?" In moments of silence, one can truly feel a loss for words. Videl gazed at her somewhat naive prospective boyfriend and covered her face, exclaiming, "You are truly invincible, my dear." Gohan scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "Why are you jesting with me, Videl?" Feeling weary, she opted not to elaborate further. For the nature of their relationship could only be classified as friendship at present. It was inconceivable to compare it to the bond she shares with her dear aunt, with whom she has lived for 15 years. Videl coughed softly and asked, "What about Bra? Did you not mention you had feelings for her?" "Indeed," he replied, "so I reckon I might marry Bra in the future." This exceedingly straightforward response left Videl utterly astounded. Is it not a tad inappropriate to discuss marrying one woman in the presence of another? Gohan remained oblivious, believing that since Bra liked him and he liked her in return, marriage seemed entirely natural. This notion, too, was echoed in the memories of his past life. When Videl probed as to why he had made such a hasty decision, Gohan recounted the tale of how his mother, Chi-Chi, met his father, Goku. In response, Videl could only bury her face in her hands and smile wryly. "Ah, the influence of one's family of origin. You have bested me. My goodness, there are simply too many points to critique. It is no wonder Gohan's views on romance are so problematic. He either pursues older women or younger pseudo-sisters." Chapter 69, A Sneeze Launch? Gohan, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. What is it? Gohan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawning as he opened the door. This is my dog, Buu. Could you please look after him for me? Videl handed a small, fluffy creature to Gohan. What happened? Gohan accepted the puppy and inquired about Videl's situation. Well, it appears that the notorious golden-haired, which has resurfaced in West City after a prolonged absence. The golden-haired witch? The notorious thief? In any case, I have been ordered to return to duty immediately. It seems I will be unable to return home for the next couple of days, so I must trouble you to care for Buu. Woof woof. The small dog affectionately licked Gohan's cheek, exuding an air of friendliness. I had no objections. Just a reminder to stay safe, Bidalai. Gohan gently patted the puppy's head and then graciously replied, I truly appreciate your help. You have been an immense assistance to me. After expressing her gratitude, Bidalai hastily departed from the apartment building. Clearly, the notorious thief, known as the Blonde, which was a formidable criminal. However, Gohan held little concern for Bidalai. Given her current skills, it seemed almost impossible for anyone on Earth to harm her. In West City, a bustling commercial street housed a jewelry store tailored for the affluent, which fell victim to a robbery. A tall, cold-faced blonde woman, resembling a demon resurrected from hell, viciously kicked the glass display case. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the store, accompanied by the terrified screams of the employees. As if heralding her brazen display of power, rudely, she pressed her shotgun against the manager's forehead, suggesting that any displeasure on her part would lead the manager to a most dire fate. This terrified the manager to the point of losing control, collapsing helplessly to the floor, the air thick with the scent of urine. Disgusting. The blonde woman spat, pinching her nose, her expression a mixture of disdain and disbelief as she regarded the quivering manager on the ground. Instinctively, she lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke to dispel the unpleasant odor. With a cigarette clenched between her lips, she skillfully retrieved an oversized backpack from her pocket and began to frantically stuff jewelry into it. Her golden curls danced wildly under the red glow of the alarm, radiating an aura of danger. The safe behind her lay in ruins, a chaotic scene that served as evidence of her reckless abandon. Hey, old man, stop shaking like a leaf. I'm merely borrowing your jewels to make headlines. Don't ruin the fun, the woman taunted, a playful sarcasm lacing her voice, her lips curling into a smirk of contempt. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making your head bloom as well. Yet in that very moment, she suddenly sneezed, her body trembling slightly, her gaze turning vacant and bewildered. The vibrant golden locks transformed into a serene blue, as if an invisible force had instantaneously reshaped her appearance and demeanor. The once stern features softened, even adopting an air of innocence. She glanced around, as though awakening from a dream, murmuring, "Where am I?" The blue-haired woman stared at the gleaming shotgun in her hand, perceiving it as the most terrifying object in existence. She let out a frightened scream and instinctively hurled the weapon away, which slid across the floor, producing a dull thud. Have I done something dreadful again? She intended to reach out and assist the manager, who had lost control, but was startled by the sudden sound of gunfire. "Raise your hands and surrender." Repeat after me, everyone inside. Raise your hands and surrender. Outside the jewelry store, a dozen police cars surrounded the area, rendering it impenetrable. The authoritative voices of the officers echoed sharply in the ears of the blue-haired woman. "I mean no harm, Achu." As another sneeze escaped her, her expression transformed abruptly, as if consumed by an unseen force. Enraged, she hefted a rocket launcher, her previously bewildered gaze now ablaze with madness. "I am a golden-haired sorceress. You officers, spread my message once more." With her furious roar, the rocket launcher belched a torrent of scorching flames, the thunderous blast shaking the entire jewelry store, as if the very world threatened to collapse under the weight of her wrath. "This is bad. They have heavy weaponry. Retreat quickly." At that moment, the tardy Bidalai made her entrance. "TCH, what a lunatic wielding heavy arms in the city. If you harm innocent civilians, no amount of your lives would suffice for compensation." Bidalai seethed, swiftly dashing towards the missile. Her body left a trail of afterimages as she moved at high speed, her right fist clenched. With a swift punch at the air, she altered the missile's trajectory by disrupting the airflow. The missile, originally aimed at the police cars, was redirected skyward, only for Bidalai to unleash a burst of energy, propelling it hundreds of meters into the air before detonation. Boom! What once was a dark street now blazed like daylight, illuminating the sky. What a thrilling spectacle, Miss Bidalai. The officers exhaled in relief, casting grateful glances in her direction. "Oomph. I won't need even a minute to deal with you," Bidalai scoffed, her gaze firmly fixed on the golden-haired sorceress. The sorceress, startled by this sudden turn of events, glared at Bidalai with eyes flashing fury and defiance. "Who are you to thwart my plans? I am a guardian of justice, Bidalai. Today marks the end of your malevolence." Bidalai clenched her fists, striking a pose she deemed heroic. The sorceress let out a derisive laugh, hoisting the rocket launcher once more and aiming it at Bidalai. "What a clownish display. Today, I shall show you true power. Clown, you aesthetic-deficient fool, behold my Satan fist." In a flash, Bidalai appeared before the golden-haired sorceress, delivering a blow to her arm, sending the rocket launcher flying and the sorceress crashing into the wall. "Damn it! How could I encounter a martial artist here?" The woman, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a flashbang and detonated it. "Fools, you'll never catch me." "What?" Bidalai instinctively shielded her eyes from the blinding light, and when she opened them again, the golden-haired sorceress had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Cursed be, she escaped. In a fit of frustration, Lan Chi stomped her feet, pondering the origin of the dazzling flash bomb wielded by that woman. Was it an illusion? Chapter by Mui, Lan, On Lan Ki. Retreat to the sofa. Cough, what misfortune. Just as she emerged to create a sensational story, she stumbled upon that group of inhuman martial artists. The blonde woman, or rather, the golden-haired Lan Chi, had narrowly survived the massacre inflicted by the android siblings. Yet, deep within her heart lingered a singular desire, to find Tianjin Fan. Despite her relentless search, his whereabouts remained elusive. Could it be that Tianjin Fan had perished? A wave of pessimism washed over the golden-haired Lan Chi. Ever since the Scions had invaded, she had not seen Tianjin Fan again, and their paths had diverged due to differing ideologies, leaving their communications severed. Nevertheless, Tianjin Fan was the man she had once cherished deeply. As peace returned to Earth and the deceased mysteriously resurrected, she understood that someone was utilizing the Dragon Balls. Thus, Tianjin Fan must still be alive. As long as that man drew breath, she was determined to inquire about his true feelings for her. This was an obsession, a fixation that had haunted her for nearly 2 decades. In the face of the android slaughter, she had never known fear, but rather, she dreaded the helplessness that accompanied confronting her first love, her white moonlight. To others, she was a blonde sorceress, a notorious pirate, the Queen of Chaos. Yet, only Tianjin Fan perceived her differently. He was the sole individual who viewed her in a unique light. "I must find you, Tianjin Fan, even if I descend into hell. I will demand an explanation from you. What was it that made me unworthy of you, you three-eyed bald man?" Lan Chi declared fiercely. However, As the adrenaline that had surged during the robbery began to wane, a sharp pain coursed through her right arm. Damn it, my arm, it's broken. Clutching her injured limb, she gasped for breath, gritting her teeth in an effort to regain composure. In such a dire situation, panic was not an option. It would only lead to further calamity. She had yet to locate Tianjin Fan and could not afford to be apprehended by the authorities. What a cruel irony it would be if, after all her efforts to attract Tianjin Fan's attention, she found herself in prison, where he would come to visit her. How laughable. No, she would not become a source of amusement for Tianjin Fan. Enduring the pain, Lan Qi began to search for something to stabilize her arm. Her gaze swept through the dimly lit alley until she spotted a half-broken wooden stick in a corner. Although it was somewhat short, it was better than nothing. With great effort, she maneuvered her body, using her left hand to retrieve the stick and carefully positioned it against the fractured part of her arm, securing it with a torn piece of fabric in an attempt to immobilize the broken bone. Pain surged like a tide, yet she bit her lip, suppressing any sounds of distress. What is this minor injury to me? When have I ever feared such things? She murmured softly to herself, endeavoring to muster her spirits. She could not afford to falter, at least not until she found Tianjin Fan. Once her arm was secured, she began to contemplate her next course of action. Remaining stationary was not an option. She would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities. She needed to find a place to conceal herself while also devising a method to treat her arm's injuries. Her gaze fell upon a nearby apartment building, where a small clinic appeared to be situated on the second floor. There was no other choice but to head there and hope for the best. Arriving at the base of the building, she looked up at the clinic on the second floor. Through the window, she could discern a faint glimmer of light and a vague silhouette moving within. Taking a deep breath, she brushed the dust from her clothes with her left arm, striving to appear less disheveled. Then, she cautiously ascended the staircase. Each step intensified the pain in her right arm, yet she had no time to dwell on it. She had to locate a safe haven and tend to her wounds quickly. Suddenly, she was met with a jarring scene and dialogue. Two bearded men were engaged in a rather compromising situation. Her mind momentarily short-circuited, and when she glanced up, she saw the sign reading Love Hotel. For heaven's sake, a love hotel. This was absurd. In a fit of frustration, she tossed in a canister of tear gas and slammed the door shut, leaving behind two despondent men in the room. Cursing under her breath, she departed, only to feel her vision blurring. Her head spun. What was happening? Shaking her head, she staggered down the street, suddenly realizing her sight was growing hazy. Blood? It seemed her head was also bleeding. No wonder she mistook the Love Hotel for a clinic. How ironic. Her laughter abruptly ceased. With too much blood lost, she collapsed, her story seemingly at an end. Meanwhile, awakened by the cries of the two men next door, Goku peered out the window to investigate the commotion. If someone was deliberately producing such distasteful sounds, then the noble warrior of West City would not hesitate to deliver justice. What on earth happened? The injury appeared grave. Goku opened the window, only to find a blonde woman with blood gushing from her head, on the verge of death. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Who are you? I'm just dizzy and not dead yet. Thankfully, she still had consciousness. In haste, Goku retrieved a revival insect from his universal capsule and placed it in the woman's mouth. Eat this. Why aren't you eating? You need to eat to recover. Goku was frantic, desperate for a solution. Gohan seemed to have made a resolute decision. He swiftly delivered a punch to the woman's abdomen, causing her to gasp for breath due to the intense pain. Seizing the moment, Gohan tossed the resurrection insect in her mouth. As soon as the creature entered her oral cavity, it transformed into liquid and merged with her tongue, being absorbed into her system. Hey, you little brat, are you feeding me bugs? Exclaimed the golden-haired Lan Qi, jolting upright as Gohan's unconventional method of resuscitation took effect. She suddenly grasped Gohan's wrist. Wait a moment. Why does your face look so familiar? Lan Qi tugged at Gohan's cheek as though molding clay. You little rascal, do you know a man named Sun Wukong? Her eyes widened with a glimmer of urgency and expectation. That's my father, Gohan replied, feeling a sharp pain in his cheek as he hastily swatted away the woman's unwelcome grip. Ah, I'm your aunt. I held you when you were just a child. Lan Qi began to ramble, despite having never met Gohan before. Yet, that did not deter her from spinning tales. Who are you? Do we know each other? Gohan thought, bewildered, wondering if she had escaped from a mental institution. However, she did know his father, Sun Wukong, which lent some credibility to her words. Yet, he could not recall any golden-haired woman who claimed to be his aunt. I am Lan Qi, your Aunt Lan Qi. Look, you truly have a poor memory, she said, executing a nimble flip to rise from the ground, her demeanor cheerful as she patted Gohan on the shoulder. Aunt Lanchi? Upon hearing that familiar yet foreign name, Gohan finally grasped the true identity of the woman before him. Well, I was initially inclined to teach you a lesson, but considering you are Wukong's son, I shall let it slide. How about this? I have nowhere to stay tonight, so I might as well crash here with you. It felt akin to the awkwardness of visiting relatives during the new year. Those who boast yet struggle in life, imposing their familial rank. What? You're not happy about it? Do you dare refuse your aunt? And no, of course not, Gohan stammered, hesitating briefly before inviting Lanchi upstairs. That's the spirit. Lunch. My name is Gohan. Regardless of whether it's lunch, rice, or porridge, your aunt is thirsty. Hurry up and fetch me a case of beer. I don't drink alcohol. What? A man of your size doesn't tea drink? How utterly useless. Gohan felt overwhelmed by Lanchi's assertive presence, yet he mustered the courage to retort. What does being a man have to do with drinking? TSKC? You're still just a little brat? Lanchi rolled her eyes dismissively. Let me tell you, boys like you, who are all gentle and herbivorous, are no longer in demand, just like women. As the door opened, a pitifully wagging tail greeted them. Bairu, the unattractive little dog. Lanchi remained relentless, though her gaze softened considerably as she looked at the small creature. She gently embraced Bairu, affectionately ruffling the fur of Xiaogo's head. Before long, Biddy Lee's pet had become fast friends with her. In my apartment, there is but a single bed. Tonight, you shall take the sofa. Initially, Wu Fan was quite courteous towards his elder, yet her incessant chatter along the way had left him with little fondness for this suddenly appeared Aunt Lanchi. Wu Fan felt utterly exhausted this evening. Just as he prepared to retreat to his room for a restful slumber, he discovered that the bed in his bedroom had been claimed by the golden-haired Lanchi. Hey, how can you be so inconsiderate, child? Aunt is of advanced age and unwell. Naturally, I must take the bed. The golden-haired Lanchi unapologetically sprawled across the mattress, making herself at home without a hint of modesty. Oh dear, this bed is rather comfortable. It seems you've been living quite well, little rascal. As she spoke, she languidly leaned against the headboard, crossing her long, elegant legs, which accentuated her alluring silhouette. Her tall and curvaceous figure remained enticing even beneath her loose attire, compelling one to steal glances. Wu Fan felt his cheeks flush slightly. He awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. Aunt Lanchi, would you like something to drink? I have milk. Milk? Such a grown man, still indulging in this insipid beverage? Lanchi waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. I'm not thirsty anymore. You tend to your affairs. I shall take a nap. Wu Fan shook his head in resignation, turning to leave. It was truly bizarre to encounter such an unexpected character after so long. Lost in thought, he was suddenly called back by Lanchi. Hey, little rascal. Your name is Wu Fan, right? Yes. Wu Fan halted, glancing back at her. How is your father, son Wukong? What's he like these days? Lanchi's tone shifted to one of seriousness. He's well. And Tianjin Fan? You mustn't tell me you're unclear about him. He's dead. Oh, that three-eyed bald man has passed away, has he? What? He is dead? Lanchi's voice escalated in pitch, and she promptly fainted, clearly overwhelmed by the devastating news. Her intention for tonight's robbery was to create a sensation, to draw out Tianjin Fan. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet never anticipated the death of Tianjin Fan. The shock rendered her mind blank, plunging her into unconsciousness. Hey, Aunt Lanchi, are you all right? Please don't die on my bed. Oh, so she has merely fainted. That's a relief. Wu Fan, who had endured humiliation, now found a mixture of concern and hidden delight upon witnessing Lanchi succumb to unconsciousness. Drinking milk, how pretentious of you, old woman. You're no better than Aunt Bulma, and yet wish to act superior. Sleeping in my bed? Off to the sofa with you. Wu Fan hoisted the golden-haired Lanchi and deposited her onto the sofa, carefully covering her with a blanket before retiring to sleep soundly. Chapter 71. The Remarkable Aunt. Wu Fan was abruptly awakened in the early hours by a pungent cloud of smoke. Could it be that there's a fire at home? He thought, alarmed. Gohan sprang from his bed, hastily slipped on his slippers, and rushed to the living room to assess the situation. There on the sofa, the once unconscious blonde Lanchi had somehow awakened. With her head bowed and a cigarette dangling from her lips, she remained oblivious as the ember neared her fingers. The once tidy coffee table was now a chaotic mess, littered with the ashes of extinguished cigarettes. With a sigh, another cigarette extinguished between Lanchi's fingers. Her dazed eyes flickered slightly as she instinctively retrieved a fresh cigarette from her pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply. Hey, what are you doing? Gohan's expression grew serious upon witnessing this. He hurried to her side, snatching the cigarette from her grasp and extinguishing it with force. If you must smoke, do it outside. This is my home. Finally, Lan Shi lifted her head slowly and met Gohan's gaze. She nodded vacantly and began to rise, preparing to leave. Observing her forlorn demeanor, Gohan felt a sudden wave of unease. Despite his lingering discontent towards the unexpectedly intruding Aunt Lan Shi, he recognized that her mental state was quite precarious. Allowing her to step outside now could lead to unforeseen consequences. Gohan hesitated as he watched Lan Shi's despondent expression, but could not help but inquire. Is it because Tianjin Fan has passed away? Lan Shi's body shuddered slightly, her movements freezing in place. She turned slowly, her vacant eyes fixed on Gohan. Her lips moved, yet no sound escaped. Do not worry, Gohan quickly reassured her. He is merely training in the afterlife. Just the other day, he helped me celebrate my birthday. Look, here's our photograph. With that, Gohan dashed back to his bedroom, rummaging through a drawer to retrieve the cherished photo, which he delicately cradled in his hands before presenting it to Lan Shi. Since he has saved the Earth multiple times, his merits allow him to retain his physical form while training in the afterlife. See, aside from the angelic halo above his head, he is almost indistinguishable from the living. Gohan sought to comfort Lan Shi. As she accepted the photograph, her gaze first fell upon the familiar bald head and the three eyes, gradually regaining a glimmer of vitality. What? This bald, three-eyed guy isn't dead? Lan Shi murmured softly. He is indeed deceased, but he has retained his physical form. Observe the halo above his head. Gohan quietly corrected her. In essence, he does not intend to be reincarnated. He is merely living and training in the afterlife. Lan Shi pondered aloud. One could interpret it that way. It is not much different from being alive. Gohan nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. Indeed, Lan Shi murmured as she caressed the photograph, repeating those words. May I have the photo back now? Gohan stepped forward, wishing to reclaim the cherished snapshot. What? Now that it is in my possession, you think I will return it? Indeed, I am the best in the world, Lan Shi thought instinctively, eager to claim the photograph as her own. After all, she was a notorious thief, and stealing had become second nature to her. What do you mean by the best in the world? Gohan inquired curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Lan Shi suddenly realized that Tianjin Fan had always disapproved of her thieving ways. If this little rascal were to discover her secret and inform Tianjin Fan, it would spell disaster for her. In any case, this photograph now belongs to me, Lan Shi declared with unwavering conviction. That's outrageous. You're behaving like a common bandit. I even allowed you to stay at my home for the night. Gohan protested, feeling disgruntled and intent on reclaiming the photo. Oh really? How dare you bring that up? Who was it just now that wanted to kick Annie out? Lan Shi seized this opportunity to silence him, catching Gohan off guard. Gohan was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. What are you stammering for? Hurry and prepare some food for Annie as an apology, she said, hands on her hips, exuding an air of righteous authority. I'm not going to do that. If you want something to eat, you can make it yourself. You should be grateful to have your long-lost aunt staying with you, and yet you dare to give me orders, Gohan retorted without reservation. What? You little rascal. Do you not realize I am your elder? Lan Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands firmly placed on her hips as she glared at Gohan, as if ready to devour him whole. Her attire, wrinkled from the earlier commotion, did little to conceal her unique charm. Tall and statuesque, she donned a loose-fitting white shirt with its collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. The shirt's hem, casually tucked into her jeans, accentuated her slender waist. The jeans clung to her long legs, emphasizing their graceful straightness, while her black combat boots added an extra touch of rugged elegance, embodying the spirit of a Western cowgirl. Lan Shi's face was exquisitely sculpted, with a high nose and subtly pursed lips, her gaze imbued with a hint of defiance. She arched an eyebrow, her eyes sharp as arrows directed at Gohan, as if warning him not to provoke her. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gohan experienced the sensation of being restrained by blood ties, a feeling he had only encountered with Aunt Bulma and his mother, Chi-Chi. This had nothing to do with combat prowess. Overwhelmed by Lan Shi's commanding presence, Gohan, though reluctant, found himself bowing his head. He pressed his lips together, pondering, how strange. Why do I feel this way in her presence? Seeing Gohan's silence, Lan Shi's lips curled into a smug smile. Folding her arms, she continued, little rascal. Hurry and make some food for Annie. If you continue to disobey, Annie might just get angry. Gohan lifted his head, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. But he soon lowered it again, muttering softly, Fine, I'll go make you something to eat. However, you must refrain from smoking again. The odor is quite unbearable. Lan Qi huffed in acknowledgement. She reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to her accidental exposure. With a slight arch of her brow, her gaze pierced through to Gohan like an arrow, a faint, almost elusive smile playing on her lips, as if both taunting and teasing him. Little brat, do you harbor any grievances against me? Lan Qi elongated her words, her tone laced with languor and provocation. Gohan felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny, instinctively turning his head away. His cheeks tinged with a blush, yet he retorted defiantly, "Who has grievances against you? I merely wish to prevent you from turning our home into a smoky haze." Lan Qi let out a light laugh, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Oh, should I then express my gratitude for your forbearance? What a peculiar woman." Gohan muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Lan Qi stood, sauntering to Gohan's side, leaning slightly to whisper in his ear. "In nothing, little brat. The way you blush is rather endearing. Rest assured, Auntie is merely teasing you. Yet, you are quite easily embarrassed. Could it be that you have never been with a woman before? With a woman? Please, refrain from uttering such scandalous words. Oh, still a novice, I see. I recall your father had you when he was merely 20. Gohan's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. He shot up, glaring at Lan Qi as he stammered. "Why you need to leave the kitchen immediately." She straightened up, returning to her place on the sofa, crossing her legs once more, her demeanor lazy yet elegant. Nonchalantly, she picked up the remote from the coffee table, turned on the television to the news, and remarked, "Herbivorous boys are truly dull, lacking any semblance of masculinity." A few words, and their faces turned crimson.